Rumor has it that the female spectre of the ghostly abyss possesses an exceedingly grotesque appearance, wreaking havoc and committing murder without a second thought. Her aura, laden with resentment. The sole method to alleviate her malice is to present her with the most handsome man in the world. In a bid to ensure the safety of their kin, the 5 great beast clans dutifully offered their most exquisite young men, and on the same day, these 5 handsome individuals were ceremoniously married to the spectre in a ghostly union. After remaining single for over 20 years, never having even touched a man's hand, the female spectre found herself compelled to marry 5 beautiful men in one night. How could such a fearsome entity save face in light of this forced arrangement? Faced with this unreasonable arranged marriage, she could only muster an indignant retort. A ghostly union can only be entered into, not exited. Chapter 1. A gossip becomes personal. Zhang Xiaomei had never witnessed a wedding of such grand scale, thousands of meters of riverbank adorned with crimson lanterns. In the dead of night, the red light cast by the lanterns illuminated the river's surface, the churning waters resembling blood, creating an unsettling atmosphere. As she munched on sunflower seeds, Zhang Xiaomei squeezed through the crowd, eager to discover which family was holding such a morbid celebration at such an hour. It's so cruel, what a pity for those 5 stunning men, bound to meet their demise. Upon hearing this, her curiosity ignited, and she pressed forward, loudly questioning the woman who had spoken. Meet their demise? Is this not a wedding? How can it be a death sentence? The woman turned, noticing Zhang Xiaomei's masked face and foreign attire, and joined the surrounding crowd in explaining. Who holds a wedding at midnight? This is a ghostly union. Indeed, and it involves 5 exceptionally handsome men marrying into the family of the spectre. A ghostly union? With 5 exquisite men marrying into the spectre's family? In this day and age, even the deceased could find a partner, while she remained a single woman who had never even held a man's hand. Momentarily, Zhang Xiaomei was torn between indignation and envy, stammering, "If everyone knows a ghostly union leads to death, why does no one intervene? Who would dare intervene?" These men were specially chosen by the 5 great beast clans as offerings to the spectre. To ensure the safety of their families, they had no choice. It is said that the female spectre is frightfully ugly, steeped in resentment, and wreaks havoc wherever she goes. The most shameless part is that she is lecherous. Only by presenting handsome men can her malice be quelled. Indeed, to demonstrate their sincerity, these men have all been marked for ghostly marriage. Even if they miraculously escape, they can never marry again. The smile on Zhang Xiaomei's face began to fade, her sunflower seeds dropping to the ground as she found herself at a loss for words. For she was indeed the very spectre they describe grotesque and lecherous. This archaic practice of ghostly unions should have long since been abolished. Her cheeks flushed. She felt a pang of guilt. She had previously been unaware of this reality, but now her heart sank. Exactly. Who among the living would willingly marry a ghost? It is said that the spectre is exceedingly ugly. Those who have seen her have all died from fright. Feeling uneasy, Zhang Xiaomei tiptoed backward, gradually distancing herself from the crowd, their clamor fading into the distance. She never anticipated that while simply trying to enjoy some gossip, she would find herself at the center of it. Once a talented idol of the 21st century, known for her pure looks and sweet smile, Zhang Xiaomei had maintained her status at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Having debuted at 15 and lived in the public eye, she had never engaged in a romantic relationship. Until, at the age of 22, her prolonged singlehood culminated in an unfortunate accident during a performance, leading her to tumble into the beast world. Like many others who had traversed realms, she possessed a system. However, unlike the standard systems of others, hers was a complex algorithm generated from her online interactions, comments, browsing history, and search queries. Her public persona, innocent and aloof, starkly contrasted with the reality of her private life, which her system, humorously dubbed the Old Lecher system, captured in full clarity. With this system, she resembled a character from a game, effortlessly accumulating wealth in the beast world akin to earning in-game currency. By merely checking in daily, she could amass thousands of beast coins. Moreover, as long as she shared space with a handsome male, she would receive exchange tickets. The higher a man's attractiveness during the same period, the more tickets she would earn. These tickets could be exchanged for modern goods in a 2-dimensional space mirroring her former world, including contemporary weapons. Should her tickets be insufficient, she could resort to trading her health for life-saving weapons. Additionally, her NPC-like abilities endowed her with skills such as teleportation and spatial transformation, with her health points increasing her skill levels. Regrettably, the essence of her system being the old lecher system could not be escaped. If her health points dwindled to zero, she would vanish completely. To restore her health, she had to engage intimately with attractive men, merely sharing a bed was one thing, but if the man she shared it with did not genuinely care for her, her demise would be certain. Given the risks involved in pursuing romantic relationships, she had grown cautious over the past 2 years, striving to maintain her health points. Rather than pursuing a partner, she had opted to linger near handsome beast men, accumulating exchange tickets for survival. Yet, despite her caution, her health points had steadily declined over the past 2 years, now dwindling to a mere 22%. A lifelong fan of Marvel heroes, she occasionally employed her unique abilities to act heroically. In the beast world, females were exceedingly rare, holding a distinct advantage in mate selection. During evolution, males had not achieved perfection in appearance, making beautiful females a precious rarity. As an idol-level beauty, Zhang Xiaomei would undoubtedly cause a stir in the beast world. However, after 7 years in the industry, she yearned for a life akin to that of an ordinary person, wishing to evade recognition and undue attention. Each time she ventured out, she would disguise herself. To maximize her effectiveness in combating wrongdoers, her disguises took on terrifying forms. She fashioned a visage with oversized features and exaggerated proportions, donning an elaborate costume that allowed her to blend in. Who could have predicted that the girl who envisioned herself rising to fame like a Marvel hero would ultimately become the spectre of folklore, her dwelling a haunted island in the eyes of the populace? Over the past 2 years in the beast world, in pursuit of exchange tickets, she often found herself lurking near handsome men, inadvertently earning her a reputation for lechery. Yet, the ghostly union was something she had never anticipated. With a complex array of emotions, Zhang Xiaomei gazed at the eerie wedding boat swaying at the river's end. In her heart, she whispered against this feudal relic, this arranged marriage devoid of human rights, vowing to resist it all. To thwart this absurd ghostly union, she teleported back to her inn, donned her disguise, and teleported several times until she arrived aboard that peculiar wedding boat. As she gazed into the face of the boatman with her grotesque three-eyed nostrils and soulless black pupils, the boatman was so startled that he lost consciousness and fell into the river. With a resounding splash, is it truly that frightening? Zhang Xiaomei murmured softly, peering into the boat canopy. Indeed, within the canopy sat 5 men, bound hand and foot, their heads covered with red veils. Chapter 2. Simultaneously married to 5 men in the afterlife. The bridal boat had reached the center of the river, and water was beginning to seep in at the stern. It seemed that the 5 beast men intended to sink them, boat and all, to the river. Beat a grim notion of marriage in the afterlife. Would they drown them outright? Zhang Xiaomei's emotions became increasingly tumultuous. Just moments ago, those on the shore had mentioned that they bore the marks of a ghostly marriage, a truly ruthless fate. The man kneeling at the front suddenly let out a muffled groan. Zhang Xiaomei lifted her lantern with one hand while cautiously unveiling the red veil draped over his head with the other. Upon seeing his face, her last shred of conscience flickered away. She pulled out the cloth stuffed in his mouth, and under his terrified gaze, she scrutinized him closely. To her astonishment, he was a merman, her utmost favorite, with indigo hair cascading over his shoulders and ice-blue eyes that were utterly enchanting. His lips, coral pink and adorned with a beauty mark, enhanced his allure. This one must not be let go. Zhang Xiaomei feigned composure and stepped closer, unveiling the second man's red veil. Unlike the first merman, the man before her exhibited no fear. Upon meeting her gaze, only humiliation and anger. He was a youth of the wolf clan, with silvery hair resembling a wolf's tail and cold black eyes that held a stubbornness that could evoke sympathy. This one too must not be let go. Continuing forward, she unveiled the third groom's red veil. This time, she was not captivated but rather startled, for the man beneath bore golden slit-like pupils. He bared his teeth at her, showcasing sharp tiger fangs alongside piercings that clashed with his trendy attire, leaving her at a loss. However, recognizing his robust physique, she identified him as a dragon clan member, fierce and formidable, even royal. She could not afford to offend him, so she resolved to keep him for now. She moved past the dragonborn and approached the 4th man, lifting his red veil. Before her appeared a pitiful creature, tears streaking his face, with a pair of prominent cat ears accentuating his features, ash-gray hair, and ashen eyes. A collar adorned with rubies encircled his slender neck. In an instant, Zhang Xiaomei's peculiar inclinations were ignited. This one must be retained. When she finally reached the last man, she anticipated that his appearance could not surpass that of the previous ones, but upon unveiling his red veil, she realized she was mistaken. After a moment of distraction, she murmured, "Indeed, he is of the Fox clan." The last man was unmistakably a Fox clan member. His ethereal beauty was matched by his alluring attire, with a radiant face chain accentuating his charm. He was the only one without a gag in his mouth, and upon seeing her, his expression remained unchanged. His raven blue eyes were deep as the ocean, and his vibrant crimson lips, paired with his captivating gaze, exuded an irresistible allure, one that a lifelong single woman like Zhang Xiaomei could hardly withstand. She coughed lightly and hastily retreated. Water had already flooded the stern, and in a short span, her feet were submerged. She needed to decide quickly how to handle them. As a well-educated individual, she could not acquiesce to such an arranged marriage. This was a heinous, ghostly union. However, her health bar was down to merely 22%, and the men presented to her were too enticing to pass up. Nurturing a bond with them and replenishing her health was of utmost importance. Furthermore, the system had assessed that these 5 men were of top-tier attractiveness, and being in their company would yield a significant increase in exchange tickets. After a moment of hesitation, she touched her non-existent conscience and turned to the 5 grooms who had all married her in a single night, proclaiming, "In the realm of spirits, there are rules a ghostly marriage can only bind, not sever." The 5 distinctively handsome men, upon gazing at her unappealing visage, collectively bowed their heads in unison. Teleportation was the most fundamental skill in Zhang Xiaomei's repertoire, capable of repeated use. Spatial transition was a more advanced skill, which consumed health points upon activation. To bring her grooms to the island, she did not hesitate to expend a portion of her health, utilizing the spatial transition to return to Dusty Island. Her sudden disappearance startled the men on the boat, causing cold sweat to bead upon their brows. As seconds ticked by, the bridal boat continued to sink. When the river water nearly reached the gunwales, the bound grooms wore expressions of despair. The Cat clan's little one, looking the youngest, had already reddened his eyes with tears, sobbing pitifully. "I don't want to die, I want to go back and find my grandmother." No one responded. The other 4 men appeared deep in thought, their expressions grave, as if they had more pressing matters to contemplate beyond mere anxiety. Particularly the merman, who seemed least likely to be anxious, wore a similarly troubled expression. "Will the ghost return?" the dragonborn asked coldly. No one answered, for no one could fathom the ghost's intentions. The air around them felt as if it had congealed into a chilling silence. The onlookers on the riverbank were filled with concern for them. If the ghost did not return, they would sink to the riverbed and drown helplessly. "Shall we simply wait here?" The wolf clan youth spoke, having been attempting to free himself from the ropes since the beginning. Although the ropes had loosened somewhat, it was evident he could not escape before sinking. The others were equally unable to free themselves. The 5 beast clans had always been at odds. They were not particularly friendly amongst themselves, and none wished to engage with the others. As the wolf clan youth's words fell, the boat suddenly plunged downward with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, the stern had completely submerged. The spectacle sent gasps erupting from the crowd on the shore, and shouts rang out. "The boat is sinking. It's going down, what a shame, they're doomed. Only in death can they fulfill a ghostly marriage, how could they marry otherwise?" Even in such dire moments, there were those on the shore uttering such callous remarks. The 5 men aboard the bridal boat were submerged up to their waists in water. The red lanterns by the riverbank swayed in the cold night breeze, as if bidding them farewell. Just when everyone believed they were surely doomed, a swiftly moving ghost ship suddenly appeared on the river surface. The riverbank erupted in commotion as those waiting to witness the ghost collect the grooms were stunned by the scene before them. "It's a ghost ship! The ghost has come to collect the grooms." Voices rang out from the shore, filled with excitement. There was no need for oars or sails. A vessel moving at such speed could only be a ghost ship. In an instant, the ghost ship halted beside the bridal boat, creating waves that lifted the bridal boat slightly. Chapter 3. The Terrifying Ghost. Zhang Xiaomei secured the 2 boats together with a rope, decisively cutting the bonds that restrained the men, commanding them, board the ship. Just moments ago, the boat was on the brink of sinking, yet their fear seemed to pale in comparison to the genuine terror they now felt. The peculiar and grotesque appearance of Zhang Xiaomei coincided with the presence of the strange ghost ship, rendering her as terrifying as a messenger from the underworld. In their eyes point one by one, they cautiously made their way to the speedboat, and as it surged forward with an unimaginable velocity, Zhang Xiaomei observed the unmistakable fear etched in their eyes and her heart. She reveled in her fortune, grateful for her spatial resources and unique abilities. Otherwise, she would have found it challenging to command the respect of these towering MENAS they stood. She noted their towering stature, some even towering over her by an entire head. The Dragon Clan man, in particular, boasted an extraordinary physique, broad shoulders and long legs, with a perfect proportion that was almost otherworldly. Understanding the delicate nature of the situation, she did not approach them, keenly aware that she must not reveal her true self, an ordinary girl devoid of combat prowess, save for her seemingly supernatural skills of teleportation and spatial manipulation. Upon returning to the secluded island, Zhang Xiaomei hastily settled the men in a seaside hut before retreating to her spacious abode to rest. It was not that she lacked concern, rather, she felt as though all of this was merely a dream. In the dead of night, 5 strikingly handsome men had unexpectedly become her husbands. What else could it be but a dream? The island, covering over 300 square kilometers, was entirely her domain. Having resided there for over 2 years, she had diligently collected exchange tickets to procure the materials necessary to build her cozy retreat, now resembling her former grand villa. As dawn broke, Zhang Xiaomei awoke, the events of the previous night vividly replaying in her mind, as if they were indeed real. She chuckled softly. How surreal. This dream feels so authentic. 5 handsome men marrying me all at once. In her amusement, she suddenly turned her head to the floor-to-ceiling window and spotted a tall, elegant man practicing swordplay below. His wavy, long hair danced with his swift movements, exuding an ethereal grace. Yet, the chilling aura emanating from his sword made her shiver. Turning again, her gaze fell upon a Fox Clan man, whose icy stare seemed to pierce through her very being. Startled, she hastily drew the curtains. Though her room was equipped with one-way glass, rendering her invisible from the outside, she was still unnerved by the intensity of his gaze. It dawned on her last night was not a figment of her imagination. She had truly undergone a ghostly marriage with 5 men overnight, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she had brought them all home. However, as a lone woman, she pondered the risk of harboring 5 unknown men. What if they were not of good character? The more she contemplated, the more she recognized her recklessness. To safeguard herself, she resolved to conceal her true appearance from them. In her disguise, she was confident that no man would harbor ill intentions towards her in her grotesque form. Once donned in her disguise, she felt a renewed sense of security. To her delight, the exchange tickets she had long sought after were now skyrocketing in value, thanks to the presence of her 5 handsome companions, reaching over 50 tickets. After rising, she rummaged through her spatial resources and discovered a plethora of items available for exchange, including her favorites, chicken wing rice and cola. As the tickets continued to soar, her fondness for her newfound husbands grew, and she resolved to treat them well as long as they remained compliant. Zhang Xiaomei's abode was a 2-story villa, adorned with modern decor and amenities. While she had long acclimated to such modernity, it was an entirely alien experience for the beast men who hailed from an era of cold weapons. After returning to her room and falling asleep, her husbands had not managed to find rest. The shock of encountering a ghostly figure and her spectral ship had left them utterly astounded, and now they found themselves in the fabled ghostly realm. The house, constructed not of familiar wood or stone, bore walls of unique colors and enormous, mirror-like windows. The locks on the doors appeared to lack keyholes, yet they had witnessed the ghost's hand effortlessly opening the door with a mere touch. The lights within the ghost's residence shone as brightly as daylight, unaffected by the gusts of wind that swept through. The entire environment exuded an unsettling aura that kept them awake throughout the night. At long last, the interminable night gave way to day, yet the ghost's door remained resolutely shut. They assumed the creature, much like the legends suggested, feared the light and would not venture out during the day. Just as they exhaled a sigh of relief, the peculiar door suddenly swung open. Out stepped Zhang Xiaomei, an oddly proportioned and grotesque figure, her countenance so frightful that it was difficult to behold. As she emerged, the men scattered across the lawn, their nerves heightened, turned to face her. The timid Cat Clan man, overwhelmed with fear, knelt to the ground. In response, the other 4 men followed suit, kneeling before her. Zhang Xiaomei found herself in an awkward position after all. She was amidst 5 unfamiliar men, and it was evident that they were quite intimidated by her presence. Well, then perhaps it was time for introductions. After all, they were now bound by marriage, and in this world where females could have multiple partners, she couldn't very well dismiss these men who had come to her doorstep. Holding 5 breakfasts she had procured with her exchange tickets, she approached the quaking Cat Clan man first. As she drew near, he trembled visibly, his pallor suggesting fear. At most, he appeared to be 18, 6 or 7 years her junior. Understanding the vulnerability of the situation, she adopted a friendly demeanor. Crouching before the frightened lad, she extended a breakfast toward him, saying, "Breakfast."
Chapter 4. How could such delicious cola be poison? Xiao Kulian had no appetite for breakfast, but when Shan Xiaomei handed him something, he felt compelled to accept it. With trepidation, he lifted his frail hand, trembling as he pinched the corner of the bag, gingerly taking the breakfast from her grasp. Zhang Xiaomei then inquired, "What is your name?" I am Xiao Kulian," he stammered, his voice faltering in the face of Zhang Xiaomei's intimidating presence. She tilted her head slightly, intending to reassure him, but he misinterpreted her gesture. Her mischievous tilt frightened him further, prompting him to blurt out, "I am Yin Qi, a member of the Cat Clan." Yin Qi? What a lovely name. Quickly. Eat your breakfast while it's still warm, she encouraged, pushing the breakfast bag closer to him. Tension enveloped Yin Qi. He felt like a prisoner awaiting execution, his voice lost in fear. All he wanted was to escape Zhang Xiaomei. He opened the bag, intending to nibble on a few bites, but froze upon seeing the contents. Inside lay a fully intact chicken wing, its flesh grotesquely swollen, packed into a small bag. Yin Qi had never encountered such bizarre food, which appeared utterly unappetizing. Beside it was a thick flatbread filled with strange ingredients, and it was not even white. If he could have reluctantly accepted the first 2 items. The cup of dark liquid contained in an odd vessel was even more terrifying. These items seemed anything but normal, resembling something highly toxic. I am not hungry. Yin Qi mustered the courage to decline the breakfast. Shan Xiaomei, however, grew anxious. This lavish breakfast was a rare treat since her arrival in the beast realm. How could he waste it? How can you not be hungry? You haven't eaten since last night. Here, let me open the cola for you. It's delicious, she said, swiftly uncapping the bottle. The fizzing sound startled Yin Qi, turning his face pale. Never before had he seen such strange black liquid. Could it truly be consumed? Just as he grappled with his fear, a hand suddenly snatched his food. It was a man from the wolf clan, consuming the chicken wing and rice as if he had been starved. After finishing, he glanced at the breakfast bag in Shan Xiaomei's hands, saying, "I am hungry. Give me some." Shan Xiaomei noted that although he was tall, he lacked strength, his collarbones protruding sharply. Since the islanders invaded the beast realm, they had driven the wolf clan into the resource-scarce North Desert, where hunger prevailed, intensifying their desire for food. "Take it. What is your name?" Shan Xiaomei offered the wolf clan man a bag of breakfast. He snatched it from her hand, devouring it voraciously without a word in response. Only when she repeated her question did he mumble, "I am Shirley," like the pair. His name itself echoed the theme of food. Shirley, with his rugged demeanor, opened the cola and drank it down in one go, burping loudly afterward. Zhang Xiaomei was captivated by his masculine display, unable to suppress her laughter, which was sweet and melodious, leaving the 5 men astonished. Yin Qi, who had just been on the brink of tears, suddenly found his composure. Shirley finished breakfast and drank the cola without issue, and the others, no longer troubled, accepted food from Shan Xiaomei politely, introducing themselves. The cool and dashing dragon warrior was named Gui Qing, while Zhang Xiaomei's favorite merman was called Jizi. The alluring Fox Clan man, who intimidated Zhang Xiaomei, went by Hua Ying. Their demeanor was composed, revealing no dissatisfaction with the food and refraining from unnecessary chatter. Their expressions too calm for Shan Xiaomei's comfort. An idea struck her, a means to control them. "The water you just drank is poisoned. The toxin will manifest every 7 days, and without an antidote, you will suffer a gruesome demise," she proclaimed, concluding her statement with a sinister laugh. The 5 men collectively paled, particularly Gui Qing, whose golden slit pupils quivered with murderous intent. Yin Qi, the youngest, had been on the verge of a breakdown since the previous night. Unable to contain himself, he was the first to rush forward, gripping Shan Xiaomei's arm tightly, shaking her erratically. "Let me go? I want to go home. I want to go home," he cried, desperation evident in his voice. Despite being younger and weaker, his strength far exceeded that of Shan Xiaomei, who felt dizzy from his shaking. To maintain her fearsome image and not be overpowered by these men, she swiftly retrieved a stun baton from her space, activating it and pressing it against Yin Qi. The other 4 men, who had been observing, watched in awe as Yin Qi's body convulsed before he stiffly collapsed to the ground. Their expressions were a mix of astonishment and apprehension. Now acutely aware of the supernatural force Xiao Mei wielded, even the formidable dragon warrior, Gui Qing, could not comprehend how such a creature had effortlessly subdued Yin Qi, attributing it to sorcery. Yin Qi lay on the ground, tears flowing freely, his eyes wide with despair, a profound sadness emanating from him. Xiao Mei was taken aback by his state. "What is wrong? Why are you so distraught?" she asked gently, crouching beside him. Speaking in a tone meant to soothe the child, Yin Qi remained unresponsive, as though he had not heard her. "If you do not wish to speak, that is fine. Do you not wish to return home? I can take you back," she offered. Upon hearing this, Yin Qi sat up abruptly, his tear-filled eyes wide with hope. "Really? You will take me home?" "Yes," Xiao Mei affirmed with a nod. "Then please take me back now. My grandmother is waiting for me at home. She cannot see. And without me to care for her, she will be in danger," Yin Qi implored, kneeling before her, clutching her pant leg, his words tumbling out in a rapid-fire plea. Chapter 5. "I am willing to follow you devotedly." As Xiao Mei listened, her unease grew. "Given your circumstances, why would you agree to a ghost marriage?" "This was not my choice. They forcibly brought me here," Yin Qi replied, tears staining his pale cheeks, his face a canvas of anger and lingering terror. Without the worry for his grandmother, he would not have had the courage to engage with this menacing apparition. Xiao Mei was rendered speechless, realizing he had been abducted, which explained his breakdown. Anyone would shatter under such circumstances. She sighed deeply, causing the men around her to tense up in response. According to external rumors, Xiao Mei is a ruthless killer, a malevolent spirit that devours the living. Yin Qi's reckless provocation could incite her wrath, and should she perceive a loss of face, he could very well meet his demise. Gui Qing, with a dagger concealed behind his back, gripped it tightly, the veins on his hand protruding from the exertion. Huang's gaze was inscrutable, his hand hidden within his sleeve, also clutching a lethal weapon. The young boy cowered at the back, a merman adept at water, ever ready to flee. Shirley, from the wolf tribe, was too impoverished to possess a weapon, cautiously inching away until he could reach a hoe beneath the flower wall, at which point he halted. They all feared a sudden outburst from the malevolent spirit. After all, many of the tales surrounding such entities detailed her brutal slaughter of beast folk. A year prior, a prince of the dragon clan was murdered, his body left in a gruesome state, and it was widely believed she was responsible. Such a merciless spirit could hardly possess any humanity. Only a naive youth like Yin Qi would foolishly beseech her for mercy. From her earlier actions, pretending to be benevolent to deceive them into drinking poison, then effortlessly incapacitating Yin Qi, evidence indicated she was even more inscrutable and cunning than the rumors suggested. A mere sigh from Xiao Mei had terrified them to the core. She had not anticipated being so feared due to her notorious reputation. Yet, she could not be bothered to explain. Their fear of her was preferable to her fear of them. These men, robust and formidable, particularly Gui Qing, adorned with lip rings and tongue studs and sporting braided hair, stood nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. Xiao Mei, at just over 1.60 meters, appeared almost childlike in his presence. The wild, untamed nature of these men instilled a deep-seated trepidation within her. She often took great care to avoid them, lest she inadvertently offend and invite their wrath. In this moment, witnessing Yin Qi's agony, she felt compelled, from every conceivable angle, to return him home. Should anything happen to his grandmother due to her inaction, she would blame herself for eternity. Under the scrutinizing gaze of 5 men, Xiao Mei spoke. "Since you were forcibly brought here, I shall return your freedom and escort you home." "Really? Thank you. Thank you," Yin Qi exclaimed joyfully, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, fearing she might change her mind. Xiao Mei helped him to his feet and turned to the other 4 men, asking, "Is there anyone else among you who was taken against their will? I can return you all together." After a moment of silence, she inquired further, "Are you all here of your own volition?" Given the events of the previous night, they all appeared coerced, yet aside from Yin Qi, no one else expressed a desire to return, which surprised Xiao Mei. Huang was the quickest to react, kneeling with his head bowed, his right hand over his heart, seizing the opportunity to pledge his loyalty. "Since I have entered the realm of the malevolent, I shall belong to it for life, with no divided heart." Gui Qing and the young boy followed suit, kneeling in submission to Xiao Mei. Gui Qing declared, "I have severed my ties to the mundane. From now on, the realm of the malevolent is my home." The young boy added, "I wish to follow you, my lady." His utterance of "my lady" marked the pinnacle of flattering remarks. Shirley, being somewhat tongue-tied and unskilled in flattery, remained silent. While the others offered exaggerated praise to appease the spirit, Shirley rolled his eyes internally, struggling to find his words. Xiao Mei turned to him, asking earnestly, "And you? Do you wish to return?" Disliking deceit, Shirley, having come this far, chose to be forthright. "Our wolf tribe has been driven to survive in the harsh northern desert. As long as I can remember, I've never had a full meal. If I can eat my fill here, I'll stay." His sincerity prompted Xiao Mei to inquire further, "Did you agree to this union merely for sustenance?" Shirley glanced up at her. Her eerie, pupilless eyes sent a shiver down his spine. He was never one to lie, and under her chilling gaze, he found it impossible to fabricate a falsehood. I sold myself for 500 beast coins, he confessed. Shan Xiaomei was momentarily rendered speechless. Yin Qi had been forcibly abducted, while Shirley had willingly sold himself for a mere 500 beast coins. Was it truly worth such a price? You would sell yourself for 500 beast coins? She pressed. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shirley lowered his head, explaining, 500 beast coins may seem trivial to you, but for my younger siblings at home, it would provide enough rice and flour to last 6 months. That is invaluable. Unable to pursue the topic further, she instinctively placed a comforting hand on Shirley's shoulder. If you ever wish to return home to see your siblings, you can tell me anytime. Her tender gesture shocked the men present. However, their thoughts lingered on the earlier incident with the dark waters, maintaining their wariness towards Shan Xiaomei, refusing to let their guard down. Only Yin Qi, with his innocent and childlike nature, cried out for her to take him home. Gui Qin and Huanyang awaited to see how Shan Xiaomei would handle Yin Qi, whether she would, to preserve her fearsome reputation, execute him as a warning, or truly allow him to return. Based on their limited understanding of malevolent spirits, they leaned towards the belief that Yin Qi would be ruthlessly slain. The more cunning brothers were racking their brains to figure out how to appease the spirit in hopes of surviving her grip. Only Yin Qi dared to directly defy the spirit's authority. The tense anticipation came to an end when Shan Xiaomei finally spoke. The young men had expected to witness a bloody massacre, yet what transpired was beyond their expectations. Shan Xiaomei calmly instructed, I will take Yin Qi home. In the meantime, you four have nothing pressing to attend to. Feel free to use the timber on the island to construct new houses or repair the old ones. Whoever builds a house may reside in it. My lady, what about the land on the island? Can we cultivate it? Shirley, having lived in the barren northern desert devoid of farmland, had suffered from hunger and harbored an extraordinary love for land. Since arriving on the island, witnessing the fertile fields lying fallow was akin to seeing gold left unclaimed, igniting a burning desire within him to cultivate the entire island himself. Shirley and Yin Qi, both audacious, dared to ask such questions despite the terrifying presence of the spirit, risking their lives in the process. Did he truly consider this malevolent realm his home? Gui Qing and the others felt a wave of apprehension for Shirley. Yet, Shan Xiaomei unexpectedly responded with calmness and kindness. Of course you may cultivate the land, but... She hesitated, recalling her own experiences upon arriving at the island, where she had cultivated a small garden for herself. However, although she was the only living person on the island, she was not the sole living creature. A wild boar family resided there, frequently marauding through her garden and uprooting her vegetables. When she attempted to confront them, she was mercilessly chased, fleeing across the island in terror. Recalling this, Shan Xiaomei felt a pang of grievance. Those wild boars had bullied her alone, attacking her with their piglets. But what? Shirley pressed anxiously. Shan Xiaomei replied, there are wild boars on the island that will uproot everything you plant. Shirley furrowed her brow, her gaze suddenly turning fierce. If they dare to come, I shall turn them into braised pork. Xiaomei, like a timid creature who had finally found support after being bullied for so long, silently rallied in her heart. You wretched wild boars, let us see if you dare to bully me now. I am a married woman. Although she felt triumphant inside, her face remained expressionless beneath the grotesque mask. Yet, her voice unconsciously carried a hint of joy as she said, then plant what you wish. But I have no seeds. She added, seizing the opportunity to ask Xiaomei for seeds. Xiaomei turned and entered the house, retrieving various vegetable and fruit seeds she had exchanged for with her tokens from the haunted house, along with freshly acquired seeds of wheat and rice to hand over to Shirley. Upon receiving the seeds, Shirley's expression softened towards Xiaomei, as if she were a revered benefactor. Subsequently, as promised, Xiaomei took Yin Qi aboard the ghost ship. The men at home were bewildered, ignoring one another. Once Xiaomei departed, the child wandered to the seaside, singing softly to the ocean. Huaying had acquired a strange homing pigeon, while Gui Qing released a sky lantern adorned with the Dragon Clan's insignia into the night. Only Shirley went out to plow that very day, her mind filled with visions of a bountiful harvest in the months to come. Once she had grain, she could return to the North Desert to see her younger siblings. The speed of the speedboat was tremendous, and timid Yin Qi dared not initiate a conversation with Xiaomei. As they neared the shore, Xiaomei, burdened with guilt, said to Yin Qi, when you return, please convey my apologies to your parents. They must be very worried about you after your sudden kidnapping. Yin Qi cautiously glanced up at Xiaomei, replying softly, I have no parents, I am an orphan. I wandered as a child until my grandmother took me in. Xiaomei's heart sank upon hearing this revelation, her guilt intensifying. How could she be an orphan? My grandmother is elderly and blind. They kidnapped me to force a ghost marriage, intending to eliminate me and seize my grandmother's property. Yin Qi added bitterly. Xiaomei, curious, pressed. Who are they? They are the scoundrels of the Red Sun gang. They brazenly commit heinous acts, believing they have the support of the islanders. Yin Qi replied, her hatred palpable. Not only did Yin Qi despise them, but Xiaomei did as well. The Red Sun gang had committed countless atrocities while consistently placing the blame on Xiaomei, a significant reason for her tarnished reputation. From Xiaomei's understanding of the beast world, property, especially in densely populated cities, held immense value, akin to the current world. However, with the turbulent circumstances, such private properties lacked adequate protection. Daily, the possessions of vulnerable groups were forcibly seized by thugs and criminal gangs. Where do you live? Xiaomei pondered. Perhaps Yinchi resided in a well-ordered city, but Yinchi's answer heightened her concern. I live in Jitsuan. Jitsuan, a haven for exiled beast folk. The most chaotic city in the beast world, teeming with all sorts of people. It was a place not governed by any beast clan. A paradise for those ostracized and exiled. It was not hard to imagine the hardships Yinchi and his grandmother faced in such disarray. Xiaomei was uncertain how they had safeguarded their property in the past, but with the emergence of the Red Sun gang, Yinchi's attempts to reclaim it would likely lead to peril. I must go, Yinchi declared, not waiting for Xiaomei to say anything further, as he hurriedly disembarked. Xiaomei reflected on her unease. After all, Yinchi had been formally wed into the Dusty Island clan. They were, in name, husband and wife. She could not stand idly by. Additionally, the Red Sun gang had wronged her grievously over the past 2 years, and she was determined to exact revenge. Resolving in her heart, Xiaomei changed into a coarse makeshift outfit, donned a small ghost mask, and followed suit. Jetsuan was not large. This town, smaller than 100 square kilometers, housed over 100,000 beastfolk. 99% of its inhabitants were wandering commoners, and due to a housing shortage and scarcity of resources, gangs proliferated, with countless ruffians roaming the streets, and bloodied victims of brawls scattered across the ground. Here, the lives of beastfolk were as worthless as weeds. Xiaomei followed Yinchi back to his home, and as she suspected, it had already been occupied by others. To her dismay, they had even driven out Yinchi's grandmother. Yinchi searched the vicinity, but found no trace of her. His grandmother, elderly and blind, had been callously cast away by these heartless thugs. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Yinchi lost all rationality, determined to confront the bullies for his grandmother's sake. Xiaomei observed from the shadows as he relentlessly pounded on the door, demanding the thugs inside to come out. Chapter 6. Do you know what a gun is? Weakling. What are you doing? Who dares disturb my sleep? A burly man, pockmarked and flanked by several thugs, emerged from the door. The man was stout and squat, resembling a wooden stump. Yinchi stood outside, furiously demanding, "Where is my grandmother? This is her house. What have you done with her?" The pockmarked man, instead of heeding Yinchi's anger, mocked him. "Little beggar, didn't you go off for a ghost marriage? How are you still alive? Am I seeing ghosts?" Haha. His raucous laughter grated on Yinchi's already frayed nerves, reminding him of all the times he and his grandmother had been bullied. The memory of their forced abduction for a ghost marriage, now compounded by the disappearance of his grandmother, ignited a fire within him, fueled by rage and resentment. Yinchi clenched his fists and struck the burly man squarely in the face. The man held in pain and, clutching his face, ordered his goons to surround Yinchi and beat him. Get him. Beat him to death. Xiaomei, witnessing Yinchi being assaulted by the thugs, felt an urgent desire to intervene, but was paralyzed by fear at the scene before her. Yinchi, despite being surrounded, fought back fiercely, seemingly impervious to pain, no matter how much they struck him. He pressed forward, sinking his teeth into the thug's ear and tearing away a chunk of flesh amidst the man's agonized screams. The thug's lackeys, panicked, yanked at Yinchi's hair, pulling him backward, yet he bit down fiercely on another's wrist, refusing to let go. With sharp fingers, he seized the arms of 2 thugs dragging him. As the thugs cried out, they struggled to pry his fingers away, and Xiaomei heard the sickening crunch of bones breaking. Despite having his fingers broken, Yinchi did not relent. The pockmarked man, cursing, kicked him in the stomach with brutal force, causing him to spit blood, yet Yinchi gritted his teeth, blood oozing from his mouth, not uttering a sound. In terms of fighting, Xiaomei was no match for these thugs. If she rashly intervened, she would only suffer. If this continued, Yinchi would surely be beaten to death. Without hesitation, Xiaomei used her limited tokens, sacrificing 2 points of health to exchange for a handgun from her inventory, firing several shots into the thugs surrounding Yinchi. In an instant, the once agile ruffians collapsed, blood gushing from their wounds. Upon noticing their gaze, Xiaomei swiftly teleported 100 meters away, ensuring her presence remained concealed. The cacophony of gunfire and the wails of the thugs soon attracted a throng of onlookers. Witnessing the grisly scene of the ruffians, they murmured in fear and anxiety. The thunderous gunfire was indeed terrifying. Each shot claimed a life, something only a phantom could accomplish. Yinchi was affiliated with the phantoms. How could you dare to lay a hand on such a person? The phantoms have arrived. They are taking lives. We must flee before we attract their ire. The crowd dispersed as quickly as they had gathered. The ruffians, struck by bullets, writhed in agony, paralyzed by shock. A palpable fear enveloped them, rendering these once brazen thugs to cower helplessly on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In stark contrast, Yinchi, suppressing his terror, unsteadily rose to his feet. His delicate fingers hung limply, his complexion pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he managed to smile. Damazi, thank you for sending me to a ghostly marriage. My wife is, after all, a phantom. You dare provoke me now? I shall send you to be a side dish for the phantoms. Quickly, tell me, where is my grandmother? It was not I who drove her away, nor was I the one who plotted your ghostly marriage. These schemes were conceived by Lu Xiaozai, and I was merely his errand runner. Damazi, struck in the calf, was nearly rendered unconscious by pain. Experiencing the terror of being shot for the first time, He instinctively revealed the truth to preserve his life. Lu Xiaocai? So it was him. Yin Qi seethed with indignation. Lu Xiaocai had fallen into misfortune upon arriving in Jiecheng, and his grandmother had taken pity on him, offering him refuge for a few days. However, when he strayed from the righteous path and joined the Hongri gang, both Yin Qi and his grandmother ceased all relations with him. Little did they know, it was he who had schemed to usurp his grandmother's property and orchestrated Yin Qi's abduction for a ghostly marriage. Ignoring his injuries, Yin Qi turned and dashed towards Lu Xiaocai's abode. Shang Xiaomei continued to stealthily follow him, initially concerned that Yin Qi's hand might never fully recover. She was astonished to see him running forward while deftly realigning his dislocated fingers. Indeed, beastmen are markedly different from delicate humans like Shang Xiaomei. Lu Xiaocai was not like Damazi. The latter bore a fierce countenance, his malevolence evident. Lu Xiaocai, however, possessed a sinister heart masked by a facade of perpetual amiability. When Yin Qi found him, Lu Xiaocai feigned politeness, even cheerfully mentioning the whereabouts of Yin Qi's grandmother. Yin Qi, your grandmother was driven out by Damazi yesterday. I saw she had nowhere to go, and out of kindness, I offered her shelter for the night, but she refused, insisting on searching for you alone. Yin Qi recognized Lu Xiaocai's true nature. He was a deceitful schemer. How could his grandmother possibly know she was being abducted? Lu Xiaocai must have deliberately informed her of Yin Qi's kidnapping, prompting her to seek him out. Lu, do not play the benevolent in front of me. If it weren't for your scheming, how would the Hongri gang have targeted my grandmother and me? Let me tell you, even if I perish, our family as property will not fall to you. Regardless of Yin Qi's fury, Lu Xiaocai maintained his infuriatingly false smile, his words dripping with insatiable greed. Yin Qi, you are the adopted grandson of your grandmother, just as I am. When she departed, she explicitly consented to leave the estate to me. You have already been incorporated into the realm of phantoms. What claim do you have to your grandmother's property? Silence. I am her only grandson. Yin Qi. In all of Jiecheng, who does not know you are your grandmother's adopted beggar? Since neither of us is her biological grandchild, what right do you have to accuse me? You are not. She has never regarded you as her grandson. Yin Qi, the neighbors are watching. How can you utter such divisive words in a dispute over property? Lu Xiaocai's shamelessness was infuriating, and as Yin Qi was beset by a throng moments ago, he now found himself at a loss against Lu Xiaocai's brazen insolence. It was evident that Lu Xiaocai was attempting to seize Yin Qi's family's property, yet under Lu Xiaocai's manipulations, Yin Qi found himself unable to reclaim his rightful inheritance. The most exasperating part was Lu Xiaocai's facade of amiability. He answered every inquiry, yet he feigned ignorance about his grandmother's whereabouts, placing all blame upon Yin Qi, claiming it was his search for Lu that had led her astray. Shang Xiaomei observed intently, recognizing that Yin Qi was no match for Lu Xiaocai. The latter was cunning and treacherous, orchestrating schemes step by step, first abducting Yin Qi, then causing his grandmother to go missing, and finally shamelessly claiming to be the grandson to usurp Yin Qi's family's property. This entire charade allowed Lu Xiaocai to effortlessly seize Yin Qi's assets while leaving others unable to challenge his actions. You lie. My grandmother has not recognized you as her grandson. Yin Qi struggled to articulate the truth, but the truth requires corroboration to be believed. Lu Xiaocai, taking advantage of the chaos surrounding Yin Qi's grandmother's disappearance, mockingly taunted him. Why don't you bring your grandmother back and clear this up in front of everyone? Yin Qi was rendered speechless. He understood that Lu Xiaocai dared to confront him because he was certain that his grandmother would never be found. In the tumult of Jiecheng, a blind elderly woman wandering alone through the night would have long since collapsed in some forgotten corner, or worse, fallen victim to the violent thugs. Yet Yin Qi clung to a glimmer of hope. I will find my grandmother. I must reclaim her house. This time, Yin Qi refrained from impulsive actions. He understood that confronting Lu Xiaocai with violence would only elicit more sympathy for the latter, ultimately working against him. Wounded and in pain, he began to search the streets, one house at a time, for his grandmother. Alone, even if she were still alive, by the time he found her, it might already be too late. However, Yin Qi knew few people in Jiecheng, and even those who might help were deterred by the Hongri gang's threat. Shang Xiaomei witnessed everything unfold and quietly devised a plan. If one or two individuals could not find her, surely a multitude would expedite the search. A blind elderly woman is a striking figure, requiring no photograph. The news could spread rapidly. With this thought, Shang Xiaomei examined her supplies, noting that the most abundant item was lollipops. She spread a cloth on the ground and piled a mountain of lollipops atop it. In a world starved of resources, many perish daily. Food is sought after with fervor, especially treats like candy, which are rarely enjoyed even once a year, regardless of wealth. Shang Xiaomei shouted, free candy, first come, first served. Instantly, passers-by converged, with eager children stretching their hands toward her, pleading, Miss, I want one. Give me a piece. Me too. I want some. Don't push. Don't push. Everyone has a story to tell. Yesterday, my sister inquired whether anyone had encountered a blind old woman. She promised that anyone who could assist her in locating this woman would be rewarded with an abundance of sweets and 100 beast coins as a token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, the children lost interest in their lollipops, while the surrounding adults gasped in astonishment. 100 beast coins? Is that truly the case? Surely you jest. Even if it were but a single beast coin, I would gladly assist. Young lady, could you describe what the old woman looks like? I will help you find her. And I too. My entire family will join in the search. As more and more people gathered, they all raised their hands eagerly, vying to assist my sister in her quest. She was well aware of the significant value of beast coins in this world, where currency was divided into beast coins and small coins. The latter sufficed for daily expenses, while beast coins were reserved for substantial transactions. 100 small coins equated to a single beast coin, and a small coin could purchase 3 steamed buns, enough for a breakfast. In this regard, 100 beast coins could sustain a frugal family for half a year. Given the worth of beast coins, my sister earned thousands daily by completing tasks in this realm, accumulating an abundance that she could scarcely spend. To further motivate the crowd, she declared, amidst their eager gazes, that she would offer a beast coin reward even for anyone who brought her a blind old woman, regardless of whether she was the one she sought. This revelation sent ripples through the street, with many repeating her words. The promise of a beast coin inspired those with blind grandmothers to rush home without delay, while others strained to recall if they had ever encountered such a woman. In no time, a throng surrounded my sister, forming a queue to receive lollipops while fervently promoting her cause. Soon, the entire city of Dretching was mobilized, all assisting my sister in her search for the blind old woman. Even those grandmothers who seldom ventured outside were gradually brought forth by their families to meet my sister. These elderly women lived in hardship, often regarded as burdens by their kin, but now their families sought to earn a beast coin, leading to a noticeable shift in their descendants' attitudes. After a brief interval, a middle-aged man, a fisherman, approached my sister. His skin was darkened by the sun, and he appeared hesitant to speak. Observing him, my sister called out, "Sir, do you have something to share with me?" The man glanced around nervously before confessing, "Last night, while fishing by the river, I rescued a drowning blind old woman. I am unsure if she is the one you seek." Upon hearing this, my sister felt a surge of hope and asked, "Could you take me to her?" The man nodded, albeit uncertainly. "I fear she may not be the woman you are looking for, and I would not want you to make a wasted trip." My sister admired his sincerity, recognizing his humble nature. Others might have known the woman he brought was not the one sought. Yet he selflessly brought her before my sister for the sake of a beast coin. The old woman he saved might very well be the one my sister sought, and his primary concern was not the reward, but rather her potential disappointment. Chapter 7. A free day at the haunted house. Despite the weariness etched on his face from labor, the man's heart shone with purity. Following him to the riverbank, my sister learned his name was Yu Chang, and she affectionately referred to him as Uncle Yu. "How did you come across Granny Yin Chi last night?" she inquired. Uncle Yu recalled vividly, "I was fishing late into the night, but I caught little. On my way back, I spotted someone drowning and rescued her." "Was she unconscious the entire time?" my sister asked with concern. He waved his hand dismissively. "She was in a dazed state, mumbling incoherently, often repeating something about Chi-Chi, saying that Granny was coming to find her." My sister's conviction solidified. The woman he rescued must be Granny Yin Chi. As they neared the river, Uncle Yu pointed out a makeshift shelter constructed from dried reeds and wooden sticks, indicating, "That's where I live." My sister was taken aback by the simplicity of the dwelling and thought to herself, "Is this truly a place for a person to reside?" She approached the shelter cautiously, bending low as Uncle Yu advised. Inside, she found a narrow bed occupied by a frail old woman with her eyes tightly shut. As my sister entered, she heard the old woman murmuring, "Chi-Chi, do not fear. Granny has come to be with you." Kneeling beside the bed, my sister gently nudged Granny Yin Chi, saying, "Granny, Yin Chi has returned home. It's time for us to go back." There was no response. The old woman's head remained still. Unsure if she was still asleep or simply did not hear, my sister persisted, leaning closer and whispering, "Granny, can you hear me? Yin Chi is back. Let's go home." Finally, Granny Yin Chi stirred, her vacant eyes slowly turning towards my sister as she asked with a tremor in her voice, "What did you say?" "I said Yin Chi has returned home. He is waiting for you. But they say Yin Chi has been married to a ghost, sunk to the riverbed and cannot return." Granny Yin Chi's voice quivered, her eyes glistening with tears, a mixture of despair and faint hope. Seeing her distress, my sister felt a surge of compassion and placed her hand on her shoulder, whispering, "Yin Chi has truly returned. I brought him back." "Who are you?" Granny Yin Chi asked, her eyes unable to see, tilting her head as she strained to hear. My sister leaned closer and, in a mysterious tone, replied, "I am his new bride." Granny Yin Chi trembled at the revelation, perhaps due to her age and the many storms she had weathered. She quickly regained her composure and curiously asked, "May I touch your face? I wish to see what my granddaughter-in-law looks like." My sister removed her mask and readily agreed. "Feel free, Granny. If you are unsatisfied, you may call off the marriage." Suppressing her fear of the supernatural, Granny Yin Chi raised her trembling hand to touch my sister's face. My sister's beauty was unparalleled, even in the ordinary world, and in this realm where femininity was still evolving, she stood out like a shimmering star among the dense foliage of ordinary women. Granny Yin Chi's hand explored my sister's features, her satisfaction growing with each touch, exclaiming, "Yin Chi is truly fortunate to have met such a beautiful girl." Due to the cramped space of the shelter, Uncle Yu stepped outside to tend to his chores, leaving my sister to converse with Granny Yin Chi. They quickly grew familiar, and it marked the first time my sister revealed her true self to an orc since arriving in this world. Granny Yin Qi lavished praises upon my sister's appearance, continually remarking on her beauty and stating how fortunate Yin Qi was. Soon after, Yin Qi arrived in a hurry, but my sister, anticipating his arrival, discreetly departed before they could meet. Xiang Xiaomei had long anticipated that Yin Qi would soon seek her out, for before she left with Uncle Yu Chong, she had deliberately sent someone to inform Yin Qi to come to the riverside to find his grandmother. After reuniting with his grandmother, the two wept bitterly in each other's embrace. Yin Qi inquired why his grandmother had come to the riverbank. She explained that upon realizing Yin Qi did not return home the previous evening, she had ventured out in search of him and coincidentally encountered Lu Xiaocai. Lu Xiaocai deceitfully claimed that Yin Qi had been taken away for a ghost marriage and had already been drowned at the bottom of the river. Concerned for her grandson, the grandmother made her way to the riverbank, where Lu Xiaocai, feigning kindness, pushed her into the water when she was not paying attention. Yin Qi, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. It was no wonder Lu Xiaocai had the audacity to lie before everyone, as he was certain that the grandmother would not return. Fortunately, the grandmother was resilient and was saved by Uncle Yu Chong, or else their grievances would have remained unavenged, and their family's property could have been seized by such a villain as Lu Xiaocai. After expressing her gratitude repeatedly for Uncle Yu Chong's life-saving assistance, Yin Qi returned home with his grandmother. As soon as they departed, Xiang Xiaomei, disguised again in her ghostly attire, appeared at Uncle Yu Chong's home, placing 100 beast coins as a reward upon his table. The golden coins covered the entire surface, tempting anyone who beheld them. Upon entering and seeing the coins, Uncle Yu Chong was overwhelmed with emotion. He had lived in poverty all his life and, in his youth, was unable to marry due to his destitution. Recently, he had finally met a girl who did not mind his age, but her parents demanded 10 beast coins as a dowry before they would consent to the marriage. Unable to produce the required amount, he had planned to explain the situation to the girl's family and withdraw his proposal. Unexpectedly, he now found himself with such a fortune, allowing him not only to marry but also to use the remaining coins to build 2 tiled houses for his bride. Suddenly, life appeared full of hope. Overwhelmed with joy, Uncle Yu Chong's weathered face broke into a rare smile, and he couldn't help but hum the favorite tune of his youth. On the other side, Yin Qi had returned to their residence with his grandmother. He initially believed that if his grandmother returned to clarify matters, Dama Zi and Lu Xiaocai would vacate their home. However, they were unprepared for Lu Xiaocai's reaction. Upon seeing the grandmother, he exhibited no panic and instead produced a property transfer deed bearing her thumbprint. Your grandmother has already gifted the house to me. See for yourself. It turned out that Lu Xiaocai had long prepared for such an eventuality, leaving him unafraid of Yin Qi retrieving his grandmother. Enraged at the sight of the voluntary transfer agreement and the thumbprint, Yin Qi chastised Lu Xiaocai. How dare you deceive a blind elderly woman into signing such a contract, employing such despicable means to seize our family property? Does your conscience not ache? In response to Yin Qi's accusations, Lu Xiaocai displayed no remorse. Rather, he smugly declared, no matter how you scold me, this house is now mine. What I, Lu Xiaocai, possess cannot be taken by anyone. You shameless scoundrel. You better think twice. My wife is not to be trifled with. Yin Qi had learned to wield Xiang Xiaomei's name to intimidate others. Although their relationship was still akin to that of strangers, he had already mastered the art of invoking her authority. Yin Qi's grandmother firmly believed in her granddaughter-in-law's capabilities, certain she would help them reclaim their home. Do not worry, Yin Qi, Xiaomei is formidable. She will certainly help us deal with this rogue and retrieve our house. After comforting Yin Qi, the grandmother turned her attention to Lu Xiaocai, ominously stating, last night you pushed me into the river, and now you have stolen our home. Your sins are many, and you shall not escape the wrath of my granddaughter-in-law. Prepare for your punishment. Her tone was so resolute that it felt less like a mere threat and more like a curse. Even the cunning Lu Xiaocai began to feel an inexplicable dread. Despite his fear, he was unwilling to relinquish the house and defiantly retorted, let your granddaughter-in-law come. I wish to see what a lowly ghost can do to me. If she dares to appear, I will send her fleeing in terror. That night, Yin Qi and his grandmother sought refuge at the home of a familiar aunt, who lived on the same street. The events concerning Yin Qi's family had stirred the entire neighborhood, and while no one spoke of it openly, many wondered if the ghost would truly come that night. Would it indeed seek justice for Yin Qi's family and reclaim their home? To safeguard his possession, Lu Xiaocai not only took several bold ruffians into Yin Qi's house, but also summoned the most renowned ghost catchers in Jieqing to defend against the potential ghostly visit. Lu Xiaocai had prepared thoroughly for the encounter. The shamans, treated to lavish hospitality by Lu Xiaocai, boasted drunkenly, brother, rest assured, with us here, no ghost would dare set foot in your home. Exactly. With our presence, a few talismans will be sufficient to subdue that little ghost. Just wait and see how we capture her for a celebratory feast. Their bravado only grew with each drink, and Lu Xiaocai, delighted, continued to refill their cups. As the night deepened, the shamans stationed themselves at the entrance, brandishing talismans and other magical tools. Xiang Xiaomei was indeed determined to help Yin Qi reclaim their home. As the granddaughter-in-law recognized by Yin Qi's grandmother, she was entitled to her share of the house, which could not be so unjustly occupied by Lu Xiaocai. Moreover, Lu Xiaocai was undeniably loathsome. He wished to terrify Xiang Xiaomei. She would ensure he understood the consequences of his actions. The house must be returned. Such a cunning rogue as Lu Xiaocai could only be made to feel fear and trepidation, which would deter him from harboring greed in the future. After careful consideration, Xiang Xiaomei assessed her resources, gathering all the useful items at her disposal. The shamans guarding the entrance were less frightening than a dog to her. Dogs could bite and were quick to react. These shamans, when sober, merely performed tricks, and now, inebriated, they could barely sit upright, let alone oppose Xiang Xiaomei. Furthermore, she had a genuine fear of dogs, but humans held no terror for her. Utilizing a portion of her vitality, she activated her spatial transition ability and effortlessly appeared in Yin Qi's courtyard. Arriving there, she found the shamans still staring blankly at the entrance. Without disturbing them, she swiftly transported herself to Lu Xiaocai's door. Lu Xiaocai, too fearful to sleep, was hiding with two of his ruffian accomplices, bolstering each other's courage. If that ghost dares to come, I will cleave her in two with my mountain-splitting axe. And with my ghost-slaying scythe, I will sever her head. Brother, sleep soundly. We will guard your door. Lu Xiaocai's voice carried a sense of bravado. I have heard that ghosts are fierce and ruthless. If we can eliminate her tonight, we shall surely gain fame. Before Lu Xiaocai could finish his sentence, the window beside the hallway suddenly creaked open. A gust of wind swept into the room, extinguishing the candles that Lu Xiaocai had meticulously arranged throughout the room to ensnare the ghost. The once flickering flames were snuffed out, leaving the room in darkness. The eerie gust of wind was merely the result of Xiang Xiaomei utilizing her extraordinary ability to teleport, fanning the air with her hand. Due to her rapid movements, Lu Xiaocai and his companions could only feel the strange wind, but could not catch a glimpse of Xiang Xiaomei's figure. As the candlelight extinguished, Lu Xiaocai and the two boastful ruffians, who had just moments ago been bragging about their prowess, were instantly thrown into a state of panic. They huddled together, terror-stricken, brandishing their weapons. It's a ghost. The ghost has come, Lu Xiaocai shouted, retreating in fear. The two ruffians, however, were even quicker to flee. Clamoring in a frenzied chorus, "O mighty ghost, it is Lu Xiaocai who seeks to seize your home. We are innocent. Please, great ghost, do not harm the good." Without a moment's hesitation, they turned their backs on their previous bravado. Xiang Xiaomei found their reaction amusing, but had no intention of letting them off lightly. These petty thugs belonged to the Hongri gang, who were accustomed to bullying others, and it was high time they faced the consequences of their actions. From the two-dimensional space, she summoned the terrifying props commonly found in haunted houses. Bloodied severed hands and feet were draped over Lu Xiaocai and his companions, while a wig-wearing skull suddenly plummeted from the ceiling. There was also a headless mannequin that mechanically wandered the room, ominously repeating in a chilling electronic voice, "Return my head. Return my head." Under Xiang Xiaomei's manipulation, the room was filled with heart-wrenching screams, each one louder than the last, awakening the wizards stationed at the entrance. Trembling with fear, they rushed into the room wielding their talismans and magical instruments. A few of the wizards, gathering their courage, managed to surround one of the mannequins. One wizard, pushed by the others, summoned all his courage, his hands shaking uncontrollably, and after several attempts, finally managed to affix the talisman to the mannequin's chest. In the next moment, they witnessed the headless figure tearing the talisman away. The most horrifying part was the blood gushing from its severed neck, and it began to rampage. Chapter 8. The sight of the lady's body. The wizard who had affixed the talisman could no longer bear it, terrified to the point of losing control. He screamed and fled toward the door. The other wizards followed suit, scrambling out in fright. Lu Xiaocai and the two ruffians, however, were unable to escape as their shoes had been glued to the floor by Xiang Xiaomei's preemptive application of adhesive. The excessive glue had caused their shoes and socks to stick together, and in their desperate bid for survival, Lu Xiaocai was the first to forcibly extract his foot from his shoe, leaving the skin on his instep raw and screaming in pain as he attempted to flee. The two ruffians, equally petrified, followed suit, tearing their feet from the shoes glued to the ground, literally shedding skin as they escaped from Yin Qi's residence. Their cries echoed down the street, heard by all the neighbors. The others, terrified, shut their doors and windows, not daring to venture outside, except for Yin Qi, who rushed over at the first opportunity. As Xiang Xiaomei was tidying up the aftermath, Yin Qi pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon seeing the horrific props scattered across the floor and the bloodied shoes and socks left by Lu Xiaocai and his companions, he was so frightened that he collapsed onto his knees. Xiang Xiaomei, still in her ghostly guise, turned to him with her pitch-black eyes devoid of whites and asked, "Are you afraid too?" Yin Qi's gaze was fixed on the blood-squirting headless mannequin, his lips trembling. "Where is that person's head?" Xiang Xiaomei chuckled, approached, and switched off the mannequin, rendering it silent and devoid of blood. "It's fake. Look, it's made of plastic." "What is plastic?" Yin Qi asked earnestly. Perhaps due to his previous encounters with Xiang Xiaomei, he did not find her as terrifying as others did, though a sense of fear still lingered within him. Xiang Xiaomei scratched her head. "Plastic is a type of material." "Oh, forget it. I can't explain it clearly. I didn't do well in school and didn't quite understand it." "Do ghosts also go to school?" Yin Qi asked again. Xiang Xiaomei recalled her dark and dreary student years, which lasted over a decade, and nodded gravely. "Yes, we have to study, and there's endless homework. It's incredibly painful." Although her words were peculiar, Yin Qi could not comprehend them. However, Her tone was gentle and steady, and with all the props now turned off, there was no further strange noise or movement, allowing Yin Chi's anxiety to gradually dissipate. He cautiously lit the candelabra in the room, although the mannequins, severed limbs, and fake skulls were still, their presence under the flickering candlelight only added to the eerie atmosphere. Slightly obsessive about cleanliness, Shang Xiaomei would not return anything to its place without tidying it up first. She exchanged her tickets for wet wipes and meticulously cleaned each prop before returning them. For reasons unknown, as Yin Qi observed her busy form, plump and round, seen from the side, she appeared somewhat comical. He recalled how Shang Xiaomei had pressed a button earlier, causing the various ghosts to fall silent. Despite his fear, being young and curious, he struggled internally for a moment, then summoned the courage to inch closer, finally crouching down in front of a fallen mannequin. His nerves were on edge. The slightest sound could send him jumping a foot in the air. "What are you doing?" As soon as Shang Xiaomei spoke, Yin Qi jumped in fright and fell to the ground. Seeing him drenched in cold sweat, Shang Xiaomei reached out to help him up, but Yin Qi was quicker, scrambling to his feet. He realized that compared to Shang Xiaomei, he was more afraid of the mannequins. He instinctively inched closer to her, to satisfy his curiosity. Shang Xiaomei crouched down and propped the mannequin back up. With a click, the switch under the mannequin's arm was activated. The mannequin began to walk mechanically, ominously repeating, "Return my head, return my head." Yin Qi had never seen such a lifelike mannequin. In his understanding, a person was a person. How could such an incredible thing as a mannequin exist? It could walk, talk, and was constantly searching for its head. Wasn't this a headless ghost? Ghosts could control headless ghosts. Quick, stop it. Make it stop. Yin Qi screamed in terror, tugging frantically at Shang Xiaomei's sleeve. Shang Xiaomei obediently switched off the mannequin, waiting for Yin Qi to calm down a bit, then playfully turned it back on, saying, "Don't be afraid, it's really fun." Terrified, Yin Qi clung to Shang Xiaomei's arm, hiding behind her as his body trembled uncontrollably. Shang Xiaomei, like a child, proudly showcased her toys. She gave the mannequin a slap, causing it to go berserk and spray blood. With another slap, the mannequin began to dance, much to Shang Xiaomei's delight as she giggled uncontrollably. Yin Qi, witnessing this bizarre yet comical scene, was momentarily unsure whether to laugh or scream in fear. "Come, you try it." Shang Xiaomei suddenly turned to Yin Qi. He stared, dumbfounded, at her terrifying visage, incredulously asking, "Me? Yes, you try? It's really fun. Look, here's the switch. After turning it on, there are 3 action modes. Just give it a slap, and it will switch to a different mode." Shang Xiaomei patiently explained how to operate the mannequin to Yin Qi. Though he felt dizzy, sensing he should be afraid, Shang Xiaomei provided no opportunity for fear to take root. Encouraged by Shang Xiaomei, Yin Qi hesitantly activated the mannequin switch, giving it a light tap. As the mannequin went into a frenzy, he tapped it again, prompting it to emit eerie sounds and dance. While Shang Xiaomei found it amusing, Yin Qi, who was utterly perplexed by the mechanics of the mannequin, could not shake the unsettling feeling of having a talking, moving entity before him. He envisioned the mannequin as a puppet, albeit a puppet that could speak, which was far more terrifying than any he had encountered before. Despite his young age and propensity to tear up easily, Yin Qi possessed a resilient spirit and never shied away when faced with challenges. Upon realizing that these mannequins, though frightening, posed no real danger, he forced himself to suppress his fear and joined Shang Xiaomei in tidying up the room. Shang Xiaomei meticulously collected all the props and returned them to her space, after which they cleaned the room thoroughly before bringing Yin Qi's grandmother home. Earlier, Lu Xiaocai had left behind a property transfer deed in his haste to escape. Upon acquiring the deed, Shang Xiaomei incinerated it without hesitation. She surmised that Lu Xiaocai, given his temperament, would not let the matter rest easily. Indeed, Lu Xiaocai was a man who valued wealth over life, lacking the courage to confront the supernatural himself. He sought assistance from the Hungry Society. He proclaimed that the malevolent spirits dared to wreak havoc in Jiecheng simply because they did not regard the Hungry Society with any respect. The core members of the Hungry Society were primarily individuals from the island nation, renowned for their exceptional skills in ninjutsu and combat. They exploited centuries-old rivalries among the beast clans to forge alliances with the Dragon Clan, gradually infiltrating the inner circles of the Beast Kingdom and steadily cultivating their influence, which threatened to engulf the entire realm. The Hungry Society represented the most successful faction nurtured by the islanders, with followers scattered across various locales. Most of the members were beast folk, while the individuals wielding actual power were from the island nation. Initially, the affair concerning Yin Qi would hardly have captured the attention of the Hungry Society. But given his newfound connection to the supernatural and the tangible manifestation of such entities in Jiecheng, the situation escalated into a matter of considerable significance in their eyes. The islanders, who aspired to dominate the Beast Kingdom, had long propagated the ideology that they were the children of gods, asserting their invincibility and demanding subservience from all who stood before them. With the moniker of divine offspring, they sought to control the subjects of the Beast Kingdom. The confrontation with the spirits that had attacked their members was deemed a profound humiliation for the Hungry Society. The myth of the islanders as invincible beings could not be shattered. If it were, their grip on the Dragon Clan and their ambitions within the Beast Kingdom would unravel. Therefore, the spirits had to be eradicated. Upon recounting his encounter with the spirits to the president of the Hongri Society, Yi Zhaojun, Lu Xiaocai ignited her wrath, prompting her to slam her palm on the table and demand the immediate arrival of the 7 Rakshasas. I refuse to believe that the 7 Rakshasas cannot deal with a mere spectre, she exclaimed. The mere mention of the 7 Rakshasas lit up Lu Xiaocai's eyes. Their formidable reputation was known throughout Jieqing. The 7 of them, trained together since childhood, formed an unbreakable unit, rendering any attack against them futile. Even the slightest disturbance, like a fly passing by, would be swiftly dispatched. Within the Hongri Society, the 7 Rakshasas were celebrated figures. Yi Zhaojuan's decision to send them against the spirits indicated her determination to leave no stone unturned in their pursuit. Suppressing the pain in his feet, Lu Xiaocai eagerly bowed to Yi Zhaojun. Madam, the 7 Rakshasas are unparalleled. They will undoubtedly handle that spectre with ease. Yi Zhaojun scoffed dismissively, saying, the higher-ups initially had no intention of involving her. Such a fitting scapegoat would be a pity to lose. Yet, since she seeks her own demise, we cannot be held accountable. Indeed, it is her own folly. She deserves whatever fate befalls her. Lu Xiaocai flattered her further. The dark deeds of the Hongri Society were conveniently shifted onto Shan Xiaomei, portraying her as the architect of their misfortunes. This was a primary reason for her tarnished reputation. Now that Shan Xiaomei threatened the Hongri Society's authority and obstructed their ambitions, it was only a matter of time before they sought her downfall. Shan Xiaomei was acutely aware of this. She feared not the Society's attempts on her life, for as long as she had her health, they could not extinguish her. Her greatest concern lay in her ability to recover. Presently, her most pressing endeavor was to secure an ally capable of assisting her in replenishing her vitality. While Lu Xiaocai reveled in his anticipated vengeance through the 7 Rakshasas, Shan Xiaomei lay in bed, meticulously tallying her exchange tickets. Her health was dwindling to a mere 19 points. Henceforth, she would need to exercise utmost caution in her usage. Over the past 2 years, despite appearing inactive, she had been diligently familiarizing herself with the laws of the beast realm. She had gained insights into the 5 major beast clans and thoroughly investigated the Hongri Society's operations. Realizing that a confrontation with the Hongri Society was inevitable, Shan Xiaomei had prepared herself well. She was well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of their elite members. She surmised that the Hongri Society's most reliable assets in Jieqing were the 7 Rakshasas and the ninja Takeda Shu. While she recognized the potency of ninjutsu, her faith lay in the superiority of modern technology. As long as she could redeem modern weaponry and wield it effectively, the Hongri Society would not necessarily triumph over her. Meanwhile, Yin Qi was in another room, quietly conversing with his grandmother, who, unable to sleep at her advanced age, chatted incessantly, praising Shan Xiaomei as a beautiful granddaughter-in-law. Yin Qi, you are truly fortunate to have found such a capable and lovely wife. The world is so chaotic, I worry about you being bullied. With Xiaomei around, no one will dare to trouble you again, and that brings me peace. Beautiful? Yin Qi thought of Shan Xiaomei's rather ghastly appearance and questioned, Grandmother, you cannot see her. How would you know what she looks like? Silly child. She is your wife, and of course, I must ensure she meets my standards. I know exactly what she looks like. In all my years, I have never seen a woman so perfect. Her skin is flawless, without a single hair out of place. As his grandmother's praise grew increasingly exaggerated, Yin Qi felt more skeptical. In the beast realm, the evolutionary imperfections of females often manifested as excessive fur and stout physiques, making his grandmother's depiction of such a flawlessly evolved woman sound implausible. Only Fox clan women could barely measure up to that standard. However, his spectral wife was certainly not of the Fox clan. Grandmother, please sleep. Do not worry about me. Regardless of her appearance, she is my wife, and I have committed to her for life. Shan Xiaomei had accompanied him home these past few days, assisting him in locating his grandmother and reclaiming their house from Lu Xiaocai. In his heart, he had already accepted her as his wife. All right, with Xiaomei by your side, I can rest easy, his grandmother replied with a smile before drifting off to sleep. Once she was soundly resting, Yin Qi quietly left to return to his own room. Just as he was about to lie down, he suddenly heard a commotion from the adjacent room. Being a feline creature with keen hearing, he discerned the sounds clearly. Though they had been deliberately subdued, it was coming from Shan Xiaomei's room. Hadn't she already gone to bed? Driven by curiosity, Yin Qi stealthily approached her room, peering through the crack in the door. Upon doing so, his face flushed crimson. He was astonished to see Shan Xiaomei bathing in her room. Although he could only see her back, it was undeniably her bare form. Just as his grandmother had described, she truly had no imperfections. Her skin was smooth and unblemished, and her curves were exquisite, completely unlike the image he had known. Is this truly her genuine self? Yin Qi cast a fleeting glance and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, rendering him unable to look again. However, the enchanting silhouette standing amidst the swirling mist in the room kept him awake, stirring emotions he could scarcely contain. Unable to avert his gaze yet driven by an insatiable curiosity, he sighed heavily once the sound of water ceased, finally free to express his feelings. The following morning, Shan Xiaomei reappeared in her peculiar attire. Yet, Yin Qi no longer felt fear towards her. In fact, he had become acutely aware of her flaws. For instance, a branch had snagged her backside, unbeknownst to her. The branch had torn her garment, causing stuffing to spill forth, yet she remained oblivious and continued to stride ahead. Although Shan Xiaomei was unaware of her wardrobe malfunction, she did notice Yin Qi's gaze lingering on her rear. Feeling her dignity as a spectre was compromised, she turned to him with a frosty tone, inquiring, "Why do you keep staring at my backside?" Yin Qi replied, "Your backside is exposed." Chapter 9. The fruit-cutting game. Upon hearing his words, Shan Xiaomei glanced back and was met with the sight of several clumps of white stuffing scattered behind her, creating an exceedingly awkward scene. Straining to touch her ample posterior, she discovered a long tear caused by the branch, one she had been completely unaware of. And Yin Qi had witnessed the entire embarrassing episode. She had anticipated that her disguise might be unveiled, but she had not expected it to happen so swiftly or in such an awkward manner. It seems I must make amends, she thought. With no time for breakfast, she ventured into her room to request a needle and thread from Yin Qi's grandmother, as she could not reach the back of her outfit while wearing it. Temporarily abandoning her snug-fitting garments, she found herself unable to conceal the flaws of her disguise, leading her to revert to her true form. She donned a simple white dress and let her long, lustrous hair cascade freely as she stepped out into the courtyard of Yin Qi's home to mend her torn attire. Presenting her authentic self, she felt as at ease as she did while disguised, showing no sign of shame. She was wholly focused on her needlework, stitching with utmost care. However, the results were as unsightly as if done by a novice. The crooked seam on her backside would hardly intimidate any adversary. Furrowing her brow, she lamented over her faux posterior. Since revealing her true self, Yin Qi had kept his distance, appearing even more apprehensive than when she had been in her less glamorous disguise. Feeling desperate, Shan Xiaomei rose to seek out Yin Qi, who was currently tending to his grandmother's medication. "Yin Qi, do you know how to sew?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry as she entered the room. Yin Qi paused, his hand holding the medicine bowl momentarily still, his cheeks flushing as he softly replied, "Yes. Would you help me mend my clothes? I made a complete mess of it," she implored gently, her voice sweet and tender, exuding an unexpected charm. Flustered by interacting with such a beautiful girl for the first time, Yin Qi felt his face grow warm as he struggled to respond, merely nodding shyly. Attempting to maintain composure, he continued feeding his grandmother, only to realize he was holding an empty spoon after seeing her lips brush against it. The sight of his confusion brought laughter to both his grandmother and Shan Xiaomei, further reddening his countenance. "I'll feed grandmother. You go help me with my clothes," Shan Xiaomei suggested, reaching for the medicine bowl in his hands. In a moment of distraction, her fingers brushed against his, causing him to retract his hand swiftly, nearly dropping the bowl. Noticing his unusual reaction, she mused inwardly, surprised that such a slight touch could fluster him so. This young man was truly amusing. Yin Qi still dared not look at Shan Xiaomei, hurriedly placing the spoon back into the bowl and hastily exiting the room. Behind him, she and his grandmother erupted into laughter, their shared amusement bridging the generational gap. In Shan Xiaomei's eyes, Yin Qi embodied the innocence of youth. Such a shy young man would be hard to find in modern times. "Go see him," urged Yin Qi's grandmother after finishing her medicine. A smile gracing her lips as she gazed out the window, her cloudy eyes betraying a sense of relief. As soon as Shan Xiaomei opened the door, Yin Qi's furry ears perked up, clearly focused on her but feigning ignorance, his gaze fixed on the ground. She bent down beside him in silence. Yet he inadvertently pricked his finger. "Are you all right?" Shan Xiaomei asked with concern upon seeing blood welling from his fingertip. Yin Qi placed his finger in his mouth, licking the blood away, assuring her, "I'm fine." Her gaze traveled from his damp fingertip to his slender knuckles and then to the pale skin at the nape of his neck. Perhaps due to her prolonged singlehood or simply her age, she found herself inexplicably swallowing hard. A young man held an undeniable allure for a woman of her maturity. "You sew exceptionally well," she remarked sincerely. In their world, where resources were scarce, mending clothes was commonplace. It was a skill they learned from a young age. The stitches Yin Qi had made blended seamlessly with the fabric, rendering the repairs nearly invisible. Flushed with pride from her compliment, Yin Qi's face turned crimson once more, his ears reddening as well. Shan Xiaomei felt a strange ambience envelop them, a tension that made her hesitant to tease him further. She was aware that excessive flirtation could come off as insipid, and she did not wish to alienate him. If Yin Qi could genuinely develop feelings for her, it would safeguard her precarious standing. Having repaired her attire, Shan Xiaomei once again donned her disguise, presenting a fearsome visage. Yin Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief, able to face her without trepidation, yet the earlier fear had transformed into an overwhelming concern for her well-being. Assuming Yin Qi's grandmother was asleep, they initially refrained from disturbing her. However, when Yin Qi entered the room to tuck her in, he was startled by the chill of her cheek against his hand. Alarmed, he touched her forehead, finding it equally cold. In a moment of panic, he shook her shoulder, calling out, "Grandmother, wake up." When she did not respond, his voice quivered with rising emotion. Shan Xiaomei rushed in, and upon confirming that Yin Qi's grandmother had passed away, a wave of sorrow washed over her as she quietly stood beside him, gently patting his back. Yin Qi sobbed, words escaping him as he collapsed against Shan Xiaomei's shoulder. Lamenting, "Grandmother is gone. I am an orphan again." Unsure how to console him, she could only offer, "But I am still here." Even as his tears flowed, an uproar suddenly erupted from outside. "Yin Qi, you must leave quickly. The Red Sun group is coming for you. This time, the 7 Rakshasas have come. If we do not leave now, it will be too late." Several nearby ants rushed in, shouting, and upon entering, they turned and fled, terrified by Shang Xiaomei's appearance. Ghosts. The 7 Rakshasas? Shang Xiaomei rose to her feet. As she had anticipated, Lu Xiaocai had gone to the Hongri Society in Jietsuan to fetch reinforcements. Lu Xiaocai was affiliated with the Hongri gang, and Shang Xiaomei had long-standing grievances with them, making a confrontation inevitable. My lady, you must leave quickly. The 7 Rakshasas are from the island nation, and they possess ninjutsu. No one can survive under their blades. Upon hearing the name of the 7 Rakshasas, Yan Qi instinctively pushed Shang Xiaomei towards the exit. They are here to kill me. I cannot leave, Shang Xiaomei replied calmly. However, before Yan Qi could finish his words, the courtyard door was suddenly burst open from the outside. The well-meaning ants who had come to deliver a warning were trapped in the courtyard without a chance to escape. Trembling in fear, they retreated step by step, their faces pale. None of you shall leave. Everyone in this courtyard must die. 7 slender figures, men and women alike, entered the courtyard with synchronized strides. Remarkably, the ominous phrase had been spoken in unison, showcasing their extraordinary coordination. It was no wonder the 7 Rakshasas had earned such a notorious reputation. Such a remarkable assembly was indeed rare. Demons and spirits, come forth to meet your doom. The 7 Rakshasas shouted in unison once more. To Shang Xiaomei, they resembled a troupe of stage actors, impeccably rehearsed, performing before her. The scene was truly captivating. My lady, do not go out. Since learning of Shang Xiaomei's true nature, her terrifying image had transformed in Yan Qi's mind into that of a delicate and fragile figure. He did not dare allow her to confront such formidable foes. Am I being underestimated? Shang Xiaomei thought to herself. Though she appeared weak, she still had her methods to deal with the 7 Rakshasas. Yet, Yan Qi stepped forward before her. This matter originated with me and concerns you not. You possess cunning arts. Quickly escape. Shang Xiaomei silently observed Yan Qi's retreating figure, pondering that despite being her younger brother, he displayed remarkable courage. Yan Qi produced a sword from somewhere, standing tall and fearless before the 7 Rakshasas, exuding youthful valor. Shang Xiaomei recalled how only days ago he had been weeping before her. Now, he seemed to have matured considerably. In a moment of crisis, even knowing that Shang Xiaomei possessed cunning arts, he did not push her to the forefront but chose to confront the threat alone. Such a brother was precisely the kind of sibling Shang Xiaomei admired. Indeed, she mused, akin to critiquing a beloved male lead in a television drama. You aspire to challenge us? You are unworthy. The 7 Rakshasas echoed in unison, their forms shifting like phantoms as they executed a formation resembling a net of bodies. With 3 above and 4 below, the 7 launched their assault simultaneously, targeting Yan Qi's limbs and heart. Yan Qi barely protected his vital organs. But as soon as his sword was drawn, he found himself retreating under relentless attacks. The 7 Rakshasas coordinated seamlessly, for every move Yan Qi made. There was someone to counter it. Their strikes felt as if a single entity with multiple limbs was attacking him, rendering him unable to defend himself. Despite being overwhelmed, Yan Qi held his ground, refusing to retreat, even as he bled and sustained injuries. He fought with all his might against the 7 Rakshasas. Kill him, they chorused, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Yan Qi. At that moment, the door behind Yan Qi swung open, and Shang Xiaomei, as if teasing a monkey, tossed a banana at the 7 Rakshasas. As a supernatural being, she posed a threat they dared not underestimate. The object she threw concealed an unknown trick, causing several of the Rakshasas to hesitate. However, some instinctively drew their blades, unhesitatingly slicing the banana. With a swish, the banana was cut into pieces, scattering across the ground. Shang Xiaomei silently chuckled, recognizing that those who are excessively trained tend to exhibit predictable patterns in their thoughts and actions, as if programmed, unable to adapt. This was the Achilles heel of the 7 Rakshasas. Truly, the 7 Rakshasas are formidable. It is said that even a fly that approaches you will be cut into pieces. Indeed. Nothing escapes your blades, Shang Xiaomei remarked, noting how their synchronization had been disrupted, yet she showed no signs of triumph, instead praising them. Upon hearing her praise, the expressions of the 7 Rakshasas shifted. Some appeared somewhat pleased while others showed worry. Shang Xiaomei perceived the opening and mused, regardless of how stringent the training, one cannot unify the hearts of men. Prepared for battle, the 7 Rakshasas remained on high alert, yet Shang Xiaomei continued her nonsensical antics, tossing an apple towards them. The apple met the same fate, sliced into several pieces, and some Rakshasas began to show signs of irritation. Next came oranges, dragon fruits, strawberries, kiwis, and pears. Every fruit she could find was hurled at them. With each toss, the 7 Rakshasas cut them without fail, just as she had envisioned in her fruit-slicing game. Players familiar with such games know that random bombs can appear among the fruits. Unfortunately, the 7 Rakshasas were unaware. As they grew more proficient, their strikes became increasingly rapid. This bizarre method of combat left both Yan Qi and the ants nearby in stunned silence. The fallen fruits scattered across the ground, some recognizable and others not, all exuding a sweet fragrance. If not for the menacing appearances of the Rakshasas, one might mistake this for a fruit-cutting gathering rather than a deadly confrontation. Ah, killer! One of the Rakshasas finally lost composure, their humiliation at being toyed with shattering their focus. The greatest strength of ninjas lies in their extraordinary mental fortitude. When their minds are unsettled, their actions falter. Shan Xiaomei, hurriedly pretending the fruit was a bomb, became easy to see through. As the first few Rakshasas lost control, Shan Xiaomei seized the opportunity to hurl her prepared fruit bombs. In her rush, the disguises were poorly executed, and several of the Rakshasas recognized the deception, halting their strikes. Yet, the Rakshasa who had been most vocal in their taunting glared fiercely at Shan Xiaomei and, with a powerful swing, struck the fruit bomb. Boom! The bomb exploded. Those within a 3-meter radius were sent flying, the clustered 7 Rakshasas collapsing in a heap, 5 of them unable to rise again. The remaining 2, severely injured, leaned on their blades for support, stumbling towards the exit, desperate to escape before meeting the same fate as their fallen comrades. They were bewildered by their defeat. Their impeccable coordination had been shattered by Shan Xiaomei. The 7 Rakshasas were not accustomed to losing. Nothing ever survived their blades, and they were trained to strike, not to withdraw. Chapter 10. Riding my beloved little motorcycle. As long as Shan Xiaomei's disguise was convincing enough, even if no one lost control, they would still strike. Yet, despite her evident failure in disguising the bomb, they still attacked. They had not been defeated by Shan Xiaomei but by their own ineptitude. The 7 Rakshasas lost? Lu Xiaocai, hidden in the shadows, could hardly believe his eyes. The 7 Rakshasas were the trump card of the Hongri society in Jetsuan, dominating for years, and yet they had lost? Lu Xiaocai ran faster than the Rakshasas, eager to return and inform Yi Zhaojun of the news. The 7 Rakshasas have been defeated, and only the last trump card, the shinobi Takeda Shu, remains with the Jiexing Red Sun Society. Takeda Shu is elusive and skilled in the art of earth escape, moving with the swiftness of the wind. He is confident that he will not falter. He must seize the house of the Yin family. As the Rakshasas fled for their lives, the elder women in the courtyard regained their senses from the violent explosions. The recent blast was caused by a monster, which had slain the 7 Rakshasas. The realization struck them, and several of the women rushed out, their screams a mixture of shock and the exhilaration of having survived a catastrophe. Yin Qi gradually rose from the ground. The power of such formidable explosives was an enigma to him, a mere child of the cold weapon era. He attributed it all to the devious tricks of Shan Xiaomei. His wife, delicate in appearance, was indeed a lethal entity. No, she had now become a killer of 5. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xiaocai was not the only one observing this fierce battle. At the moment of the explosion, several figures disappeared into the shadows. Soon, the Fox clan Huaying on Songfeng Island learned of the monster's victory over the 7 Rakshasas. Huaying, in a state of urgency, summoned 3 homing pigeons to send messages. Guiqing and Jizi also received the news promptly. Guiqing's demeanor grew increasingly grave, and Jizi spent more time by the sea. Only Shirley remained oblivious, laboring in the fields, focused solely on cultivating crops. After dealing with the 7 Rakshasas, Shan Xiaomei assisted Yin Qi in preparing for the funeral of his grandmother. Yin Qi had always been dependent on his grandmother, and with her passing, he seemed to mature overnight, becoming increasingly silent and somber. An orphan, he had finally found family, only to lose his grandmother once more. Shan Xiaomei was at a loss on how to console him, so she devoted herself to being by his side. Yin Qi withdrew all of his savings to purchase a fine coffin for his grandmother and sought the counsel of a feng shui master to select an auspicious burial site. On the day of the burial, the weather was particularly gloomy. Yin Qi wept throughout the journey, overwhelmed by sorrow. He supported the coffin, walking alongside the pallbearers, while Shan Xiaomei concealed herself in the shadows, silently protecting them. She had initially believed that the Red Sun Society would not stoop so low as to trouble Yin Qi on the day of his grandmother's interment. To her dismay, midway through the procession, Takeda Shu appeared to wreak havoc. Takeda was a man who shunned the spotlight, living like a transparent figure. Only those he had slain were aware of his prowess, and his reputation paled in comparison to that of the 7 Rakshasas. Yet, Shan Xiaomei knew he was far more formidable. Takeda Shu was a true ninja, having undergone rigorous training since childhood, mastering ninjutsu to an extraordinary degree, particularly the art of earth escape. In battle, he would conceal himself underground, launching surprise attacks on his unsuspecting foes, ensnaring their ankles and toppling them, before swiftly coiling a chain around their necks to secure victory. Ninjutsu was the art of assassination. A ninja like Takeda, who had perfected a practical killing technique, could ensure the death of even the mightiest opponents when he unleashed his ultimate move, unless there existed a countermeasure. Shan Xiaomei had been preparing for this day. While ninjutsu was formidable, modern technology had long since surpassed it in practice. Before confronting the Red Sun Society directly, she had thoroughly researched all of their skilled fighters and devised strategies to counter them. As Takeda Shu raised a cloud of dust to obstruct the funeral procession, Shan Xiaomei executed a sudden shift, appearing behind Yin Qi, instructing him to let the procession continue and leave the rest to her. With tears brimming in his eyes, Yin Qi cast a defiant glance at the swirling dust and nodded resolutely. I will ensure my grandmother is laid to rest and return immediately. You must hold your ground. Rest assured, I shall be fine, Shan Xiaomei replied, vanishing 10 meters away in an instant. Ninjutsu also encompassed the technique of instantaneous movement. Yet it was a skill reserved for the most elite ninjas. Shan Xiaomei deliberately performed her instantaneous move before Takeda Shu to draw his attention. She understood that every ninja aspired to attain the highest level of ninjutsu, and Takeda was no exception. Capturing another ninja could reveal their secrets. And as Shang Xiaomei had anticipated, Takeda set aside his mission for the Red Sun Society to pursue her wholeheartedly. To buy time, she led him on a wild chase through the forest, teleporting to a new location just as he was about to catch her. She intended to delay Takeda until the funeral procession had passed before confronting him directly. Yin Qi, anxious for Shang Xiaomei's safety, simplified the proceedings and swiftly buried his grandmother with the 8 pallbearers, sending them away with their reward from this contentious place. When he returned to look for Shang Xiaomei, it was just as Takeda's patience was wearing thin. Takeda, cold and silent, realized that despite Shang Xiaomei's deliberate feints, she was much faster than she appeared. With each passing moment, he recognized that he would not only fail to capture her, but also jeopardize his mission. To seize Shang Xiaomei, he must first capture Yin Qi. Without uttering a word, he thrust his head above ground, pinpointed Yin Qi's location, and promptly employed the earth escape technique, dashing toward him. The earth before Yin Qi cracked open swiftly, and just as he attempted to flee, a hand, like an iron claw, seized his ankle. Yin Qi was no coward. He drew a dagger and, disregarding his own safety, thrust it with all his might toward that hand. As his blade sliced through his own ankle, the hand vanished. Blood streamed from Yin Qi's wound, yet he remained silent, attempting to move only to find his other ankle ensnared by another iron grip. This time, there was no opportunity for him to react as that hand overturned him. Just then, Shang Xiaomei arrived, fearing that Yin Qi would soon be ensnared by Takeda's chains. To her astonishment, Yin Qi executed a 360-degree maneuver in midair and landed deftly on his feet. His movements were so graceful that Shang Xiaomei could not help but applaud. Well done, young man. In such a life-and-death moment, her relaxed demeanor eased Yin Qi's tense spirit. He had never feared death. If he could perish alongside his wife and grandmother, so be it. Yin Qi, come here. Shang Xiaomei interrupted his thoughts, suddenly pulling him onto a peculiar mount. The creature was so strange that Yin Qi found it indescribable, unlike any animal he had ever encountered. As long as we remain on the ground, we risk being caught by Takeda. We must ride this motorcycle instead, she explained. In a flash, Shang Xiaomei retrieved a motorcycle from her spatial realm and, as she started it, patiently elaborated to Yin Qi about its mechanics. Having recently exchanged a ticket for the motorcycle, she reminded him that instantaneous movement consumed energy, and she could only teleport a distance of 20 meters at most. In this modern era, individuals like her, accustomed to various modes of transportation, rarely traverse even a short distance without relying on mechanized conveyances. This time, riding a motorcycle against Takeda's shoe, Shang Xiaomei felt a sense of exhilaration, as it spared her the depletion of health points. Yin Qi mimicked Shang Xiaomei's movements, straddling the motorcycle behind her. Upon hearing the roar of the engine, he was once again astonished. He had never encountered any creature capable of producing such a sound. With no animal resembling this, he wondered what it truly was. Was it another form of sorcery? As Shang Xiaomei and Yin Qi sped through the woods on the motorcycle, Takeda's shoe, who specialized in ensnaring victims underground, was left utterly bewildered. The soft, loamy forest, which was once his domain, was now entirely turned on its head. Shang Xiaomei pursued him relentlessly, targeting any loose soil she spotted. No matter how swiftly Takeda's shoe burrowed underground, he could not outrun the motorcycle, and time and again, he was overtaken and crushed beneath its wheels. At this rate, he must have been coughing up blood in the earth. Shang Xiaomei smirked upon noticing that Takeda's shoe could no longer flee. Steadying herself with one hand on the handlebars, she drew a handgun from her waist and fired several shots into the ground where Takeda's shoe had taken refuge. It was not until the soil was stained with blood that she ceased her assault. Severely injured, Takeda's shoe chose to retreat toward the damp terrain, likely realizing that Shang Xiaomei's steed could not traverse the water's surface. However, his proficiency in earth evasion diminished significantly in the moist soil. Just as Shang Xiaomei prepared to shoot again, Yin Qi unexpectedly leaped off the motorcycle. Yin Qi, what are you doing? Come back. Shang Xiaomei was taken aback by his impulsive action. The Red Sun gang killed so many of our catkin back then. Today, I shall avenge them and honor the lives lost. Yin Qi's eyes narrowed dangerously, his ash-colored irises igniting with an indelible hatred. Shang Xiaomei observed as his nails elongated into razor-sharp claws, and his movements became exceedingly agile. Indeed, orcs were born warriors, their physical advantages far surpassing anything Shang Xiaomei could contend with. Takeda's shoe continued his desperate flight, leaving a long trail of blood in the soil he traversed. Betraying his position, fearlessly, Yin Qi surged forward, swiftly plunging his hand into the ground to seize Takeda's shoe by the neck, yanking him violently from his earthen refuge. The fallen Takeda's shoe adopted a grotesque, burrowing posture, his body twisted into a disturbing form from prolonged subterranean movement. His head appeared flattened, his features distorted as if struck by a brick. His body and limbs were thin like a child's, yet his spine protruded grotesquely, undulating like that of a vertebrate. He resembled a monster. Shang Xiaomei recoiled in disgust, having never before encountered such a deformed figure. She finally comprehended the torment and mockery that the art of ninjutsu had inflicted upon these individuals. These humanoid weapons were the most formidable armaments in the island nation's invasion of the Beast Kingdom. Until these weapons were eradicated, the influence of the island nation would persist in the Beast Kingdom, and they would continue to create more of such abominations. Only by vanquishing these ambitious foes could the beast of the kingdom and these unfortunate humanoid weapons hope for a semblance of normalcy in their lives. In the very moment Zhang Xiaomei grasped the true nature of Takeda's shoe, Yin Qi decisively pierced his throat with his claws. A gasp of shock. The last breath of Takeda's shoe echoed as he widened his eyes, the azure sky reflecting in his gaze. Having hidden underground for a lifetime, one could only wonder if he ever appreciated the color of the sky. After slaying Takeda's shoe, Yin Qi's expression hardened, yet when he turned to Zhang Xiaomei, a smile involuntarily graced his face. Let's go home, Zhang Xiaomei beckoned. Yin Qi hurriedly ran towards her. As they journeyed back, Zhang Xiaomei contemplated how to deal with the remnants of the Red Sun gang. With both of their trump cards now neutralized, they would undoubtedly become desperate. Assessing their supplies and weapons, she resolved that since matters had escalated to this point, it would be best to eradicate the Red Sun gang entirely and excise this malignant tumor from the city of Jiqing. After all, Jiqing was a small border town, and the larger cities would not be able to provide swift reinforcements, even if they sought to maintain control over Jiqing. The infamous reputation of their monstrous enforcers would deter them from venturing easily into the town. With this in mind, Zhang Xiaomei retracted the motorcycle into her space and strolled back with Yin Qi at a leisurely pace. Yin Qi, intrigued by the motorcycle, curiously inquired, "What kind of creature was that?" "It feeds on oil," Zhang Xiaomei replied mysteriously. "If you feed it oil, it will run. Without oil, it won't budge." "What kind of oil? Can I have one?" It was evident that men, even a beastly man from another world, were enamored with vehicles, having seen a motorcycle only once. Yin Qi was utterly captivated. Zhang Xiaomei recalled that when she revealed her true self to him, he had not exhibited such keen interest. Truly, people paled in comparison to vehicles. You cannot care for it. It's challenging to control, and mishandling it could lead to disastrous consequences. Zhang Xiaomei mused that now was not the time to grant him such a thing. Once he truly loved her and had regained his health, she could present the motorcycle as a token of affection, ensuring her own gain. "I'm not afraid of crashing, my lady. Please let me have one," Yin Qi implored with pleading eyes. Zhang Xiaomei found herself at a loss. How could this brother so audaciously charm his sister? "It is not an animal and does not require care. When the time is right, I shall gift you one." Yin Qi, undeterred, pressed on. "When will the time be right?" Zhang Xiaomei suddenly turned, her dark eyes fixated on him, extending a finger to his heart and seductively murmuring, "When you fall in love with me." Yin Qi's face flushed crimson, and he fell silent. As they made their way back, Zhang Xiaomei was preoccupied with thoughts of the Red Sun gang, a group of lawless ruffians residing in the city. Given the current turmoil, one could only speculate what vile tactics they might devise to trouble them further. Those who have never committed evil find it difficult to fathom the mindset of wrongdoers. Even though Zhang Xiaomei had meticulously studied the internal workings of the Red Sun gang, she could not predict the depths of their depravity. The loss of their two lethal trump cards did not guarantee that they would cease their vendetta against Yin Qi. Those accustomed to bullying the weak were irredeemably malevolent at their core. Upon their return, they were met with an astonishing sight. The minions of the Red Sun gang, along with all the local thugs who followed them, had demolished Yin Qi's home. With their overwhelming numbers, over 100, they had reduced the house to rubble in the brief time Zhang Xiaomei and Yin Qi had been away. When they returned, all that remained was a wasteland of debris and scattered stones. Everything in Yin Qi's home had been obliterated. The perpetrators had long since vanished without a trace. They had been gone for but a few hours, and yet, the house was no more. Yin Qi found it impossible to accept the harsh reality before him. His grandmother had just passed away, and their home had been demolished. Where is my house? Who did this? Who is responsible? His anger surged, his chest heaving with rage. This cruelty was intolerable. They could not seize his property, so they tore down his family's home instead. A few kind-hearted women from next door stepped forward to inform Yin Qi, "Dear Yin Qi, after you left, the members of the Red Sun Society arrived. The leader, Yi Zhaojun, claimed that your grandmother borrowed money from them a decade ago and never repaid it. So they had no choice but to remove your belongings as payment. That is preposterous. My grandmother never borrowed money from the Red Sun Society." From his understanding of her character, he knew she would never have neglected her debts, even if she owed a small sum. She would have found a way to repay it promptly, feeling uneasy until she did. The audacity of Yi Zhaojun to fabricate such a lie in her absence and forcibly demolish his home was unbearable. They were nothing but thieves, exploiting their numbers to bully him. Zhang Xiaomei, who had been observing the ordeal, felt a simmering anger, though she remained more composed than Yin Qi. She appeared silent. Yet in her heart, she was devising a way to punish these brutes. "Yin Qi, we all understand your grievances, but the Red Sun Society is powerful. Even if your lady were a ghost, you could not contend with so many of them. It is wiser to leave Jiqing for your own safety." The women exchanged worried glances, knowing the malevolence of the Red Sun Society all too well. They had experienced their tyranny firsthand and understood how dire the consequences could be for those who dared to oppose them. This time was no different. Their aim was to drive Yin Qi from Jiqing. Those ruffians had grown accustomed to their reign of terror and would not relent until they had ruined him completely. "This is my grandmother's house. Even if she owed them money, why must they destroy it?" Yin Qi was obstinate, unable to fathom such a heartless act. He could not swallow this humiliation. He would not back down, even if it cost him dearly. "Yin Qi, you know they're just looking for trouble. Why provoke them further?" You are well aware of their nature. The citizens of Jieching have all suffered under their oppression. They can fabricate any charge against anyone they choose and bully them mercilessly. The women urged him. Yes, they may not have acted in front of you today, which shows they still fear your lady. Without her, they would not hesitate to trample you. Just walk away. Don't engage with them, you cannot outmatch them. Fury coursed through Yin Qi as he clenched his fists tightly. Despite the women's pleas, he could not endure this indignity. This house was a legacy from his grandmother, filled with her belongings. He would reclaim them all. I will not leave. Even if it costs me my life, I will retrieve my grandmother's possessions. His eyes burned with determination, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Though he was alone, he refused to succumb to this humiliation. The women shook their heads in resignation, their expressions filled with sympathy for Yin Qi. No one supported his decision. They all believed that opposing the Red Sun Society would only lead to a more tragic outcome. At that moment, only Shan Xiaomei stood by Yin Qi's side. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you. The women recoiled in fear at her approach, but Yin Qi remained steadfast. He turned to Shan Xiaomei, aware that beneath her fierce facade lay a delicate spirit. Yet he did not want to involve her in this conflict, fearing for her safety against such overwhelming odds. Do not forget, I am no ordinary being, she replied, sensing his hesitation. I do not wish to drag you into this. Yin Qi said, his head bowed in shame, feeling responsible for her potential suffering. But Shan Xiaomei understood their enmity with the Red Sun Society was already set in stone. Over the past 2 years, the society had committed heinous acts, casting the blame upon her. She had endured in silence until now, reaching her breaking point. We are family. Your grandmother is my grandmother. They have destroyed her home, and we are entitled to demand justice. Her resolve steadied, and in this moment of turmoil, it was crucial for them to remain calm. Shan Xiaomei's unwavering attitude warmed Yin Qi's recently wounded heart, like the gentle rays of the sun. He struggled against the pain and humiliation, unable to hold back tears as he gazed at her, his eyes glistening with gratitude. Unable to withstand his poignant gaze, she cleared her throat and returned to the matter at hand. Since they have found an excuse to demolish your grandmother's house, we can demand they return it. But the house has already been destroyed. How can we make them return it? Yin Qi inquired, perplexed. We can use their property as compensation. But would they agree? They will agree, she assured him with confidence. Shan Xiaomei, calm and collected, viewed the Red Sun Society merely as a ragtag group of miscreants. She had ample strategies to deal with them. After finalizing their plan, she boldly led Yin Qi into the heavily guarded precincts of the Red Sun Society. The guards, initially slouched and careless, straightened upon seeing them approach, adopting an arrogant demeanor. Having grown accustomed to their power, they dismissed even Shan Xiaomei with disdain, barking orders for them to leave. Do you even know where you are? How dare you intrude? Get out of here. Shan Xiaomei, irritated by such arrogance, struggled to contain her anger. She articulated her purpose. We need to see Yi Zhao. The guard, emboldened by his position, retorted, do you even understand your own worth? You think you can meet the great Yi Zhao? Scram. The Red Sun Society is not a place for just anyone. Don't dirty our floors. Furious, Yin Qi stepped forward, ready to confront the guard. But just then, a loud thud echoed behind him, and he turned to see the guard's eyes wide with shock as he collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound now adorning his forehead. In horror, Yin Qi turned back to see the strange weapon in Shan Xiaomei's hand. With this, she could eliminate anyone she chose. Let us go, she said, not sparing a glance at the fallen guard. Continuing forward into the Red Sun Society, her weapon firmly grasped in her hand. Yin Qi's gaze was unconsciously drawn to the weapon in Shan Xiaomei's hand. Such a diminutive object, smaller than the tiniest crossbow, and even less substantial than an ordinary dagger, wielded in astonishing power. What kind of fearsome weapon could this be? With one guard dead, the others had become compliant, and no one obstructed their passage. Shan Xiaomei led Yin Qi directly into the Red Sun Society's conference hall. To their surprise, all members of the Red Sun Society were crammed inside. It appeared they too were fearful, aware of the supernatural threats that lurked about, and had gathered in the hall to unite against their foes. Upon seeing Shan Xiaomei and Yin Qi enter, the timid among them shrank back, cowering against the walls. Demazi and Lu Xiaokai were among them. Having experienced the power of a firearm, Demazi still bore the wounds of his injury. The sight of Shan Xiaomei filled him with dread, causing him to topple over in a panic, chair and all. Get up, you disgraceful fool. After chastising Demazi and his companions, Yi Zhao turned to Shan Xiaomei, his tone softening slightly as he forced a smile, inquiring, what brings the esteemed supernatural being here? Lu Xiaokai, still not willing to give up, boldly stood beside Yi Zhao, offering him dubious counsel. Shan Xiaomei shot a cold glance at Lu Xiaokai, causing him to break into a cold sweat. She then turned her attention to Yi Zhao, speaking with an indifferent tone. I hear my grandmother borrowed money from the Red Sun Society. Before she could finish, Lu Xiaokai preemptively brandished a stamped promissory note, displaying it for all to see. Here's the promissory note. You cannot deny it. The Red Sun Society is a place of reason. It is only right to repay debts. Shan Xiaomei glanced dismissively at the figure on the note, 1,000 beast coins. Rather than contest it, she asked, you have stated that repaying debts is only just. Then why are you demolishing our house? Lu Xiaokai, feeling guilty, raised his voice. This is 1,000 beast coins. Do you have such a sum? If you cannot repay, of course, we must take something in lieu of payment. Shang Xiaomei responded. What if we do possess such wealth? Impossible. How could you possibly have such riches? Lu Xiaokai knew all too well the financial limitations of Yan Qi's family. They would struggle to produce even 10 beast coins. 1,000 beast coins is no small sum. At this moment, Yi Zhao interjected, if you can indeed produce that amount, we would be willing to compensate for the house. How would you compensate? Yan Qi quickly inquired. Yi Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words, knowing Lu Xiaokai was cunning. He turned to Lu Xiaokai for assistance. Lu Xiaokai, with a quick thought, devised a nefarious scheme. Since we have dismantled your house, you shall dismantle ours in return. However, there must be a stipulation. For every duration we have taken to dismantle, you must match that time. You cannot exceed it. This is clearly bullying. Yan Qi exclaimed, her eyes wide with anger. You have so many people to tear down. And we are but two. How could we possibly match your efforts in the same time frame? Lu Xiaokai smugly suggested, you could always enlist help. We have not restricted you in that regard. Is that not fair? The entire conference hall was filled with their members, of course. None would speak in favor of Yan Qi. She was both furious and anxious, shaking with rage. The common folk of Jieqing feared the Red Sun Society. Now, with Yan Qi and her ally openly opposing them, who would dare come to their aid? Just as Yan Qi was about to argue, Shang Xiaomei coldly declared, that is indeed fair. Let us proceed as such. Chapter 12. Which excavator technology is superior? Madame Yan Qi believed Shang Xiaomei had lost her senses. Not only was she giving them 1,000 beast coins, but she also agreed to such an outrageous compensation. Did she not understand how difficult the members of the Red Sun Society were to deal with? Did she not realize how thick their walls were? Even if these ruffians did not cause trouble, with just the two of them, how much could they possibly dismantle in half a day? Without assistance and lacking the necessary tools, it would be nearly impossible to bring down even a single structure. Were they not incurring a substantial loss? Yan Qi lamented silently. It would be better to let it go. They need not suffer a loss of 1,000 beast coins. Yan Qi was determined not to hand over the money without a fight. The more she resisted, the more Lu Xiaokai and his cohorts yearned for such an opportunity. Having just demolished Yan Qi's house, they were now poised to receive 1,000 beast coins without effort. Such fortune was rare indeed. Truly, the esteemed supernatural being acts with integrity. If you are willing to repay, we shall honor our agreement and will not go back on our word, Yi Zhao stated, glancing at Lu Xiaokai, who nodded in understanding. Yan Qi attempted to intervene, but Shang Xiaomei produced a heavy pouch of coins from her sleeve without hesitation, tossing it before Yi Zhao, 1,000 beast coins. Upon hearing the clink of coins within the bag, Yi Zhao's expression brightened. He subtly gestured to Lu Xiaokai, who promptly opened the bag, took out a coin, and bit it, then gleefully whispered to Yi Zhao, My lord Yi Zhao, it is genuine currency. Yi Zhao nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand grandly. The esteemed supernatural being is indeed reasonable, now that we have received the payment within half a day. You may dismantle any house in the Red Sun Society's premises. Shang Xiaomei nodded calmly, uninterested in further discourse, and turned to leave when she noticed Yan Qi staring at her in despair, clearly on the verge of a breakdown. What expression is that? Shang Xiaomei asked, pulling Yan Qi along. As they walked, Yan Qi lamented, Madam, are you provoking them? You are merely handing them money. That is 1,000 beast coins, a significant sum to give to those brutes. Shang Xiaomei chuckled helplessly. I am merely entrusting them with it temporarily. Rest assured. The money will return, and the house will be dismantled. But there are only the two of us. And the walls of the Red Sun Society are thicker than the city walls. How can we possibly dismantle anything? Yan Qi's confidence waned further. Just as they stepped out of the Red Sun Society's conference hall, an uproar of laughter erupted from within. Yi Zhao laughed the loudest, almost wearing his arrogance as a badge. I thought this so-called supernatural being had some skill. Turns out she is merely a foolish simpleton. It is a pity to waste such potential on her. Had we known her lack of intelligence, we should have ensnared her much earlier. Indeed, had we known this, we should not have confronted her directly, but rather devised several traps to ensnare her, Lu Xiaokai added, reveling in his own cleverness as he glanced at the heavy sack of 1,000 beast coins. The ease with which they had deceived the supernatural being made him regret not inflating the figure on the promissory note by several thousand beast coins. Look at her foolish demeanor. Had I written a few more 1,000 beast coins, she would have handed that over too. This supernatural being was indeed naive. The walls of the Red Sun Society's estate were at least 30 centimeters thick, with just the two of them. They could not hope to dismantle even a single wall in half a day's time. Haha, they practically delivered the money to our doorstep. I have never seen such a foolish person. The members of the conference hall laughed derisively at Shang Xiaomei, save for Dama Zi and those who had suffered losses, who hesitantly warned the crowd. She is a supernatural being, skilled in trickery and with far-reaching influence. Unfortunately, the arrogant and ignorant members of the Red Sun Society paid no heed to Dama Zi's warnings. Once they gained the upper hand, they became oblivious to their own folly, mistaking their own cleverness for wisdom, viewing others as fools, and failing to engage in self-reflection. Thus, they remained forever oblivious to the truth that to bring about its ruin, one must first induce its insanity. After the Red Sun Society meeting, Shang Xiaomei led Yan Qi on a leisurely stroll through the streets. She was calm and collected, while Yin Qi was already growing anxious. Madam, if we continue to wander, time will slip away, he urged. I am surveying the terrain, she replied. What have you disowned? Yin Qi inquired. The Red Sun Society has long feasted on the people's substance. I observe that their granaries, banks, and fabric shops are quite grand, stocked with provisions sufficient to sustain the entire city for several years, she explained. Yin Qi was taken aback. Are you contemplating dismantling the granaries, banks, and fabric shops? Not only are these places heavily guarded, but each is also surrounded by towering walls. These walls are thick and sturdy. How can we possibly tear them down? Shan Xiaomei replied with an air of mystery. I am, after all, a being of extraordinary nature. What are a few meters of earth and stone walls to me? I have encountered walls hundreds of meters high before. The thought of such towering walls was beyond Yin Qi's imagination, leaving him in awe of their sheer magnitude. Let us proceed to dismantle the granary, Shan Xiaomei declared confidently, and, bolstered by her assurance, Yin Qi's worries gradually subsided. Upon reaching the granary, Shan Xiaomei realized they lacked sufficient exchange tickets. With a resolute heart, she closed her eyes and expended 5 points of vitality to summon a large excavator. As the machine materialized before Yin Qi, he instinctively recoiled in fear. The excavator's tires stood 12 meters tall, with the entire structure reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters. Shan Xiaomei was not concerned about the excavator's capabilities. Her only worry was whether she could operate it skillfully, having previously owned a toy excavator designed for a single occupant. She recalled the proprietor's assurance that its controls mirrored those of a real excavator. She had relished the experience of maneuvering the toy in her backyard, and now, with a stroke of luck, she applied the same principles to operate the excavator. To her astonishment, the machine responded to her commands with remarkable precision. The thunderous roar reverberated through the streets, drawing the attention of the townsfolk, who emerged in droves, both frightened and bewildered. Adults, children, and the elderly alike gaped in horror, hesitant to approach the excavator, whispering in awe. What is that monstrous creation? One exclaimed. Look, it has toppled the wall. Another cried. So terrifying. There is someone up there, no. A spirit. A spectre controls that beast. They murmured, uncertain of her intentions towards the Red Sun Society's granary. The guards of the Red Sun Society could no longer remain passive. Brandishing their crimson-tasseled spears, they rushed towards the excavator in a frenzy. Yet, the spinning wheels of the machine possessed the power to obliterate all in their path. The guard spears were swiftly ensnared and crushed beneath the wheels, rendering them powerless in an instant. Confronted with the overwhelming force of modern machinery, the guards were paralyzed with fear, none daring to advance. Those who had previously mocked Shan Xiaomei in the conference hall now rushed out in a panic. Regardless of their numbers, none were willing to approach the colossal excavator. Even when it stood idle, the thought of it in motion was far too daunting, capable of inflicting injury or entombing a person in the blink of an eye. Quickly, stop her. Make her halt, Ye Zhao shouted, seeing the granary's walls near their collapse as he recklessly shoved a guard forward. The unfortunate guard was crushed beneath the falling wall, his leg broken, cries of agony echoing in the air. Ye Zhao attempted to push more guards into the fray, but sensing the impending doom, the rest quickly scattered. Shan Xiaomei paused for a moment, waiting for the injured guard to scramble from the rubble before she resumed her advance. She understood that Ye Zhao and his companions could scarcely fathom the existence of an excavator, which is why they had so readily agreed to grant her a half-day to dismantle the Red Sun Society's properties. For those unfamiliar with excavators, it was indeed a challenge to grasp the absurdity that one individual could demolish a building in mere minutes. Not only the guards but even Yin Qi, who had an inkling of Shan Xiaomei's capabilities, was left speechless. He had believed that motorcycles and firearms were the zenith of her trickery, yet here she was, conjuring something far more formidable. She was nothing short of a divine force. Ye Zhao, caught in a whirlwind of frustration and helplessness, turned to Lu Xiaocai, gripping his collar with fury. Think of a way. Did you not claim she was easily deceived? Lu Xiaocai, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos, stammered. I cannot do anything. He crouched, as if to plead for mercy. Ye Zhao, seething with rage, yanked him up and delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face. The granary. We cannot afford to lose it, he shouted, just as Shan Xiaomei breached the final wall of the Red Sun Society's granary. With the collapse of earth and stone, golden grains tumbled forth. The villagers watching from a distance were spellbound by the sight of such bounty. Mother, father, look. So much food, a child exclaimed. Meanwhile, the elderly murmured with disbelief. Food. So much food. In a desperate attempt to mitigate the impending loss, Ye Zhao commanded his subordinates to prevent the townsfolk from seizing the grain. Yet, faced with such an abundance, rationality fled. The townspeople, long oppressed by the Red Sun Society, were emboldened by recent events, the deaths of the 7 fiends and the demise of Wu Tianxiu. The remaining ruffians posed no greater threat than the villagers. Typically, they sought to avoid confrontation for the sake of peace, yet now, driven by the desire for sustenance, they surged forward like a tidal wave, overpowering a Red Sun Society member and continuing their frantic scramble for food. In the face of survival, human potential and bravery surged forth. The previously submissive villagers transformed into fierce warriors, undeterred by age or stature, charging ahead with reckless abandon. Shan Xiaomei, witnessing the scene of upheaval, felt a sense of satisfaction. She hollowed out the walls adjacent to the street, facilitating the transportation of grain. Then, with a resolute spirit, she directed the excavator towards the Red Sun Society's bank. No matter how fervently Ye Zhao sought to impede her, his efforts were in vain. The bank, much like the granary, succumbed to her relentless assault. The citizens of Jieqing lived in constant fear for their livelihoods, while the bank's coffers overflowed with ill-gotten wealth. This money, accrued from the people's toil, rightfully belonged to them. Once more, the townspeople stormed the Red Sun Society's bank. Next in line was the fabric shop. With winter approaching, many citizens lacked even a single garment. While the Red Sun Society hoarded warehouses full of cloth, Shang Xiaomei breached the shop, and the townsfolk surged forward, their joy akin to a celestial celebration. Households emerged to seize grain, currency, and fabric, transporting their bounty time and again, unable to exhaust the treasures amassed by the Red Sun Society over the years. One could only imagine the extent of their embezzlement of the people's hard-earned resources. Once she had dismantled the granary, bank, and fabric shop, Shang Xiaomei paused her endeavors. She gracefully leaped from the excavator, retracting it into her spatial realm, and made her way toward the crumbling Ye Zhao. Just as she had traversed halfway, a little girl suddenly dashed out and clung to Shang Xiaomei's leg. Dressed in her monstrous attire, Shang Xiaomei was taken aback by the girl's apparent lack of fear. "Little sister, why are you clinging to me?" she inquired. Hee, the girl giggled, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "My mother says that the monster adults are divine beings sent by the heavens to save us. Is that so? Aren't you afraid of me?" Shang Xiaomei playfully ruffled the girl's hair, deliberately grinning widely. Hee, I'm not scared. The little girl was thoroughly amused by Shang Xiaomei's antics. However, Shang Xiaomei felt her monstrous dignity was being overlooked and found herself unable to escape. With a sigh of resignation, she glanced around, hoping someone might rescue her from the little girl's affections. Just in time, Yan Shi appeared and lifted the girl away, saying, "Little sister, come play with your brother. The monster adult has important matters to attend to." Yan Shi was quite favored by girls, and the little one quickly forgot about Shang Xiaomei, becoming enchanted by him. With a moment to herself, Shang Xiaomei swiftly approached Ye Zhao and declared, "Lord Ye Zhao, the half-day mark has not yet passed, and the remaining time is specially reserved for you." Ye Zhao trembled with anger, yet felt utterly powerless against Shang Xiaomei. "Reserved for what? I do not require it. Naturally, it is for you to have a good cry," she replied. "You." Ye Zhao was so incensed that he nearly fainted, clutching his chest and coughing violently, unexpectedly spitting blood. Noticing this, Shang Xiaomei feigned concern. "My lord, what has happened? Please do not be angry. Your health is paramount." Chapter 13. The delicate lady only I can behold. Shang Xiaomei successfully incited a citywide uproar in Jieqing, where the oppressed citizens, long subjugated by the Red Sun Society, boldly stood against them. Deprived of skilled enforcers, the Red Sun Society resembled soldiers stripped of their weapons, left with nothing but a hollow shell. The once domineering members of the Red Sun Society, after being beaten by the citizens, scurried back into their council hall, too frightened to show their faces in the streets. Even Ye Zhao retreated. However, despite suffering a catastrophic blow, the ruffians surrounding the Red Sun Society did not disband as a result of this incident. Quite the opposite, due to the society's deeply entrenched power within the Beast Kingdom. They became even more determined to devise strategies against Shang Xiaomei. "My lord, as long as we have the mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood. No matter how formidable the monster, she is but one individual. Our Red Sun Society is filled with experts. Are we truly afraid we cannot handle her? As long as we remain united in Jieqing, there will always be opportunities to turn the tide." The Deputy General, Aoki, who co-led the Red Sun Society with Ye Zhao, began to rise and rally the morale. Both Ye Zhao and Aoki were formal members of the Red Sun Society, dispatched to Jieqing with the intent to siphon the people's wealth to support the upper echelons and provide sufficient resources for their expansion. Once Ye Zhao regained his composure, he found Aoki's words quite reasonable. After all, the granaries, banks, and fabric stores in Jieqing were not Ye Zhao's personal possessions. The items the monster sought were those required by the higher-ups. His private treasury remained untouched. He could still continue as the president of the Red Sun Society in Jieqing, as long as he reported today's events to his superiors, who would surely send someone to deal with the monster. At that point, it would be her own undoing. "You are correct. Our elite members have all fallen at her hands. Now she has breached our granaries, banks, and fabric stores. These are exactly what the higher-ups require. Her actions will not be overlooked." Once Ye Zhao comprehended this logic, the clouds of despair lifted from his visage, replaced by a newfound ferocity. Aoki further reassured him, "Rest assured, my lord, I have already reported our situation to Matsushita City, which lies 100 miles away. As you know, Matsushita City is one of the wealthiest cities in the south, flush with resources. The Red Sun Society's ruler there, Kawashima, commands the fearsome and renowned Dogtooth Guards. Should they encounter her, be she human or monster, she will surely meet her demise." Ye Zhao felt a surge of confidence and echoed, "You are right. No matter how powerful the monster, she is but one creature, while Matsushita City's Dogtooth Guards number in the hundreds. They successfully guard such a vast city. How could they possibly be thwarted by a mere monster? As long as we maintain our hold on Jieqing, once reinforcements from Matsushita City arrive, we shall not only vanquish that monster but also reclaim our grain, fabric, and wealth from those unruly citizens." Those below listened intently to Yeja and Aoki's exchange. Having just been beaten black and blue, they now seemed invigorated, rallying fervently in response to Yejao's words. Defend Jiqing. Revitalize the Red Sun Society. Their shouts grew louder, and the momentum that had been shattered by Shang Xiaomei was restored. Defend Jiqing. Revitalize the Red Sun Society. Meanwhile, Yin Qi, who had been eavesdropping outside, hurried back to the inn where they were staying, relaying everything he had overheard outside the Red Sun Society to Shang Xiaomei. Upon hearing Yin Qi's report, Shang Xiaomei exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, she found it amusing, saying, "Do they truly believe they can defend Jiqing?" Through recent events, Yin Qi's faith in Shang Xiaomei had grown immensely, and he began to admire her more. No longer questioning her words, he eagerly asked, "Madam, do you have a plan to drive them out of Jiqing?" Shang Xiaomei, with a sense of assurance, nodded. "Indeed, I have already cast out the bait. It is merely a matter of when they will take the hook." "Bait? What bait? I have been by your side every day. When did you set out any bait?" Yin Qi was perplexed, going over the events of the past few days in his mind, but he could not fathom when Shang Xiaomei had ensnared the Red Sun Society. Shang Xiaomei had no intention of withholding the truth. The 1,000 beast coins were the bait offered to them. It is merely a question of when they will bite. The phrase 1,000 beast coins echoed in Yin Qi's mind, and he recalled how painful it had been to part with that sum. Now, he was utterly bewildered as to how that amount could serve as bait. What exactly has the madam accomplished? Just as Yin Qi sought further clarification, Shang Xiaomei's attention shifted. Though she had not sustained severe injuries in her recent battles, she was not without her scrapes and bruises. Particularly, her left ankle seemed to have twisted at some point, causing her discomfort while walking. Having endured the pain outside, she could no longer bear it. "My ankle hurts terribly. Please help me see if it is swollen." Shang Xiaomei cautiously removed her monstrous attire, revealing her delicate form. Frowning and hopping on one foot to the bedside, she sought Yin Qi's assistance. The moment she revealed her true self, Yin Qi became hesitant to look at her. He could not comprehend how such a fragile creature dared to confront the Red Sun Society. In her current state, she appeared so soft and delicate that any passing beastman could easily carry her away. Yin Qi forced himself to suppress his wandering thoughts, shifting his gaze to Shang Xiaomei's ankle. It indeed bore some redness and swelling. However, to him, such an injury seemed trivial. For him, even a broken ankle would not be a significant issue. This was his first encounter with such a timid and pain-averse female. The mere swelling of her ankle brought her to the brink of tears. In the past, had he encountered someone so weak, he would have scoffed and dismissed them as worthless. However, he now knelt before Shang Xiaomei, holding her delicate, white foot as if it were a treasure, and remarked, "Indeed, it has swollen. It hurts tremendously. What shall we do now?" Shang Xiaomei's brow furrowed tighter, her bright eyes glistening with unshed tears. Suddenly, Yin Qi's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. He wished to keep Shang Xiaomei in Jiqing forever, never to return to the realm of the spirits. He did not want the other men to witness her tender, enchanting side. "I shall massage it for you," Yin Qi said, his gaze darkening as he spoke earnestly. Though his heart raced uncontrollably and his breath quickened, throughout his life, he had never experienced such intimacy with a woman. Earlier, he had carefully cradled Shang Xiaomei's foot, ensuring to place cloth beneath it. Yet now, he felt emboldened to seize the opportunity to touch her skin while massaging her ankle. Though a strong sense of morality constrained him, he repeatedly reassured himself, "She is my wife. I have already been integrated into the realm of spirits. She belongs to me. My wife, of course, I may touch." Shang Xiaomei evidently harbored no such reservations. The boundaries that defined the relationship between men and women were starkly different for the two individuals from disparate worlds. From a young age, she had grown accustomed to receiving care from the opposite sex within reasonable limits. Particularly when injured, treatment from male caregivers was deemed essential. Thus, she saw no issue with Yin Qi massaging her ankle. "All right, please help me," she said, though fearful of the pain. She mustered the courage to extend her foot toward him. Yin Qi hesitated for a few seconds before gently grasping her ankle, this time without the cloth. As he kept his head lowered, Shang Xiaomei remained unaware of the flush creeping up his cheeks or of his almost obsessive possessiveness at that moment. In his heart, having made physical contact with Shang Xiaomei, she was now his. "Ah, be gentle, please." Yin Qi believed he was being cautious enough, yet Shang Xiaomei exclaimed in exaggerated pain. The slight tremor of her body indicated her genuine discomfort. So delicate, she could hardly endure any pain. To Yin Qi, those who frequently cried out in agony, fatigue, or discomfort were the most useless of beings. Moreover, fearing pain was indeed a shameful trait. Yet, when it came to Shang Xiaomei, he found no disdain. Rather, he thought it only natural for his enchanting wife to be sensitive to pain. Her skin was so tender, and now that she was injured, not only did she feel pain, but Yin Qi felt a pang of heartache as well. "Next time, be more careful and do not get hurt again," he advised. Lightening his touch and looking up earnestly at Shang Xiaomei, she bit her lower lip hard enough to leave a deep red mark, her voice trembling as she replied, "I do not even know when I got hurt. It seems to have happened when I jumped down from the excavator. It was too high, and had I known, I would not have done it." Yin Qi did not comprehend what she meant by doing it, but he was quite clear about the height of the excavator. "Next time, do not jump down by yourself. I can carry you." "Ah, is that possible?" Shang Xiaomei was somewhat taken aback. How had her previously innocent brother learned such flirtation so quickly? Yin Qi's face turned crimson as he avoided her gaze, burying his head deeper. It was he who had instigated the flirtation, yet he felt embarrassed. I merely do not wish to see you injured again. Is that so? Thank you, Shang Xiaomei replied. As they conversed, Yin Qi continued to massage her ankle, bringing some relief. Once the initial pain subsided, the subsequent massage was less uncomfortable. When he had finished, he applied ointment for sprains to her ankle. Such a minor injury would not have concerned him in the least, let alone warranted treatment. For beings like them, medicine was invaluable, and he typically refrained from using it. However, for Shang Xiaomei, he felt no reluctance at all. Over the next 2 days, Shang Xiaomei, with her injured ankle, was reluctant to leave her bed unless absolutely necessary. The moment her foot touched the ground, she would cry out in pain. Her fragility truly reshaped Yin Qi's understanding. Most astonishingly, her recovery was painfully slow. It took 2 days for the swelling to gradually subside. This was an unfathomable occurrence for Yin Qi, as their kind healed at remarkable speeds. A broken bone would mend within days, and minor injuries were hardly regarded, typically healing within a day or two. His spirit wife, unable to walk for several days due to a swollen ankle, appeared so delicate and helpless. Devoid of the fierceness one would expect from a spirit, she resembled a pitiful little rabbit. An odd thought emerged in Yin Qi's mind. He did not want others to discover that his spirit wife was, in fact, a fragile creature. He wished to guard this secret alone. While others feared his spirit wife, he wanted to quietly cherish her. Yin Qi, I want some water, Shang Xiaomei, lying in bed, began to request food and drink after waking. She remained oblivious to the profound impact her 2 days of illness had on her innocent brother. She only thought that Yin Qi was exceptionally good, obedient, and understanding, knowing how to care for the sick. Yin Qi had kept warm water on the stove, and as soon as Shang Xiaomei finished speaking, he presented a cup of warm water to her lips. Drink, it is not hot. His gaze was gentle, his voice even softer, carrying a slight rasp yet possessing a youthful clarity that stirred every nerve in Shang Xiaomei's body. Suddenly, she felt an inexplicable thirst. She scrutinized Yin Qi, noting that he did not seem to be intentionally speaking in a strained voice. Yet, she felt uncertain. How had she not realized before that his voice was so pleasant? Could it be that she had developed a crush? Noticing her hesitation to drink, Yin Qi obediently nudged the cup forward a bit more. Please drink, I have tried it. And it is genuinely not hot. His voice, as lovely as before. Shang Xiaomei no longer hesitated. She nodded softly, parting her lips to take the rim of the cup. Her lips, which had been somewhat dry, were instantly moistened by the water, resembling freshly washed cherries. Irresistibly tempting. Yin Qi felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his gaze snapping away, unable to look further. At that moment, another peculiar thought formed in his mind. He could never allow his wife to reveal her true self. She must wear her spirit attire whenever she ventured outside. What is happening outside? Have the members of the Red Sun Society caused any trouble? Shang Xiaomei mused, considering that her foot had nearly healed and it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Yin Qi replied, in the past few days, Jiecheng has been in turmoil. The townsfolk flee from the Red Sun Society members as if they were rats, and the latter have been quite compliant, causing no further disturbances. Satisfied, Shang Xiaomei nodded. That is good. They should not be able to hold out much longer. Hold out for what? Yin Qi inquired, perplexed. To endure remaining in Jiecheng. For the members of the Red Sun Society, Jiecheng has become a hell. Surely, some of them cannot endure any longer. Chapter 14. The coin that speaks. Yin Qi vaguely grasped something. Madam, are you suggesting that the members of the Red Sun Society will flee from Jiecheng? Would that not mirror how they once drove the other civilians away? Unexpectedly, they too have reached this point. Yin Qi spoke with increasing fervor, his admiration for Shang Xiaomei evident in his sparkling gaze, filled with intense focus. Yet, whenever Shang Xiaomei turned her eyes towards him, he would immediately avert his gaze, too intimidated to meet her eyes directly. Instead, he would steal glances at her when she was unaware, as if he could never get enough of her presence. The fleeting moments igniting a surge of longing in his heart. The city was in chaos, and those like Lu Xiaozai and Damatzi, who had previously relied on the Red Sun Society's power to oppress the common folk, would undoubtedly be pursued and punished by the enraged citizens. Shang Xiaomei analyzed the situation with clarity. Yin Qi quickly comprehended. If they could not establish themselves in Jiecheng, they would likely choose to leave. Indeed, people like them would not depart empty-handed. It seemed the fish were soon to be hooked. Shang Xiaomei glanced down at her feet, noting their recovery was progressing well. It appeared that the final strike was imminent. Half a day later, precisely as Shang Xiaomei had anticipated, trouble indeed befell the Red Sun Society. Initially intending to conserve their strength and avoid a direct confrontation with Shang Xiaomei while awaiting reinforcements from Songxia City, Yi Zhao suddenly lost his composure, consumed by rage, and stormed in with all his subordinates. You demon! I will fight you. Yi Zhao, who had previously been cautious and avoided confrontation, now charged at Shang Xiaomei with reckless abandon. Wielding a silver curved blade, its edge as thin as a cicada's wing, he moved with an elegance that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Fearing for Shang Xiaomei's safety, Yin Qi positioned himself protectively in front of her, as if shielding a defenseless child. Shang Xiaomei found herself at a loss for words. Ever since Yin Qi had seen her true self, He treated her as though she were a delicate vase. Yin-Chi, step aside. Shan Xiaomei barely had time to utter that Yi Zhao could not harm her when his blade descended towards Yin-Chi, though he struggled to withstand Yi Zhao's onslaught. Yin-Chi resolutely stood his ground before Shan Xiaomei. As Yi Zhao's attacks intensified, Yin-Chi, in a moment reminiscent of a heroic tale, foolishly attempted to catch the blade with his bare hands, gripping the curved knife with unyielding determination. In an instant, crimson blood poured forth like a torrential rain, splattering onto the floor. Shan Xiaomei gasped in shock, unable to fathom the pain Yin-Chi must be enduring. A mere needle frightened her. She could never dare to attempt something as audacious as catching a blade with her bare hands. Was Yin-Chi mad? Yin-Chi, release it, she cried, feeling a pang of pain just from observing him, let alone what he must be feeling. Yet, Yin-Chi did not heed her words. Instead, he gripped Yu Zhao's blade even more tightly. As Yu Zhao struggled to withdraw the weapon, Yin-Chi delivered a powerful kick, sending Yu Zhao flying. With sheer force, he wrested the blade away. This fierce and valiant spectacle was something Shan Xiaomei had only witnessed in films. She was left utterly speechless. Is this the courage of a man in the beast realm? It was undeniably bold and fearless. Are you all right? Is your hand okay? Shan Xiaomei asked. Noticing Yin-Chi twist the blade, gripping its hilt without uttering a sound of pain, standing resolutely before her, shielding her. Unable to contain her concern, she leaned forward to inquire. Yin-Chi glanced at her affectionately, softly reassuring her. It's nothing. My bones are intact. Shan Xiaomei hesitated, blood continuously dripping from his hand. And it certainly did not appear to be nothing. You ruthless demon. I will kill you. For my son's vengeance. A distraught and furious Yu Zhao, having just risen from the ground, began to shriek hysterically towards Shan Xiaomei. Shan Xiaomei surmised that the situation was far worse than she had anticipated. Just as Yin-Chi prepared to charge at Yi Zhao once more, Shan Xiaomei timely restrained him. In Yi Zhao's current state of rage, any further provocation would surely escalate the chaos. You may kill me, but beware of killing the wrong person. Your son will not rest in peace. Shan Xiaomei's words struck a precise chord, momentarily freezing the frenzied Yu Zhao. It took him a moment to comprehend her meaning. Kill the wrong person? How could I possibly kill the wrong person? Who besides you could have killed my son? Who possesses the audacity to infiltrate my private vault and slay my son? Yi Zhao's voice grew hoarse with anger, his eyes filled with the ferocity of a vengeful spirit. Seeing him regain a semblance of rationality, Shan Xiaomei seized the opportunity to counter. Why do you so readily assume that I killed your son? Simply because your private vault was robbed? Otherwise? Who else could silently infiltrate my vault, steal my money, and heartlessly murder my son? Yu Zhao remained steadfast in his belief that Shan Xiaomei was responsible. His subordinates echoed his accusations, vehemently blaming her. You killed the young master. You wicked demon. Shan Xiaomei noticed that many of Yu Zhao's subordinates, who were eager to shift the blame onto her, clustered around Lu Xiaocai. However, Lu Xiaocai's expression was peculiarly complex, nervous yet resolute, as if he had resolved to frame Shan Xiaomei for the incident. Damatzi, tell us what you witnessed last night. Lu Xiaocai suddenly thrust Damatzi forward. Damatzi, whose leg had been shot through just days prior, had nearly recovered, but his gait remained unsteady due to anxiety and guilt. I saw a ghost sneaking into Lord Yi Zhao's vault at midnight, stealing his money and killing. Yes, I saw it too. It was all the work of ghosts. More and more subordinates stepped forward to accuse Shan Xiaomei. One even produced a bag of 1,000 beast coins that Shan Xiaomei had once given to Yi Zhao. My lord, look, she has stolen back the money given to you. I just found this under her bed. Yi Zhao snatched the bag, confirming it contained the very coin Shan Xiaomei had once gifted him. Once more, he turned his ire upon her. Caught red-handed, you vile demon. Do you have the courage to act yet lack the courage to confess? In an era devoid of surveillance, mere words could serve as the most compelling evidence, leading to countless injustices born from the machinations of the malicious. Yet today, they had chosen the wrong target. Faced with such overwhelming accusations, Shan Xiaomei exhibited no sign of panic. Observing her calm demeanor, Yin-Chi too felt reassured. He tended to his wounds while quietly standing guard beside her. You all presume to accuse me simply because you possess voices. But do not forget, I am the demon Shan Xiaomei. Her cryptic declaration momentarily stunned everyone, including Yi Zhao. What do you mean? Yi Zhao demanded, his patience clearly wearing thin. Dressed in her ghostly attire, Shan Xiaomei feigned a sinister laugh, declaring, it is not solely you who can speak. Whether I stole the money or committed murder, your words hold no weight. Only the money can speak. Money? How could money possibly speak? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Xiaocai could no longer contain himself and boldly questioned Shan Xiaomei. However, Shan Xiaomei, disinterested in his provocations, turned to Yi Zhao and inquired, do you not wish to uncover the identity of the one who murdered your son? Yi Zhao's eyes burned with fury. Having reached the limits of his patience, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Shan Xiaomei, no longer playing coy, declared, my money will speak. It will undoubtedly reveal to you who has plundered your treasury and slain your son. Money? Money speaks? How preposterous. Lu Xiaocai, sensing the impending doom, stepped forth to thwart Shan Xiaomei's next move. Yet, she did not grant him the chance to interfere. Swiftly using her teleportation to snatch the money pouch from Yi Zhao's grasp, in front of the astonished crowd, She rummaged through the pouch and produced the beast coins she had tampered with in advance. Within these coins, she had concealed recording devices, placing them within 3 of the coins for good measure. The counterfeit coins, crafted to appear remarkably authentic and mingled among thousands of genuine ones, were nearly undetectable to others. Shang Xiaomei had hidden iron within those coins, and at that moment, she held a magnet in her palm, allowing it to glide effortlessly over the multitude of coins, drawing the counterfeit ones to her hand. This spectacle left the onlookers in shock, their fear of Shang Xiaomei intensifying. Could it be that the coins truly possessed the ability to communicate? Some among the crowd began to believe her claims. Without wasting breath on further explanations, Shang Xiaomei aimed to let the facts speak for themselves. She held up one of the counterfeit coins and activated the hidden recording device within. Instantly, a clear voice emerged from the coin, proclaiming, "Now, with the specters guarding Jieqing, we cannot remain here any longer. Our only escape is to plunder Yi Zhao's treasury and flee with the riches." It was unmistakably Lu Xiaocai's voice, striking terror into the hearts of those present. Yet, it was not just the recognition of Lu Xiaocai's voice that astonished them. The revelation that the coins could indeed speak was beyond comprehension. Yi Zhao, upon hearing the conspiracy, glared at Lu Xiaocai with a gaze filled with hatred. "No, that is not me speaking. It is the specter's trickery. She is manipulating the situation." Lu Xiaocai adamantly refused to accept responsibility, desperately attempting to deny the allegations. However, the voice emanating from the coin was an exact replica of his own, complete with his inflection. But the revelations did not cease there. The coins continued to divulge more. Lu Xiaocai is correct. The Red Sun Society of Jieqing is under siege by specters. The chaos has consumed us. Our only option is to take the money and escape. The voice resonating from the coin was that of Damatzi, followed by a chorus of agreement. "Let us act. In the turmoil, we will seize Yi Zhao's treasury and escape Jieqing. With money, we can thrive anywhere. Here, we face only death. Let us unite." These voices belonged to the thugs who had previously conspired against Shang Xiaomei. Now, as the tide turned, they stood dumbfounded. They had believed that their collective deceit could shift the blame onto the specters, but now they were confronted with the truth that the coins could indeed speak. Repeating their own past words, "These coins are cursed," someone shouted. Before Shang Xiaomei could clarify, Yi Zhao drew a dagger and silenced the one who had shouted. "Let it continue to speak." Yi Zhao, his eyes aflame with fury, fixed his terrifying stare upon Lu Xiaocai and growled each word with intensity. Under Yi Zhao's relentless pursuit, the coins continued to recount the events of Lu Xiaocai and his accomplices as they plundered Yi Zhao's treasury, including their altercation upon being discovered by Yi Zhao's son, and Lu Xiaocai's ruthless decision to murder Yi Zhao's son, all premeditated to frame Shang Xiaomei. The incriminating evidence played out from the coins, irrefutable and damning. "Those are the specters, mere tricks of the specters. We did nothing." Lu Xiaocai continued to plead, though his composure was clearly unraveling. Shang Xiaomei relished the sight of the villain's desperate struggle and delivered the final blow. "Listen to the voices from the coins. You were injured during your skirmish with the young master. If we are not mistaken, Lu Xiaocai, you bear a wound on your left shoulder. And Damatzi's head is shattered. The truth of whether you killed the young master will be revealed through examination." Yi Zhao concurred. "Seize them. Verify their injuries." With the tide irrevocably turned, Lu Xiaocai could no longer maintain the faade, his eyes gleaming with malice as he betrayed his allies. Yi Zhao's faction quickly divided into two. One side remained loyal to Yi Zhao, while the other clung to Lu Xiaocai. Kill. Driven by the anguish of losing his son, Yi Zhao, without hesitation, led the charge against Lu Xiaocai. With no escape left, Lu Xiaocai could only rally his men for a desperate fight. The members of the Red Sun Society found themselves on a path of mutual destruction. Bodies fell, blood flowed. The reign of the malevolent forces that had plagued Jieqing for decades was drawing to a close. With the Red Sun Society dismantled, Shang Xiaomei had once hoped that the citizens of Jieqing would enjoy a newfound freedom. Yet, to her astonishment, they elected a new malevolent force to govern Jieqing. As the banners of the new ruling entity fluttered above the city, Shang Xiaomei, noticing the grotesque visage emblazoned upon the flag, inquired of Yin Qi. "Is my demon mask too unsightly? Should I consider a more appealing design?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Qi resolutely replied, "It is not ugly. There is no need to change." Chapter 15. Your backside is quite ample. Did your parents strike you? To Shang Xiaomei's surprise, upon assuming power in Jieqing, the citizens began addressing her differently. No longer did they refer to her as a spectre, she was now known as the esteemed Lady Spectre. Whenever she stepped outside, she was met with the gaze of the populace. Previously fearful, they would scurry away upon sighting her. Now, both young and old approached her with friendly greetings, often posing peculiar questions. Children, in particular, frequently left Shang Xiaomei speechless with their inquiries. "Lady Spectre, why is your backside so large? Did your parents strike you? Lady Spectre, have you dipped your eyes in ink? Your pupils are entirely black. When your 3 nostrils drip, do 3 streams of mucus emerge? Lady Spectre, do you truly have 5 husbands? Do you sleep with them at night?" Some children, perhaps having overheard their parents gossiping about Shang Xiaomei, appeared especially intrigued by her 5 husbands. "If you all sleep together, how large of a blanket do you require to cover you all?" Shang Xiaomei found herself at a loss for answers, and the children relentlessly pursued her with their questions. Feeling her dignity as a spectre was under threat, she turned to feign ferocity in hopes of intimidating them. However, they showed no fear. Instead, they covered their mouths and erupted into laughter. In exasperation, Shang Xiaomei resorted to handing each child a lollipop to coax them away. Meanwhile, the citizens of Jieqing eagerly began the reconstruction of Yanqi's home. Due to the sufficient number of participants and the proactive contributions of building materials from each household, the reconstruction progressed remarkably swiftly. Within merely 2 days, the houses began to take shape. Upon observing that the matters in Jieqing were nearly resolved and that Yanqi's home was also under reconstruction, with progress indicating a quick completion, Shang Xiaomei thought it was time for her to return and take a look. Having never been away from Dusty Island for such an extended period, she eagerly sought out Yanqi, saying, "Yanqi, the matters here are nearly settled. I should return. What about you? Do you wish to accompany me back, or do you prefer to stay in Jieqing?" Without much contemplation, Yanqi replied, "Of course. I want to return with you." Shang Xiaomei had assumed he might prefer to remain in Jieqing, as it was his home. At this, Yanqi lowered his head, nervously tracing patterns on the ground with his toes, and softly murmured something. "What did you say?" Shang Xiaomei inquired, leaning in closer to hear. Yanqi raised his voice slightly, and this time Shang Xiaomei distinctly heard him say, "This is merely my maternal home." Suddenly, the air seemed to sweeten. A smile graced Shang Xiaomei's lips, her spirits lifted by her innocent and adorable younger brother's candid expression of affection. She was determined to reciprocate his sentiments. "Then let us go home," she declared, taking the initiative to grasp Yanqi's long fingers. Though he was younger, he was taller than her, and his hand was considerably larger. Despite her pretense of being experienced, it was, in fact, her first time taking the initiative to hold a boy's hand. She was keen to assert control, attempting to overshadow her younger brother, concealing her own inexperience. However, her undeniable nervousness betrayed her. After a brief moment, her palms began to sweat, and the tension became overwhelming, prompting her to consider letting go. Yet, the instant her fingers loosened, Yanqi firmly clasped her hand, leaving no room for escape. An unspoken understanding lingered between them as they walked in silence, both equally anxious and shy. With Yanqi by her side, Shang Xiaomei had no choice but to obediently accompany him to the riverbank, where they would take a speedboat back to Dusty Island. Previously, due to limited storage space, she had been unable to return the speedboat to her inventory. Now, spending each day with Yanqi, her exchange tickets were accumulating rapidly, and she often treated herself to a few square meters of storage space. As her inventory grew, she recognized the necessity for a more expansive storage capacity. However, while her trip to Jieqing appeared successful, it had taken a toll on her health points. When her exchange tickets ran low, she had no choice but to sacrifice health points for items. Fortunately, the handgun had only cost her 2 health points, whereas the excavator had consumed a substantial 5. With her health points already in short supply, she glanced down to find only 14% remaining. A sense of urgency enveloped Shang Xiaomei. She resolved to replenish her health points swiftly, refusing to allow them to dwindle further. Thankfully, her journey to Jieqing had not been in vain, as it had brought her closer to Yanqi. His innocent affections were apparent, and if this trend continued, he would undoubtedly fall deeply in love with her, becoming the first to replenish her health points. Shang Xiaomei mused that everything was progressing smoothly, and she was experiencing the sweetness of budding romance. It seemed that seeking a partner to replenish her health points was not as daunting as she had imagined. After only 7 or 8 days away, upon their return, Dusty Island had undergone a remarkable transformation. The area where Shang Xiaomei had directed Shirley and the others to build their residences had blossomed into a series of brand new wooden houses. Each house was more beautifully constructed than the last, adorned with architectural features unique to their respective clans, allowing one to easily identify which house belonged to the Fox clan and which to the Merfolk. Yanqi had yet to build his own house. Upon returning to the island, his first order of business was to begin constructing his dwelling. The locations chosen by others for their homes held specific significance. Zizi's house was the closest to the sea, with half of its terrace extending into the water. In contrast, Shirley's house was the furthest from Shang Xiaomei's villa, nestled in the heart of a cultivated field. His abode was remarkably simple, the most rudimentary among the 4. Yet, the surrounding farmland was meticulously tended, devoid of any weeds and thoroughly plowed. Shang Xiaomei observed that just a few hundred meters behind her own home, Shirley had transformed the land into arable fields. In such a short period, he had accomplished so much, had he not slept at all during the nights? Huang Ying's wooden house was built in a secluded corner. Although it was elegantly constructed, the location was less than ideal. It was evident that he had deliberately chosen a less advantageous site, opting for a more secluded existence. This did not imply that he was naturally accommodating or prone to yielding. Based on Shang Xiaomei's understanding of the beast world over the past 2 years, the Fox clan, despite being the most well-preserved beast tribe after the islanders invaded the beast kingdom, held the lowest status among all tribes. Beasts revered strength, and on land, the Fox clan could not compete with the might of the dragon or wolf clans, nor could they contend with the merfolk in the waters. What further brought disdain from all beast tribes was the Fox clan's ability to survive in tumultuous times by leveraging their charm and allure to win over powerful figures from various clans, thereby solidifying their own influence. The fiercely untamed and notorious wolf clan held the deepest contempt for the fox clan, and thus Shirley harbored a particular disdain for Huaying. During their days on Dusty Island, Shirley had never taken the initiative to speak to Huaying, who, in turn, had not sought him out to avoid unnecessary awkwardness. However, the relationships among the others were not much better. Gui Qing was of the Dragon Clan, known for their formidable strength, reigning as kings among beasts. The Dragon Clan had historically guarded the imperial capital, commanding the allegiance of all beasts, being the strongest both on land and in water. Yet, the Dragon Clan faced a significant flaw. Their bloodline was thin, leading to a scarcity of offspring, and in recent years, they had nearly reached the brink of extinction. Such a Dragon Clan, no matter how powerful, could not effectively govern the entire beast kingdom. This was also the reason for their reliance on the islanders to manage the realm. Initially, the Dragon Clan's upper echelons could suppress the influence of the islanders, bending them to their will. However, the situation had clearly spiraled out of control in recent years, with the islanders' control over the beast kingdom surpassing that of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan had unwittingly invited trouble, resulting in the current oppression faced by the beasts. The Wolf Clan, dissatisfied with the Dragon Clan's collusion with the islanders, felt their sovereignty was compromised, leading to their rebellion against the oppression, which had driven them to the harsh northern wastelands. Consequently, Shirley also held a disfavor for Gui Qing. Despite appearing to hold the highest status, none of the men on the island truly regarded him with respect. GZ of the merfolk had once vied for control of the Tsangming Sea against the Dragon Clan a century ago. At the height of the Dragon Clan's power, the merfolk had been defeated and subsequently became subjects of the Dragon Clan. However, witnessing the Dragon Clan's declining strength over the years, the merfolk had begun to reconsider their claim to the Tsangming Sea. Given these circumstances, the relationship between GZ and Gui Qing was particularly delicate. Although they appeared to harbor no animosity towards each other, their interactions were minimal. It was only upon the return of Yin Qi and Shan Xiaomei that they engaged in a day of cordiality. The wooden houses of the group were all constructed after Shan Xiaomei's departure, although the considerations for choosing locations vary. There exists a common trait among them. All are situated at a considerable distance from Shan Xiaomei's villa, as none wished to reside too close to her. When Yin Qi returned to build his cabin, they presumed he would, like them, select a site further away from the ghostly creature. After all, the entity was enigmatic and frightening. Living too close would exponentially increase the risk of being startled. However, to their astonishment, upon returning from a few days with Shan Xiaomei, Yin Qi appeared to have transformed entirely. Not only did he choose the site closest to the ghost, but he also spent his days orbiting around it, affectionately addressing it as my lady repeatedly, which was thoroughly unsettling. To put it plainly, the distance between Yin Qi's chosen residence and the ghost was virtually non-existent, as if he had constructed an annex to the ghost's abode. Others privately wondered if Yin Qi had lost his senses. Yet, Yin Qi secretly rejoiced. As the last to build a house, he felt incredibly fortunate to have his home situated so close to the lady. When Shan Xiaomei was absent from the island, the four men had to fend for themselves. Their survival skills were commendable, particularly GZ, whose presence ensured they could enjoy seafood at every meal. Huang was an adept cook. Any simple ingredient transformed into a culinary delight under his hands. Gui Qing, a descendant of the dragon lineage, could summon anything from the heavens or the earth, and in this bountiful land of the sealed island, hunger was an impossibility. Shirley was not picky. As long as it wasn't poisonous, he would consume anything, meat or vegetables, raw or cooked. They quickly adapted to island life, having shelter from the elements and the ability to procure their own food. Upon Shan Xiaomei's return, she suddenly felt as though her sanctuary had been invaded by handsome men. They no longer appeared to be desperate souls, forced into her sealed island, living off her sympathy and feeling endlessly grateful. A sense of crisis washed over her. Why did her sealed island feel less secure than Jetsing? These men exuded a dangerous aura, with the exception of Yin Qi. Her brother was delightful, obedient, gentle, and easy to manage, unlike the ghostly Gui Qing, whose icy demeanor was unnerving. Upon seeing Shan Xiaomei, his golden eyes would flare with an intimidating intensity, akin to a serpent poised to strike. With Gui Qing as a backdrop, the other men seemed more approachable. Shan Xiaomei found herself most intrigued by GZ. As the merman race possessed an unusual trait, they manifested distinct genders only upon reaching adulthood, before which they appeared androgynous. Most remarkably, they would differentiate based on their affections. If they favored a male, they would become female, and vice versa. If they remained without a beloved, they could maintain their androgynous form indefinitely. Shan Xiaomei had heard that mermen were profoundly passionate, loving only once in a lifetime. This meant that once they differentiated for someone, their devotion would last a lifetime. Currently, she was not well acquainted with GZ, and her understanding of the merman race was limited to what she had gleaned from modern dramas and gossip after entering the beast world. GZ was the first merman she had encountered, and her curiosity was piqued. Unable to suppress her inquisitiveness, she seized an opportunity to have Yin Qi summon GZ before her. GZ's beauty was almost otherworldly, making it difficult to discern his gender. He emanated a solitary, ethereal aura, with eyes that resembled deep, mysterious azure waters. When Shan Xiaomei instructed Yin Qi, he feigned discontent and asked, "My lady, what do you wish to inquire of him?" Shan Xiaomei replied, I have several questions for him. Yin Qi, reluctant, pressed further. What questions? Questions regarding his anatomy. I am simply too curious, she admitted, acknowledging her own nosiness. After a brief hesitation, Yin Qi headed toward Jizi's cabin. Shan Xiaomei anxiously awaited, and finally saw Jizi approaching with Yin Qi. As they neared, Shan Xiaomei sprang from her reclined position, her eagerness palpable, akin to a researcher ready to study an unknown organism. Armed with an array of burning questions, she exclaimed as soon as Jizi stood before her, Jizi, when did your legs develop? This inquiry was straightforward. Yin Qi had already informed Jizi of her use of his name. Jizi responded composedly, our mermen, like the beastmen of the land, grow legs from a young age. While beastmen can retract their ears and tails, we too can conceal our tails when necessary. Shan Xiaomei recalled Yin Qi's ears emerging whenever he lost control of his emotions. They were hidden now, as he appeared calm. What else do you wish to ask? She began, but hesitated, turning to Yin Qi with an apologetic tone. Yin Qi, please step aside. The next question is not suitable for a child. I am not a child, Yin Qi protested, feeling a sense of rebellion at her words, unwilling to leave. Shan Xiaomei quickly corrected herself. Right? You are not a child, but the next questions are quite personal, concerning Jizi's privacy. It would be best if you stepped away, though swayed by her reasoning. Yin Qi still queried, if you know it's his privacy, why do you wish to ask? With a straightened posture, she asserted, I approach this with a spirit of inquiry, diligently seeking to understand the customs and physiological traits of the merman. Should Jizi encounter any health issues, we can provide accurate treatment without panic. Yin Qi felt a twinge of jealousy at her earnestness. Meanwhile, Jizi maintained a calm exterior, though internally he was astonished. He could not comprehend how Yin Qi, having spent merely a few days with the ghostly creature, seemed to have developed feelings for her. How could anyone be enamored by such an eerie figure? Eventually, Yin Qi withdrew, and once he was a distance away, Shan Xiaomei resumed her serious inquiry. How do you differentiate? Jizi, perhaps accustomed to similar questions, remained unfazed and compared it to beastmen growing their final fangs upon reaching adulthood. We mermen only differentiate our genders upon maturity. Is it true that you only differentiate when you meet someone you like? Shan Xiaomei finally posed her most burning question. Indeed, Jizi concealed his emotions well. He was surprised that this ghostly figure, seemingly sinister, was as curious about such intimate matters as any ordinary person. To alleviate any awkwardness, Jizi proactively explained. We mermen only differentiate when we encounter someone we like. If we fall for a man, we become female. If we fall for a woman, we become male. Upon hearing this, Shan Xiaomei's eyes widened with fascination, and she eagerly asked, so, you have not differentiated yet? Her expression, concealed behind a mask, was rigid and grotesque, devoid of any discernible emotion. The naive child was unable to discern her true feelings, yet her voice sounded somewhat pleasant, prompting him to boldly confess, yes, I have yet to differentiate. Suddenly, a thought struck Shan Xiaomei, and without a moment's hesitation, she blurted out, so you might eventually differentiate into a female, right? That would mean I would have a female husband. The child could not fathom her thoughts, nor did her disposition seem any less peculiar than her appearance. As she uttered such words, she not only remained unperturbed but also found amusement in her own jest. However, Shan Xiaomei quickly realized the implications. Wait. If you were to differentiate into a woman, wouldn't that mean I would be wearing a green hat? Her dark, unblinking eyes fixed intently upon the child, her inquiry earnest. The child, still unfamiliar with her, felt a strong trepidation towards her. He dared not defy Shan Xiaomei or provoke her ire, and with a look of fear, he responded, I would never dare to wrong the lady. In an effort to assert her authority, Shan Xiaomei rose, placing her hands behind her back. Her tone resolute as she issued a stern command, you can only differentiate into a male from now on. Do you understand? He nodded obediently, acquiescing to her demands. Shan Xiaomei's temperament was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, she resumed her inquiries on a subject of interest. Before your differentiation, did you possess that? This time, despite her pretense of seriousness, she could not conceal her embarrassment, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. The child, still oblivious, countered innocently, what all men have. Shan Xiaomei's face was nearly aflame. This time, the child finally grasped her meaning. He nodded and shook his head, answering in a manner that was tantamount to silence. Shan Xiaomei, feeling too bashful to press further, shifted to another question. Are your chests flat or? Suddenly, the child gazed at her with fervent intensity, suggesting, would you like to inspect them personally, my lady? Shan Xiaomei was taken aback by his audacity, momentarily speechless, struggling to formulate a retort. If the lady has no other matters, I shall take my leave. The child's expression remained impassive, as if the audacious remark had not escaped his lips. Very well. Depart, Shan Xiaomei replied, somewhat awkwardly. Once the child had exited, Yin Qi promptly returned to Shan Xiaomei's side. Noticing her distracted demeanor, he sensed a surge of jealousy. Inquiring, what did you discuss with him? You appear as though you've lost your wits. Shan Xiaomei immediately refuted. I did not, I assure you. Just then, Huang approached from a distance. A member of the Fox clan, Huang was renowned not only for his exquisite appearance but also for his beguiling charm. Adept at enchanting others and manipulating their hearts. Before he could draw near, Yin Qi's jealousy intensified. What is he here for? He must have some business. Shan Xiaomei replied cautiously. Among the 5 men, she harbored the greatest apprehension towards Huaying, not due to any wrongdoing on his part, but rather because of the notorious reputation of the Fox clan. Beyond their seductive pursuits and emotional manipulations, they were notorious for their involvement in the abhorrent organization known as the Red Sleeve Alliance. Members of this alliance were the Fox clan's most alluring individuals, trained from a young age in the arts of seduction, deception, and allure, disguising themselves as the object of their target's affection, gradually infiltrating their lives to fulfill their missions. They would feign deep love, even living with their targets and raising children. Some targets, having cohabited with members of the Red Sleeve Alliance for decades, ultimately met their demise at the hands of their own spouses. The children, witnessing the tragic unraveling of their parents, endured unspeakable anguish. Yet, the members of the Red Sleeve Alliance remained heartless, disregarding decades of marital bonds in their quest for completion. There were also targets who were not intended for elimination, but rather for coercion. To win them over, they would submit to them, gently coaxing them until love blossomed, only to discard them ruthlessly once their utility was expended. Each of these tales sent shivers down the spine. Although the majority of their victims were deemed malevolent, the actions of the Red Sleeve Alliance left others feeling profound disdain for the Fox clan. Consequently, they fostered deep-seated animosity towards its members. Huang had arrived on the island with Yin Qi and the others, and if one were to judge by appearance and demeanor, he stood out the most. It was not that he was undeniably more attractive. Rather, he possessed an uncanny ability to showcase and exploit his allure. His attire, mannerisms, and overall presentation consistently drew attention, captivating the gaze of women. Had Shan Xiaomei not been wary of the Fox clan, her attention would have undoubtedly gravitated towards Huaying during her leisure moments. Yin Qi, equally cautious of Huaying, had reluctantly allowed the child to converse privately with Shan Xiaomei earlier, but now he sought to prevent any interaction between her and Huaying. What could he possibly want? Though unwilling, Yin Qi had no means to deter Huaying's approach, thus he resigned himself to sit at Shan Xiaomei's feet, resting his head upon her lap to assert his presence. Huaying's gaze briefly swept over Yin Qi, instantly discerning that he had developed feelings for the spirit. While the Fox clan may be physically weak, they possess the highest intellect among the various beast clans. Unlike the child, who merely doubted Yin Qi's judgment, Huaying, having perceived Yin Qi's infatuation, began to suspect that there was more to the story. He recalled the intelligence he possessed concerning Jia City, and upon observing Yin Qi's besotted expression, he surmised that there must be some undisclosed matter at play. Even if the spirit was captivating the populace of Jia City, leading them to submit, the prospect of a love-struck youth falling for her, given her current frightful visage, seemed nearly implausible. There had to be some hidden intricacy. Huaying's thoughts raced, yet his expression remained composed, and the matter he raised was one that Shan Xiaomei had overlooked. My lady, it is time for us to receive the antidote. Whether Huaying feigned vulnerability before Shan Xiaomei or had merely grown accustomed to a subordinate's posture, he knelt to report. Antidote? Oh, yes, I shall fetch it for you, Shan Xiaomei exclaimed, suddenly recalling her previous deception. Claiming that the potion was toxic and must be taken with the antidote every 7 days, today marked the 8th day. Had Huaying not mentioned it, she would have completely forgotten. Shan Xiaomei first helped Huaying to his feet, lightly grasping his arm, and in doing so, she was enveloped in his intoxicating fragrance, subtle yet alluring, deeply penetrating and lingering. A peculiar warmth coursed through her fingers, an almost electric sensation that spread through her body, as if she had experienced an intimate connection with Huaying. Fortunately, the sensation was not overpowering. With little time to ponder, Shan Xiaomei hurried to retrieve the antidote, knowing that only she could unlock the door. In a secluded corner, the enigmatic Gui Qing appeared to be mending the pathway, silently concealing an oval stone within his sleeve as he observed the door that would close automatically once opened. With his formidable martial prowess, it would be a trivial task for him to wedge the stone into the door's crevice, preventing its closure. He had executed such maneuvers countless times, and failure was not an option. As long as there remained a sliver of an opening, he could seize the opportunity to slip into the abode of the supernatural beings and exact vengeance for his deceased parents with a single stroke. Meanwhile, Shan Xiaomei was occupied with preparing the antidote, blissfully unaware of the imminent peril. She retrieved a sizable bottle of cola from her spatial pouch and, eager to showcase the beverage's rarity, filled 5 diminutive cups, mimicking a scene from a television drama. Balancing the tray, she brought the 5 cups of the ominous black liquid outside. Huaying and Yin Qi were the first to consume the antidote, followed by Gui Qing and the child. Only Shirley returned from the fields after nightfall, washed his hands, and gulped down the antidote before promptly resuming his tasks. Unbeknownst to them, Huaying, the first to hastily drink the potion, had not truly swallowed it. Instead, he merely held it in his mouth, seeking a secluded spot to discreetly expel the liquid. His actions were motivated by a desire to validate his suspicions, being adept at reading people's hearts. He had harbored doubts upon hearing the supernatural beings claim that the black water was poisonous. Had he not brought it up, the supernatural beings would have clearly forgotten about the antidote, and with 8 days elapsed since the last poisoning, their bodies exhibited no ill effects. If it were indeed a potent poison, they would have succumbed long ago. Huaying's perilous act of spitting out the antidote was merely to ascertain whether the supernatural beings had truly poisoned them. He needed to uncover the truth before anyone else, as it was imperative to thoroughly comprehend the nature of their supernatural mistress. Upon returning to the secluded island, Shang Xiaomei found herself idly passing time. Previously, she occasionally prepared meals for herself, but now, with Yin Qi's presence, all her responsibilities were taken care of by him. Yin Qi meticulously prepared every meal, but soon realized that Shang Xiaomei was quite particular, demanding not only visually appealing dishes, but also insisting on the freshest ingredients. Even when these criteria were met, her consumption remained minimal. Chapter 17, truly charming and obedient, as expected of the Fox clan unbeknownst to him. Shang Xiaomei's modest appetite was not due to her eating less, but rather the others devouring more. Compared to the beastmen, who consumed 3 to 4 large bowls in a single meal, Shang Xiaomei could manage only a small bowl. In Yin Qi's eyes, even a 3-year-old child would out-eat her. "Madam, you should eat more. Gaining a bit of weight would enhance your beauty," Yin Qi remarked. His gaze solely fixated on Shang Xiaomei. Lost in thought about her fragile physique, he couldn't help but offer his advice. As soon as the words left his mouth, an unusual silence enveloped the surroundings. Gu Qing cast a glance at the corpulent figure of the supernatural being, questioning whether Yin Qi had fallen under some enchantment that distorted his perception of reality. Realizing the peculiar reaction from everyone, Yin Qi hastily attempted to clarify, "In my eyes, the madam is the slimmest." His explanation felt superfluous, revealing his unease. Huaying, seated in the furthest corner, seemed to be the least conspicuous, yet observed every subtle expression on Yin Qi's face when he looked at Shang Xiaomei. The overt admiration in Yin Qi's eyes, akin to bubbles of affection, was undeniably genuine. Beastmen are creatures of unvarnished emotion. Their desires stem from the heart and are expressed candidly. Beauty, admiration for strength, and compassion for the weak may all serve as the seeds of affection. What did the supernatural being embody? If Yin Qi's fondness for her arose from admiration for her strength, then what accounted for the tenderness and longing in his gaze? Shouldn't his feelings be rooted in respect for her formidable abilities rather than the current mixture of care and indulgence? Such a gaze is typically one that conveys the affection of the powerful for the vulnerable. Coupled with his earlier contradictory statement, Huaying could only surmise one possibility. Either the supernatural being's power was not as formidable as it seemed, or her fearsome appearance was a facade. Given the information they had, there was no doubt about her strength, thus the latter must be true. This meant that the supernatural being's current visage was merely a disguise. As Gu Qing and the child continued to suspect Yin Qi of being under some spell, Huaying had already deduced that Shang Xiaomei's appearance was a ruse. Now that he had unraveled this mystery, it was time for him to execute his psychological stratagem. Huaying, meticulous in thought, had feigned weakness over the past few days, allowing Gu Qing and the others to underestimate and marginalize him. Who would expect that he was already a step ahead of everyone? Crafting a plan to win over Shang Xiaomei? Having grown up in Jie City, Yin Qi was more familiar with winning fights than charming women. Observing Shang Xiaomei's modest appetite, he assumed it was due to unappealing food. That evening, he caught several mice, skinned and cleaned them, and roasted them over a bonfire, the most delectable feast he could conceive. Upon returning to her room, Shang Xiaomei reignited her ghostly flame, illuminating the outdoors. Initially, others hesitated to approach, wary of the eerie fire. However, when they saw Yin Qi grilling meat under the bright glow, which illuminated the night and facilitated their activities, they gradually overcame their fear and gathered near the ghostly flame. What made this ghostly fire so brilliantly luminous? If only I could light such a flame in the fields, I could continue my farming at night, Shirley mused, circling under Shang Xiaomei's light. The child also commented softly, "This ghostly fire shines brighter than the pearls of the Jiaran clan. Steady in wind and rain, shining like daylight." It was indeed remarkable. Even the cunning Huaying was awestruck by the fire hanging above. Shang Xiaomei, having dozed off on the sofa, awoke to find herself comfortably seated by the second-floor window, listening to their murmurs below, feeling both amused and entertained. These unsophisticated beastmen were marveling at a simple incandescent bulb, an extraordinary sight indeed. Yin Qi, however, possessed a broader perspective. Having experienced the wonders of Jie City, he was unperturbed by any rare or astonishing object Shang Xiaomei presented. In his eyes, his supernatural mistress, despite her frail physique and poor eating habits, was unparalleled in strength. As Shang Xiaomei had just awakened, she was oblivious to what Yin Qi had roasted, only catching a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat that made her mouth water. Unable to resist, she hurried downstairs, eagerly gazing at the roasted meat in Yin Qi's hands. "It smells so good. Can I eat it?" she exclaimed. Yin Qi offered her a piece of the juicy roasted mouse. "Here, try it and see if it's to your liking." Xiang Xiaomei was irresistibly drawn by the enticing aroma, and she eagerly took a large bite of the roasted meat. The rich flavor enveloped her senses, and the tender texture was simply delightful. As she chewed, she gave Yin Qi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This is exquisite. What kind of meat is this?" "Mouse meat. Mouse meat is the most delectable," Yin Qi replied, beaming with pride at the compliment. However, the notion of consuming mouse meat horrified Xiang Xiaomei, who had never eaten such a thing before. Having witnessed countless rats scuttling through the foul sewers, she suddenly felt the urge to vomit. While she could tolerate eating rabbit, given their clean breeding environment, the idea of mice, crawling through sewers and teeming with bacteria, was unbearable. Her retching intensified, expelling even the remnants of her previous meal. As a modern individual, she found it hard to share the same culinary disregard as the beast folk, who seemed unfazed by such matters. Yin Qi, who had just been elated by Xiang Xiaomei's praise, froze in shock, dropping the roasted meat to the ground as panic washed over his face. Just as he contemplated rushing to assist her, the silent Hua Ying appeared before Xiang Xiaomei. "Madam, please rinse your mouth," Hua Ying said, as if anticipating the need. Having prepared warm water, Xiang Xiaomei gratefully accepted, eager to cleanse her palate. She took a large gulp, inadvertently creasing her face, as her vivid red lips curled slightly. Hua Ying discreetly caught a glimpse of the delicate, rosy hue beneath the mask, silently pondering the true beauty concealed beneath it, which seemed to captivate Yin Qi so deeply. To Hua Ying, those who were entranced by beauty and enamored with love were the greatest fools of this world. Only a fool would lay bare their heart, willingly becoming a puppet to another. He would never fall for a spectre, regardless of whether her visage was grotesque or breathtaking. To him, it made no difference. The fox tribe had survived thus far solely by maintaining a clear mind and possessing the ambition to ascend using the strength of others. Yet, this spectre possessed a uniqueness unlike any other, and Yin Qi had never encountered anyone like her. After rinsing her mouth, Xiang Xiaomei surprised Hua Ying by uttering a simple, "Thank you." The word thank you was foreign to the fox tribe, as they were regarded as the lowest of the low among all beast folk. No one ever expressed gratitude towards them. Just as others failed to kneel before the spectre, Hua Ying habitually knelt before her. The fox tribe seemed innately destined to occupy a subordinate position. They were perpetually striving to please the other beast folk, with no one ever offering thanks in return. Thus, even the astute Hua Ying momentarily faltered upon hearing the spectre-esque gratitude, pausing before replying with a casual "You're welcome." Having vomited excessively, Xiang Xiaomei was unaccustomed to commanding others, and was about to clean up her mess herself, when Hua Ying swiftly interceded, burying the unsightly remnants in dry earth, ultimately removing it along with the loose soil. As he attended to this, the other man remained oblivious. His diligent efforts were perceived merely as a display of ingratiation by the likes of Gui Qing, who understood the true motivations behind their entry into the ghostly realm. Gui Qing gave Hua Ying a disdainful glance, fully aware that neither Yin Qi nor Hua Ying had been coerced into their current situation, since they both had ulterior motives. Gui Qing couldn't help but scorn their obsequiousness towards the spectre. He was the least inclined to conceal his own intentions. Had he been confident in his ability to eliminate the spectre, he would have acted long ago rather than engaging in this charade. In stark contrast to Gui Qing's disdain was Yin Qi's sense of urgency. Hua Ying possessed an uncanny intelligence, seeming to see through everything. Yin Qi felt no fear of Hua Ying overshadowing him or winning the spectre's favor, but he dreaded Hua Ying uncovering the true nature of his lady's disguise, and, like him, developing feelings for her, thus competing for her affection. He feared he could not outmatch Hua Ying. "Madam!" Yin Qi exclaimed in terror, rushing to Xiang Xiaomei's side and pulling her aside, wishing to shield her from prying eyes. Xiang Xiaomei stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. "What is wrong with you?" she questioned, perplexed by his reaction, as she was the one who had eaten the mouse meat. I need a favor from you," Yin Qi stammered, deliberately positioning himself to obscure Hua Ying from her view. "What is it?" she inquired. "My house isn't ready yet, and I have nowhere to stay tonight." Yin Qi responded cautiously, his gaze searching Xiang Xiaomei's dark, inky eyes for any sign of emotion. He wished to be as perceptive as Hua Ying, adept at discerning others' feelings and catering to their desires. It was amusing to consider that Yin Qi, once scornful of the fox tribe's relentless flattery, now longed to learn from Hua Ying, desperate to win Xiang Xiaomei's affection and become her most cherished husband. He yearned to be her first man, while simultaneously fearing to provoke her ire. This sentiment had been bottled up for too long. Had it not been for Hua Ying's provocation, he might not have had the courage to voice it, though Xiang Xiaomei hesitated only briefly before responding. The weight felt excruciating for Yin Qi, akin to being fried in oil. Fortunately, her answer aligned with his hopes, and he was one step ahead of Hua Ying. "Then you can sleep downstairs," she said. In truth, Xiang Xiaomei also wished to replenish her energy, but with Yin Qi yet to express his feelings, she dared not take risks. Once she had calmed Yin Qi, her hunger resurfaced. The mouse meat was off the table, and there was nothing else to eat. Just as she contemplated exchanging tickets for some food, a deliciously charred leek pancake appeared before her. Earlier that day, Yin Qi had included leeks as an ingredient in a dish. Xiang Xiaomei had merely mentioned enjoying a few leek pieces, and Hua Ying had quickly deduced her fondness for them. As for the pancake, she had forgotten. During lunch, she had remarked that having a baked pancake filled with wild vegetables would be perfect. While it was said that the fox tribe excelled in charming and pleasing others, who could truly despise those who consistently considered another's preferences and acted upon them, even if they approached care and affection as a tactic? It remained genuine concern, an art that could evoke joy. "Thank you." Xiang Xiaomei felt genuinely moved at this moment, not only for the food Hua Ying had provided, which was precisely to her liking, but also for the rare kindness he had shown. In her previous modern life, she had received care from family, friends, and fans. Yet, in the 2 years spent in the beast world, she had to adapt to an entirely foreign environment alone, enduring profound loneliness and solitude. isolated on an island. She often had to confront tasks assigned by the system without companionship. After such prolonged solitude, she sometimes felt as though she truly were a mere wisp of a ghost. In the delicate exchange of affections, how could Huayong's meticulously prepared dishes be dismissed with a mere flattery that undermines his heartfelt intentions? This marked the second occasion on which she expressed gratitude to Huayong, who, still unaccustomed to such sentiments, found himself momentarily speechless before replying, "No need for thanks." Yet, just as Shang Xiaomei took a bite of the chive pancake, Yanqi unexpectedly lost control and swatted the pancake from her hand. The suddenness of the event left everyone, including Shang Xiaomei, bewildered. "Yanqi," Shang Xiaomei exclaimed, gazing at the fallen pancake on the ground, her voice a mix of confusion and reproach. Were it not for the mask obscuring her eyes, Yanqi would have surely detected the faint flicker of anger within them. "Madam, if you desire chive pancakes, I can prepare them for you right now. Do not eat his." Chapter 18. Sister, what is this? At this moment, Shang Xiaomei's emotions were exceedingly complex. Yanqi's affections for her had sparked a sense of possessiveness, which, while flattering, also necessitated a degree of restraint. In the harsh realm inhabited by beasts, the concept of civility and morality was utterly foreign. Their interactions were devoid of understanding regarding the respect owed to others. They revered strength and viewed the weak with disdain, resolving disputes with brute force. Should such a mentality infiltrate Chinfeng Island, it could lead to countless troubles. Shang Xiaomei felt akin to a teacher facing unruly children for the first time, compelled to wield her ruler in discipline. She was inherently gentle, disinterested in meddling in others' affairs, let alone resorting to punishment or control. However, with the influx of individuals on Chinfeng Island, many of whom appeared difficult to engage with, she recognized the necessity for order. Even the mild-mannered Yanqi had dared to disregard Huayong's dignity by swatting away the pancake right before her eyes. If she did not impose rules and guidance, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. "Kneel," Shang Xiaomei commanded, her tone uncharacteristically firm. The 5 men promptly knelt in unison. Yanqi, positioned at the forefront, realized that his earlier actions had incited Shang Xiaomei's anger. "Madam, I am sorry," he pleaded. "Do not call me madam anymore. I cannot bear such a title." In order to instill a lasting lesson, Shang Xiaomei resolved to address this matter with the seriousness it warranted. "Until I grant my permission, you may call me Shang Xiaomei. My husband must be a gentleman of virtue, and I, Shang Xiaomei, will not associate with those lacking in moral character." She gazed down at the kneeling men, her voice growing increasingly stern. "Since you have come to Chinfeng Island, you must adhere to its rules. One of the most crucial rules is that we must coexist amicably. Anyone harboring thoughts of oppression or bullying must abandon them at once. Should anyone dare to harm their companions, they shall be expelled from Chinfeng Island." In their eyes, Shang Xiaomei was already an enigmatic and fearsome figure. Their trepidation did not dissipate, and witnessing her wrath sent chills down their spines, rendering them hesitant to act out. Yanqi, acutely aware of the gravity of his misstep, was more concerned about inciting Shang Xiaomei's displeasure than feeling fear. In a bid for her forgiveness, he immediately threw himself at her feet, clinging tightly to her legs, fervently admitting his fault. "Madam, I was wrong. I will not dare again. I apologize to him. Please do not be angry with me." Shang Xiaomei found her legs ensnared, unable to move. Looking down at him, his eyes glistening with tears, she felt her earlier anger dissipate. "I said to call me by my name from now on." Shang Xiaomei maintained a stern expression, reluctant to concede so easily. Yet Yanqi persisted. "You are my madam. I shall call you madam. I forbid you from doing so." In an effort to assert her authority, Shang Xiaomei seized Yanqi by the collar, firmly halting him. Yanqi resembled a stray cat chastised by its owner, his inherent insecurity causing him to weep more profusely. "But you are all I have. Please do not abandon me." Taking a deep breath, Shang Xiaomei reluctantly released her grip. She intended to be firm, believing that establishing rules was essential for future governance. Ironically, it was Yanqi, the youngest and least mature among them, who bore the brunt of her discipline. Her attempts to frighten him proved ineffective, and instead, he became further distressed. "You are not to repeat this behavior. You must learn to coexist amicably with your brothers. Such actions must not occur again." Observing Yanqi's sorrowful tears, Shang Xiaomei softened her tone. Yanqi nodded vigorously, quickly wiping his tears away with the back of his hand and flashing a bright smile, despite his reddened eyes. He recalled his grandmother's words that boys appear most unattractive when they cry, but their smiles are most endearing. He merely wished for Shang Xiaomei to see him at his best. "What should you do now?" Shang Xiaomei, embodying the role of a diligent educator, patiently guided Yanqi. Understanding immediately, Yanqi turned to Huayong and bowed deeply, offering his apologies. "Huayong, I am sorry. I should not have acted that way. It was all my fault. Please forgive my impulsiveness. We are now a family and must show each other kindness." As his words lingered, Huayong replied, "Young Yanqi is simply impetuous. It was a momentary lapse, nothing more. Can you forgive me?" Yanqi asked earnestly, casting a glance at Huayong that bore an edge of mischief and intensity. Huayong, meeting his gaze, smiled reassuringly, lifting Yanqi from the ground. "You need not worry. I harbor no ill feelings toward you. Thank you. You truly are a generous brother." Huayong. Yanqi continued to express his contrition even after rising. Shang Xiaomei watched with satisfaction, believing that acknowledging one's mistakes could lead to improvement. As long as she provided proper guidance, they would learn to respect one another and coexist harmoniously. A gentle smile graced Huang's lips, indicating that he was indeed unperturbed. Reflecting on Yin Qi's earlier behavior, Shang Xiaomei felt a pang of guilt for Huang. She turned to him, sincerity in her voice as she apologized. Huang, Yin Qi's actions were wrong, yet they stem from my influence. Please do not take offense. I will ensure he behaves appropriately in the future. Her eyes brimmed with regret, her tone imbued with humility. She was not merely going through the motions, unlike Yin Qi, whose apologies often masked disdain. No, it's fine. Huang stammered, clearly taken aback. Thank you for forgiving him. Shang Xiaomei reiterated her gratitude, and Huang, unaccustomed to such expressions of thanks, found it difficult to adjust. The onlookers, including Gu Qing, remained silent, wary of provoking further ire. This was the first time they had witnessed a spirit express anger so overtly. While it appeared intimidating, it was merely bluster. No one was punished, and her dreadful tricks were left unutilized. You all should return to rest. It is quite late. Xiang Xiaomei felt as though she had become the elder in this situation. Her presence seemed to hinder their ability to relax, given the unpleasantness that had already unfolded. It would be better to simply send them off to rest. No sooner had she given the command than Gu Qing and the others respectfully withdrew. Yin Qi was the only one who remained, inching closer to Xiang Xiaomei. Madam, have you truly forgiven me? I have forgiven you. Then, may I sleep in your room tonight? Very well, you may sleep on the first floor. You are truly kind, madam. I have already told you. Do not call me madam. What shall I call you then? Sister? Yin Qi deliberately lowered his voice, his tone carrying an ambiguous flirtation. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Xiang Xiaomei furrowed her brow, her heart stirred by the teasing from her younger brother. You are still so young. How have you learned to be so mischievous? I grew up in Jiechen. How could I not learn? Yin Qi paused, reflecting on the time before his grandmother had taken him in. When he had to beg for food. What is the matter? Are you being bullied? Xiang Xiaomei scrutinized his youthful, handsome visage. Regardless of the perspective, Yin Qi was undeniably the type favored by older sisters. His most captivating trait was the innocent charm that he unwittingly displayed. Who would he adore a younger brother who blushes easily and is shy? Observing that Xiang Xiaomei had forgotten the previous conversation, Yin Qi realized he had achieved his aim and, with a feigned air of dejection, continued, in a place like Jiechen, being bullied is commonplace. However, I merely appeased them by agreeing to call them sister. I have not consented to anything else. His elaborate explanations indicated to Xiang Xiaomei that he was asserting his innocence. Was it time for the next step? Xiang Xiaomei's gaze, unbidden, swept over Yin Qi's elegantly defined neck, slender waist, and long legs. Come in, she said, feeling somewhat flustered. It seemed indeed that the moment had arrived, yet she hesitated. Should she simply push him forward? Thankfully, she was wearing a mask, or else Yin Qi would have seen the tumultuous expressions flitting across her face. Once inside Xiang Xiaomei's room, Yin Qi was immediately captivated by its unique, dreamlike quality. He had never encountered a space so immaculate, organized, and comfortable. What is this? A concubine's couch? He inquired, pointing at the large sofa in the living room. It's a sofa, very comfortable. You should sit on it shortly, Xiang Xiaomei replied as she began to change her shoes. Observing her, Yin Qi stood still at the entrance. Xiang Xiaomei retrieved a pair of blue slippers from the shoe cabinet. These slippers will belong to you from now on. Yin Qi gazed at the fluffy slippers, noting their exquisite shade of blue, one he had never seen before. Despite their beauty, he did not wish to wear them. Even if they were a gift from Xiang Xiaomei. I do not want to wear these slippers. Why not? Xiang Xiaomei asked with curiosity. These slippers are made from animal fur, correct? Regardless of the conflicts among our kind, we would never use each other's hides for clothing or shoes. Such cruelty is only perpetrated by those from the islands. Xiang Xiaomei finally grasped his meaning. She held the slippers up to his nose. Can you detect the scent of animal hide? Yin Qi curiously sniffed and honestly replied, no. They are not made from beast skin. Wear them with peace of mind. After meticulously inspecting the slippers inside and out, Yin Qi found no trace of animal hide. Rubbing the soft material, he remarked, this truly isn't made of beast skin. Once assured, he slipped the slippers onto his feet and joyfully exclaimed, these are quite comfortable. May I wear them outside tomorrow? No, these are indoor slippers. You must change into outdoor shoes when you go out. This is the second rule of Dusty Island. Remember it well, Xiang Xiaomei instructed earnestly. I will remember. Yin Qi nodded obediently. Once inside the room, Xiang Xiaomei exchanged a set of men's sleepwear from her space and, feeling slightly shy, approached Yin Qi. Tonight, you will bathe here. Do you have a change of clothes? No, Yin Qi answered honestly, recalling how his home had burned down and all his clothing had been lost. I have prepared sleepwear for you. Thank you, sister. Isn't that what you need to wear inside? Yin Qi, witnessing Xiang Xiaomei's unusual hesitance, quickly understood her implication. Naturally, he needed it. Although he feigned shyness, his fair face flushed a deep red, even the tips of his ears blushing, while his eyes concealed an unidentifiable expectation. Xiang Xiaomei felt as though she were a seductress tempting her younger brother into mischief. She believed she was not that desperate. Holding out a piece of paper, she instructed, take a good look at the contents, your height, weight, and waist size, and determine your measurements. Yin Qi glanced at the paper, his expression one of difficulty. I cannot read the characters. The script of the beast world was vastly different from that of the modern era. It was simpler. And while Xiang Xiaomei had nearly mastered it, Yanqi surely could not decipher the modern text. Thus, she proceeded to take his measurements. You are about 1.8 meters tall. Go weigh yourself. She pointed to the scale in the corner. Confused, Yanqi approached the square scale, unsure of what to do next. Just step on it, Xiang Xiaomei instructed as she walked toward him. Complying, Yanqi stepped onto the scale. 136 pounds, very good, a standard weight. During her time as a performer, Xiang Xiaomei had often been required to monitor her weight, so encountering such a standard figure filled her with the same satisfaction as a dance instructor might feel. Although Yanqi did not understand what a standard weight was, he couldn't help but feel elated by Xiang Xiaomei's praise. The compliment about his physique made him even happier. With weight established and height estimated, Xiang Xiaomei discreetly glanced at Yanqi's lower abdomen and decisively stated, it should be this size. She retrieved a pair of boxers from her space and handed them to Yanqi along with the sleepwear. After your bath, change into the sleepwear before sleeping. Yanqi, bewildered, lifted the underwear, which was nearly the size of a handkerchief, and asked earnestly, Sister, what is this? Chapter 19. Bathroom instruction. Xiang Xiaomei wished to maintain a calm demeanor, akin to the biology teacher who had once taught them about physiological hygiene, and explained to Yanqi with ease. However, when she beheld his cool, captivating gaze, his slightly curled hair, and his charming smile revealing playful canines, how could her heart remain composed? This is worn underneath. It fits snugly, is highly breathable, and very comfortable to wear. Xiang Xiaomei endeavored to keep her voice steady, her expression serious, while her eyes darted restlessly, unable to meet Yanqi's gaze. She longed to hasten past this topic. Yet Yanqi's inquiries were not finished. In this? Which side is the front? Is the difference between the front and back not obvious enough for you to see? She thought inwardly, her frustration mounting. This is the front. Now, go wash up, she urged, her embarrassment palpable. Yet she maintained her facade of calmness as she flipped the boxers to demonstrate the correct side, eager to move on from the discussion. Yanqi turned obediently and made his way toward the bathroom. At that moment, Xiang Xiaomei realized that the multitude of questions that had just arisen had rendered Yanqi so bashful that even the nape of his neck had turned crimson. Shortly after he stepped into the bathroom, a new dilemma emerged. He was utterly unfamiliar with all the items within. Previously, he had only known to bathe in a tub, pouring hot water into it beforehand. However, Xiang Xiaomei's bathroom lacked even a single drop of water, let alone a tub. How could one bathe without water? Xiang Xiaomei felt as though she were guiding a child. She followed him into the bathroom, first removing the shower head and directing it toward the wall to prevent a deluge when the faucet was turned on. Do not touch these two spots, just turn this one. When the faucet faces outside, it dispenses hot water. When directed inward, it releases cold water. You can adjust the temperature to your liking. If it feels too hot, just shift it slightly inward. As she demonstrated, she explained to Yanqi. The faucet had 2 switches to regulate the water output, and she adjusted it to the handheld shower position. She typically did not alter the water output switches, relying solely on the handheld shower. Hence she advised Yanqi to refrain from touching the switches. As Yanqi observed Xiang Xiaomei turn on the faucet, a sudden downpour erupted within the confines of the shower head. His eyes widened in astonishment. Why is it raining? And it's warm rain. He stared, somewhat hesitant to grasp the handheld shower in her hand. Everyone experiences trepidation when confronted with the unknown. To Xiang Xiaomei, the bathroom items posed no threat. Yet to Yanqi, they were foreign and enigmatic dangers. She extended the shower head toward him, and after a moment of hesitation, he summoned his courage to accept it. Don't be afraid. It's perfectly safe. Let me explain how to use the other items. Xiang Xiaomei's bathroom cabinet was filled with an array of bottles and jars, a dizzying display that resembled a pharmacy at first glance, making it difficult to discern their purposes, although she was well aware of the functions of every item in the bathroom. Imparting this knowledge to Yanqi all at once was quite an overwhelming task. This is facial cleanser for washing your face. This is setting spray. This is for exfoliating. And this is for pore refinement. Just hold on to these 2 bottles. The white one is for shampoo, and the purple one is for body wash. Use them like this. Xiang Xiaomei had not anticipated that what was once a simple routine would involve so much explanation. Growing impatient, she directly handed him the shampoo and body wash, leaving the skincare products untouched. She could address those later. She felt increasingly warm in the confined space of the bathroom with Yanqi, and an uncomfortable sensation would wash over her whenever their bodies inadvertently brushed against each other, causing her nerves to tingle and her legs to weaken. Had she not been clad in her peculiar attire, she shuddered to think how she might lose composure, and how mortifying it would be if Yanqi were to witness it. You go ahead and wash. I'll step outside for some fresh air. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Xiang Xiaomei fled the bathroom. Yanqi's gaze followed her until she disappeared from view. Thoughts he had never entertained began to flood his mind. He had entered Xiang Xiaomei's world ahead of others, and he did not wish to squander such a splendid opportunity. He longed to possess her. Naive in matters of love, he was uncertain how to proceed. He instinctively yearned to embrace her, caress her, and kiss her, yet he was at a loss regarding what to do next. But as soon as he fantasized about touching Xiang Xiaomei, his body reacted peculiarly. He closed the bathroom door, stripped off his clothing, and faced the unfamiliar desires. Unsure how to alleviate the tension within him, only aware that his current state was entirely due to Xiang Xiaomei, Only she could assist him, provided he cleansed himself first. Imitating Shang Xiaomei, he turned on the faucet, and the warm water cascading over his bare skin felt exquisitely soothing. He quickly acclimated to this delightful bathing method and thoroughly enjoyed it. Opening the bottle she had handed him, he marveled at the silky liquid within. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air was delightful. Shang Xiaomei's items were indeed the most remarkable and effective. Squeezing some shampoo onto his head, he spread it with his hands, quickly generating a rich lather that felt astonishingly pleasant. After rinsing the bubbles from his scalp and meticulously cleaning his body, he busied himself in the bathroom while Shang Xiaomei, feeling restless outside, paced anxiously, unable to calm herself. She decided to grab 2 bottles of beer and head to the beach for some fresh air. In the past, whenever she felt troubled, she would sit by the sea and enjoy a beer, allowing a slight inebriation to quiet her restless mind. However, times had changed. As she stepped out of her house, she noticed a solitary figure sitting on her favorite large rock, gazing thoughtfully at the waves. Shang Xiaomei had previously made sure to turn on the streetlights along that path, but 2 of them had recently gone out, casting the area into darkness. At first, she could not discern who was sitting on the rock, but as she approached, the figure stood and knelt before her. It was Huaying. "My lord," he addressed her, having been told not to call her madam, so he opted for my lord instead. Each time he interacted with Shang Xiaomei, he exhibited an air of submission, as though he were beneath her. "What are you doing here?" Shang Xiaomei nimbly climbed onto the rock, which jutted above the sea, its surface considerably larger than her 2-meter-wide round bed, weathered by sun and wind. The stone had become remarkably smooth. "I couldn't sleep, so I wanted to come out and enjoy the sea breeze," Huaying replied, his tone seemingly normal. Yet he exuded a sense of melancholy, as if he had endured great suffering, rendering him restless. Shang Xiaomei could not help but recall the events of the evening. "Are you still bothered by what happened with Yanqi?" "I'm not," Huaying vehemently denied. The more he denied it, the more guilt Shang Xiaomei felt toward him. "Please sit. I happen to have brought 2 bottles of beer for us to share." She leaped onto the rock and handed him a bottle. Huaying remained kneeling, his back slightly hunched. He answered her questions with a humble demeanor, responding cautiously. Shang Xiaomei extended her hand, and he, taken aback, placed his hand over hers. She pulled him up from the ground, saying in the future, "Unless you've committed an error and are being punished, do not kneel so readily." Shang Xiaomei had just returned to her house, removing the gloves that concealed the back of her hands. She thought that in the dim light, Huaying would not notice anything. However, as he touched her hand, he felt her skin, cool and smooth, and he immediately thought that regardless of her appearance, her delicate skin was far from dreadful. The beer was refreshingly cold, as if it had been frozen in ice. The weather on Dusty Island was quite warm, making a cool drink particularly refreshing. Indeed, the spirit was powerful. In such a warm place, she had managed to make the beer so chilled, leaving him curious about the enchantment she employed. Such a formidable spirit. If truly harnessed for the Fox clan, would they no longer have to submit to the oppressive whims of the powerful? All the beastmen of the Fox clan could live with dignity, much like other beast clans. "Why are you out so late, my lord?" Huaying timely inquired. His thoughtfulness manifests in every facet of his interactions. Whenever someone is near, he instinctively cultivates an atmosphere of delight. Even if he lacks the desire to converse at the moment, upon the arrival of Shang Xiaomei, he feels compelled not only to speak but to utter words that she finds delightful. Should she be troubled, he seeks to lend an ear to her grievances and bring a smile to her face. The sycophantic tactics employed by the Fox tribe, which invite disdain, are merely sacrifices of their dignity for self-serving ends. Though they are undeniably despicable, they have never found solace. Why, you ask? Simply put, there exists a hint of discomfort. Shang Xiaomei peeled back the tab of a beer can and tilted her head to sip the refreshing beverage. She relished the weather on the dusty isle, eternally warm, allowing her the freedom to indulge in chilled drinks whenever she pleased. Was her discomfort due to sharing a room with Yanqi's younger brother for the first time? Huayang tentatively inquired, still uncertain of the peculiarities of the supernatural, unsure if his probing would displease her. To Shang Xiaomei, Huayang felt akin to a cherished confidant or an exceptional counselor. His demeanor was calm and courteous, creating an inexplicable sense of relaxation in her presence. When one is at ease, they often find themselves inclined to share their innermost thoughts. It had been a long time since Shang Xiaomei had confided in anyone. Yes, a bit, she admitted candidly. Yanqi's younger brother was sincere and straightforward, allowing adults to feel at ease in his company. Huayang would never vie for affection. Adhering to the unyielding principles of the Red Sleeve Alliance, no competition for favor, no emotional entanglements, no attachments. Their sole purpose was to become indispensable, unforgettable figures in the lives of their assigned subjects, fostering dependency and blind loyalty. To achieve this, they prioritized the preferences of their charges above all else, employing every means to satisfy and delight them. As long as it brought joy to their subjects, members of the Red Sleeve Alliance would personally select enchanting companions for them, delivering them to their beds. Currently, Yanqi was the one who captivated Shang Xiaomei's heart, and Huayang would certainly refrain from uttering a word against him in her presence. Instead, he would actively encourage her to pursue a relationship with Yanqi. This was Huayang's nature. Shang Xiaomei was surprised that despite the discomfort Yanqi had caused Huayang the previous evening, he still defended him. "I realize it's simply that I've never been so intimately close to a man before," And I feel a bit nervous, she confessed. Lacking even a close friend at that moment, she pondered how she would navigate this situation if she had one by her side to consult. Ah, I see. It is quite natural for someone as pure and innocent as you to be unfamiliar with such matters. Huayang quickly grasped what was amiss between Shan Xiaomei and Yin Qi. Both were inexperienced, and perhaps they were unaware of how to proceed. What do you mean by unfamiliar with such matters? Shan Xiaomei's voice suddenly rose, sounding almost anxious. Yet, it was merely a reflection of her own insecurity. Huang understood. Do not fret. Matters of intimacy are often dictated by fate. Allow things to unfold naturally. In the realm of the beast-kin, there are fewer taboos regarding sexuality. Though Shan Xiaomei's face flushed with embarrassment, she did not express anger. Yes, I understand. Yin Qi. Being inexperienced may inadvertently cause you harm. I possess a soothing balm for you, Huayang offered, demonstrating his concern. What balm? Shan Xiaomei questioned, puzzled. Had the night been less dark, and had she not been clad in a concealed mask, her burning cheeks would have revealed her embarrassment. No, it is not yet time. She averted her gaze, avoiding looking at the item in Huayang's hand. However, Huayang insisted, it is better to be prepared, my lady. You should accept it. With a guilty conscience, Shan Xiaomei swiftly snatched the balm from his grasp and tucked it into her pocket. The atmosphere had already grown awkward. Yet Huayang possessed the ability to restore normalcy in an instant. My lady, your sincerity towards Yin Qi is commendable. He is indeed fortunate. His tone was sincere, devoid of mockery or exaggeration, which eased the tension in Shan Xiaomei, allowing her to engage in a genuine conversation with him. I am not that remarkable. I merely hope to get along with him. In a world where females were scarce, many sought fleeting connections with males. That the lady could think this way was already commendable in Huayang's eyes. Yin Qi, being young and sensitive, would undoubtedly feel hurt if I mistreated him. I hope everything will proceed smoothly. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within Shan Xiaomei, echoing her past experiences as an idol in the modern world, where love felt like an arduous endeavor. Now that everything seemed so effortless, she found it difficult to find peace. Chapter 20. What do you dislike about me? The lady's concern for Yin Qi indicated that they were destined for happiness together. Each of Huayang's words brought joy to her heart. This was Shan Xiaomei's first conversation with him, and perhaps due to her prolonged solitude, it felt as though she were conversing with an old friend, bringing her a profound sense of comfort. After a sip of beer, she found herself yearning for more. I wish I could have another drink, she lamented. Then let us drink some more. I shall accompany you, Huayang promptly replied. However, Shan Xiaomei shook her head helplessly. No, I cannot afford to get drunk. One drink is already my limit. She did not elaborate on why she could not become inebriated, but Huayang perceptibly sensed that a significant secret lay beneath her words. If you were to drink too much, I could escort you home. You need not worry, he assured her. You do not understand. I cannot get drunk. It would lead to trouble, Shan Xiaomei murmured, cradling her head in her hands. Though her words were vague and soft, Huayang absorbed every syllable. Trouble from getting drunk? Huayang committed this phrase to memory. The supernatural beings appeared invulnerable, perhaps only concealing their vulnerabilities, to gain Shan Xiaomei's trust. He refrained from further inquiries and instead kindly escorted her back to her villa. After they departed, from the tumultuous waves of the sea, a figure suddenly emerged. He was strikingly handsome, resembling an ethereal being that had wandered into the mortal realm, his long hair cascading over the water's surface like a gossamer veil. His beautiful fish-tail gently swayed in the water, the scales glistening with radiant hues that illuminated the surrounding sea. It was the youth from the merfolk. The merman could vanish without a trace in the depths of the ocean. While Shan Xiaomei conversed with Huayang, he had been eavesdropping from beneath the waves. Both Guiqin and Huayang could surmise that his presence on Dusty Isle was not a result of coercion. However, his true intentions remained unclear to them for the time being. As the youth floated on the surface, he gazed thoughtfully at the retreating figures of Huayang and Shan Xiaomei. Moments later, he dove beneath the waves, retrieving a conch shell he had prepared in advance, and spoke into it, recounting everything he had overheard that night. This method of communication was exclusive to the beastkin of the merfolk. Even if someone else were to find the shell, they would be unable to decipher the information contained within. The ocean was their domain, and the mermen could summon their kin by splashing their tails against the water's surface. Previously, when Shan Xiaomei was absent from Dusty Isle, the youth had summoned his kind, only to be discovered by Guiqin. He had feared that Guiqi would report him to the supernatural beings, yet to his surprise, he remained silent. Since then, the youth had refrained from taking risks, opting to use the conch shell for communication with his kin. He arrived at the enshrouded isle under the command of the merfolk emperor, tasked with uncovering the secrets of the specters and reporting everything related to the phantoms back to the merfolk clan. To put it plainly, he was an undercover agent sent by the merfolk to investigate the supernatural beings. The young messenger was communicating from the sea, while Huayang had already escorted Shan Xiaomei to her doorstep. To them, Shan Xiaomei's peculiar house resembled a haunted dwelling. When Shan Xiaomei was absent from the enshrouded isle, they would never dare approach the eerie house. Taking advantage of the moment to return Shan Xiaomei, Huayang carefully observed the door that only the spirits could open from a close distance. The door seemed to possess an eye, capable of discerning who stood before it. As Shan Xiaomei approached, the door creaked open without anyone needing to push or use a key. This bizarre method of opening the door sent chills down Huayang's spine. no matter how many times he witnessed it. Not only Huiyang, but even the formidable Ghost Lord, renowned for his prowess throughout the Beast Realm, was too intimidated by the terrifying door, which seemed to possess its own consciousness, to dare enter Shang Xiaomei's home. As Huiyang delivered Shang Xiaomei to her doorstep, he happened to catch sight of Yan Qi emerging from the bathroom. Initially, Yan Qi, feeling utterly refreshed after her bath, had a bright smile on her face. However, upon seeing Huiyang supporting Shang Xiaomei, her expression darkened, transforming into a fierce glare directed at Huiyang. This time, Huiyang stood behind Shang Xiaomei, shielded from Yan Qi's view. Faced with Yan Qi's hostile gaze, he merely smirked disdainfully, showing no signs of retreat or panic. This only fueled Yan Qi's anger further. "Sister, why are you with him?" she questioned, suddenly recalling the rules Shang Xiaomei had mentioned earlier. Shang Xiaomei despised when companions bullied or schemed against one another. He couldn't fall into Huiyang's trap, stopping mid-sentence. He quickly altered his tone. "Sister, why are you with brother Huiyang? Did you go out together?" Being younger and less shrewd, Yan Qi, despite her restraint, still conveyed a hint of accusation in her words. Huiyang cast a contemptuous glance at Yan Qi, as if to say she was too impatient. "I just went out for some fresh air and happened to run into him." Shang Xiaomei entered the house to change her shoes, politely inviting Huiyang. "Why don't you come in and sit for a while?" Understanding the moment, Huiyang stepped back, knowing that Shang Xiaomei and Yan Qi were in the throes of romance, and his presence would only disrupt their intimate time. "It's late. I want to intrude on your rest." Huiyang respectfully bowed to Shang Xiaomei and retreated a couple of steps. Given his resolute stance, Shang Xiaomei no longer insisted. "Then you should return and rest early." No sooner had Huiyang turned to leave than Yan Qi eagerly shut the door. "Sister, have you been drinking?" Yan Qi remarked. Noticing the scent of alcohol wafting from Shang Xiaomei, her expression darkening further. "You haven't even shared a drink with me yet. That vixen certainly has her tricks." "I only had a can of beer. Didn't he dare to drink more?" Shang Xiaomei replied, her tolerance being quite low. Even a single can left her barely able to maintain her composure. Yet, upon catching a whiff of Yan Qi's delightful fragrance and seeing his half-dried hair and youthful, handsome face, her clarity completely dissipated. Yan Qi's bear-themed pajamas suited him perfectly, amplifying his charm and softness, reminiscent of a naive college freshman, brimming with youthful innocence. "Sister, next time you want a drink, let me join you, okay?" Yan Qi stepped closer, a hint of grievance in his voice. Shang Xiaomei lifted her gaze, catching sight of his beautifully shaped, glistening lips, longing to kiss them. "Oh, how I wished," she thought, quickly averting her eyes. Feeling weak as she leaned against the wall, too flustered to look again. Just when she felt flustered and lost, Yan Qi suddenly leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. Shang Xiaomei had never regretted anything more than wearing that suffocating ghost mask, which robbed her of any sensation from Yan Qi's kiss. Nonetheless, while her lips felt nothing, the thrill coursing through her soul was undeniable, and her face flushed anew. Yan Qi's nervous hands gripped his pant legs tightly, and he called out to her in surprise, yet words eluded her as her mind went blank. "Huh." Yan Qi propped himself against the wall, teasingly humming as his warm breath brushed against Shang Xiaomei's neck, sending shivers down her spine. She helplessly raised her hands to shield herself from Yan Qi's advance. "No, don't do that." She heard herself speak, astonished that she could be so flustered by a younger brother. In the past, she had boldly commented on social media posts about attractive influencers without a second thought. Yet now, with an innocent and charming young man before her, she found herself paralyzed by hesitation. She felt that if she took the initiative, it could be misconstrued as inappropriate. "Sister, why don't you take a shower too? I want to see your true self," Yan Qi suggested, getting too close. His heated breath almost melting her resolve. Shang Xiaomei's heart raced, making it difficult to breathe. "Of course, I need to shower," she managed to say, summoning the last remnants of her composure as she ducked past Yan Qi and hurried upstairs. The bathroom on the second floor was significantly larger than the one below, featuring her favorite round bathtub. Once inside, she shed her heavy, ghostly attire, revealing her alluring figure, one that could dominate the entertainment industry. If only she hadn't chosen the wrong career and become an idol, she wouldn't be devoid of romantic experience, blushing and flustered by every young man's advances. As she leisurely soaked in the tub, she engaged in a mental pep talk. What was wrong with a younger brother? He was a man, just like any other who had come to the Enshrouded Isle. He merely resembled a college student, not actually one. Besides, college students could date and engage in relationships. It was entirely normal and not illegal. What was there to fear? What was there to hide from? The young man was quite handsome and had a delightful personality. He was already clean and waiting for her to bestow her affection upon him. The more she thought about it, the more her desire surged, and her body ached for fulfillment. While she verbally denied it, her body was undeniably honest. After her bath, she not only applied a fragrant body lotion to enhance her skin's allure, but also spritzed herself with perfume. Then she styled her hair beautifully, applied a light makeup, and finished with a peach-flavored lip gloss. Still unsatisfied, she rinsed with peach-flavored mouthwash until her breath was sweetened, before finally feeling ready. Previously, after bathing, she would simply don loose pajamas to wander about her room. This time, however, she cleverly chose a seemingly simple white shirt paired with ultra-short shorts, making it appear as if she were not wearing anything beneath the shirt due to its length. Females in the beast realm would not dress this way. It was a modern girl-esque trend. She couldn't help but wonder how Yin-Chi would react to her appearance. As she lingered in the bathroom, anticipation surged within her like never before, reminiscent of a girl preparing to meet her beloved, while feigning nonchalance. The more one attempts to feint, the more one finds oneself at a loss. As Shang Xiaomei descended the stairs, her long, fair, and alluring legs captivatingly swaying, she walked down with a grace that seemed to tread upon Yin-Chi's very heart. Seated upon the sofa, Yin-Chi was momentarily entranced, his gaze fixated on Shang Xiaomei. Rendered speechless for an extended period, he was at a loss as to where to direct his attention. Every inch of her was breathtaking, particularly her exposed legs that exuded a profound allure, enough to make him forget all notions of decorum and virtue. How do I look in this outfit? Shang Xiaomei asked. Feigning ignorance, Yin-Chi rose from the sofa with an intensity akin to a warrior preparing for battle, his unwavering gaze locked onto Shang Xiaomei. Fear gripped her as she hesitated on the staircase, reluctant to descend. Yin-Chi did not divert his eyes from her, as if he intended to devour her whole. He took a few strides towards her, pressing her against the stair railing, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss. Shang Xiaomei's tongue was ensnared by Yin-Chi's. Their kiss fervent and unyielding, leaving her no chance to breathe. With her mouth agape for an extended period, a trickle of saliva escaped the corner of her lips. She gasped for air, but Yin-Chi was relentless, seizing her chin and lifting her face for another deep kiss. Meanwhile, his other hand gripped her slender waist with such force that it felt as though he might crush her. Her back pressed painfully against the railing. She found herself utterly defenseless against his fervor. Please, be gentle, Shang Xiaomei pleaded, her eyes filled with desperation. The disparity in strength between them was glaring, exacerbated by Yin-Chi's beastly nature. In this moment, reason eluded him as his hand glided over her thigh, causing her to shudder and gasp. Her soft breaths only fueled his desire, and as his hand slipped beneath the hem of her garment, he was about to unfasten her pants when an ominous notification echoed in Shang Xiaomei's mind. Engaging in sexual relations with a minor will result in immediate death. An alarm blared within her consciousness, abruptly awakening her from the haze of desire. With all her might, she pushed Yin-Chi away. No, Yin-Chi, caught off guard. He stumbled backward, colliding forcefully with the wall, disbelief and sorrow etched across his face. Why? He asked, bewildered. Because you are too young. We cannot do this. Shang Xiaomei believed her reasoning to be sound, yet to Yin-Chi's ears, it was the most absurd excuse imaginable. Too young? What do you mean? He retorted, hurt flickering in his eyes, and if Shang Xiaomei hesitated even slightly, he would feel compelled to demonstrate that he was far from inadequate. It's about age. You are too young to engage in such activities. She hastily defended herself, fearing a moment's delay. In the beastly realm, the concept of being underage was non-existent, and this peculiar notion was foreign to Yin-Chi. What do you mean by underage? Do you not like me anymore? He implored, on the verge of tears. I swear, I do like you, but we truly cannot engage in such acts right now. Can we wait a few more years until you are older? Chapter 21, Mistaken Room. Mistaken person. I want to wait. I want you now. Yin-Chi's stubbornness was unyielding, rendering her efforts to persuade him futile. You were also moved just now, weren't you? Don't push me away. I will be gentle. He leaned closer to her once more, his grip on her wrist tightening, leaving her unable to escape. Let go. We really cannot do this, Yin-Chi. You must understand. Faced with life-altering stakes, Shang Xiaomei could only refuse him with unwavering determination. Why? Is it because of that vixen? What did he tell you? Yin-Chi was skeptical of her previous claims, his thoughts racing towards the idea that Huayong had interacted with Shang Xiaomei. That has nothing to do with Huayong. It's my issue. I truly cannot accept you right now. She could not divulge the absurd reason for her refusal, knowing Yin-Chi would never believe it, nor could she expose her vulnerabilities. For if he discovered her weaknesses, her fate would be dire. I don't believe you. You clearly like me. Yin-Chi trembled, unable to accept the reality of the situation. He clung to her wrist, tears brimming in his eyes as he felt abandoned. I do like you. You are pure and adorable. Then why won't you accept me? Is it because I'm not good enough? Is it my strength? Or do you think I'm too small to satisfy you? His eyes were red with desperation as he reflected on where he had gone wrong, refusing to accept that her reasoning was merely about his age. In a fervent attempt to win her back, he took her hand and pressed it against his lower abdomen, revealing an impressive size that was unmistakably aroused. Shang Xiaomei's face turned crimson, and she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it firmly held in place by Yin-Chi. Am I small? He asked, his eyes wild with fervor. Shang Xiaomei felt trapped, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind, and the last vestige of reason urged her to flee before the situation spiraled beyond redemption. Just as Yin-Chi reached out with his other hand to embrace her, she vanished into thin air. Utilizing a high-level skill, she executed a spatial transfer, albeit at the cost of her vitality. This instantaneous movement could only be performed within the same space. To exit the room, she had to expend her energy. Regrettably, her vitality was already scant, and she had to sacrifice it for such a purpose. Yin-Chi was left grasping at nothing, the vibrant presence of Shang Xiaomei now a distant memory. He stood there, momentarily stunned, before being enveloped by an overwhelming wave of sorrow and heartache, his limbs growing cold as his heart ached like a knife. Memories of being abandoned as a child flooded his mind, overwhelming him. Leave him here. We cannot care for so many children. The others are waiting for us. Throw him out. I cannot abide such a foolish cat. He had been deemed unworthy, and the memories of his childhood echoed painfully within him. Cats were often treated worse than the exiled wolf clans, for at least the wolves had a community to return to. But the little cat beasts had long since become mere pets to the beast men, and without a host willing to take them in, they were left to wander. In his youth, Yanqi was not adept at charming beast men. Despite his efforts to learn how to please them, he ultimately fell victim to a fox beast allure. Once, he had a master who cherished him, but he was cast aside due to a little fox beast. Fortunately, he later encountered his grandmother, for without her, he might not have survived. Yet now, she too is gone, leaving him with nothing but his sister. Why wouldn't she want him either? Why? Yanqi sank to the ground in anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks as she remained motionless on the staircase, seemingly frozen in time. Where was Shan Xiaomei? She had run swiftly, and in her haste to find Hua Ying, her unfamiliarity with the layout of the men's cabins on the secluded island led her astray. When she unexpectedly entered Gui Qing's room, she found a man, exuding a chilling aura akin to that of a deity of death, meticulously sharpening his sword by the flickering candlelight. As soon as Shan Xiaomei steadied herself, the glinting blade was poised at her throat. Who? In an instant of astonishment, Gui Qing's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Prior to this moment, he had deliberately tempered his icy demeanor around Shan Xiaomei, but now, all restraint was cast aside. His towering height made Shan Xiaomei appear even more diminutive. Had it not been for her exquisite beauty and delicate frame, clad in alluring attire, he might have already severed her throat with his blade. Gui Qing's sword never missed its mark, and yet, he found himself inexplicably hesitant to harm this unfamiliar female. Startled and frightened, Shan Xiaomei was further petrified by Gui Qing's presence. Scenes from television of swords held to throats seemed trivial until she faced such a reality, where an inescapable terror seeped through her bones. This was her first true encounter with the terrifying side of Gui Qing. The only solace she found was that he had not ended her life in that moment. She dared not move, her neck rigidly arching backward beneath his snake-like, frigid gaze. In that moment of fear, she activated her spatial transition once more. Everything felt dreamlike, as if her vision had blurred. The fragile, enticing female before Gui Qing suddenly vanished. The chilling glint in his eyes had yet to fade when he realized that she was no longer there. Slowly lowering his sword, Gui Qing should have been curious about the identity of the female he had just encountered, pondering the vivid image he had witnessed. Yet, his mind was uncontrollably plagued by thoughts of her delicate form and her fair, slender legs. Females were nothing but burdensome and troublesome beasts. Gui Qing irritably closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose, desperate to forget the vivid scene that had just unfolded. After escaping from Gui Qing's room, Shan Xiaomei finally found the correct chamber. Upon her sudden entrance into Hua Ying's room, she saw him diligently practicing calligraphy at his desk. Indeed, he was a member of the Fox clan, exuding a gentle and refined aura, a stark contrast to Gui Qing, who was always seen with a sword, adorned with lip rings, tongue piercings, and ear studs, resembling a modern man with peculiar fashion sense. Instinctively, she felt apprehensive around men like Gui Qing, who appeared exceedingly dangerous, as if they could erupt into violence at any moment. In her previous life, she had always avoided individuals like him. She was timid and frail, and to her, such men resembled delinquent youths, ill-tempered and prone to aggression. Setting aside appearances, she preferred men like Hua Ying, whose gentle demeanor and calm disposition made interactions feel as easy and comfortable as being with a close friend. As soon as she arrived, she expressed her distress to Hua Ying, saying, "Hua Ying, please help me." She felt too intimidated to utter a word in front of Gui Qing, fearing he might uncover her true identity. But in front of Hua Ying, she felt unrestrained. This was the first time Hua Ying truly witnessed Shan Xiaomei's authentic self. Although he had suspected her beauty prior, he was nonetheless taken aback when she unveiled her true visage. The Fox clan was known for its breathtaking beauties, yet none could compare to Shan Xiaomei's radiance. Her most striking feature was her flawless, snow-white skin, devoid of excessive hair or blemishes, a rarity among other beasts. The beasts typically had dense fur and various imperfections on their skin, while the males had evolved favorably in appearance due to natural selection. The females were often at a disadvantage. A female as perfect as Shan Xiaomei, if she were to reveal her true self, would surely become the object of desire for countless males, revered as a goddess. In the beast world, such divine females held a position of immense prestige, enjoying the finest treatment, and even royal males took pride in being able to marry one. Ordinary males would boast for a lifetime merely for the chance to meet a divine female. As one of the most distinguished members of the Red Sleeve Alliance, Hua Ying had cultivated an unyielding heart, yet in this moment, he felt ripples of emotion. However, he quickly regained his composure, rising with concern etched across his face. He shed his cloak and approached Shan Xiaomei, wrapping her in it. When he shielded her delicate, fair legs, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "My lady, what has transpired? Why do you seem so distressed?" Hua Ying gently assisted her to sit by his bed, noticing she was barefoot. He instinctively draped his outer robe over her feet, worried that the cold floor might discomfort her. As he raised his gaze slightly, he caught sight of her porcelain-like legs, momentarily breathless before hastily covering her with the blanket. In just a brief moment since her entrance, He had ensured she was thoroughly covered. She believed Huang might be uncomfortable with her attire and, feeling guilty, explained, "I apologize for coming to see you dressed like this. It is somewhat inappropriate, but circumstances compel me to do so." What has happened? Huang surmised that the issue must relate to Yin Qi, yet he could not fathom the specifics. Yin Qi and Gui Qing had clearly developed feelings for one another. Their union seemed inevitable. What could possibly obstruct their path? Shang Xiaomei was uncertain how to articulate her predicament. She could not divulge the precise reasons for her inability to pursue a relationship with Yin Qi. Such vulnerabilities were not to be exposed to anyone. "It's just that I have suddenly lost the desire to continue with Yin Qi," she said vaguely. Although Hua Ying grasped her implication, he remained puzzled as to the underlying cause. How could she abruptly lose interest? They had seemed fine while drinking together moments ago. What had changed? Hua Ying inquired casually, "What is the reason?" "I cannot articulate it clearly, but it is certainly not Yin Qi's fault. I simply wish for you to speak to him, to reassure him not to overthink or pressure me, with no one else to rely on." And feeling incapable of resolving the matter herself, Shang Xiaomei placed her hopes in Hua Ying. Hua Ying nodded in understanding. Alleviating the burdens of their targets was a fundamental strategy of the Red Sleeve Alliance. Without hesitation, he agreed to her request. Refraining from probing into the reasons she chose not to disclose. "I will certainly persuade him, my lady, rest assured." "Really? Thank you so much," Shang Xiaomei exclaimed, rising from the bed and offering Hua Ying a relieved smile. Her smile was enchanting, reaching her eyes and brightening her entire face. When she smiled, her allure surpassed that of the Red Sleeve Alliance-esque trained female members, as if she were deliberately enticing him. Hua Ying steadied his thoughts, diverting his gaze. Reminding himself of his mission in Gui Qing's domain, resolutely suppressing any wavering of resolve. The members of the Red Sleeve Alliance, even those with the poorest performance, would never fall for a beauty trap, and neither would Hua Yang. "Let us proceed," said Shang Xiaomei, unable to remain still as she tightly wrapped herself in Hua Yang's cloak and led the way to the door. She was anxious about Yin Qi and wished to return to check on him. "All right." Hua Yang followed closely behind her, even though Shang Xiaomei was enveloped in the cloak, concealing her stunning legs and leaving no inch of her skin visible. Her graceful figure and the alluring curves that swayed as she walked could still easily ignite the passions of any man. Despite Hua Yang's formidable self-control, he dared not linger his gaze on her for too long. Standing before the door, it opened as if it possessed a mind of its own. Shang Xiaomei led Hua Yang inside, offering him a pair of dark blue slippers. From the moment they entered, Yin Qi had taken notice of them. He stubbornly wiped away his tears and glared resentfully at Hua Yang, who stood behind Shang Xiaomei. As a feline beast, Yin Qi's hair was naturally short. He sported ash-gray hair and had eyes of a similar shade, reminiscent of an ordinary cat's. With his head lowered, his eyes were obscured by the tousled strands that fell over his forehead, concealing the sorrow that lay within. Shang Xiaomei, filled with guilt, dared not meet his gaze, unable to empathize with Yin Qi's emotions. However, Hua Yang, as a sensitive beast man, could distinctly sense Yin Qi's feelings. His profound disappointment and sorrow were unmistakable. Shang Xiaomei settled onto a sofa on the first floor, resembling a child who had erred, her head bowed in silence. Hua Yang, taking on the role of a protective guardian, spoke with conviction on her behalf. "Yin Qi, as a male, the utmost respect must be accorded to the will of females. We should always prioritize protecting and respecting them. Since the adults have reservations about your matters, as a responsible male, your duty is to understand their concerns." Chapter 22. Will sister reject me and accept my brothers? Hua Yang spoke with fervor, his words resonating with sincerity, as if they came straight from the heart. While others might not discern his intent to flatter Shang Xiaomei, Yin Qi was not so easily deceived. What will? Respect? Such novel terms had only been uttered once by Shang Xiaomei. In the beast world, true beast men spoke with their fists, the strong walked with an air of authority, while the weak had to bow their heads. As for females, they were no different from males in matters of intimacy, and their choices often surpassed those of males. If they found satisfaction, they would stay together. If not, they would part ways. Females could have multiple beast husbands and could dismiss any unsatisfactory ones at will. The beastmen understood little of will or desire, prioritizing personal feelings instead. If two individuals were happy and mutually attracted, nothing could stand in their way. To Yin Qi, no matter how beautifully Huang articulated his sentiments, they merely served as stumbling blocks to his relationship with Shang Xiaomei. The fact that this stumbling block now pretended to mediate was nothing short of insidious. What role are you playing here? If it weren't for you, sister would never have suddenly become unwilling to be with me. Yin Qi, having been rejected by Shang Xiaomei, felt humiliated as she brought Hua Yang back, further deepening his heartache. He could no longer hold back his anger and stood up, pointing at Hua Yang and questioning him vehemently. Mature and resolute, Hua Yang would typically remain unaffected by such inquiries. Yet, in this moment, he feigned a wounded demeanor, painstakingly explaining, "Yin Qi, you misunderstand. The adult cares only for you. I am merely a mediator sought by the adult." "Mediator? I don't want to hear your words. Whatever it is, I demand to hear it from sister herself before I believe it." Yin Qi was unwilling to see Hua Yang, wishing instead for him to vanish entirely, showing no mercy as he ordered him to leave. In Hua Yang's eyes, Yin Qi was speaking disrespectfully, taking advantage of Shang Xiaomei's affection, without the favor of the supernatural being. Both he, a cat beast, and Huayang, a fox beast, were among the lowest in status on this island. Gui Qing, being of the dragon lineage, typically regarded them with disdain. They would never dare provoke Gui Qing. The wolf tribe, though banished to the northern wasteland, had a fierce reputation. Even a confrontation with the dragon beasts could result in mutual destruction. Furthermore, the merman tribe was shrouded in mystery, invincible in water, and undeniably powerful. Huang, usually cautious around them, found it intolerable that even a cat beast could treat him with such disdain. Though he wished to align with Shang Xiaomei's desires and persuade Yin Qi to refrain from his pursuit, he felt no inclination to do so now. The adults have already expressed their views. What more do you desire? Huayang's tone grew firm, tinged with anger. Shang Xiaomei, overhearing, felt her heart race. She longed to prevent their quarrel, yet felt incapable of supporting either side. Assisting Yin Qi would only embolden him to persist in his advances, while aiding Huayang would leave Yin Qi despondent. Thus, she chose to remain silent. In her eyes, Huayang was the most innocent in this situation. He was the one deserving of reproach. No, the system was the true culprit. Why did it not mention that engaging with a minor would result in a complete loss of health points? Why wait until she and Yin Qi were deeply entwined to reveal it? Was it not a blatant betrayal? Sister, please do not forsake me. Look at me. I am Yin Qi, the one who has come to the ghost clan. You are my only remaining kin. Yin Qi, ignoring Huayang, gazed mournfully at Shang Xiaomei, inching closer to her. This was also the primary reason Shang Xiaomei sought assistance. Yin Qi's strength far surpassed her own, and without Huayang's aid, she could not escape his clutches. As Yin Qi attempted to advance and embrace Shang Xiaomei once more, she signaled to Huayang. Understanding her intent, Huayang positioned himself in front of her. Yin Qi, the adult has made her stance quite clear. Why do you persist? Step aside. I am here to protect the adult. I will not harm sister. I cherish her and will treat her well. The only way you can show her kindness now is to cease your pursuit. Leave her room. Huayang was exceptionally astute. Though Shang Xiaomei had not explicitly communicated her thoughts to him, he could see through her innermost feelings and express them on her behalf. To eliminate Yin Qi's harassment, the best course of action was to have him depart from her space, ensuring Shang Xiaomei's complete safety. This was also her desire. Before she could formulate the words, Huayang had already articulated them for her. Upon hearing Huayang's words, Yin Qi felt as though struck by lightning. He could not fathom that Shang Xiaomei would truly cast him aside. They had just shared such sweetness, so close, only a step away, he was to be her first man. What had gone wrong? What was the issue? You speak nonsense. Sister would never expel me. She personally consented to my presence here, even providing me with new shoes. Yin Qi's gaze fell on Huayang's slippers, his tone wavering yet defiant as he mentioned his own garments. Sister also gifted me new clothes and prepared the most intimate apparel for me. I even entered sister's bath and used her bathing supplies. You are envious of me. I am the favored husband, the one most cherished by sister. Yin Qi screamed wildly, refusing to leave, unwilling to part ways. He had only just won his sister's affection. And not long ago, he believed himself to be the luckiest husband in the ghost realm. How could everything change so suddenly? This cannot be real. It must be Huaning's nonsense. The affection the adults have for you is indeed genuine. But it is equally true that they do not wish for you to disturb her any longer. If you do not wish to provoke their annoyance, you must leave immediately. Huaying was truly reliable, no matter how much Yin Qi fussed or argued. His thoughts remained clear as he continued to urge Yin Qi to depart, sparing Shang Xiaomei from discomfort. Shang Xiaomei, hiding behind him, did not need to face Yin Qi directly or utter a single word to achieve her desires. She had felt this way before. In modern times, idols and girl groups faced numerous interviews daily, and when words failed them, their teammates would help answer questions and lighten the mood with humor. It had been a long time since she had experienced the comfort of having someone who understood her and was willing to alleviate her troubles. In that moment, Huaying's presence felt particularly warm, reminiscent of days when she could rely on friends and family. She understood that Huaying's calm assistance stemmed from the fact that he did not harbor true feelings for her like Yin Qi did. Yin Qi, however, was unable to remain calm. The more Huaying advised him, the more he insisted. Sister would never find me bothersome. She loves me too. It's all because of you. You are the one sowing discord between me and my sister. Shang Xiaomei could no longer remain silent. Huaying had said all that needed to be said. And if she continued to stay quiet, the situation would only worsen. Yin Qi, what Huaying just said was all my request. I do not wish for you to entangle yourself with me any longer. Tonight, you should spend the night with Huaying. Upon hearing her speak, Yin Qi seemed to have all his strength drained, instantly becoming quiet, his face a portrait of despair. Sister has spoken. Sister wants me to leave. Do you truly not want me anymore? After a prolonged silence, he raised his tear-streaked face, asking Shang Xiaomei in a sorrowful tone. Her heart ached in response. This cursed system was toying with him. Sister does not wish to abandon you. You will forever be a part of Chinfeng Island, a member of our family. Shang Xiaomei dared not promise him anything beyond that, merely referring to him as family. She thought that once Yin Qi reached adulthood, they could interact as a couple. And it would not be too late. If sister does not want me, will she want the others? Yin Qi's questions left Shang Xiaomei speechless. Of course she will. Her life force is down to 12%. If she does not want me, she will perish. Seeing Shang Xiaomei's silence, Yin Qi understood everything. Ah. So sister simply does not want me, I see. His complexion grew even paler as he lowered his head in despair, allowing tears to flow freely. This time, he did not deny anything, nor did he approach Shan Xiaomei. Instead, he walked toward the door. He grasped the doorknob. And Huaying cast a concerned glance at Shang Xiaomei before following him out. Once they had both departed, Shang Xiaomei exhaled heavily, fatigue washing over her. She had initially thought that this evening would be marvelous, but it had turned into something else entirely. She had witnessed Yin Qi's heart-wrenching departure clearly. She did not genuinely wish to hurt him. It was all the fault of the system. After all this commotion, Shang Xiaomei could no longer hold on. She collapsed onto the sofa, unwilling to rise, pulling the blanket by her feet over herself, and drifted into a drowsy sleep. What she did not know was that after Yin Qi and Huaying exited her room and walked a distance away, they both dropped their FA8s. Yin Qi turned to glare at Huaying, venomously declaring, "Despicable fox spirit, you truly have a way of making sister disregard me. Believe it or not. I will say this only once. I have no part in this. I do not know why the adult suddenly changed her mind. Previously, I heard her express a desire to continue well with you, and I even specially gifted her the nourishing ointment." Regardless of his feelings toward Yin Qi, Huaying, with his adept way of dealing with matters, would not easily make an enemy of himself or suffer an undeserved grievance. Yin Qi recalled that Shang Xiaomei had indeed held the ointment when she returned from the beach. His suspicions of Huaying were significantly alleviated. Yet he still could not fully trust him. If it weren't you, who could it be? Yin Qi furrowed his brows, desperately pondering the answer. Have you considered that perhaps this has nothing to do with us and is rather the adult's own issue? What issue could sister possibly have? What was the situation between you two at that time? Did she say something strange? We were in a tender moment when she suddenly pushed me away, saying something about being underage. Underage? What does that mean? Huaying felt he was nearing the truth. This must be yet another secret of the ghost realm. Did the ghosts have their own set of survival rules? If those constraints were breached, would calamity ensue? Though Yin Qi was innocent and straightforward, he was not foolish. He genuinely loved Shan Xiaomei. In his eyes, no member of the Fox clan was trustworthy. He had spoken thoughtlessly earlier and feared that Huaying would pose a threat to Shan Xiaomei, thus he quickly corrected himself, saying sister said. Being underage is too young to engage in such matters. What? Huaying was taken aback by Yin Qi's words. Too young? So that's the reason. No wonder the ghosts were so reluctant. It seemed they could not accept a male who was too young, preferring those who were more mature. Thus, being underage simply meant too young? Huaying cast a derisive glance at Yin Qi's lower half, gleefully saying, you are quite something. The adult has declared you underage. And yet you refuse to leave. Do you wish to ruin the adult's first night? I am underage, are you not? You are not from the Dragon Clan. How big can you be? This point was one of agreement between Yin Qi and Huaying, as he too leaned toward believing that the term underage referred to that aspect in Shang Xiaomei's context. Huaying snorted, confidently retorting, rest assured, I will definitely not be regarded as underage by the adult. Stop pretending. The sizes of male foxes vary greatly. Everyone knows that. Yin Qi shot a disdainful glance at Huaying as well. Huaying merely let slip, I am a member of the Red Sleeve Alliance. The first criterion for a male selected by the Red Sleeve Alliance is to be well endowed. Fortunately, he held his tongue. Otherwise, his identity would be revealed. An exemplary member of the Red Sleeve Alliance caught up in such matters would surely be the subject of ridicule. He did not wish to continue engaging with Yin Qi and merely tossed over his shoulder, we shall see whether I am underage. You will know in due time. With that, he turned and left. He had no intention of allowing Yin Qi to spend the night with him, nor would Yin Qi agree to it. Shang Xiaomei's understanding of them was still insufficient. Among these beast men, there might still be some familial affection, but between different clans, they were born adversaries, vying for territory and food, engaging in deadly rivalries. Were it not for being on Shifeng Island, under Shang Xiaomei's watchful eyes, they would have to pretend to be amicable. Had they encountered each other elsewhere, they would have surely fought long ago. Only through conflict could they establish who was stronger and who would lead, determining who would be the follower and who would be cast out from their territory. Huaying returned to his wooden cabin to sleep, while Yin Qi sought a sheltered spot with some dry grass to lie down and rest. The climate on Shifeng Island was warm and pleasant, and Yin Qi did not feel cold sleeping outside. However, having just been rejected by Shang Xiaomei, the mere thought brought tears to his eyes. Due to Yin Qi's shielding of Shang Xiaomei, Huaying no longer harbored suspicions about the nature of Shang Xiaomei's relationship with Yin Qi. Although he had projected confidence in front of Yin Qi, upon returning to his room, he began to worry about what kind of monster would be attracted to her. Did she require something as formidable as the dragon beast, perhaps? Chapter 23. How can an assassin be shy? The following day unfolded as though everything had returned to normal. Yet there was an unmistakable air of change. Shang Xiaomei began to deliberately avoid Yin Qi and grew increasingly close to Huaying. Gui Qing and Jizi noticed her transformation but feigned ignorance. Shirley rose early each day to toil in the fields. The vegetables he had planted were ready for harvest, and he returned home with a large handful of vibrant green leaves, preparing a fragrant vegetable soup for Shang Xiaomei. As she savored the delightful soup, she could not help but exclaim, how fresh and delicious. The other men, thanks to Shang Xiaomei, also enjoyed the soup. Without her, Shirley would never have shared the fruits of his labor. My lady, the soil on this island is incredibly fertile. The vegetables and other crops thrive splendidly. Shirley exclaimed, brimming with joy. Born in the North Desert, he had grown up in deprivation, unable to cultivate anything on the icy, barren land. The only source of sustenance for their wolf clan was raiding food supplies from other beast tribes. Each expedition was fraught with peril, facing ambushes from the Dragon Clan and the Islanders, as well as fierce resistance from other beast tribes. Often, they returned empty-handed, suffering significant losses among their kin. Such a brutal survival struggle posed an existential threat to the wolf clan, leading to a steady decline in their population. The elderly, fearing they would become a burden, would choose to leave the pack and perish alone. Shirley's grandfather was no exception. One ordinary morning, he quietly ventured into the icy mountains, leaving no trace behind. Shirley often pondered how different life would be had he been born in a bountiful land, where food would never run out. If only their clan had fertile soil, they would not need to steal from others and could escape the uncertainty of survival. Life on Dusty Island felt like a paradise to him. However, the only downside was addressing Shang Xiaomei as my lady. With her donned in the guise of a monster, Shirley could hardly regard her as female. In her presence, he felt not only fear, but also a burgeoning admiration, devoid of any romantic inclination. He was a man of sincerity, unreserved in his expressions, unlike Hua Ning and the others, who were cunning and inscrutable. When referring to her as my lady, it felt particularly awkward on his tongue. My lady. You mentioned that without your permission, I should not call you that. Surely, you must feel as I do, that it is quite strange for us to address each other as husband and wife, correct? Huh? Shang Xiaomei replied, bewildered. Unsure of what he was trying to convey, Shirley cleared his throat and, gathering courage, continued, in truth, I hold you in high esteem, great monster. Though your appearance may be fearsome, you possess a kind heart. You have allowed me to cultivate on this island. That makes you the greatest benefactor. While I do not harbor any marital feelings towards you, I have come to see you as an elder brother. From this day forth, should you require anything of me, a mere word will suffice, and I shall face any challenge without hesitation. In just a few seconds, Shang Xiaomei was taken aback multiple times by his words. He truly dared to speak so boldly. Was this what they referred to as a steel-straight man? What kind of relationship did he envision they would share? Surely, it could not be as absurd as brotherhood. Although she wore the guise of a monster, her voice was unmistakably that of a woman. To her surprise, she guessed correctly. Of course, we shall relate as brothers. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. Elder brother? That seems inappropriate. I am a woman. Then you shall be my elder sister. I shall call you elder sister. Without waiting for Shang Xiaomei's response, Shirley had already made his decision. Shang Xiaomei was left speechless, struggling to find words. Meanwhile, Shirley continued to excitedly describe the crops he had grown. Elder sister, my sweet potatoes are thriving. Once they are ready, I will roast the largest one for you. Also, my radishes are growing tall. The seedlings in the paddy will soon be ready for planting. Shirley's enthusiasm about his harvest was uncontainable, and Shang Xiaomei could only respond with murmurs of agreement. In a moment of joy, Shirley suddenly asked Shang Xiaomei, Elder sister, when the sweet potatoes, radishes, and rice are ready, may I take some of my harvest back to my younger siblings? Before Shang Xiaomei could respond, he quickly added, I will only take a small portion. Most of the food will be offered to you, elder sister. As she opened her mouth to speak, he interjected again, my parents went missing years ago, and our grandfather, who raised us, has also passed away. I used to look after my younger siblings. But now I am away. I sold myself to come here, and the money I earned is barely enough to support them for half a year. If I do not bring back food for them, they will surely starve. My youngest sister is only 4 years old, just a little cub. Shirley, overwhelmed by fear that Shang Xiaomei might refuse him, continued to speak incessantly about his siblings. Shang Xiaomei had ample space and would not worry about food supplies. Aside from Yin Qi, the other 3 men appeared quite affluent. They could procure supplies from outside the island or live off fishing and hunting. Of course, they could also cultivate the land, as there was plenty of open space on the island. However, they had no plans to farm yet. Believing their stay on the island would be brief, rendering cultivation futile, Shirley had every right to decide how to distribute his hard-earned produce. And with so few people on the island, there was no immediate need for food. Just as Shang Xiaomei was about to agree, she suddenly recalled the adage that rules are necessary for order. Regardless, she felt it prudent to establish some guidelines so that future farming would not descend into chaos. How about this? Based on the area you cultivate, you shall provide me with 200 pounds of food per acre each year. The remainder you may distribute as you see fit. How does that sound? Shang Xiaomei vaguely recalled that an acre was over 600 square meters. Having grown up in the city, she had never farmed and was unsure of the yield per acre. However, she knew that farming was arduous work, and she did not wish to be overly demanding. Roughly estimating, 200 pounds of grain per acre would be sufficient for her needs for many years. Even if she did nothing, 200 pounds of grain per acre? Shirley asked incredulously, seeing his astonished expression. She felt uncertain about whether her request was too much or too little and shyly inquired, is 200 pounds too much? Perhaps 100 pounds? 200 pounds is not excessive in the slightest. I am willing, and I promise to offer you the finest grain, Shirley exclaimed, leaping for joy. In the days spent on Dusty Island, He had enjoyed ample food and rest, and he had not lost weight since his arrival. Through his continuous labor, he had developed a physique akin to that of a male model, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a healthy wheat-colored complexion. His silver-white wolf tail and striking black eyes gave him a wild and untamed appearance. What woman could resist a man exuding such masculinity? Unfortunately for Shan Xiaomei, her feelings are in vain. He gazes at the potatoes in the field with more affection than he ever bestows upon her. He would rather showcase his perfect abs against the yellow earth than spare her a glance. Gradually, under his repeated calls of sister, she has begun to suppress her unwarranted affections. This might be for the best. With the arrival of Shirley, the once dormant Chinfeng Island has been revitalized. Now, whenever she craves fresh vegetables, they are readily available. Most importantly, since Shirley's arrival, the wild boar clan that frequently bullied Shan Xiaomei has ceased to appear, avenging her in a way. Shan Xiaomei suspects that the wild boars are merely afraid of the wolves, yet she still feels compelled to ask Shirley, "Are there truly no wild boars raiding your garden?" "None at all. I've never seen a wild boar," Shirley reassured her. He added, "If a wild boar dares to disturb my garden, I will undoubtedly find its lair and eradicate its nest." Though his tone lacked ferocity, Shan Xiaomei knew he would keep his word. It seems the wild boars are indeed bullies who shy away from the strong, unwilling to show themselves before Shirley. During her days back on Chinfeng Island, Shan Xiaomei has been faring quite well overall. In the absence of Yin Qi and others, she could never have endured such a prolonged stay alone on the island. Back then, she would often venture out every evening, frequently staying at bustling inns. She relished the vibrancy. Had it not been for her identity, she would never have chosen to reside on the desolate Chinfeng Island. Over the past 2 years, the system has periodically assigned her tasks, but recently, it has been quite some time since her last assignment. She wonders if her marriage has granted her a sort of leave. One afternoon, as she lounged comfortably in a sun chair, the system unexpectedly issued a new task: rescue the performers. Location: Songxia City. The lengthy task description conveyed that a performer's house in Songxia City had previously been filled with impoverished children sold into servitude, learning skills to entertain guests. However, it had recently fallen under the control of the Hungry Gang, who captured a group of untransformed merfolk to draw in customers. Most beastmen are particularly intrigued by these untransformed merfolk, making them a selling point. The proprietor of the performer's house has even proclaimed that they will strip the merfolk and place them in water for all to witness the changes their bodies undergo during transformation. This is a blatant disregard for their humanity. Shan Xiaomei wonders if Jizi is aware of this situation. After all, even on the island, it is not difficult to learn about affairs on land. If Jizi knows, it would surely sadden him. The actions of the Hungry Gang are utterly despicable. Those who so ruthlessly mistreat beastmen deserve nothing less than hellfire. Shan Xiaomei silently prepares to confront these brutes at the performer's house that evening. As she entered her home, Gui Qing, lurking in the shadows, suddenly thrust a branch against the slowly closing door, believing it would prevent it from shutting. However, to his surprise, the door emitted a series of warning beeps, alerting Shan Xiaomei to turn back and close it properly. Hearing the sound, Shan Xiaomei turned around and noticed the branch at the entrance, puzzled. Upon glancing up at the old tree, she compared the branches and, resolving her confusion, discarded the branch and firmly shut the door. Gui Qing, concealed in the shadows, broke into a cold sweat. Had he not meticulously planned and used a branch that had fallen from the old tree before Shan Xiaomei's house, he might have been exposed. With no entrance through the door, Gui Qing had a backup plan. After observing for several days, he discovered a small window on the second floor of the ghostly abode that occasionally opened, and he estimated that he could access the ghost's room through that window. Once Shan Xiaomei returned to her room, she exchanged for dinner from her space a bucket of her favorite tomato and egg noodles. Habitually, she placed the dragon egg shell she had received during her first mission atop the noodles. This half of the dragon egg shell was gifted to her by the little dragon beast she had saved, which was exceedingly rare and preferred to dwell in deep pools for both feeding and concealment. The dragon had lost its parents at birth, and for the past 2 years, Shan Xiaomei would visit whenever she had the chance. Only she knew its location. The dragon eggshell is a precious item, not only exceptionally hard, serving as a helmet, but also possessing insulative properties. She never fails to use it when preparing noodles. While waiting for the noodles to cook, she quickly took a shower, a ritual she always performed before embarking on a task. Just as she disrobed, the bathroom window suddenly darkened. Looking up, she found herself locking eyes with Gui Qing in an unexpectedly intimate moment. Both froze in shock. Gui Qing's most treasured longing sword clattered to the ground. Moments later, Shan Xiaomei let out a shrill scream and hurled a perfume bottle from the sink towards Gui Qing. Ah, pervert. Her piercing scream startled every bird resting on the old branches, sending them flying. The perfume bottle struck Gui Qing's head with a resounding thud, shattering and drenching him in its contents as he tumbled from the second floor. He realized the ghost was the female who had suddenly appeared in his room that night. Only now she was devoid of clothing. Gui Qing shook his head, feeling as though he had been bewitched, his mind foggy, his body flushed with heat. He struggled to regain composure. He had come seeking revenge. He was an assassin. How could an assassin become so flustered, so shy? How could he even drop his sword? With the sword still in hand, he could not afford to lose it, lest his mission fail. Chapter 24. I did not drop my sword merely because I was entranced by her. Overwhelmed by shock, Shan Xiaomei kicked Gui Qing's longing sword aside and forcefully closed the bathroom window. Still reeling from the fright, she decided to lock the window tight, vowing never to open it again. As for the longing sword, after kicking it into the corner, she did not spare it another glance. Anxiously finishing her shower, she hurriedly slurped down a few bites of her noodles, her mind restless as she donned her ghostly attire and exited her room. Previously, Shan Xiaomei left without a word to anyone, but this time, a sense of concern weighed on her heart. Being a person who follows her own whims, she felt compelled to ensure everything was in order before her departure. Thus, she summoned Huayong and Shirley, instructing them to keep a close watch over the house and care for Yin Qi, feeling reassured before finally leaving Shinfeng Island. Just as she stepped onto the speedboat, Yin Qi suddenly rushed out after her. With red eyes, he called out to Shan Xiaomei, but when she turned to look, he found himself at a loss for words. He had much to express. His sister was leaving, entrusting matters at home to Huayong and Shirley, yet she had not left a single word for him. Once, they had been the closest of companions, but now she wouldn't even speak to him. He wanted to ask her why she treated him this way, but fearing to provoke her further, his feet carried him after her, yet he lacked the courage to confront her. Xiang Xiaomei felt a pang of sorrow in her heart as she noticed Yin Qi's reluctance to part ways. Attempting to mask her emotions, she spoke lightly. Yet her voice quivered as she uttered, "Stay home. Well, Shirley and Huayong will take care of you. Your sister will return soon." "Sister, I don't want them to take care of me. I only wish to be with you. Please take me with you," Yin Qi implored. "No. It is too perilous outside. The Red Sun Gang is merciless. I cannot risk your safety," Xiang Xiaomei firmly denied. Yin Qi, no longer rebellious, smiled and waved at Xiang Xiaomei, saying, "Then, dear sister, please take care of yourself and return soon. I will be waiting for you at home." Xiang Xiaomei nodded appreciatively, suddenly realizing that Yin Qi had matured, no longer clinging to her as she had that fateful night. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned to leave on the speedboat, Yin Qi's tears cascaded down her cheeks, her smile vanishing entirely. She refrained from pressing Xiang Xiaomei further, for Huayong had advised that females detest immature and unreasonable males. Thus, he dared not be willful again. As soon as Xiang Xiaomei departed, Gui Qing, who had been hiding in the wooden cabin, cautiously emerged. He resembled a student whose phone had been confiscated by the teacher, his mind consumed with thoughts of reclaiming it. He had observed through the window that Xiang Xiaomei had not taken his longing sword, meaning it must still be in her bathroom. The longing sword is a weapon reserved for the most formidable generals of the Longshao camp. From the moment he entered the camp, he had coveted it and finally, at the age of 16, defeated its previous wielder, claiming it as his own and becoming the strongest in the camp. For over 20 years, his sole focus had been the longing sword. His comrades remarked that he cherished it more than any female, destined to be with it for a lifetime. The sword bore the dragon emblem of Longshao camp, and if it fell into the wrong hands, it could command the entire camp. As the leader, he would only entrust the sword to another if he were to perish. However, he had just carelessly let it fall before his intended target. An act of sheer folly unbecoming of a warrior. To make matters worse, he had not dared to confront the ghostly figure to retrieve the sword. Why was he afraid of her? What was so terrifying about her? Was she not merely a captivating female? The mere thought of Xiang Xiaomei's enchanting form caused Gui Qing's breath to quicken, his heart racing uncontrollably, as if under a spell. He despised this frantic and uncontrollable side of himself, raising his hand mercilessly to slap his own face twice. Never in his life had anyone dared to strike him. He had not anticipated that one day he would strike himself. Despite the self-inflicted pain, his heart still raced, and the image of the ghostly figure's bare body lingered in his mind. He raised his hand again and slapped himself twice more, leaving his face marked with red imprints. Not far away, Yin Qi and Huarong watched in shock as he struck himself, first astonished, then puzzled, ultimately deciding to discreetly hide, pretending not to notice. They could not afford to provoke Gui Qing, a powerful dragon beast whose wrath could easily lay waste to the entire dusty island. Once Gui Qing managed to regain his composure, he climbed the wall to reach the bathroom on the second floor where Xiang Xiaomei had been. Alas, he arrived too late. The bathroom window was securely fastened by Xiang Xiaomei and could not be opened. He could only gaze through the glass at his beloved longing sword, lying in the dark corner of the bathroom, entangled with the cleaning cloth. How dare she treat his longing sword in such a manner? She was courting disaster. Gui Qing's teeth ground in frustration. He could not bear the thought of his cherished possession being reduced to such indignity, and he felt an urgent need to reclaim it immediately. However, the transparent glass would not budge, and he dared not shatter it. He could not expose himself before successfully carrying out the assassination. What to do? How could he retrieve the longing sword? Gui Qing, in a most precarious position, lingered outside the bathroom window for what felt like an eternity, struggling to maintain his balance on the narrow ledge. After what seemed an eternity, he resigned himself to the fact that retrieving the longing sword alone would be nearly impossible. The only course of action left was to wait for the ghostly figure to return and request the sword from her directly. Yet, the mere thought of confronting her caused his heart to race, leaving him tense and rigid. He was at a loss for how to overcome this strange physical reaction. The idea of facing her filled him with dread, making him want to hide away. In a moment of desperation, Gui Qing sought out Huayong. This marked the first time since arriving on the island that he had initiated a conversation with Huayong. Could you do me a favor? He asked, lowering himself to a rare state of politeness. Huayong was taken aback but maintained his composure, replying, please, go on. When the ghostly figure returns, could you help me retrieve my longing sword from her? Gui Qing's tone revealed his anxious desire to reclaim the sword. Huayong's eyes narrowed as he quickly caught on to the crux of the matter. Why is your longing sword in her possession? That is none of your concern. Gui Qing snapped, momentarily forgetting the humility required when asking for help. His eyes bore into Huayong with barely concealed hostility. Though Huayong was weaker, he was not easily intimidated. Particularly when it came to wit. You know how formidable she is. If I am unaware of how you have wronged her, I cannot assist you in this matter. You should seek help from someone else. Gui Qing's fury flared, his golden vertical pupils trembling with rage, but he quickly regained his composure. This was not the time to confront Huayong. Who else on this island could speak to the ghostly figure on his behalf? The cunning of the male fox spirit was not something they, as dragon beasts, could comprehend. If he intervened, what female could resist him? He knew his words would carry weight. Slowly, Gui Qing softened his tone. I accidentally left the longing sword in her room. He downplayed the situation, omitting the full story. Yet, Huayong, ever perceptive, retorted, you left the longing sword in her room? As a warrior, how could you carelessly misplace your sword? What truly happened? What of it? Warriors can lose their swords. There is nothing strange about that. Gui Qing stubbornly clung to his pride, refusing to divulge the truth. Huayong, unwilling to continue this fruitless exchange, turned to leave, prompting Gui Qing to finally speak candidly. I intended to enter through the second-floor window to assassinate her but caught sight of her bathing. And in a moment of carelessness, the sword fell. The more he spoke, the more disheartened he became, wishing to never speak of such an embarrassing incident again. Huayong halted, turning back with surprise etched on his face. You saw her naked? Yes, Gui Qing replied with a grunt. No wonder. It is no wonder that I, in a moment of carelessness, let my sword slip from my grasp, not because I was entranced by her beauty. Gui Qing, with a face flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly explained, while Huayong remained silent, her gaze conveying everything that needed no words. Gui Qing, feeling the heat of shame, wished for a hole to hide in, yet stubbornly insisted on offering further explanation. Unable to bear the weight of the moment, he brushed back the stray hair from his forehead and implored. The situation is as such. Can you assist me in retrieving the longing sword? Huayong replied, I shall speak in your favor. But whether the sword can be reclaimed ultimately depends on the will of the Lord. Her response was tantamount to an agreement. And Gui Qing breathed a temporary sigh of relief. However, the days of waiting felt like an eternity. Each morning he awoke consumed by thoughts of when the demon would return and when he would be reunited with his longing sword. This matter must remain concealed from the members of the Longshao camp, for otherwise, his lifelong reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Unbeknownst to Gui Qing, Shan Xiaomei had already arrived in Songxia City, where she was stealthily gathering information about the Linger Pavilion. During the day, she roamed the streets in casual attire, her visage obscured by a mask and sunglasses. This habit of concealing her appearance had been cultivated in modern times when idols faced countless cameras daily, often feeling exhausted and reluctant to engage in any form of expression management. With a stern face, fearing that passers-by might accuse her of being aloof, she opted for the mask and sunglasses to shroud her emotions. In the beastly realm, various beast races exhibited distinct styles of dress, and the denizens of the streets adorned themselves with an array of peculiar headgear. Shang Xiaomei's appearance did not seem out of place, although occasionally, curious beasts would inquire about her sunglasses, asking, can you still see the road with those dark glasses on? Each time, she patiently reassured them that she could indeed see clearly. Upon reaching the Linger Pavilion, she found a long queue stretching at the entrance, with reports indicating that the interior was already at full capacity. The attendants at the door called out names in a loud voice, announcing those fortunate enough to have purchased high-priced tickets. Those unable to afford tickets or who had missed out continued to crowd the entrance, craning their necks to catch a glimpse inside. Whispers circulated among the crowd, questioning, isn't it said that the merfolk only metamorphose upon encountering their beloved? If there is no beloved, how can they transform? Shang Xiaomei leaned in, eager to glean the reasons behind the events at the Linger Pavilion. The crowd's confusion was met with a mysterious voice explaining, you see, the Red Sun Gang possesses a special drug. Should it be forcibly administered to the merfolk, they will metamorphose within half an hour. I have heard that if the Red Sun Gang desires them to transform into females, they will do so. If they wish for them to become males, that too shall happen. How remarkable! If all the merfolk were to become females, wouldn't that be a boon for the single males of every beast race? Someone exclaimed. Indeed, that is the very plan of the Red Sun Gang. However, it is worth noting that merfolk who metamorphose only after reaching maturity are pure-blooded. Those mixed with other beast races, like us, are born with a predetermined gender. Even if all pure-blooded merfolk were transformed into females, their numbers would still be scant. How can this be? Lamented a male beast, his voice tinged with regret. Although Shan Xiaomei had long been aware that the beast races lacked human rights, and that power dictated the law, hearing that pure-blooded merfolk were treated as mere commodities to be exploited by the Red Sun Gang was jarring. The acceptance of such a reality by the beasts around her shattered her composure. It was a terrifying world devoid of order, where females, despite seeming to possess more options, often became the spoils of the powerful. Males, too, faced a treacherous existence, with food and companionship perpetually presenting challenges. The plight of the merfolk in the Linger Pavilion was indeed pitiful, yet no beast showed them compassion. To escape their fated suffering, they could only rise against their oppressors, seeking assistance from order maintainers like Shan Xiaomei. Each task assigned to her by the system compelled Shan Xiaomei to uphold order within the beast realm. Every mission required her to rescue endangered species, such as the young of dragonkind, solitary wolves, and this time, pure-blooded merfolk. Chapter 25. The young one's humiliation and fury unable to enter directly. Shan Xiaomei sought a concealed place to expend a portion of her health points and utilized her advanced spatial transition skill to infiltrate the Linger Pavilion. Gazing at the remaining 11% of her health, she sighed softly. Had the system not toyed with her, she might have been at full health by now. What was she to do? She had a romantic rendezvous that needed to be addressed urgently, or she might very well perish. While fretting over her health points, Shan Xiaomei found an unoccupied corner and materialized within the interior of the Linger Pavilion. To her surprise, the establishment appeared far larger from within than it did from the outside, which resembled a typical one-story shop. Inside, however, there were 2 additional floors extending downward like modern basements. The lowest level was dimly lit, said to house disobedient performers, with the newly captured pure-blooded merfolk confined below. The second floor was the most crowded, filled to capacity as everyone gathered around the central stage. In stark contrast, the third floor was sparsely populated, with a few groups behind closed doors engaging in revelry, accompanied by dedicated performers. It was evident that those on the third floor were the affluent and influential. To facilitate her actions, Shan Xiaomei donned the attire of a servant and mingled among the various rooms on the third floor with a teapot in hand. She quickly discerned the identities of the prominent figures visiting the Linger Pavilion that day. The most significant individual was Kawashima, the president of the Red Sun Gang in Songxia City. Alongside him were Wu Shan, the owner of the Linger Pavilion, his son Wu Yu, and Aoki, the deputy commander of the Red Sun Gang, from Jeek City. As she approached the entrance, she overheard Aoki speaking in a fearful tone. President Kawashima, we must not underestimate that elusive demon. Her abilities are unprecedented and utterly terrifying. We are no match for her. I advise you to swiftly contact Lord Ing from Rong City, uniting his shadow guards with your dog-tooth guards to eliminate this demon once and for all. Preserving the Red Sun Gang's power in Songxia City. Aoki was a pragmatic individual, his words straightforward and unembellished. He often appeared inconspicuous but had the knack for pinpointing issues and proposing solutions at critical moments. However, such a person was better suited for practical affairs, lacking the political finesse required for flattery. Even Shan Xiaomei recognized that the rivalry between Kawashima of Songxia and Lord Pumao of Rong City was ongoing, with neither willing to yield to the other. To suggest collaboration was audacious. While Kawashima did not immediately react with anger, he also chose to ignore Aoki's counsel. What I say is nothing but the truth, Aoki insisted, but Wu Yu, growing impatient, interrupted him. You from Jeek City failed to perform your duties. Instead of reflecting on your shortcomings, you come before the president with dire predictions. It's merely a demon. What is there to fear? If she dares to come, I alone can handle her without the need for the dog-tooth guards. As Wu Shan, the father of Wu Yu, not only refrained from advising his son to temper his exuberance, but instead, with a broad smile, wholeheartedly endorsed his endeavors. President Kawashima, my son has been practicing martial arts since he was 3, became a master at 8, and now he is unrivaled in Songxia City. From a young age, he has exhibited remarkable courage, unafraid of either spirits or demons. He strikes at both without hesitation. President Kawashima, who has long occupied a high position, enjoys being lauded. How can a remote place like Jietsuan compare to his Songxia City? The president of the Hongri Association in Jietsuan, Yi Zhaojun, used to bow and scrape in his presence. Only in such a small locality, lacking a formidable guard, would they succumb to mere phantoms. His Songxia City is teeming with talent, each individual dutifully obeying him, and he commands the indomitable dog-tooth guards. Why would he need to collaborate with the arrogant shadow master from Rong City to deal with a mere spectre? Kawashima, flattered by the praise, cast a dismissive glance at Aoki, leisurely savoring his tea, and insolently remarked, you are the deputy of Jietsuan, but here in Songxia City, you are merely my guest. Guests should refrain from meddling in the affairs of their hosts. I have governed Songxia City for over 20 years without error. We do not fear even the dragon beast. So why should we fear a ghost? Worthy sir speaks true. Today let us enjoy the performance. While you are present, the spectre will likely not dare to show its face. Wu Yu, bending slightly, poured a cup of fresh tea for Kawashima, showering him with compliments. Delighted, Kawashima hummed a tune, squinting at a nearby female performer. Wu Shan promptly understood and gestured to the attendant standing nearby. Jiu Xiang, come over and massage the president's shoulders. He is weary. At that moment, Shan Xiaomei entered the room with a humble demeanor, first glancing at Aoki, who had been neglected by Kawashima, then quickly stepping forward to place the teapot before Wu Yu. Young master, your desired tea. Yes, place it here. Understood, Shan Xiaomei replied, then stepped aside, remaining still. The elegant room showcased the stage rising in the center of the second floor, and Kawashima's room offered an excellent vantage point. having finally secured a coveted seat. She had no intention of leaving. On the stage today stood an enormous wooden tub over 5 meters long, an item no ordinary household would require. Undoubtedly crafted specifically by Wushan's artisans. The tub was filled with water, and it was rumored that a mermaid would soon demonstrate a transformation within it. Before long, 2 dog-tooth guards escorted a mermaid upstairs slowly. These guards, with their grotesque features, were more fearsome than even the formidable Takeda Shu, twisting and crawling on all fours. Their mouths grotesquely elongated. Their teeth protruded sharply, all replaced with vicious fangs. The most terrifying aspect was their possession of a virus akin to AIDS. Once a beast man was bitten, there was no escape from death. The moment the dog-tooth guards appeared, the raucous performer house fell eerily silent. Here, the infamy of the dog-tooth guards overshadowed that of any ghost. Shan Xiaomei surveyed the surroundings. If she wished to rescue the mermaid, she would need a space that could isolate the dog-tooth guards, one that was also mobile. She quickly thought of a 7-seater SUV, but it required at least 3 blood points, and she was truly reluctant to part with her precious blood. Just as she entertained the notion of saving the mermaid, a delightful surprise materialized. She clearly saw that the mermaid being escorted downstairs was none other than Jizi. Although she was uncertain how Jizi had arrived in Songsha City, she was certain of his identity. His stunning beauty could drive any female or male to madness. The crowd below, having glimpsed his face, momentarily forgot their fear of the dog-tooth guards and erupted into a frenzy. Strip! 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 Jizi's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. His clear, bright eyes scanned over the grotesque beastman, his expression shifting from anger to joy. A smile gradually forming on his face. Shan Xiaomei was taken aback. What did this mean? Soon, the meaning of Jizi's actions became clear. The surrounding flames suddenly extinguished, leaving only the lanterns around the stage aglow. The dog-tooth guards released Jizi, who, standing on stage, suddenly moved. With an alluring twist, he displayed his charm. Shan Xiaomei's eyes widened in shock. What kind of man had she married? She had never inquired about Jizi's origins or what he had done before. How could he dance so captivatingly? As if that were not enough, he was truly stripping. Was this appropriate? As Jizi removed his first article of clothing, a deafening scream erupted from the performer house, nearly lifting the roof off. Shan Xiaomei, pained, covered her ears, her gaze fixed on the man on stage, whose expressions were intoxicating and movements explicit, lost in contemplation. Should she save him, or not? Would using her blood points on him be a waste? While Jizi danced wildly on stage, the remaining 3 mermaids in the dark prison below escaped their cells. The dog-tooth guards watching over them had been knocked unconscious. Jizi was still up there. What should they do? The mermaid named Qingli clung to a companion, unwilling to leave. Lan Shui and Liu pulled him from either side, dressing him in disguised clothing and wrapping a headscarf around him. Jizi risked his life to save us. We cannot allow his sacrifice to be in vain. I don't wish to live alone. I want to stay here with him. You can leave on your own. Qingli pushed Liu away, his resolve intensifying. At that moment, Lan Shui interjected. Jizi knew we were captured and rushed to save us. His altruism is admirable. Yet your emotional impulses will lead to his demise. However, Qingli remained obstinate. I fear no death. I only wish to die alongside him. Do you understand why the Mermaid Emperor abandoned the old customs of pure-blood mermaid reproduction in favor of alliances with other beast tribes to strengthen our kind? Lan Shui questioned Qingli sternly. Qingli shook his head. I do not comprehend such matters. I only wish to be with him. It is precisely the foolishness of pure-blood mermaids like you that makes you easily manipulable. Once you fall in love, that person becomes your entire world. You would forsake your responsibilities and disregard your kin's welfare for the sake of love. This is the very reason we were abandoned by the Mermaid Emperor. Lan Shui gripped Qing's hand tightly, teeth clenched in frustration. Unfortunately, Qingli remained oblivious. Is a half-blood mermaid not worthy of being a mermaid emperor? To love one person for a lifetime is sacred. That is how love should be. Seeing that reasoning failed, Lan Shui had no choice but to pull Liu and quietly slip away to the second floor amidst the chaos, abandoning the attempt to take Qingli. Jizi's dance was so captivating that even the grotesque dog-tooth guards were left gaping, drooling. Lan Shui and Liu successfully blended into the crowd on the second floor. They quietly made their way to the back door, changing into the attire of waitstaff, and successfully escaped through the rear exit. After witnessing their departure, Jizi had already shed his upper garments. His lower half was now submerged in the large wooden tub, his breathtaking fishtail unfurling in the water, the thin fabric below threatening to tear under the pressure of his magnificent tail. As his upper body emerged, Shan Xiaomei beheld the shimmering scales adorning his chest. Though his torso was not flat, it revealed no discernible characteristics of either gender. No, only the lower half remained. From her elevated position by the window, she observed the young one below, posing enticingly, captivating the orcs who erupted into fervent cheers. She realized that the young one's allure had not only entranced the orcs but also left Chuan Dao breathless. My lord, the moment she transforms, I shall have her carried to your bed, ensuring your satisfaction. Wu Yu licked his lips, though he too was stirred by the enchanting merman downstairs. He intended for Chuan Dao to savor the experience first. Quick, administer the potion to her. I cannot wait to see her transform into a female. Chuan Dao bit his lip, anxiously nudging Wu Yu. Wu Yu complied, hastily descending the stairs. As he passed by Shan Xiaomei, he whispered in her ear, "Keep up." With that, Shan Xiaomei stepped forward, contemplating her next move. Before her, Wu Yu opened a secret chamber, retrieving the potion that would induce the mermaid's transformation into a female, and turned to hand it to Shan Xiaomei. "Feed her this." "Certainly," she replied with feigned eagerness, swiftly exchanging the potion for sugar pills. She strode confidently onto the stage, and amid the young one's bewildered gaze, extended her palm. "Hurry, take this medicine." The young one, hearing her voice, hesitated in disbelief, staring intently at Shan Xiaomei. "Consume it. Everyone is waiting." She nudged the pill forward. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Rip off his pants." This incited a chorus of similar shouts, flooding towards Shan Xiaomei. Is that even possible? She thought. After all, he belonged to her, not for public display. Consequently, she adopted a subservient demeanor, bellowing at the crowd. "You rabid beasts, do you wish for death? He is the one chosen by Lord Chuan Dao, and he is yet to be enjoyed by him." Her outburst silenced the crowd, as the instinct for survival outweighed their lust. The dog-tooth guards stood nearby, who would dare offend Lord Chuan Dao. Observing from above, Lord Chuan Dao nodded in satisfaction, complimenting Wu Shan. This little attendant is quite perceptive. No one dared to compel Shan Xiaomei to remove the young one's trousers, but they insisted she administer the potion instead. As she contemplated feeding the sugar pills, she planned to exploit the distraction to sneak into the secret chamber and replace all the potions. If there were no potions left, the young one would not forcibly transform. Lord Chuan Dao would be enraged if he could not enjoy a freshly transformed female mermaid, and Wu Shan would incur his wrath. While they dealt with the ensuing chaos, Shan Xiaomei could quietly escape with the young one, thus effortlessly diffusing the crisis. Yet, she never anticipated that her meticulously crafted scheme would be thwarted by a sudden intrusion from a fool. Chapter 26. The enigmatic lady of the merman let him go. "Young one, do not take the medicine." Qingli suddenly dashed onto the stage, reaching for the potion in Shan Xiaomei's hand. The orcs below stared in shock at the unfolding drama, exclaiming, "Another pure-blooded merman." Wu Shan and his son upstairs immediately sensed something was amiss. How did she get out? Wu Shan's expression darkened as he exchanged a glance with Wu Yu. Without hesitation, Wu Yu raced downstairs. Several dog-tooth guards also rushed to restrain Qingli. Shan Xiaomei reacted swiftly. Amidst the chaos on the second floor, she seized the young one by the neck and forced the sugar pill into his mouth. Leaning close, she whispered urgently, "Swallow it. You will be fine." The young one grimaced in pain, his throat constricting as he struggled to swallow the pill. Young one, Qingli, restrained by the dog-tooth guards, fought desperately, twisting her body in a futile attempt to break free, but her efforts were in vain. She was dragged back down to the first floor and confined. At this moment, Wu Yu had learned of Lan Shui and Lu Yu's escape. How dare they flee from my grasp? They must be seeking death. He slammed his fist against a wooden pillar, causing the stout post to tremble. Yet his hand remained unscathed. Qingli, brought down by the dog-tooth guards, defiantly spat at Wu Yu. "You red sun gang scum will all meet a wretched end." Her words barely left her lips when Wu Yu struck her, sending her sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. "Drag her inside. Guard her closely. If she escapes again, you will all pay with your lives." Wu Yu commanded the guards, casting a fierce glare at Qingli before heading toward the exit leading to the second floor. Shan Xiaomei successfully forced the young one to consume the sugar pill, and the ensuing events unfolded as she had anticipated. Despite Qingli's disruption, the orc's enthusiasm for witnessing the young one's transformation remained undiminished. All eyes were wide, fixated on the young one, desperate not to miss any subtle changes. Countless gazes lingered on the young one's private areas, causing him immense embarrassment as he furtively searched for Shan Xiaomei, who had vanished. At that moment, she had utilized her spatial transformation ability to enter the secret chamber where Wu Yu had obtained the potion. She replaced all the transformation potions with sugar pills. Just as she prepared to leave, an idea struck her, one that would incite discord within the Red Sun Gang. The Shadow Master of Rong City, Pu Shang, and his shadow guards were far more notorious than the dog-tooth guards. They could stealthily infiltrate any room to commit murder or theft and could manipulate shadows from miles away. Shan Xiaomei had learned that the shadow guard's ability to infiltrate any location relied on a substance known as shadow pearls. These pearls could ignite at will, producing a brilliant flame, summoning the shadow guards with the light. Once extinguished, the shadows would vanish without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. The only flaw lay in the lingering scent. The burning shadow pearl emitted a damp, distinct aroma that could easily go unnoticed unless one was attentive. However, Shan Xiaomei was confident that Lord Chuan Dao would detect it. Pu Xing, the Shadow Master of Rong City, had long harbored animosity toward Chuan Dao, believing his shadow guards could execute tasks undetected. He aspired to be the highest-ranking executor in the southern region of the Red Sun Gang. Yet Chuan Dao, with his greater experience and years of service to the gang, felt entitled to that position. The two held a long-standing grudge, each wishing to eliminate the other. Chuan Dao had previously dispatched the dog-tooth guards to assassinate Pu Xing, who, in turn, had secretly placed numerous shadow pearls around Chuan Dao. The pearls were small and difficult to defend against, and Chuan Dao had suffered losses before. If Shan Xiaomei framed the incident on Shadow Master Pu Xing, Chuan Dao would undoubtedly believe her without question. During her previous investigation of pubbing, she had stealthily infiltrated his chamber, witnessing him concocting shadow pearls. in her quest to discern the materials comprising these pearls. Shan Xiaomei discreetly appropriated several semi-finished products and stored them within her spatial realm. She had ascertained that these semi-finished products, when ignited, did not produce shadow beings. With this thought in mind, she promptly retrieved a shadow pearl from her spatial domain and ignited it with a lighter. The pearl emitted a cerulean glow, and after approximately 15 seconds, the flame extinguished, leaving no trace behind. Only a faint, elusive humidity lingered in the air of the secret chamber. Once her task was complete, Shan Xiaomei employed spatial transformation to escape from the hidden room. Upon re-emerging among the throng, she found the frenzied beastmen in a state of uproar. Why has there been no transformation yet? Wasn't it promised that the drug would induce immediate metamorphosis? We've paid for this, and yet we are shown nothing. Their chants grew increasingly boisterous, demanding refunds as they felt the sting of deception. On the second floor, the crowd of beastmen was tightly packed, all feeling mocked. Their voices rising in a cacophony that even the guards could not quell. The glimmer in the young boy's eyes softened as he caught sight of Shan Xiaomei, his tense demeanor easing slightly. What could possibly be amiss? Why had there been no transformation? At that moment, Kawashima on the second floor began to express impatience. Questioning Wu Shan. Wu Shan, equally perplexed, responded, "This is impossible. The drug has been consumed, and a transformation should have occurred immediately. Could there be an issue with the medication? We must procure more and administer it to her." Kawashima, akin to a starving man yearning for a sumptuous feast, was visibly incensed. Wu Shan promptly ventured to the secret chamber to retrieve the medication himself, personally administering it to the boy. Prior to taking the drug, the boy cast a sidelong glance at Shan Xiaomei, who imperceptibly nodded in acknowledgement, prompting him to cease his resistance. Yet again, the administered drug elicited no response. In pursuit of clarity, Wu Shan ingested a pill himself. He then hastily turned to Kawashima, exclaiming, "Sir, this is merely a sugar pill. It appears someone has substituted the medication in the secret chamber with sugar." Before Kawashima could articulate a response, the beastmen below erupted in speculation. It must be a spectre. Only a spectre could have stealthily exchanged the pills. One among them proclaimed, "I knew it. I heard the spectre has taken a merman husband. Could it be him?" Suddenly, everything made sense. The chaos instigated by the spectre was rooted in her husband being wronged. The spectre has truly arrived. Where is she? At that moment, standing beside the stage, Shan Xiaomei felt a surge of gratitude towards the beastmen below. Within the entire theater, everyone adorned peculiar masks and headpieces, and her own mask drew no attention. The beastmen, intent on uncovering the spectre, did not fixate on Shan Xiaomei, believing the spectre to be hidden in the shadows, far from their gaze. Who could have anticipated that the spectre stood so close, right next to the boy? With the medication compromised, Kawashima's aspirations of having the merman attend to him were dashed. Enraged, he rose to investigate the matter of the pill substitution. Meanwhile, the beastmen of the theater engaged in fervent discussions about the spectre. Wu Yu, however, held the spectre in utter disdain, considering her insignificant. He stormed onto the stage, seizing the boy by the neck, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Are you truly the spectre's husband?" The boy met his gaze with a frosty indifference, boldly affirming, "Indeed, I am. Should you dare to harm me, my wife will ensure that the entire Red Sun Society of Matsushita City accompanies you to your demise." Wu retaliated with a sharp slap across the boy's face, causing him to sway slightly, steadying himself against the wooden barrel, his fair cheek marked by 5 crimson imprints. The boy's gaze flickered back to Shan Xiaomei, who remained impassive, offering no assistance. He then averted his eyes, deep in contemplation. After striking the boy, Wu turned to address the beastmen below, arrogantly proclaiming, "A spectre? What spectre? If she dares to show herself, I, Wu, will flay her skin, extract her tendons, and reduce her to dust." Shan Xiaomei, standing behind him, cast a fleeting glance his way, maintaining her composure. This was not the time for impulsive actions, and she still pondered whether the boy was worth saving, opting for caution. Wu, feeling unsatisfied with his display of power, snatched a spectre mask from the face of a beastman in the audience. The beastman, Mu Chong, was among those who idolized the spectre, donning merchandise bearing her emblem. Within the theater, many beastmen sported items adorned with her insignia, although few in Matsushita City wore spectre masks. The beastman from whom Wu tore the mask was an older female, her canine-like nose covered in brown fur, which likely motivated her to wear a mask in the first place due to her less than attractive appearance. Startled by the sudden removal of her mask, the female instinctively raised her hands to shield her nose. Wu not only refused to return the mask but, before the eyes of the crowd, trampled it beneath his feet, declaring, "What nonsense is this spectre? If she possesses such prowess, let her step forward and confront me." In response to his challenge, Shan Xiaomei remained stationary, discreetly conjuring a bucket of green paint in her spatial realm. With a swift movement, she inverted the bucket onto Wu's head, instantly retreating to her previous position. Her speed was such that no one perceived her movement. To the onlookers, the bucket appeared to have materialized out of thin air. Only the boy subtly glanced at Shan Xiaomei, as Wu frantically attempted to remove the bucket from his head. He found himself entirely coated in green paint from head to toe. Who dares to show themselves?" Wu bellowed furiously. his rage palpable as he stomped the wooden stage, creating a hole beneath him. It was no wonder he felt unperturbed by the spectre. He possessed some measure of strength. Having vented her frustration, Shang Xiaomei had no intention of revealing her identity. She feigned surprise as she hastily retrieved a cloth, exclaiming, "Young master, quick, wipe it off. It must be that insidious spectre lurking in the shadows, plotting against you." "Ah!" Wu Yu roared in fury, scanning the crowd for the culprit, yet failing to cast a glance at the frail attendant beside him. To him, this scrawny individual was as inconsequential as a brittle twig, unworthy of his attention. The theater had temporarily employed numerous attendants to accommodate the influx of guests, and Shang Xiaomei's identity raised no suspicions. In his hubris, Wu never anticipated that the spectre would dare to confront him publicly, pouring a bucket of green paint over him. His furious outbursts continued. Oblivious to the fact that the paint remained smeared across his body, he leaped from the stage, targeting anyone who appeared taller, demanding, "Is it you? Is it you? Come forth, you despicable creature." Shang Xiaomei, still holding the cloth, shouted at the frenzied Wu below, "Young master, first clean off the filth from your person. Do not leave." Her words were earnest, yet her feet remained planted firmly in place, her mind delighting in the thought, "You foolish creature. If you don't clean up now, you won't have the chance later." Painting can be quite a challenge to wash off, and you might as well embrace the identity of the Hulk for the rest of your life. However, only she comprehended the gravity of the situation, while Wu remained blissfully unaware. By the time he returned home to take a bath and discovered the persistent green stains on his body, it was already evening. Prior to that, he had accompanied Kawashima to an escape room. Upon entering, Kawashima found that the pills meant to forcibly differentiate the merfolk had transformed entirely into sugar pills, which infuriated him to the point of slapping Wu Yu. Consequently, paint splattered onto the back of his hand. "My lord, it must have been the work of a spectre. That merfolk is the consort of a ghost." Wu Yu covered his face, attempting to explain. Kawashima, brimming with rage and seeking an outlet, struck Wu Yu again, declaring, "I care not whether they are ghosts or monsters. The incident occurred at your Lian pavilion, and you must provide me with an explanation." "Yes." Wu Yu, still covering his face, nodded and bowed in submission to Kawashima. After striking Wu Yu, Kawashima, disgusted by the pain on his hand, wiped it with a cloth. Yet the stains remained. "What is this?" Kawashima inquired, staring intently at his hand. Wu Shan, believing he understood the situation, stepped forward to elucidate. "My lord, this must be paint from the artwork. It will wash off easily with soap." Kawashima scoffed and strode toward the exit. However, just as he reached the door of the escape room, he suddenly halted. Something was amiss. It was as if he had been immobilized, standing still as he took several deep breaths. Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of Wu Yu and Wu Shan, he took 2 steps back, solemnly inhaling the scent within the room. "A shadow person. A shadow person has been here. It was that brat, Pusing," Kawashima quickly concluded. Though Wu Shan and his son were filled with doubt, they immediately flattered Kawashima, saying, "You are absolutely correct, my lord. This escape room is sealed tight. No one could have infiltrated it. Only a shadow person could easily enter and swap the pills." Chapter 27. Do not stop. Not only that, but Wu Yu suddenly had an epiphany. The green stuff on me must also be the work of the shadow person. He had considered the intensity of the stage lights and how a shadow person could appear in such brilliant illumination. Yet, in his eagerness to appease Kawashima, he attributed everything to the shadow person. That little beast, Pusing. His audacity grows bolder each day. How dare he sabotage my plans? It seems he increasingly disregards me. Kawashima furiously flicked his sleeve and stormed out of the escape room. Shang Xiaomei was genuinely surprised by the success of her scheme, managing to shift the blame for the paint incident onto the shadow person. Having closely followed Wu Yu throughout the night and flitted around Kawashima's quarters, she had garnered the attention of the other attendants who, despite not knowing her well, believed she must have significant connections. After Wu Yu had been splattered with paint, the innocent child was escorted back to the basement by the dog-tooth guards. As for Shang Xiaomei, she fully immersed herself in her role, tirelessly maintaining order amidst the chaos in the Lian pavilion, directing the other attendants to help evacuate guests and tend to the VIPs on the 3rd floor. Due to her effective leadership, she commanded respect, and even the attendants who flitted about like headless flies began to seek her guidance. Without uttering a word, they tacitly accepted that Shang Xiaomei was brought in by Kawashima. She indeed had the audacity to circulate around him, and as he stormed off in anger, she was the only one bold enough to pursue him, asking, "My lord, how should we handle the remaining 2 merfolk? When will the next batch of pills for differentiation arrive?" Kawashima, infuriated, came to a halt, ready to unleash his wrath. Yet, Shang Xiaomei swiftly added, "Good things take time. Your exceptional talents will surely overcome this minor setback. Once you obtain the pills and secure the lovely maiden, that Pusing will surely be left humiliated, reaping nothing but losses." Kawashima's fury was effectively quelled, and his previously fierce gaze softened with a hint of amusement. "Humph, you are quite perceptive. Keep those 2 merfolk locked up. Especially the one from today, he must not escape. Rest assured, my lord, even if I must forego sleep tonight, I will vigilantly guard him for you." Shang Xiaomei's flattery resonated loudly, causing Kawashima to depart with a beaming smile as he boarded his carriage. Only then did she turn back to the Lian pavilion, buoyed by Wu Shan's approving smile. Indeed, which establishment do you hail from? Wu Shan was certain that his lean pavilion had no such clever attendants. Thus, he approached Shang Xiaomei to inquire about her origins. Unfazed, Shang Xiaomei had spent considerable time chatting with the new attendants, gathering details about their backgrounds. When it came time to fabricate a story, she was impeccably prepared. I am one of Wang Mama's people. Wu Boss here is in need of assistance. So Wang Mama sent over her most capable hands from Wanshan Tower. Wu Boss, do remember to look after her business when you have the chance. With a subtle elbow nudge against Wu Shan's sleeve, the implication was clear, and Wu Shan understood perfectly. She had learned from the new attendants that Wu Shan had long been entangled with the madam of Wanshan Tower. However, as the madam aged, Wu Shan's visits had dwindled. The more the madam longed for Wu Shan, the more he avoided her, feeling a twinge of guilt. This led him to distance himself from any new attendants from Wanshan Tower. When Shang Xiaomei teased him, he mistakenly assumed it was the madam's directive, prompting him to refrain from further conversation, fearing that Shang Xiaomei would demand he repay this debt of gratitude. With Wu Shan successfully distracted, Shang Xiaomei firmly established her position within the lean pavilion. By the end of the day, she had unwittingly become the leader among the attendants. Even the dog-tooth guards left by Kawashima began to heed her commands. As night fell, she personally attended to the bathing and care of the child. And no one raised an objection. Although the performers in the basement lacked freedom, the lean pavilion prioritized their well-being, as their bodies were essential for its profits. Previously, each performer had designated attendants. Now, with the addition of 2 merfolk, especially those favored by Kawashima, no one dared to take on the responsibility, perfectly willing to step up. Shang Xiaomei was welcomed by all to care for the child and Qingli. The lean pavilion had a specialized regimen for maintaining the performers, involving oils and waters reminiscent of modern skincare products. With the assistance of several other attendants, Shang Xiaomei successfully set up a bathing tub in the dungeon, arranging a rectangular table where the child and Qingli would lie down for their treatments. Who would have thought that in this beastly realm, she would take on the role of beautician? Shang Xiaomei found the idea amusing. Before entering the dungeon, she donned gloves, eagerly stepping before the child and boldly asking, "Which of you two shall bathe first?" Before the child could respond, Qingli leapt forward, shielding him with her body. "Child, do not listen to her." She then glared at Shang Xiaomei, filled with hostility, and shouted, "Do as you wish. We would rather die than sell our bodies." Shang Xiaomei silently scrutinized Qingli, contemplating that while pure-blooded merfolk were indeed enchanting, beauty could vary. For instance, Qingli, standing before her, lacked the allure of the child. The child possessed an enchanting charm, both spirited and sweet, strikingly handsome yet lively, while Qingli's appearance leaned towards the plain, attractive yet lacking the grace and refinement that marked a true beauty. Shang Xiaomei's gaze oscillated between Qingli and the child before ultimately settling upon the latter. She thought to herself, considering his handsome appearance, that she would grant him a little more time. Now, it was a matter of whether he would behave honestly. "You go wash first," Shang Xiaomei commanded, pointing at the young boy without hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Qingli resisted even more fiercely, like a hen protecting her chicks, shielding the boy behind her while incessantly berating Shang Xiaomei, exclaiming, "You filthy islanders! Dirty humans!" Shang Xiaomei, who had always been polite and never struck anyone, could no longer endure the insults and raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap across Qingli's face. Any insult was tolerable, but to call her an islander was an unbearable affront, a humiliation she could not accept. Staggering from the blow, Qingli was still in shock when Shang Xiaomei pointed at the boy and asked, "Are you going to wash or not?" Qingli, filled with anguish, stood up once more, placing herself protectively in front of the boy, declaring, "Don't mind her, we must die with our dignity intact." "I will wash," the boy replied almost simultaneously with Qingli. His response was something Qingli could not accept, and she turned to him in disbelief. He, however, did not spare her a glance and reiterated to Shang Xiaomei, "I will wash. Come in then, what are you waiting for?" Shang Xiaomei gestured for the boy to enter. The other attendants, seeing Shang Xiaomei take charge, left to attend to their own matters. Soon, only Qingli, the boy, and Shang Xiaomei remained in the dungeon, with guards stationed at the entrance. Shang Xiaomei knew they would not dare to cause trouble. Once the boy entered the bath, Shang Xiaomei donned her gloves and personally began to scrub his back. The boy had only seen her dressed as a ghost. He had never encountered her in this manner. He was uncertain whether the person before him was indeed his ghostly mistress or merely an attendant with a voice akin to hers. However, Shang Xiaomei quickly dispelled his confusion as she leaned in to scrub his arms and whispered in his ear, "Why are you here?" Startled, the boy gazed at her intently. It was only when Shang Xiaomei, while splashing water, quietly added, "From now on, there is an additional rule on Dusty Island. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leave at will," that he was entirely convinced that the one washing him was indeed his ghostly mistress. He finally ceased his silence and spoke earnestly. "Pure-blooded merfolk can communicate by waving their tails in the same body of water. As long as the distance is not too far, we can signal for help by moving our tails." Just as he finished speaking, Qingli interrupted anxiously. "How could you reveal the merfolk's secrets to her?" Ignoring Qingli's objections, he continued calmly. Qingli and the others were tied up on the ship and transported to Songxia City. Along the way, Lancy quietly extended her tail into the water, waving it for help. When they passed near Dusty Island, I sensed their distress calls and came to rescue them. Shan Xiaomei nodded in understanding. You came to save them? Then how did you end up here? The boy realized Shan Xiaomei was mocking him. He hesitated for a moment before softly retorting, I have my ways. Your way is to sacrifice yourself and let them escape? Shan Xiaomei surmised that Lancy and another merfolk named Liu had stealthily slipped away while the boy was dancing. She knew that most of these beastmen would prioritize their kin's interests over their own. However, when she learned that the boy was willing to sacrifice himself to save his companions, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. She questioned her own lack of such nobility and thus found herself respecting such selfless heroism. Yet, she had already developed a slight affection for the boy, as he matched her aesthetic ideals. Before she had the chance to act on her feelings, he had already planned to sacrifice himself. Had he not considered her feelings at all? Did he regard her as invisible? The more Shan Xiaomei pondered, the angrier she became. Her hands, which had been scrubbing the boy's shoulders, retaliated by moving to his abdomen. The boy shuddered, quickly grasping her hand to stop her. I can do it myself. No, this is my duty. I must do it myself, Shan Xiaomei insisted. The boy's face flushed crimson as he held onto her hand, unwilling to let go. No, let go. The two remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to relent. Shan Xiaomei, still fuming, would not easily let him off the hook. If you let go obediently, I might consider helping you escape. Her words proved effective, and after a moment of hesitation, the boy gradually loosened his grip. Realizing he was doing this to allow her to save them, Shan Xiaomei felt a pang of discomfort, especially since Qingli was also present. It was likely he had compromised to save Qingli. Suddenly, Shan Xiaomei felt a twinge of jealousy. These two were so focused on each other's well-being right in front of her. How could she possibly endure such indignation? Stealing a glance at Qingli's gaze, which resembled that of a thief about to abduct a maiden, she could see the worry almost bringing her to tears, as if fearing for the boy's innocence. The more Qingli displayed her distress, the angrier Shan Xiaomei became. Not only did she move her hands to the boy's abdomen, but she also continued to inch lower. After all, what was wrong with washing a fish? Unable to contain herself, the boy reacted when Shan Xiaomei brushed against a sensitive area. His body trembling as he arched his back, letting out soft gasps, and the atmosphere instantly grew heated. It turned out that although merfolk lacked gender characteristics, they could still feel sensations in those areas. Shan Xiaomei understood this and feigned ignorance, meticulously helping the boy wash his entire body. Her tender hands occasionally glided over his sensitive spots, eliciting a tingling sensation that coursed through his limbs. The boy bit down on his lower lip, yet he could not suppress the moans escaping his lips. To Qingli, Shan Xiaomei's audacious behavior was utterly scandalous. Who would wash someone like that? Did she have no sense of decency? Let him go? Qingli leaped forward, attempting to intervene. Shan Xiaomei halted, lowering her gaze to the boy's shimmering eyes, asking in a dangerously low tone, do you want me to stop, or do you want me to continue? Qingli promptly urged the boy, tell her to stop. She is treating you with such disrespect. It's unacceptable. Yet the boy still did not heed Qingli's words. He seemed to have exhausted all his strength resisting the stirrings of his body. Weakly turning his head, he gazed at Shan Xiaomei with a dazed expression. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his hand limply rested on her arm. Just moments ago, Shan Xiaomei had been composed, but now, as if infected, her cheeks began to flush. She felt that the boy was intentionally enticing her, and this sensation intensified when he spoke to her in a sultry tone. Don't stop, he said, his gaze fervently fixed on her. With a gasp, Shan Xiaomei's cheeks burned even hotter. When she was the one teasing, she could barely maintain her composure. But being teased back by the boy was almost unbearable. What had started as her punishment for him had somehow turned into her own torment. No, she must not lose. Closing her eyes, she continued with determination, washing every part of the boy's body, regardless of propriety. Not only that, she also made the young one lie on the long table, tending to his body. Qingli's face turned an ashen green with anger. Yet both Shan Xiaomei and the young one showed no signs of stopping. They silently endured the strange sensations in their bodies, igniting a fire within each other's hearts. It seemed that whoever called for a halt would truly be the one to lose. Chapter 28, Training the Mermaid. Shan Xiaomei, drenched in sweat from her exertions, felt that neither she nor the young one had fared well. This was her first encounter with such tasks, and she had not anticipated that beauty and body care could be so demanding. After finishing with the young one, she coldly turned to Qingli. Are you going to wash or not? Qingli, biting her lip in humiliation, retorted, I won't wash. Don't even think about touching me. Shan Xiaomei tossed the cloth she held into the water. If you want to wash, then don't expect me to serve you. With that, she summoned the guards to remove all the washing supplies from the dungeon. Prepared for a desperate struggle, Qingli felt as though her anger had struck a wall of cotton. Though filled with rage, she had no outlet for it. Without sparing her another glance, Shan Xiaomei departed. As soon as Shan Xiaomei left, Qingli scrambled to her feet and approached the young one, bowing her head respectfully. General Chunyu, you have suffered. The young one lowered his gaze, lost in thought, and absently replied, it's nothing. Why don't you escape yourself? With your abilities, getting out of here should be easy. Qingli had wanted to ask this question since earlier. As the most outstanding pure-blooded young general of the Merman tribe, favored even by the Merman Emperor, why would he endure the humiliation from that petty servant? To the Merman, loyalty to their partners was paramount. The lewd touches from that despicable servant had already tarnished his honor. In Qingli's eyes, chastity was above all else. The merman would rather die than be sullied by evil. Why should I escape? What are you thinking? The young one's gaze suddenly sharpened, frowning as he looked at Qingli. Even at this moment, she remained oblivious to his displeasure, stubbornly believing that he should make his escape. The general is a pure-blooded merman. Mermen vow eternal loyalty to their partners. After the indignity you just faced, you should rise up and resist, not endure in silence. Qingli continued to speak of innocence and fidelity, as if these ideals encapsulated the entirety of merman existence. Is this the reason you remain here? Let me tell you. If Lan Shui and the others shared your rigid mindset, shackled by a ridiculous view of chastity, I would never come to your rescue. The young one shot Qingli a disdainful glare, unwilling to engage with her further. Qingli, convinced that her willingness to sacrifice everything to stay by his side would deeply touch him, found herself engulfed in doubt due to his reaction. Was their unwavering loyalty and the value they placed on chastity not the most precious aspects of the merman tribe? Why did General Chunyu react this way? General, my name is Qingli. I wish to remain by your side because I have developed feelings for you. In this lifetime, I am yours. If I cannot be your partner, let me be your servant, devoted to you for life. Qingli, undeterred, believed that presenting her pure heart to General Chunyu would surely move him. She could not fathom that the sincerity and purity of a merman's love would be disregarded by him. How genuine merman love is, dedicating a lifetime for love. Other beast races simply cannot compare. To receive a merman's love is a blessing that all should cherish. She believed that by expressing her feelings clearly, the young one would finally understand her intentions and be deeply moved. However, upon hearing her declaration, the young one grew even more incensed. He approached her, gripping her collar tightly, and seethed. Put away your foolish love. The merman tribe is facing an existential crisis, and at this moment, you still speak of such trivialities. Do you realize that what you perceive as loyalty and fidelity is, in fact, the very root of our tribe's destruction? In his eyes, Qingli resembled a merchant woman oblivious to the hatred of a fallen nation, singing of love while their world crumbled. That is not it. To love is to commit for a lifetime. This is the epitome of romance. Qingli continued to indulge in her self-righteous musings. The young one closed his eyes in fury, striving to suppress his anger. Otherwise, he would be compelled to act irreparably. Romance, you say? Go indulge in your fantasies elsewhere. I wish never to lay eyes on someone like you again. His words were resolute. There was no place for someone like Qingli, who could not be awakened by pain. In a world that demanded resilience and survival, such individuals merely circled around others, self-proclaiming loyalty to love, yet unaware of the turmoil they caused and how often they were exploited. The merman tribe had gradually descended to this state, relying on the support of islanders to barely maintain their influence over the Songming Sea. This outcome was inextricably linked to their love-obsessed kin. The young one, originally named Chunyuji, was the most exceptional young general of the merman tribe. Unlike Guiqing, who was born into royalty with a father who was a royal prince, Chunyu had faced countless trials and tribulations to attain his status, having witnessed many mermen deceived and harmed by other beast races. Only to turn around and defend their so-called lovers, he developed a deep disdain for those who idolized love above reason. He did not want to be like those kin. He intended to live for himself and for the survival of the merman tribe. In this critical juncture for the merman, he must shoulder the burden of saving his entire race. With the merman emperor's encouragement, he had become the husband of a ghost, tasked with revealing the secrets of Dusty Island and the ghost's tricks to the merman emperor and his allies. His presence here posed significant risks. He had nearly exposed himself moments ago. Qingli had the audacity to suggest he escape in front of the ghost, as if wishing for his mission to fail. Qingli gazed at the young one in disbelief. Clinging to her self-righteousness and purity, she began to doubt herself under his disdainful gaze. Yet, how could she truly reflect? That would render her pride and sacred affections nothing more than a farce. No, this is wrong. I am right. I am right. Qingli was beyond redemption, stubbornly clinging to her beliefs. When reality clashed with her ideals, she did not reject herself. Instead, she harbored resentment toward the young one. She loathed him for not cherishing what she valued, despised him for corrupting the merman spirit, and resented him for clinging to life at the cost of his own purity. In her heart, she condemned him, labeling him a disgrace to the merman tribe. The young one, weary of her, closed his eyes in disgust. Recognizing that Qingli was irreparable and unwilling to engage further, he stepped aside, burdened with thoughts of his own. He had not revealed his undercover identity in front of the ghost. He believed the ghost would rescue them. The ghost did not seem like the type to act with cruelty. For some reason, as this thought crossed his mind, a strange reaction coursed through his body, as if something within him was beginning to grow anew. This was the first time he had experienced such a sensation, and he furrowed his brow, perplexed by the changes within him. The sensation grew increasingly intense, as if a multitude of veins had suddenly appeared beneath his lower abdomen, with a torrent of blood surging towards that area. No. Upon realizing the nature of this transformation, the youth bent down in terror, gritting his teeth to suppress the peculiar feeling. He understood all too well what this reaction signified. It was a precursor to differentiation. How could this be? He had merely contemplated the idea that the spirits were not heartless beings, recalling how she had cleverly rescued him, ensnared Wu Yu, and playfully toyed with Kawashima. Unbeknownst to him, she had accomplished so much that he admired. Given that physical changes are challenging to control through sheer willpower, the youth chose to resort to medication. When the Sea King initially dispatched him to fulfill this task, he had been given a drug to suppress differentiation. At the time, he had not intended to take it. It was forcibly pressed into his hands by the Sea King, who had declared, "Better safe than sorry." How had he responded then? He had carelessly tucked the medicine into his pocket and indifferently remarked, "I will return it unopened." A bitter smile crossed the youth's lips as he gazed at the few remaining pills in his hand. To say he could bring them all back was a lofty claim. It would be fortunate if he could merely rely on these medications to stave off differentiation until he returned to the abyssal sea. After Shan Xiaomei departed, she remained oblivious to the events that transpired within the dungeon. She had busied herself throughout the day and had since returned to her beauty sleep. However, before succumbing to slumber, she had meticulously devised an escape plan. If it were merely a matter of taking 2 merfolk away, it posed no challenge for her. Although the Fang guards were ferociously formidable, their intelligence was lacking. Furthermore, the number of Fang guards left behind at the Lingren Pavilion was limited. And now that Shan Xiaomei had ingratiated herself with Wu Shan, she had naturally earned the trust of those Fang guards. That evening, she deliberately mingled with the attendants of the Lingren Pavilion, inquiring about the nuances of caring for the performers in the dungeon. In truth, there was little to it. Aside from ensuring the performers' well-being, they were also required to take them to the elderly Madame Ding to learn the art of service. The attendants, having received some favors from Shan Xiaomei, were forthcoming with their knowledge. What if they refuse to listen? Shan Xiaomei inquired. If they refuse, let them go hungry for a few days. They will surely comply, replied the attendant. Shan Xiaomei nodded in understanding and proceeded to ask about Madame Ding's residence and appearance, meticulously planning her next moves in her mind. The following day, all unfolded as Shan Xiaomei had envisioned. Wu Yu, embarrassed by the indelible paint, remained hidden indoors, while Wu Shan was preoccupied with finding a way to wash the green paint off Wu Yu. Additionally, Kawashima, discovering that the paint on his hands was indelible, had thrown a considerable fit, demanding that Wu Shan devise a solution before nightfall. As Wu Shan found himself in a state of utter disarray, Shan Xiaomei stepped forward with a proposition. Boss Wu, would it be acceptable for me to take 2 merfolk to Madame Ding to learn their craft? Given that Lord Kawashima is particularly fond of them, if they serve well, your matters will surely be overlooked. Wu Shan, desperate for someone to speak on his behalf before Kawashima, saw a glimmer of hope in her words. Quickly, go. Madame Ding is renowned for her training. Once they return from her, they will undoubtedly be even more irresistible to Lord Kawashima. Trusting Madame Ding's methods, Wu Shan harbored no suspicion of Shan Xiaomei's intentions and urged her to leave without delay. Under the control of Kawashima's Fang guards, Songxia City had maintained a fade of harmony for nearly 2 decades. The oppressed populace dared not rebel, while the city's aristocracy bowed to Kawashima's authority. Fear of Kawashima had eradicated any semblance of defiance. In such an oppressive environment, no one dared disrupt the peace of Songxia City. Individuals like Wu Shan naturally did not believe that anyone would dare to play tricks under the watchful eyes of the Fang guards. Who was unaware of the dire consequences of being bitten by a Fang guard? Thus, he remained unguarded against Shan Xiaomei. Consequently, she effortlessly led the youth and Qing Li out of the dungeon and towards Madame Ding's residence. During her conversation with the attendants the previous day, Shan Xiaomei had heard them mention that even the most ferocious beastmen could not withstand a mere incense stick's worth of time under Madame Ding's care. For she had a way with needles. She could torment the beastmen to the brink of despair without affecting their ability to serve. 6 Fang guards accompanied them. Shan Xiaomei calculated that it would not be difficult to gain some distance from them. Upon reaching Madame Ding's residence, as soon as Shan Xiaomei and the youth entered, they were met with the anguished cries of a girl from within. What happened? Qing Li, trailing behind, was already trembling in fear. Shan Xiaomei turned to her and the youth, instructing, once inside, if you wish to avoid suffering, do not resist needlessly. The youth nodded obediently, but Qing Li vehemently protested. You shall not make us learn the art of seduction and servitude. Shan Xiaomei furrowed her brow, having sensed from the previous night that Qing Li was somewhat unhinged. She was utterly unaware of the concept of compromise or strategic retreat. Instead, she blurted out senseless defiance, creating a commotion as if she were remarkably capable, while, in truth, she was merely a burden, ever in need of rescue. Such individuals were the most likely to drag others down. Shan Xiaomei exchanged a glance with the youth, inquiring about Qing Li's behavior. The youth shook his head in resignation, revealing that he had already severed any bond of kinship with Qing Li. After understanding the situation, Shan Xiaomei decided to keep a close watch on Qing Li, fearing that her folly might jeopardize their escape. As they entered, a servant promptly went to inform Madame Ding. Shortly after, Madame Ding emerged from a darkened side room, her figure rotund and robust, appearing even more formidable than the average male. She exuded an intimidating presence. However, Shan Xiaomei possessed numerous strategies to deal with her. If she was formidable, then the key was to outsmart her rather than confront her directly. As Madame Ding approached, she expressed her displeasure. Once again, it's you performers. You always bring the most trouble. I'm swamped today. Come back another time. Without hesitation, Shan Xiaomei dashed in front of Madame Ding. thrusting a hefty bag of beast coins into her hand. Our boss who understands you are busy. This is an expedited fee for you. These two merfolk are favored by Lord Kawashima. We have no choice. Employing a blend of coercion and persuasion. Shan Xiaomei witnessed a transformation in Madame Ding's countenance, who, with a smile, replied, I was merely jesting, since these are merfolk favored by Lord Kawashima. They must be trained promptly. Individuals like Ding Mama prioritize wealth over relationships. With her generous demeanor, Shan Xiaomei naturally caught Ding Mama's favorable attention. With a hint of pride in her tone, Ding Mama remarked to Shan Xiaomei, does she dare to disregard my words? She is simply too shy. As soon as the topic of intimate skills arises, she feels embarrassed and wishes to flee. I have already apprehended her and administered a proper reprimand on 2 occasions. Her notion of punishment undoubtedly involves pricking the little girl with needles, instilling such fear that the mere sight of her sends the child into tremors. Upon hearing the phrase intimate skills, Shan Xiaomei discreetly glanced at the innocent one's reaction, noticing his pale complexion, clearly averse to such matters. Mama, what shall we learn today? Must we also delve into intimate skills? Xiaomei has a habit of seeking to understand the entirety of any situation in advance, so that she may be prepared. However, when she directly inquires about such matters, it becomes synonymous with filth in Qing Li's eyes. As if those who openly discuss intimate subjects are the most sordid beings in the world. They, the merfolk, blush even at the mere allusion to such topics. Only beings like themselves can be deemed pure and sacred. Ding Momo and the young attendant are nothing but foul-mouthed, impure creatures. Qing Li harbored a profound animosity towards Shan Xiaomei in her heart. The child, however, perceived Shan Xiaomei's actions as both audacious and cunning. From a young age, he had detested the antiquated doctrines of the elder generation of the Jiaoren clan, which espoused the doctrine of love above all else, and naturally, he found their aversion to matters of intimacy to be equally irksome. For them, discussing sexuality was akin to invoking a demonic curse. Even a mere inquisitive question from a child would elicit a sharp reprimand. He resembled a rebellious youth, determined to embrace what his elders vehemently opposed. The more unconventional and uncouth Shan Xiaomei's words and deeds became, the more he admired her. Shan Xiaomei, preoccupied with her own concerns, paid little heed to them. Her sole focus lay on the response from Granny Ding. Granny Ding cast a troubled glance at the child and Qing Li, contemplating that since they had yet to undergo differentiation, teaching the intricacies of intimacy might prove rather inconvenient. Shan Xiaomei felt a slight alleviation. What exactly was Granny Ding planning to impart? Madame Ding, with a furrowed brow, pondered for a while and suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, I could teach vocal mimicry. Vocal mimicry? Is it the kind of serious vocal mimicry? Xiaomei hesitated, unable to voice her inquiry. Her mind, tainted by the influence of a fringe internet celebrity, had long forgotten the essence of refined skills. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, a delicate blush adorned her cheeks as she humbly asked Granny Ding, Granny, how might one teach this? Seeing her reaction, Ding Mama, with an astute understanding, inquired, whom have you taken a liking to, Xiaomei was caught off guard by the questions posed to her. These 2 inquiries seemed utterly unrelated. Granny Ding cast her a disdainful glance and remarked, do not feign ignorance. I have encountered many young waiters here, and there are plenty who wish to indulge without spending a single penny. Given the considerable sum you have bestowed upon me, let me make this clear. Sampling is permissible, but we must not tarnish their purity. Should the authorities find fault, it would spell doom for us both. Xiaomei felt an inexplicable flush of embarrassment and her heart raced. What does she mean by taste? What on earth is this old woman talking about? All right, step inside. I know whom you have taken a liking to. Suddenly, Ding Momo forcefully ushered Shan Xiaomei into a small room with a minuscule window, and after a brief moment, she pushed the young child inside as well. The room was rather cramped, with no natural light penetrating its confines, illuminated solely by a persistent orange glow. The most conspicuous object within was a whip, adorned with strips of cloth, hanging ominously on the wall, clearly intended for the purpose of discipline. Aside from that, there remained only a rectangular table, ambiguous in its purpose, neither distinctly a table nor a bed. To deem it a table seemed excessive. Yet to classify it as a bed was equally misleading, as it bore no bedding or furnishings. First, let him consume these grapes, using only his mouth, never his hands. Ding Momo promptly returned with a basket of grapes. Good, thought Shan Xiaomei, feeling a wave of heat wash over her merely from the anticipation. Just as she was about to reach for the grapes, Ding Momo added for the child's benefit, no juice may spill. Should it escape, you must diligently lick it back. What a peculiar situation. Shan Xiaomei felt somewhat overwhelmed. Could you please refrain from uttering such ambiguous statements? It was merely a matter of consuming a grape. She was quite capable of doing so without the use of her hands in her usual manner. To her astonishment, however, Ding Mama had additional stipulations. She handed Shan Xiaomei a red string, her gaze laden with insinuation, and remarked, bind his hands behind his back and do it tightly. Shan Xiaomei accepted the string, intending to respond, yet her throat was parched, rendering her utterly speechless. Had she not been wearing a mask, Ding Mama would have undoubtedly discerned her flustered demeanor, revealing her own innocence. As Ding Mama remained persistently by her side, Shan Xiaomei complied with her request, securing the young one's hands behind him, albeit not too tightly. Initially, Shang Xiaomei presumed it would be a simple act of consuming a grape. Little did she know, the task was far from straightforward. While the act of nibbling and savoring was something everyone could accomplish, Ding Mama imposed an additional challenge upon the young one. No biting. Peel the grape skin with your tongue. Peel the grape skin with your tongue? What on earth? The scene was beyond what Shang Xiaomei could fathom. However, Ding Momo did not grant the young boy any time for negotiation. She held several silver needles in her hand, her gaze laced with menace. The boy glanced at Shang Xiaomei, who nodded encouragingly. He did not resist, but lowered his head to bring his lips to the basket on the long table, gently clasping a glistening, translucent grape between them. Hold it without moving, Ding Momo instructed again. The boy complied without a flicker of movement. Yet, Ding Momo showed no mercy. She suddenly seized the whip hanging on the wall and lashed it across the boy's back. Caught off guard, he winced in pain, causing the grape to tumble to the ground. Due to this blunder, he endured 2 additional lashes from Ding Momo, though the whip was wrapped in cloth. The pain was still sharp against the skin. Shang Xiaomei struggled to contain her anger. For reasons unknown, she had begun to regard the boy as her own. She could chastise her own, but no one else had the right to strike him. This transgression was duly noted in her mind. Take another grape. Madame Ding commanded the child in a sharp tone once more. The child obediently lowered his head and held a grape with his lips, forbidden to let it slip into his mouth. This seemingly simple task was, in truth, quite challenging. The lips, soft and moist, would inevitably part if one were to hold something for too long, leading to an incessant secretion of saliva. Prolonged holding rendered it nearly impossible. Moreover, should the grape become damp, its slippery nature would only complicate the endeavor. Initially, Shang Xiaomei thought this task amusing, yet her heart now genuinely ached for the child. She feared he might drop the grape, provoking Madame Ding to strike him or jab him with a needle. This time, Madame Ding waited an extensive period without punishing the child. Finally, she said, just hold on a little longer. You can do it. No sooner had her words left her lips than she raised her hand and delivered a swift lash to the child. He trembled from the sting. Yet the grape remained steadfast between his lips, perfectly cradled by his rosy, full mouth. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reminiscent of a masterpiece painted by a skilled artist. The scene was one that Shang Xiaomei found almost too shameful to witness. Remarkably, Madame Ding even praised the child for his talent. Shang Xiaomei astonished, mused whether commendation was also a part of the training process. Does such a matter also depend on the presence or absence of talent? If she could avoid the whip, she suddenly wished to see if she could endure it, to determine whether she belonged to that gifted cohort. However, it remained merely a fleeting thought. She would never engage in such a trivial contest with a child at this moment. The grape was held, and next came the act of consuming it. This time, Granny Ding did not strike the child but rather took the initiative to say, "This is a gradual process that requires deep understanding. Watch him closely. If he can peel one grape with his tongue, we will have succeeded in half of today's training." "Oh, very well, I shall watch him closely. You can rest assured, Granny." Shang Xiaomei immediately stood up, patting her chest as she assured Granny Ding. "Foolish child," Granny Ding scolded lightly, turning to the next room to train Qingli. It remained uncertain whether Qingli was uncooperative or simply lacked talent. While Shang Xiaomei and the child practiced peeling grape skins, they could hear Qingli's cries of distress from being struck or pricked, never ceasing for a moment. The soundproofing of the room was adequate, and gradually Shang Xiaomei and the child became accustomed to it. Shang Xiaomei began instructing the child to concentrate on practicing peeling grape skins with his tongue. First, like this. Push your tongue against this spot, which is the connective tissue, and then gently suck, she guided. Although Shang Xiaomei knew nothing about it, she was eager to advise and willing to experiment. Not only did she instruct, but she also pulled her mask down to her chin, placing a grape in her mouth and rolling it around as she conducted her own experiment. She thought it inconsequential to reveal her true face. Having painted a large black birthmark on her skin, even if someone saw her, no one would find her beautiful. Using the tongue instead of the teeth is truly difficult. It's simply impossible. Shang Xiaomei had nearly turned the grape into a paste in her mouth. It had not peeled a single skin. At this point, she grew anxious. What should we do? We must accomplish this quickly. Only then will Granny Ding allow us to leave this room for a moment of rest. What do you want to do? The child, with a grape in his mouth, spoke with an unaffected tone. Shang Xiaomei suspected he might have already swallowed the grape. I wish to explore a bit, to see if there are any other exits from this courtyard. As long as we can avoid the guard dogs at the entrance, we can quietly escape, Shang Xiaomei suggested. The child nodded, his lustrous eyes fixed intently on Shang Xiaomei. What's wrong? She asked, puzzled. Stop eating. If you eat more grapes, there won't be enough left, the child said. Shang Xiaomei suddenly realized she had been continuously feeding herself grapes. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I tend to eat when I'm nervous. She had even revealed her true appearance for the sake of the grapes, displaying a demeanor that seemed entirely natural to her, feeling no sense of wrongness. The child appeared equally at ease, though his gaze lingered on Shang Xiaomei's face. Whether intentionally or not, they practiced for quite a while, yet the child had not peeled a single grape skin. He even seemed reluctant to try again. Only Shang Xiaomei patiently continued to manipulate the grapes, attempting various methods to remove the skins with her tongue. The plump grapes rolled around in her mouth, her cheeks bulging at times, her mouth puffed out at others, and occasionally grinning widely, presenting a comically awkward sight that was, in truth, rather endearing. She remained entirely oblivious to her own antics, immersing herself in the challenge of peeling grapes, her initial flirtatious thoughts dissipating, replaced by an intense desire to succeed. Time flew by as she became engrossed in the task, and soon Granny Ding arrived to assess their progress. Just before Granny Ding entered, the child suddenly reached out, unexpectedly inserting his finger into Shang Xiaomei's mouth, retrieving the grape she had been working on, and promptly helping her put her mask back on. His movements were so swift that Shang Xiaomei had no time to react before it was all over. Just as she was left bewildered, contemplating a retort, Granny Ding stepped inside. "How has the practice been going?" she inquired upon entering. Shang Xiaomei was about to request more time from Granny Ding when the child brazenly declared, "We're done." "Is that so? Show me," Granny Ding demanded, grasping her whip once more. Shang Xiaomei felt a chill run down her spine. The child hadn't succeeded in peeling a single grape, so why was he lying? Did he seek punishment? Cautiously, she tugged at the child's sleeve, urging him to admit the truth to avoid Granny Ding's wrath. Yet the child showed no sign of turning back, lowering his head to hold another grape in his mouth. Moments later, he spat out the entire grape skin. Granny Ding examined the skin he had produced and, to Shang Xiaomei's astonishment, nodded approvingly. "Quite the talent. I haven't seen such a gifted performer in ages." Shang Xiaomei was left dumbfounded. What had she just done? She had earnestly tried to teach him, only to discover he was far more skilled than she. Was his tongue fashioned from a peeler? How was he so adept? Why was she unable to do the same? A strong feeling of being made a fool washed over Shang Xiaomei. If he could do it, why had he made her teach him? Was it merely to see her make a spectacle of herself? In this moment, Shang Xiaomei truly felt her presence was superfluous. At that moment, Granny Ding regarded the child as if he were a once-in-a-century genius, extolling him to the heavens and granting them a brief respite of 2/4 of an hour. Once Granny Ding departed, Shang Xiaomei erupted. She had always been one to settle scores immediately. What a joke. Such trivial training can be called talent. It's an insult to the very notion of talent. What's wrong? The child asked cautiously. Shang Xiaomei, filled with indignation, replied, "What can I do? I've been made a fool of, and I can't speak my mind. I didn't make a fool of you. I truly find you adorable and merely wanted to watch you more," the child replied sincerely. Shang Xiaomei felt her face flush with embarrassment. This was far too improper. She had intended to argue, yet his tone was so ambiguously flattering. "I'm 24 years old. What is so adorable about me? Spare me your flattery." Though her words were firm, her tone had softened considerably. Chapter 30. Would Madame care to experience it herself? Seizing the opportunity during their break, Shang Xiaomei and the child swiftly explored the rear courtyard of Granny Ding's residence under the pretense of needing the restroom. There were not many servants at Granny Ding's home. 2 or 3 miscellaneous workers seemed to have disappeared into play, leaving the backyard deserted. They found that while the backyard was unguarded, it was connected to the neighboring house by walls, leaving no apparent exits. Let us check the kitchen. Large households generally have a small door for servants to fetch supplies and dispose of waste. Shang Xiaomei, undeterred, led the child into the kitchen. To her surprise, she was indeed correct. There was a small door, though it was currently locked. A thick iron chain, as wide as a finger, was wrapped around the 2 lion head door rings, secured with a large iron lock. To unlock it, they would first need to bypass the chain, which would rattle at the slightest touch. Such a triple lock system was the epitome of safety and theft prevention in the beastly world. Upon seeing the lock, the child furrowed his brow and said, "This type of lock is quite difficult to open." Yet Shang Xiaomei insisted, "We have limited time. We must unlock the door immediately." The child was taken aback. He had never seen anyone open such a lock without alerting others, unless they had a key. "Where shall we find a key?" the child asked. As if it were a matter of course, Shang Xiaomei replied incredulously, "What key? We'll simply cut it open." "Cut it open? With what? Scissors?" The child fell silent. He had neither seen nor heard of anyone cutting through an iron chain or lock. Shang Xiaomei, without a moment's hesitation, exchanged a ticket in the space for the finest wire cutters amidst the innocent gaze of the child. She handed the tool to him, saying, "You try. You possess greater strength." It was the child's first encounter with wire cutters so polished that they reflected shadows, as well as the first time he laid eyes on a modern tool crafted with such exquisite precision. He hesitated, glancing at Shang Xiaomei, and under her encouraging gaze, he gingerly grasped the wire cutters and clamped them onto a chain. With a firm press, he felt considerable resistance. However, it was not insurmountable. On the contrary, as he persisted, the chain visibly snapped apart before his eyes. When the child successfully severed the chain, which was as thick as his finger, he could scarcely believe his own sight. Such a sturdy chain was effortlessly cut, as if it were mere fabric by this scissor-like implement. What exactly was this marvelous tool he now held? The child felt as though he possessed an ancient weapon capable of severing anything, utterly enchanted by the wire cutters. Shang Xiaomei observed the child's expression, reminiscent of Yin Qi's fascination with motorcycles. Indeed, men are often enamored with such formidable tools. This is a wire cutter, forged from exceptionally strong steel. The specific type of steel eludes my understanding, she thought, yearning to deliver a passionate explanation laden with technical jargon. Yet her own knowledge was superficial. The child examined the wire cutters from every angle. "This tool is truly extraordinary. It can even cut through chains. Surely, It could sever an opponent's weapon in battle. Xiang Xiaomei could not help but murmur, "Who uses wire cutters in a fight? Then what do you use?" The child inquired curiously. "Fighter jets, aircraft carriers, tanks, submachine guns, missiles, atomic bombs, nuclear weapons." She recited a string of terms the child had never encountered. The child was left bewildered. "What are those? Are they powerful?" "Of course, they are powerful. With just 2 atomic bombs, we could send the islanders back to their homeland," she stated lightly. However, the child was taken aback. The thought of sending the islanders back to their homeland was something he had never dared to imagine. Nor was it a thought entertained by any beastman of the entire beast world. "Please hurry," Xiang Xiaomei urged, wanting the child to cut the iron lock as well. Yet he suddenly grasped her arm, saying, "Then you should use it. Use that atomic bomb to send the islanders back home, my lady." It was the first time he had referred to her as my lady during her rescue mission after so many days. Clearly, the islanders' misdeeds in the beast world had reached a point where everyone felt compelled to eliminate them. Even the child was no exception. I wish I could, but unfortunately, I lack the strength." Xiang Xiaomei did not explicitly state her dwindling vitality, aware that preserving her life was already arduous, let alone trading for an atomic bomb. Just one bomb required 99 points of vitality, while the exchange ticket demanded 50 million. A mere 99 points of vitality would directly call for her demise, and 50 million tickets would take her a decade to accumulate at her current rate. Without the atomic bomb, what could she accomplish? The child, anxious for her, asked, "What do you need to possess such power? Can you tell me? I can assist you." Xiang Xiaomei turned to the child, contemplative. Although she appeared amiable, years of her artistic career had instilled in her a reluctance to trust easily. She had also become exceedingly protective of her privacy. She would never divulge significant secrets concerning herself to outsiders. "In truth, it is not much. As long as I can survive well, my strength will gradually grow," she replied, not uttering a falsehood. For as long as she could restore her vitality, her skills would upgrade, making her stronger than she was now. "Will you also die? What must happen for you to live?" The child pressed with urgency. "As long as I refrain from exhausting my vitality in battle, I can live on for a long time," she answered. Each of her words was a mixture of truth and half-truth, as she wished to reveal a hint of her vulnerability to elicit the child as protection, while fearing that disclosing her secrets might lead to greater peril. Unbeknownst to her, after she confided these thoughts to the child, the scales within him began to tip. Once firmly aligned with the Merman Emperor, he began to envision an alternative possibility, one that could not only safeguard the Merman race but also preserve the entirety of the Beast Kingdom from external persecution for generations to come. "Quickly cut the lock as well," Xiang Xiaomei urged, her mind clear and composed as she directed the child. This time, he no longer questioned her words but promptly severed the iron lock. They then cut the entangled chain into several segments, carefully dismantling the triple locks on the kitchen door and gently opening the small door. The door led directly to a narrow alley outside, barely a meter wide, making it difficult for 2 people to walk side by side. "Let us flee," Xiang Xiaomei said, wary of Qing Li, fearing she would cause trouble. However, the child hesitated. Though he seemed ruthless, when it came to abandoning his kin, he found it impossible to harden his heart. "Shall we take her with us? If something goes awry, I will willingly let her go," he proposed, indicating he wanted to give Qing Li another chance. This time, Xiang Xiaomei hesitated. The hound-tooth guards are formidable. Taking her along poses too great a risk. Just as they were at an impasse, suddenly, Ding Mama's voice rang out from the front yard, sealing their fate. "Where is everyone? Time to resume training." Xiang Xiaomei and the child exchanged glances, their expressions changing as they hurried to the front yard. This training session involved peeling grapes, and Xiang Xiaomei once again joined in, attempting this skill. However, she soon gave up, her tongue becoming tangled, unable to peel even a single grape. She felt as though her tongue were not her own, utterly unmanageable. Meanwhile, the child, deemed exceptionally talented by Ding Mama, reduced the time it took to peel grapes, earning her endless praise, with promises that he would leave a lasting impression on the wealthy patrons. Xiang Xiaomei was genuinely curious about how the child accomplished this feat, and kindly asked, "How do you do it? Can you teach me?" The child, with fervent eyes fixed upon her, replied, "One cannot learn this merely by observation. It must be experienced firsthand." Experienced? Xiang Xiaomei felt her cheeks flush, refraining from further inquiry. It seemed that even the untransformed merfolk understood the nuances. The child's playful banter did not lead Xiang Xiaomei to believe it was a sign of his affection, as long as he remained untransformed. She would not entertain such notions. After all, this was a matter of life and death for her. She could not afford to be foolish with her life. They soon passed their trial, while Qing Li continued to endure torment, wailing in despair. An hour later, Ding Mama emerged from Qing Li's room, exhausted and muttering complaints. What a day! Encountering someone both foolish and stubborn. With her lack of charm, how does she expect to serve anyone? Those gentlemen do not favor wooden personalities. Do not fret, Mama. Drink some water. Xiang Xiaomei seized the opportunity and offered Ding Mama a cup of refreshing tea. Ding Mama hesitated, glancing at the table. Xiang Xiaomei promptly clarified, "I brewed this tea using the leaves and utensils you typically favor. If you find it unpalatable, I shall prepare another cup for you." Upon hearing this, Ding Momo glanced at the fresh tea in her hand, recognizing it as the familiar brew she adored. A clever little rascal, she mused. No wonder Wushan assigned you to keep an eye on these two merfolk. With a compliment for Xiang Xiaomei, she raised the cup to her lips. The flavor of the tea seemed unchanged, yet it possessed an aroma that felt even more exquisite than before. Just as Ding Momo took another sip, the cup slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor with a loud crash. She fell silently to the ground, her eyes closed, devoid of any movement. The young attendant cast a surprised glance at the fallen Ding Momo before shifting her gaze to Xiang Xiaomei. Each of her actions was so unpredictable. Take her away. Xiang Xiaomei instructed the young attendant. The attendant emerged from a side room with Qing Li, who exited with disheveled hair and vacant eyes, clearly exhausted from her ordeal. Despite her condition, she boldly declared upon seeing Xiang Xiaomei and the others, I will not yield. I shall not bring disgrace upon the merfolk. I must preserve my own purity. Xiang Xiaomei could only chuckle at her fervent declaration. Sister, you're still unmarked. What exactly do you hold dear? She thought to herself. The bodies of our kind can only be touched by their beloved. Encountering someone like Qing Li, whose mind had been so thoroughly manipulated that she doubted every word spoken to her, Xiang Xiaomei felt no desire to argue further. Remember to cover her mouth on the way. We cannot afford any trouble. Although Xiang Xiaomei had taken every possible precaution, new challenges continued to arise. Upon their return to the kitchen, they were astonished to find the fox girl, trained by Ding Momo, also present. She stood at the small door, her eyes pleading as she implored, please take me with you. Xiang Xiaomei understood that this was not the time for hesitation. The girl had already realized that the exit had been opened for them. Even if Xiang Xiaomei chose not to take her, she would likely attempt to escape on her own. Rather than risk scattering and increasing their danger, it was wiser to act decisively and take her along, keeping the risk within manageable bounds. We can take you, but you must promise to follow my commands throughout the journey, Xiang Xiaomei said sternly to the young girl. The girl nodded resolutely. I will obey your instructions and not act on my own. Very well, let us change clothes. In a few brief exchanges, Xiang Xiaomei swiftly retrieved the favorite garments of the citizens of Songxia City from her space, transforming everyone as appearance. Then, they hurriedly navigated through the narrow alleyways until they emerged onto the bustling streets. The thoroughfare was teeming with people, intermingled with the fierce toothed guards, who instilled fear in all, preventing any disturbances under their watchful eyes. An eerie sense of harmony permeated Songxia City. Unlike the citizens of Drenched City, those in Songxia endured even harsher oppression. Yet, they dared not utter a single word against the Red Sun Society. Anyone bold enough to speak ill would find themselves pursued mercilessly by the Tooth Guards, meeting a grim fate without exception. Each year, countless residents fell victim to the Tooth Guards, and those who remained lived in a state of numbness, perpetually on edge, too fearful even to utter the word tooth, let alone resist. The Red Sun Society demanded everything they desired, and the females of Songxia had long become the possessions of the powerful. Many daughters had been taken as concubines at an early age. No common folk dared to speak out. In the side alleys, one could find nothing but homeless males, the elderly, and children. They were emaciated, their eyes hollow, seemingly incapable of laughter, gazing longingly at passers-by, hoping that some official might spare them a morsel of food. To them, the Tooth Guards were the most terrifying entities imaginable, invincible, and no one dared provoke them. As Xiang Xiaomei and the young attendant ventured further from the city, they encountered more and more homeless beast men, many of whom had succumbed to hunger, lying lifeless on the roadside. She could not afford to soften her heart or halt her progress. Yet, a few words managed to penetrate her resolve. She overheard a pair of wandering grandfather and grandson discussing her. Grandfather, they say Drenched City has been liberated from the monsters, and the citizens there have an abundance of food and beast currency. Foolish child, that is all a lie. How could such good fortune exist in this world? Long-term despair had extinguished their yearning for a better life. When good news arrived, their first instinct was to reject it. Chapter 31. She possesses unfathomable sorcery. Unrivaled by any, a profound sense of helpless sorrow surged within Xiang Xiaomei. She was down to her last 10 points of health and dared not take risks. If she could not recover, her life too would be forfeit. She steeled herself against the side of the wretched beast men on the roadside, focusing solely on leading the young attendant and their companions towards safety. The city gate loomed just 100 meters ahead, and they were on the verge of escape. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the streets. Numerous Tooth Guards surged from all directions, capturing anyone they could find. Those ensnared, if they dared to resist, would be viciously bitten by the guards. The scene was utterly terrifying. In an instant, the streets were filled with panic-stricken citizens, their faces etched with the fear of life and death. Initially, Xiang Xiaomei feared that the Tooth Guards had discovered their escape. However, upon discerning the commotion in the streets, she realized that the guards were not aware of their flight. Their captures were for a different purpose, testing poison. Lord Chuan had a green toxin that could not be washed away, and he sought subjects for his experiments. Many healers from the Red Sun Society assisted in concocting the poison. Those who volunteered for the trials met grim fates, their bodies rotting away. Do not volunteer for the tests. Those who do will suffer a gruesome demise. As the informed beastmen fled, they frantically explained the situation to their friends and family. Those in the dark, upon learning the truth, fled even more desperately. In that moment, the streets became a frenzy of fear, with everyone seeking refuge in alleyways. Many of the homeless beast men in those narrow passages were trampled into silence by the sudden influx of panicked individuals. The scene resembled an apocalyptic outbreak of zombies, brutally cruel in its nature. Xiang Xiaomei observed the tooth guards, bearing bodies akin to beast men yet behaving like rabid dogs, lunging at people, biting them, and laughing maniacally upon their success. They had lost all semblance of humanity, wholly subservient to Chuan, devoid of any compassion. Songxia City had become a living hell, ignored by the divine and bereft of salvation. The beastmen here lived in perpetual fear, devoid of hope or a future. Death had become a commonplace occurrence. When vibrant lives suddenly fell silent, no one paused to mourn, no one felt sorrow for them. They were hollow, numb, having long forgotten what a happy life felt like. Watch out! Xiang Xiaomei suddenly felt a beastman collide with her. The young attendant swiftly caught her around the waist, steadying her. Qing Li, observing from the side, seethed with jealousy, her eyes glowing with venomous hatred directed at Xiang Xiaomei. Amidst this hellish scene, Qing Li remained lost in her own tumultuous emotions. Indifferent to the surrounding devastation, she had developed feelings for the young attendant, believing him to be hers alone, even if it were not the case. He should not entangle himself with that despicable tavern keeper. She perceived herself as more pristine and sacred than Shan Xiaomei. She was a mermaid, one who would cherish her beloved as if they were divine. The child ought to accept her affection. Why should he concern himself with that foul-mouthed tavern keeper? The self-important Qing Li exalted herself in her mind while trampling Shan Xiaomei into the mire. Even the smallest matters could trigger her nerves. She prided herself on valuing emotion, yet was oblivious to the fact that her one-sided love only brought distress. The child would not be moved. Instead, he would feel nothing but loathing. Run. This way. Suddenly, a group of guards surged from the city gates towards them. The orc in the lead turned back, and the crowd compressed into a mass, leaving Xiang Xiaomei and the child helplessly separated. The little girl, whom Xiang Xiaomei had rescued along the way, was the only one who remained attached to her clothing, thus avoiding being lost in the chaos. Xiang Xiaomei shielded her, hiding in a corner of a wall, next to the very pair of grandfather and grandson who had been discussing ghost moments earlier. The grandfather appeared unfazed by such scenes, stooping with age as he shielded his grandson behind him, cautioning in a frail voice, "Xiao Gang, if I am captured, you must flee the city and run to Jietsuan. Did you not say Jietsuan has been liberated from ghosts? Go see for yourself whether it is true." "Grandfather, did you not say you do not believe? Why then must I go?" asked the child, Xiao Gang, hiding behind his grandfather. With a wry smile, the grandfather replied, What if it is true? Then you, my Xiao Gang, shall not suffer in the future. Grandfather, come with me. I can no longer walk. I cannot go to Jietsuan. If I can survive today's turmoil, I will be grateful. Shan Xiaomei overheard their dialogue, word for word. She turned her gaze upon their emaciated figures, their tattered clothing, and then at the grandfather gripping Xiao Gang's hand tightly. Unable to bear it any longer, she turned away, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart heavy with sorrow. "What is the matter?" the little fox girl inquired, glancing up at Shan Xiaomei. "It is nothing, just some sand in my eyes." Shan Xiaomei adjusted her breathing, unwilling to appear foolish before the child. "Sister, do you think the ghosts are truly that powerful? Can they come to save us?" The little girl bombarded her with questions. Amidst the chaos of the street where everyone was gripped by fear, still fantasizing that specters would come to their rescue. "They will not come, cease your thoughts of them," Shang Xiaomei replied coldly, wishing to dispel any illusions. Yet, her words incensed Xiao Gang. He glared up at Shang Xiaomei, indignantly retorting, "You are wrong. The ghosts will come. They will surely come to save us. Look, this is the ghost talisman the shaman gave me. As long as I possess it, I will have their protection. Whenever I am in danger, they will appear." Shang Xiaomei observed the talisman he clutched dearly, a mere piece of cloth embroidered with the visage of a ghost. Xiao Gang was clearly deceived by the shaman, and these children were perhaps the last in Songxia City to harbor hope for the future, believing in the shaman's words. "You have been duped by the shaman. Be wiser next time, so you are not taken advantage of again," Shang Xiaomei stated bluntly. But Xiao Gang was overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears and crying out, "You're lying. You are a big liar. She will come. She will save us. The ghosts are divine, and they will bring light to all." "Divine? Bring light to all?" Shang Xiaomei was taken aback. She had never considered that she had become a deity in the eyes of these suffering orcs. Yet she was struggling to save herself. What should a deity be like? Self-sacrificing? Saving all beings? Though she feared death, in that moment, a sense of faith arose within her, a conviction to overcome the shadow of mortality. Xiao Gang's cries attracted the attention of two guards. The grandfather, perceiving danger, pulled Xiao Gang behind him, clearly prepared to sacrifice himself. "Sir, the child does not understand. If you must take someone, take me," the grandfather implored, kneeling before the guards as they reached for Xiao Gang, begging them to spare the child and take him instead. But the guards were intent only on seizing Xiao Gang, forcefully shoving the grandfather aside and gripping Xiao Gang's arms. Shang Xiaomei, filled with fury, clenched her fists in silence. Upon being captured, Xiao Gang's first response was not fear, but rather to grasp his talisman and shout, "Great ghost, please save me." "Ha ha, fool, what good is a ghost? Even if she comes, she cannot save you," mocked the guard to Xiao Gang's right. "No, she can. She possesses extraordinary powers. No one can rival her. Xiao Gang's blind adoration for the ghost had reached a fervent pitch. The guard to his right struck Xiao Gang across the face without mercy, exclaiming, "You wretched fool! Do you truly believe the nonsense of those shamans? That ghost is no different from you, merely a trickster. Is that so? I have heard that when that trickster makes a sound, it kills a person. Is that also a lie?" Shang Xiaomei interjected ominously from the side. "Of course it is a lie. If it were true, I would love to hear just how loud it is." The guard's boastful laughter was abruptly silenced. A dull thud echoed as a gaping hole appeared in the guard's chest. Another dull sound followed, and a similar hole emerged in the breast of the other guard. The street was chaotic. Few heard the gunshots, but all witnessed the bizarre scene unfolding. They saw the dark gun held by Shang Xiaomei, equipped with a silencer, allowing for a quiet discharge. After the two shots rang out, the other guards remained oblivious, thanks to the surrounding orcs who purposely clustered together, shielding Shang Xiaomei and the two fallen guards. Though they lacked the strength to resist the guards, they were willing to do everything in their power to protect their hero. Suddenly released, Xiao Gang stood in shock, gazing up at Shang Xiaomei with awe. She scoffed, defiantly stating, "You have indeed been deceived by the shaman. I cannot hear what you say while you clutch that talisman." "But you heard it," Xiao Gang replied, bewildered. "I happened to be beside you and chanced to hear it." She retorted. The little fox girl who had been holding onto Shang Xiaomei's hand asked the question on everyone's mind. "Are you the ghost?" "I suppose so, but I am not as formidable as you all believe," she confessed. At her admission, the faces of the surrounding orcs illuminated with a strange radiance, as if they had suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope amidst overwhelming disaster. They collectively disposed of the two deceased guards into a dry well, pretending that nothing had occurred. Xiao Gang, now blissfully dazed, surrounded Shang Xiaomei, eagerly staring at her and bombarding her with questions. "Why are you not as ugly as the legends say? Can you transform? Do you really possess the power to dig through walls? Can you dig up the bank of the Red Sun Society in Songxia City?" They took grandfather's money and others as well. Each of his inquiries was sincere and filled with curiosity, leaving Shang Xiaomei at a loss for words. Unwilling to boast, she simply replied, "I can transform. We will discuss the matter of money later. I will accomplish what I am capable of for you. I cannot predict the future." Her earnestness was not less than that of a child, though she remained oblivious to it. Everything seemed temporarily safe until the child approached. The reason the child was separated from Shang Xiaomei so quickly was not due to the throngs of people, but rather because Qingli had yanked him aside. Believing she had found the perfect opportunity to escape, Qingli pulled the child to the roadside, self-importantly declaring, "I've shaken them off. Let us swiftly flee." "What nonsense are you talking? She saved you." The child was bewildered by her actions, observing his evident preference for Shang Xiaomei. Qingli's expression turned menacing. "Why do you favor such a person? What kind of person? What is wrong with her? Without her, you would have perished long ago." The child began to regret rescuing her from Ding Momo. Qingli's thought processes were truly unique. He could not fathom her disdain for the supernatural. She was morally corrupt, frivolous in her demeanor, oblivious to loyalty and virtue, nothing but a wretched being. Qingli's assessment of Shang Xiaomei was entirely unexpected yet somehow unsurprising to him. As a member of the same clan, he had grown up hearing these degraded phrases. How could he not understand what Qingli meant? "Oh, you speak of loyalty. What do you intend to do now?" the child asked Qingli with sudden amusement. Qingli replied earnestly, "We shall sneak out of the city, find a place to live peacefully. And I will serve you dutifully, dedicating my life to you. And if I said I do not covet your life? If I wish to avoid your gaze, would you die for me?" To deal with madness, one must be even madder. The child's words effectively halted Qingli's delirium. Her attempt to impose her affections upon him was decisively shattered. Qingli fell silent, yet the child did not relent. "Do you not love me? Are you not loyal? Why are you unwilling to die for me? If you would die for me, I would grant you a title. Why have you stopped? Go on." Self-indulgent. Qingli believed her feelings were pure and sacred, and that the child must accept them. Refusal would render him a scoundrel. But now, she was dumbfounded. She had repeatedly vowed to sacrifice herself for her beloved. Yet when the child urged her to do so, she could not take a single step forward. Unaware of her hypocrisy, she placed herself on a moral pedestal to criticize others. Yet when faced with true peril, she could not act as she had claimed. "You are truly shameless, hypocritical, and revolting," the child declared, rendering his final judgment upon Qingli and abandoning her entirely. He thought of Shang Xiaomei, pushing through the crowd toward the place they had been separated. Yet Qingli stubbornly trailed behind him. Guided by instinct, he sought the opposite roadside. This time, his intuition proved accurate, as Shang Xiaomei's figure soon appeared in his sight. Unaware of the reason for her absence, the child could not contain himself and called out instinctively, "Madam!" This cry was also heard by Qingli. The child addressed only one person as madam. At that moment, Shang Xiaomei faintly heard someone calling her and turned to look. Qingli, following closely behind the child, frantically pointed in Shang Xiaomei's direction, shouting to the canine guards, "She is the supernatural being. Hurry, capture her." Chapter 32. The supernatural being's counterattack. Qingli's cries resonated like thunder on a clear day, drawing everyone's attention. The bustling street suddenly fell eerily silent. As if someone had pressed the pause button, all halted, turning their gazes toward Shang Xiaomei. Among them were the canine guards, who were known for their reckless capture and aggression. The child turned back, glaring furiously at Qingli, utterly astonished that she could be so malicious. I see only you. My love for you is genuine. How dare you forsake me for her? Qingli, without remorse, remained convinced that she was blameless. Believing the fault lay with the child and Shang Xiaomei, she could not accept her fervent affection being cast aside. Unable to comprehend that the child would rather gravitate towards a tainted woman than be near her, she found it laughable that Shang Xiaomei had done nothing wrong. Merely discussing matters of intimacy openly, yet in her eyes, she transformed into something filthy. Her irrationality, devoid of humanity, pushed Shang Xiaomei toward the abyss. Dragging along the beast men protecting her, the Fox Clan girl, and the grandfather and grandson duo, the canine guards, eager to feast on the beast men, grew solemn at the mention of the supernatural being, dropping to the ground in a show of reverence, gathering their strength as they approached Shang Xiaomei with heavy steps. In an instant, the city's canine guards converged upon this singular location. Such an occurrence was rare in a century. Even Kawashima and Wu Yu, who had been stained with paint, sprang to attention upon receiving the news of the supernatural being's appearance in Songxia City and hurried to the scene. At this moment, the child was left only with regret and self-recrimination, cursing himself for bringing Qingli along. In his eyes, she was an irreparable fool, a delusional individual. While the supernatural being was wise, possessing extraordinary abilities capable of saving the beast kingdom from calamity. Madam, the child found himself repulsed at the thought of speaking another word to Qingli. He resolved that, regardless of what transpired next, he would stand by Shang Xiaomei's side. Should death come, they would face it together. He believed his resolve stemmed not from shallow romantic feelings, but from the bond of comradeship. Allies should share life and death. As the canine guards encircled Shang Xiaomei, the child shielded her protectively, like a hen with her chicks. Step aside, Shang Xiaomei said, realizing the situation had become irretrievable and unwilling to evade any longer. The child, however, would not budge. It is all my fault. I have brought you trouble. The human heart is unfathomable, and the sea is immeasurable. I do not blame you. Shang Xiaomei had no time to debate who was right or wrong. While vigilantly observing the canine guards surrounding them, she contemplated how to confront them. After much deliberation, she decided to act decisively, using 5 points from her bloodline to exchange for a fully equipped Hummer SUV. With this vehicle, she could rescue everyone she wished to protect and then plow through these snarling canine guards. It was evident that the canine guards were wary of her. They moved sluggishly, crawling on all fours as they gathered in groups toward her. Step aside, Shang Xiaomei asserted forcefully, pushing past the child to the forefront of the crowd. All the innocent beast men who had suffered at the hands of the canine guards fixed their gaze upon Shang Xiaomei, awaiting a miracle, the kind only she could provide. She ignited their hope, their sole hope. She is the supernatural being. It must be her responsible for this green venom coursing through my veins. Upon arriving at the scene, Wu Yu recognized Shang Xiaomei as the waitress from the Lingren pavilion and seethed with rage, rushing toward her before the canine guards could act. Wu Yu, tall and robust, loomed before Shang Xiaomei like a small mountain, reaching out to seize her by the throat. As the hand reached out, it was abruptly halted by a nearby child. The child acted with lightning speed, executing a shoulder throw that sent Wu Yu crashing to the ground, nearly dislocating his bones. He writhed on the ground for some time before struggling to rise. Upon realizing that the orc who had thrown him was, in fact, the merman who had been dancing provocatively on stage at the Lingren pavilion the previous night, his expression transformed dramatically. How could he, the mightiest orc in Songxia City, be defeated by a mere performer? Fueled by indignation, Wu Yu assumed a fighting stance, lowered his center of gravity, and charged at the child again. Yet once more, he was swiftly brought down, this time with the child stepping on him to prevent his rise. Shang Xiaomei watched in horror, astounded by the child's immense strength and formidable martial skills, realizing she had been oblivious to such capabilities until now. When Wu Shan arrived on the scene, he was met with the sight of Wu Yu beneath the child's foot. Terrified for his only son, he collapsed to his knees before the child, pleading, "Merman Lord, I implore you to spare my son's life." Wu Shan and his ilk exhibited no empathy when inflicting harm on others. Only when faced with their own peril did they grasp the urgency of the situation. "Release them, and I shall spare him," the child threatened coldly, eyes glinting with menace. Wu Shan nodded fervently. "If you let my son go, we can discuss everything amicably." "Father, don't worry about me," Wu Yu protested, still seeking to prove his worth. The child, offering no further words, lifted his foot and pressed down with force, crushing Wu Yu's chest and eliciting a spurt of blood, rendering him compliant. "Release him at once," the child commanded, eyes sharp as daggers, brimming with threat. In that moment, it became impossible for anyone present to reconcile the child with the alluring performer from the previous night. His demeanor was too ruthless, reminiscent of a merciless executioner, leaving all to envision the horrific fate awaiting Wu Yu should Wu Shan hesitate further. Terrified, Wu Shan dared not deceive the child any longer and, using his dwindling authority, ordered the surrounding guards to clear a path for Shang Xiaomei and the others. Although Shang Xiaomei was skeptical about the situation resolving so smoothly, she refrained from acting hastily, wishing instead to gauge the child's true capabilities, which was of utmost importance to her. "Leave quickly, there's no need to worry about me," the child urged, nudging Shang Xiaomei toward the city gate. Yet, she remained rooted in place, almost nonchalantly informing him, I can vanish in an instant. No one can capture me. Then why do you not flee? The child, momentarily dazed, recalled Shang Xiaomei's genuine ability to escape without concern. For the people of Songxia City, I cannot run away. She replied, placing a hand on his shoulder. Silence enveloped the child as he realized the folly of his earlier desire to rescue Shang Xiaomei. She had never needed saving. For there were countless others in the world who required her aid. Do not let them escape. Kill them all. Wu Shan's orders were disregarded by most of the guards. And at that moment, Kawashima arrived with even more soldiers. With his presence, fewer guards were inclined to heed Wu Shan's commands. Desperate to save his son, Wu Shan threw himself at Kawashima's feet, pleading, Lord Kawashima, my son is still in their hands. For the sake of our years of camaraderie, please allow them to spare him. Kawashima looked down at Wu Shan as one would at an insect, coldly stating, if he is useless, let him die. My lord, you cannot do this. We have served you faithfully for years, you must not abandon us. Wu Shan clung to Kawashima's leg, attempting to leverage their long-standing relationship. But Kawashima's patience had worn thin. He signaled to a nearby guard, who swiftly seized Wu Shan. Before he could react, a snap echoed as his neck was broken. Father, Wu Yu, still beneath the child's foot, let out a heart-wrenching cry. The child withdrew his foot, allowing Wu Yu to crawl toward his father. Shang Xiaomei maintained a facade of calm, though inwardly, she pondered the depths of Kawashima's ruthlessness. He was even more devoid of humanity than the guards he commanded. He killed without justification, taking lives at whim. Are you a demon? I hear you are formidable, slaying a person with a single sound. Why then are you so subdued now? Kawashima, recognizing Shang Xiaomei as the girl who had toyed with him the night before, feigned ignorance. Why do you think I am so subdued? Shang Xiaomei deflected the question back to him. Kawashima sneered. I surmise that even if you could slay 10 men with a single sound, you could not eliminate them all before being bitten by my guards. What say you? You are correct. There are too many guards for me to kill them all, she conceded, acknowledging his words. Then you are merely awaiting your demise, Kawashima laughed cruelly. As if relishing the idea. Not necessarily, she countered. Do you possess a means to deal with my guards? Just by yourself? They are my meticulously trained assassins. Renowned throughout the Hongri gang, unmatched even by the shadowy figures of the Puming clan. Do you truly believe you can contend with them? Kawashima felt deeply insulted by her disregard for his prized weapon and was eager to command his guards to tear her apart. With a mere glance, he directed the guard closest to Shang Xiaomei to pounce on her. In response, she raised her weapon and fired. The guard fell abruptly, a gaping hole in his chest. Instantly lifeless. Following this, the remaining guards, who had been closing in on Shang Xiaomei, recoiled in fear. They too were afraid of death. No one is allowed to retreat. Kill her. Kill her. Kawashima bellowed, dropping all pretense. Shang Xiaomei, no longer hesitating, raised her hand, and an enormous entity materialized before her. What is that? Is it a monster? Xiao Gang, both curious and frightened, asked his grandfather from the outskirts of the crowd. His grandfather, clutching him tightly, squinted through his aged eyes. It seems to be a dragon beast. Only a dragon beast could be so large. It is not a dragon beast. It has no claws, Xiao Gang pointed out. Shang Xiaomei opened the door to her vehicle and called to the child and others, get in. Though the child, like Xiao Gang, was utterly bewildered by the colossal being. He obediently followed Shang Xiaomei's lead and took the passenger seat. At that moment, Kawashima sensed something amiss and immediately commanded his guards, do not let them enter the vehicle. The guards surged toward them once more. Shang Xiaomei, calmly shooting at the foremost guard, urged the fox girl to hurry, quickly, bring Xiao Gang and his grandfather. Just as the fox girl was perilously assisting the elderly duo into the vehicle, Qingli suddenly leaped forth, shoving the girl aside, exclaiming, this is my spot. Move aside. The girl, lacking the strength of Qingli, was pushed far away, losing her balance and falling to the ground, where several guards promptly lunged at her. Shang Xiaomei gasped in alarm, urgently shouting, be careful. She desperately fired at the gnashing fangs rushing towards the little girl, but their numbers were overwhelming. With more and more of them lunging at the child. Help me. Please, Great Spirit, save me. The little girl cried out in sheer terror to Shang Xiaomei, just as Shang Xiaomei found herself at her wit's end. The young boy suddenly flung open the car door and kicked over one of the gnashing fangs that was about to sink its teeth into the girl's neck. With swift movements, he repelled the other assailants bullying the little girl, then opened the back door, pulling Qingli from the car with one hand while shoving the little girl inside with the other. Qingli, wide-eyed with fear, still believed the boy was of her kind, convinced that their kinship outweighed that of the outsiders. We are all merfolk. You cannot abandon me. That would mean the entire merfolk clan. The boy, however, coldly tossed her to the approaching merfolk, then turned and entered the car, his actions seamless. Shang Xiaomei quickly locked the car doors and rolled up the windows, releasing a quiet sigh of relief, both grateful for the boy's ruthless decision and astonished by his adaptability. This man possessed a combat prowess that was entirely incongruent with his appearance. Shang Xiaomei realized that he did not actually need her assistance. With his skills, escaping the realm of the performers would be a trivial matter. Outside the car, Qingli was soon seized by the gnashing fangs, who bit into her hands and feet. Her complexion visibly darkened to a sickly hue as her blood was swiftly drained by the assailants, leaving her completely ravaged. Jizi, Xuanya struggled, Her speech slurred as she seemed to murmur the boy's name in her final moments. Unfazed, the boy did not even glance back. Inside the car, aside from Shang Xiaomei, everyone was filled with curiosity about the small house that had seemingly appeared out of thin air, including the boy. They poked and prodded, especially Grandpa Xiaojing, who kept muttering, "This house is quite nice, no drafts, the chairs are soft, though it is a bit small. Great spirit, what should we do now? Are we to wait in this little house until the gnashing fangs leave?" Xiaojing asked excitedly from the back seat, leaning over Shang Xiaomei's chair. Not only Xiaojing thought this way, but even the boy shared the same sentiment. He tapped here and there, ultimately concluding, "This little house appears quite sturdy. The gnashing fangs surely cannot break through. We can sit here without worry and wait until they disperse before venturing out." Shang Xiaomei found their conversation amusing. As she looked outside, the scene further entertained her. These beastmen, unfamiliar with machinery, treated the car as a living creature, seriously greeting it. "Hello, are you a dragon beast?" The car offered no response. They also speculated aloud, it must indeed be a dragon beast. Only a creature of such size could exist. Some argued that the car was not a dragon beast at all, but rather a small house, insisting, "Can't you see? This is a little house where people can reside." Even Chuan Island and the Gnashing Fangs, after a moment of confusion, gradually recognized that this object was indeed a small house. The spirits were hiding inside like turtles retreating into their shells, intending to elude capture by the Gnashing Fangs. I had thought only turtles would hide in their shells, but it appears spirits do so as well. After observing Shang Xiaomei remain motionless inside her shell, Chuan Island assumed she had no further tricks up her sleeve and deliberately provoked her with taunts. Shang Xiaomei surveyed her shell and, far from being angered, secretly chuckled at Chuan Island's ignorance, recognizing that this was a Hummer. Driving such a vehicle on the road was indeed impressive. Yet he had the audacity to refer to it as a turtle shell. Seeing that Shang Xiaomei remained unfazed, Chuan Island believed he had deciphered her limits. Feeling reassured as he gestured to the Gnashing Fangs waiting on the left side of the car, the short, expressionless Gnashing Fang immediately leaped onto the hood. Shang Xiaomei noticed he wielded a hammer, evidently intending to smash her car's windows. "What should we do?" "He is going to break the window," Xiaojing exclaimed, anxiously tapping Shang Xiaomei's shoulder. Yet, she merely replied, "Hold on tight." Xiaojing, unable to comprehend how his sitting position related to the Gnashing Fang's intentions, did not comply. It was only when Shang Xiaomei revved the engine and accelerated, sending the Gnashing Fang flying off the hood, that he understood. During Shang Xiaomei's maneuvering, he was thrown back and forth within the car due to inertia. Even the boy was nearly pitched forward by the sudden stop. "It's moving. It can move. This house can move." The onlooking beastmen gaped in astonishment. They set aside their fears of the Gnashing Fangs, eagerly pushing forward to witness how the spirit's house operated. Inside the car, Xiaojing and the fox girl were even more exhilarated than the beastmen outside. Xiaojing flailed his arms in excitement. "This house can move. It moves so fast. Does that mean we won't have to walk? It can take us anywhere?" The fox girl, usually composed, could hardly contain her excitement as she asked Shang Xiaomei. "So we can let this house take us away from Songxia City?" The boy, like a child, eagerly inquired, "Can we directly leave Songxia City in this house?" Shang Xiaomei nodded. "That was my intention. We cannot allow the Gnashing Fangs to bite us. The only way out is by vehicle." "A vehicle? Is this your carriage?" The boy reacted swiftly. "Yes, this is my carriage. Isn't it special?" Shang Xiaomei boasted, akin to a wealthy woman flaunting her luxury car, tapping the steering wheel. This was a vehicle she had exchanged 5 points of vitality for, a hard-won asset. If she could not recover her vitality, this might be her last chance to drive. "Your carriage is truly remarkable," the boy remarked. Outside, Chuan Island had gathered all the Gnashing Fangs, while inside, Shang Xiaomei and the boy were casually discussing trivial matters. It was puzzling how Chuan Island thought to command the Gnashing Fangs to lift her house. Shang Xiaomei's expression darkened as she realized that was indeed a viable strategy. She could no longer remain passive. With a swift press on the accelerator, she drove the car forward. This time, she did not stop immediately but charged directly at the Gnashing Fangs rushing towards them. The impact was akin to striking a sack, sending the Gnashing Fangs flying in succession. Those unfortunate enough to be caught beneath the car were crushed, howling in agony as blood spilled. Chuan Island witnessed it all. Finally realizing the extent of Shang Xiaomei's little house's power, it not only accommodated people, but could also collide with them and move. On flat terrain, it was nearly invincible. Even the Gnashing Fangs were no match for it. What a remarkable item. Chuan Island's thoughts were far from ordinary. While others would fear such a terrifying weapon and seek ways to overcome Shang Xiaomei, he only yearned to possess this extraordinary little house. He began to envision how, with such a formidable weapon at his disposal, he would utterly defeat those shadowy figures of Pu Xing. Whatever it took, he would acquire what he desired. What he desires most at this moment is the little house belonging to Shang Xiaomei. "Guanqi, please stop. Just stop." Kawashima suddenly altered his expression, grinning as he jogged alongside Shang Xiaomei's car window. Shang Xiaomei was taken aback. Was this man a master of Sichuan opera, capable of such a rapid transformation? Just moments ago, he had exhibited a menacing demeanor, and now, mere minutes later, he was playfully calling after her. What was his intention? As the canine guard scattered, frightened by Shang Xiaomei's vehicle, Kawashima adopted a sycophantic attitude. With the crisis seemingly averted, Shang Xiaomei leisurely halted the car and inquired through the window. What do you want? I wish to propose a deal, Kawashima replied. Not interested. She decisively rejected him, feeling no inclination towards whatever he might offer. She had seen and experienced far more than he could imagine. What he lacked, she possessed, and what he had, she deemed inferior. Guanxi, surely there are no unresolved grievances between us, is there? You wish to rescue your merman husband, and I have no intention of obstructing you. Let us converse amicably. Shall we? Kawashima's grin resembled that of a deceitful merchant. You summoned your guards to kill me, and you call that not obstructing? Shang Xiaomei bluntly exposed his hypocrisy. Rather than being incensed, Kawashima continued to smile. It was merely a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Shang Xiaomei's patience wore thin. She had no desire to engage in circumlocution. What do you truly want? Be direct. I desire your little house in exchange for my canine guards, Kawashima stated plainly. Shang Xiaomei scoffed. Who would want your guards? These soulless weapons, who only revel in the slaughter of beastmen, are of no use to me. That is not my point. What I mean is, if you accept my offer, I can make all those guards disappear, Kawashima said nonchalantly. Shang Xiaomei felt a jolt of alarm. The guards standing near the car trembled, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Kawashima. Fear filled their gazes, yet none pleaded for mercy, for they understood his nature. Anything deemed useless by him would be disposed of without hesitation, just as he had done with Wu Shan. They had not anticipated that such a fate would befall them so swiftly. Before Shang Xiaomei could respond, Xiao Gang, brimming with rage, exclaimed, Guanxi, kill them. Please, kill them. They have slain many, including my parents. Shang Xiaomei glanced back at Xiao Gang, wishing to reason with him. The true mastermind behind his parents' deaths was Kawashima, as the guards merely followed orders. However, children often lack the depth of understanding. The guards' atrocities against beastmen in Sonxia City were well known to Xiao Gang. They remained the most deserving of punishment, even more so than Kawashima. In a despicable turn, Kawashima seized the opportunity and urged the two children in the car. Do you not wish for the guards to perish? Tell Guanxi, do you? Yes. I want them all to die. Xiao Gang seethed, wishing he could personally slay them all. I can make them vanish instantly. All you need to do is persuade Guanxi to grant me that little house, and I will ensure their demise. Kawashima continued to incite Xiao Gang. Caught in a whirlwind of hatred, Xiao Gang was about to speak when his grandfather struck him sharply, reprimanding, What do you know, child? Leave the decisions to Guanxi. She does not require your input. Stunned by the slap, Xiao Gang quickly regained his composure, leaning against his grandfather's arm, silenced. Shang Xiaomei's mind raced. She had never envisioned herself in such a predicament. The choice of trading the lives of all the guards for her house was not merely a matter of value, but of morality. Xiao Gang was correct. The guards had committed heinous acts deserving of death 100 times over. Moreover, their elimination would strip Kawashima of his power, rendering him no longer a threat. Eliminating them could save all the citizens of Sonxia City, much like the liberation of Jetsuan, where the absence of the formidable 7 Rakshases led to the collapse of the Red Sun Society. Just as Shang Xiaomei pondered her decision, an unexpected voice broke through the tension. No, my lord, you must not engage in such a transaction. The guards are the foundation of Sonxia City. Without them, the Red Sun Society will crumble. Aoki appeared, the sole witness to Shang Xiaomei's liberation of Jetsuan. He remained loyal to the Red Sun Society but was wary of Shang Xiaomei. Unfortunately, his lowly position rendered his words inconsequential. Kawashima had never valued his opinions and was disinclined to heed him. What do you know? The guards have already lost. What have I relied upon to protect Sonxia City all these years? It is the power of choice. I, Kawashima, will always seek the strongest. He gazed greedily at Shang Xiaomei's little house, unwilling to let Aoki interfere. He pushed him away with a dismissive gesture. Despair began to cloud Aoki's expression. Yet he persisted in urging Kawashima, My lord, do not make a deal with Guanxi. You will suffer a terrible defeat. Kawashima disregarded his words, turning his attention back to Shang Xiaomei, continuing to persuade her, Guanxi, if you merely nod, I can ensure the disappearance of all the guards. This is a lucrative deal. What do you think? Shang Xiaomei coolly regarded the scene outside her window. Apart from the menacing guards, the other beastmen looked upon her with hope, yearning for her agreement to the transaction. They had endured oppression for far too long. The guards had robbed them of their loved ones, wealth, and happiness. They all wished for the guards' demise. I agree, Shang Xiaomei said, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her head nodding slowly. Despite knowing the guards deserved death, the thought of taking so many lives in a mere nod felt unbearably cruel. Kawashima's elation was palpable at her agreement. Guanxi, watch closely, to demonstrate my sincerity. I shall first eliminate half of the guards for your entertainment. With a clap of his hands, the soldiers of the Red Sun Society swiftly encircled the guards. If Shang Xiaomei had not consented to the deal, these soldiers would have been meant for her protection. With another wave of his hand, the soldiers released a cloud of red smoke into the air. The guards, enveloped in the smoke, suddenly gasped for breath, their eyes bulging, and their skin began to rot. In no time, their bodies dissolved into pools of blood, disappearing without a trace. The smoke must have reacted with the toxins in their bodies, causing their swift demise. Shang Xiaomei dared not look outside. Her gaze remained fixed on the steering wheel. Yet the sounds of their dying struggles and screams pierced through the glass, tormenting her. Just as her mind spiraled into chaos, a voice whispered in her ear, "They deserve their fate. It has nothing to do with you." Shan Xiaomei turned to the source of the voice, finding a child gazing back at her with unwavering determination. His ice blue eyes seemed to cleanse her spirit. And in that moment, her guilt vanished as if absolved by a divine presence. "Guanxi, are you satisfied?" Kawashima approached, eager to take credit as he noted the significant number of guards now deceased. "Yes," Shan Xiaomei replied. "And your little house?" Kawashima inquired eagerly. "It is now yours." Shan Xiaomei alighted from the vehicle with the children, the car keys still clutched in her hand. "Here are the keys, if you desire them." "You must present your utmost sincerity," she declared gravely, placing the keys upon the engine hood. In a swift motion, Chuanchima seized the keys. And with a flick of his wrist, crimson smoke erupted anew. The vengeful canine guards, who had sought to flee, were engulfed by the haze and collapsed, their forms dissolving into pools of blood. They had gathered with the intent to slay Shan Xiaomei, yet this place had become their final resting ground. Observing that Chuanchima offered not a shred of pity to the fallen guards, Shan Xiaomei quickly surmised that, to him, those who succumbed to the automobile were rendered utterly worthless. He eliminated them all, as if clearing away a heap of useless refuse. Thus, he unhesitatingly traded the lives of the guards for Shan Xiaomei's modest abode. To him, it was a transaction of exchanging worthless debris for a treasure, a lucrative bargain indeed. However, one aspect eluded his consideration. The vehicle was not like his guards, who would obey his every command and act precisely as instructed. Chapter 34. The city bows great spirit. Now it belongs to me. Chuanchima, fearing that Shan Xiaomei might reconsider, wasted no time waiting for her consent before opening the car door and seating himself in the driver's position. He was astute yet exceedingly arrogant, quickly familiarizing himself with how to operate the keys and lock the windows and doors. This led him to mistakenly believe that the vehicle was easy to maneuver. Yet, the car harbored a significant flaw. Beneath the brake pads lay an aluminum tissue box, its elastic bands affixed to the brake pads. This glaringly perilous issue would be apparent to any modern driver, yet Chuanchima remained oblivious. With excitement, he sat behind the wheel, his cold gaze fixated on the beastmen ahead, eager to practice his driving skills by recklessly colliding with them. The thought of effortlessly taking lives exhilarated him further. Impatiently, he inquired of Shan Xiaomei, "Great Spirit, how do I start this thing?" With an impassive demeanor, she replied, "Press the pedal below, press once to move, twice to stop." "That's too easy." "Oh boy." Chuanchima, emboldened, pressed the accelerator the moment her words left her lips and instinctively learned to steer. The onlooking beastmen, sensing his intentions, began retreating into the nearby houses as soon as he seated himself in the vehicle. When Chuanchima revved the engine, few pedestrians remained on the road, most being his subordinates. Nonetheless, he drove on, pursuing those who remained, intent on running them down. As he witnessed individuals frantically fleeing before his vehicle, unable to escape its crushing weight, Chuanchima reveled in delight, laughing uproariously as if wielding an unbeatable weapon. His brutality transformed murder into a source of amusement, and he delighted in the sight of two beastmen meeting their demise beneath his wheels. Shan Xiaomei soon regretted her earlier plans, realizing they had not been sufficiently ruthless. Had she strategized with greater precision, Chuanchima would not have survived this long. She had thought that his initial act of driving into people was his worst offense, but soon, to her astonishment, Chuanchima abruptly turned the vehicle around, flooring the accelerator toward her. Aware of his malice, she had proceeded with caution. Since he showed no mercy, she felt no obligation to be virtuous. Though she appeared stationary, her position was, in fact, quite strategic. She stood 100 paces before the imposing walls of the Red Sun Society. These walls were several times thicker than those of ordinary homes, constructed of multiple layers, sturdy enough to withstand a Hummer's impact. As Chuanchima's vehicle barreled toward her at full speed, her form suddenly shifted, retreating several meters closer to the protective wall. His sole focus was on her, and as he neared, he thought of nothing else, grinning wickedly with the intent to obliterate Shan Xiaomei. In an instant, her figure receded again, further away. Chuanchima, convinced he had misjudged, nevertheless pursued his target, oblivious to all else. The vehicle sped along the broad thoroughfare, nearing collision with Shan Xiaomei. Yet, she vanished before his eyes, only for a wall to materialize before him. In a panic, he pressed the accelerator twice, the car surging forward like an arrow toward the wall. In his final moments, as his foot slipped onto the brake, he seemed to grasp the concept of braking. But it was far too late. With a thunderous crash, the front of the Hummer embedded itself into the high wall, crumbling the structure of Songxia City. The vehicle half buried in debris, utterly mangled. Shan Xiaomei felt no sorrow for the wrecked vehicle. For her, repairing an item was far simpler than acquiring one anew. Acquiring a Hummer required 5 points of vitality, while fixing one demanded merely 1,000 exchange tickets. Her recent accumulation of exchange tickets had been rapid, and she could amass 1,000 in just 3 days, before she could confirm the damage. The soldiers of the Red Sun Society hastily extracted Chuanchima from the severely damaged vehicle. He had long since lost his breath, his body marred by dark stains of blood. Shan Xiaomei, averse to dirt, did not wish to reclaim the soiled Hummer. However, Xiao Gang and the children approached with concern. What will you do with your car? The child inquired. It is no longer clean, Shang Xiaomei replied, wishing to reclaim the Hummer, yet knowing it required cleaning first. We'll help you wash it, Xiao Gang enthusiastically urged, pulling his grandfather along. Just as she contemplated declining, Xiao Gang's grandfather interjected, let us assist. You are the hero of Songxia City. It is our privilege to serve you. Then thank you, she conceded, unable to refuse their kindness. The beastmen, hearing of the offer to assist the Great Spirit with washing the car, spontaneously returned home to fetch buckets of water. They carefully excavated the vehicle from the debris, forming a circle around it, scrubbing both its interior and exterior multiple times, leaving no tire untouched, until it gleamed. Grateful, Shang Xiaomei sincerely shook hands with each beastman, bowing in appreciation. The beastmen, overwhelmed by her heartfelt gratitude, which contrasted starkly with their past servitude under Chuanchima, felt a mix of confusion and relief. Had the Great Spirit not regarded them as slaves? Shang Xiaomei reclaimed the vehicle, expending 1,000 exchange tickets to restore the Hummer, ensuring her ability to utilize it once more. With Chuanchima's demise, chaos ensued throughout Songxia City. The soldiers of the Red Sun Society and the once feared aristocrats attempted to exert their former authority over the populace, but the citizens refused to endure further oppression. Particularly the vagrant beastmen on the streets unleashed their full fighting spirit, fearlessly engaging the soldiers of the Red Sun Society in brutal combat. Leaving a scene of blood and carnage in their wake, they sought to reclaim all that they had lost. Amidst the tumult, unnoticed by anyone, a shadow emerged behind Aoki, who cowered in a corner. Behind Aoki stood a wall, from which a dark shadow emerged, appearing as thin as a mere silhouette, yet reminiscent of a ghostly apparition traversing through the wall. Suddenly, a note was thrust into Aoki's hand by this shadow. The abruptness of the situation left Aoki unprepared. As he turned to see a dark, slender arm reaching out from behind, he gasped in terror. Before he could utter a sound, a cold hand clamped over his mouth. This hand felt damp and sticky, like a wet cloth, effectively sealing Aoki's mouth and nose. In a state of panic, he glanced back and beheld a face devoid of features, entirely black. The figure stared at Aoki, pointed at the note in his hand, and then raised a finger in a gesture for silence. Finally comprehending the shadow's intent, Aoki swiftly composed himself and focused on the note. In the next moment, the shadow vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Aoki unfolded the note, which bore a single line. Lord Kumoto of Rongqing awaits your esteemed presence. Stealing his nerves. Aoki discreetly slipped out of Matsushita City amidst the chaos engulfing the town. With the absence of Kawashima and Anuya's guards, the combatants became evenly matched orcs. When the forces were equally balanced, none were willing to yield or retreat, unwilling to surrender their hard-won gains. The common orcs, though armed with inferior weapons compared to those wielded by the Red Sun Society's soldiers and nobles, vastly outnumbered them and possessed a fiercer resolve. From the outset, the battle unfolded as a relentless onslaught, with the common orcs consistently overwhelming the soldiers and aristocrats of the Red Sun Society. In less than half an hour, the entirety of Matsushita City fell under the control of the common orcs. This time, without the intervention of Shang Xiaomei and her excavator, the orcs took it upon themselves to utilize various tools, working together to breach the Red Sun Society's granaries, cloth shops, and banks. Unearthing all the assets and supplies hoarded by the society, they refrained from pillaging wealth and goods. Instead, they laid everything out in the square, allowing each household to come forward and collect their fair share. Xiao Gang and his grandfather received several bags of cloth, grain, and money, struggling under the weight as they trudged forward, determined to express their gratitude to Shang Xiaomei. Thank you, O Spirit. It is because of you that we possess such wealth. The old man still found it hard to believe, having never encountered such abundance in his lifetime. Tears streamed down his face as he rubbed his weary eyes. Grandfather, why are you crying in such a joyous moment? Xiao Gang asked, bending under the weight of a bag of rice, yet refusing to set it down. The elder, carrying a lighter load of cloth, momentarily set his bag aside and, ignoring his grandson's question, knelt solemnly before Shang Xiaomei. Elder, what are you doing? Shang Xiaomei rushed to assist him, unaccustomed to such displays of reverence. Yet, the old man stubbornly remained on the ground, prompting Shang Xiaomei to anxiously seek assistance from Xiao Gang. Turning around, she found the boy kneeling beside her. When she looked up again, she saw that all the orcs in the square had knelt before her. The atmosphere in the square became solemn and quiet, devoid of any noise. After the old man bowed deeply to Shang Xiaomei, the others followed suit, prostrating themselves with utmost respect. Shang Xiaomei was taken aback, unsure of how to respond to such a grand gesture. Just as she contemplated kneeling in return, the young boy suddenly stood up, wrapping his arms around her waist to prevent her from bowing. Everyone rise. Your gratitude has been accepted by the spirit, he proclaimed. Indeed. Let us treat her with the respect befitting our lord, Xiao Gang's grandfather asserted, with the others quickly echoing their agreement. Yes, we shall honor our lord appropriately. Matsushita City now belongs to you. Silently, Shang Xiaomei reflected on her newfound dominion over the city. Moments later, atop the walls of Matsushita City, a flag bearing the spirit's emblem was raised. This time, the emblem was far more aesthetically pleasing than that of Jeek City, though it retained its dark essence. The figure on the flag, adorned with a black mask, revealed exquisite, shimmering eyes, inciting curiosity about the beauty concealed beneath the mask. Pleased with this improvement, Shang Xiaomei decided to take one of the flags with her, intending to display it atop her dwelling on the island of dust-covered. With the affairs of Matsushita City resolved, and with only 5 points of health remaining, Shang Xiaomei felt it was time to return home. She feared encountering further complications that might deplete her last reserves, leaving her vulnerable on the streets. She cherished comfort and, if her fate were to be sealed, preferred to meet it in the sanctuary of her own clean and cozy abode. Let us return. We've squandered too much time here, she urged the young boy as he finalized arrangements in Matsushita City. Despite the liberation of the city, the boy appeared disheartened, bearing an unshakable burden. Shang Xiaomei chose not to press him, intending to inquire further upon their return to dust-covered island about the source of his distress. Just as they prepared to leave, a young fox girl, whom Shang Xiaomei had rescued earlier, suddenly rushed forward, clinging to her leg in desperation. "Oh spirit, please take me with you. I am willing to serve you for life." With a weary sigh, Shang Xiaomei regarded the girl. How is it that such encounters always seem to find her? "Little one, you are free now. Why would you wish to bind yourself to me as a servant? I may be free, but I am not. I was sold by my kin, and returning would mean falling back into the flames. I cannot bear to be sold again. I beseech you, O spirit, show me mercy." The girl wept, her tear-streaked face a portrait of innocence, her pleas tugging at Shang Xiaomei's heartstrings. She glanced at the young boy, only to find him scrutinizing the girl with a grave expression, challenging her. "You are of the Fox tribe. Under the reign of the Fox King, no one dares to trade female children of the tribe. I speak the truth. The entire Beast Kingdom knows that the Fox tribe has persisted in isolation because the Fox King promised to send 500 beautiful fox maidens to the noble houses of the imperial city every year. In these turbulent times, our tribe cannot muster that many maidens, so they resort to using us young girls as substitutes. O spirit, I speak no lies. Please, save me." The girl recounted her plight with clarity and conviction, yet the boy's brow furrowed even deeper. Shang Xiaomei discerned that although the little girl appeared to be of similar age to Xiao Jiang, her intellect was considerably more profound. The girl articulated her thoughts with impeccable precision, suggesting she had meticulously rehearsed her words in advance, knowing exactly how to convey her sentiments without error and what would resonate with others. The Fox clan members possessed extraordinary intelligence and were not to be trifled with. Chapter 35, Weak in the Knees? In a world rife with suffering, it was impossible for the spirit beings to rescue every afflicted soul. Though young, one ought to comprehend this truth. The child firmly rejected the little girl's plea, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Shang Xiaomei had no objections. Her 7-year career as an idol had instilled in her a cautious demeanor when it came to interactions. The origins of this little girl were ambiguous, and her shrewdness made Shang Xiaomei reluctant to bring her back to the Enigma Isle. Just as the situation seemed destined to collapse, the little girl unveiled her trump card. "Spirit being, do you have a husband named Huayong? I am his little sister, Huazi. Please take me back to the island. I must find my elder brother." "You are Huayong's sister?" Shang Xiaomei gasped, incredulous at the sudden revelation of familial ties. "Indeed, I am his little sister," Huazi earnestly nodded. Shang Xiaomei scrutinized her appearance, noting a resemblance to Huayong, albeit less striking. Perhaps she had yet to fully blossom into her beauty. Shang Xiaomei turned to the child, expressing her dilemma. If she is truly Huayong's sister, we should indeed escort her back to meet him. The child countered. But what if she is lying? It seemed as though the child was reproaching Shang Xiaomei for her soft-heartedness, her words sharp. Shang Xiaomei replied, "If she is deceitful, Enigma will naturally not harbor her." Seeing that Shang Xiaomei would not be overly lenient, the child finally relaxed. After reaching a consensus, the three set off towards Enigma Isle. When Shang Xiaomei had arrived, she had swiftly traversed the distance with ease. Now, her return was equally impressive. On the official road, she drove a Hummer, ferrying the child and Huazi at breakneck speed. The beastmen along the way gaped in astonishment, a mix of fear and curiosity washing over them. While the adults hesitated, captivated yet too intimidated to approach, the children chased after the Hummer, eager to glimpse the extraordinary vehicle. Upon finishing the official road, Shang Xiaomei switched to a motorcycle, racing towards the seaside with Huazi and the child. The child, experiencing a motorcycle for the first time, was as enchanted as Yin Qi had been, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Can this bike ride on water?" "No, it can only ride on land," Shang Xiaomei replied. The child expressed disappointment, but Shang Xiaomei added, "However, there are motorcycles designed for use on water." "Really? Can I try?" The child's tone shifted to one of excitement. Shang Xiaomei doused his enthusiasm, saying, "Unfortunately, I do not possess one at the moment. Perhaps in the future." She nearly uttered, "Perhaps I no longer have a future," but swallowed the words. Regarding the secret of her life and death, she was unwilling to share even a fragment. "If I must die, so be it. Any manner of death is preferable to being secretly harmed. Do you have a secret you cannot share with us?" The child did not expect a candid response from Shang Xiaomei, yet she answered, "Of course I do. Do you not have a secret you cannot share with me?" The child fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly grew distant. Huazi remained quiet, appearing almost like a transparent observer, yet absorbing every word of their dialogue. Upon reaching the seaside, Shang Xiaomei retrieved a speedboat from her storage space, making the already crowded area even more cramped. To accommodate the Hummer, she exchanged several thousand tickets for a larger storage space. Once abundant, her tickets were now significantly depleted. With a soft sigh, she lamented the depletion of her blood points and tickets. Was fate conspiring to present her with various forms of demise? As the speedboat surged forward, the child unexpectedly leapt into the sea, challenging the vessel to a race. Upon entering the water, he moved like a dragon, gracefully soaring and diving amidst the waves. His stunning form gliding through the surf like a dream, breathtaking and enchanting. Shan Xiaomei instinctively reduced the speed of the boat to match his pace, eager to revel in the exquisite spectacle before her. The appearance of the sharkfolk in the water was far more captivating than on land. She pondered what his transformed state would look like. Would he be even more handsome, or perhaps more masculine? Fixating on the child, Shan Xiaomei was suddenly beset by worry. If the child did not develop feelings for her and remained unchanged upon their return, how would she restore her blood points? While she could easily sway the cities of Jieqing and Songxia, dealing with the formidable Pubong of Rongqing would be a different challenge altogether. Had the members of the Red Sun Gang been more united, Shan Xiaomei would have faced insurmountable obstacles. Though she had arranged for protective squads in Jieqing and Songxia to safeguard the citizens, if she remained hidden on Enigma Isle, the Red Sun Gang would inevitably assault those cities, compelling her to reveal herself. With her current diminished state, confronting anyone would spell her demise. She realized that upon her return, she must find someone to restore her vitality. As she gazed into the child's eyes, her focus gradually waned, her thoughts drifting into a reverie, oblivious to his watchful gaze. What are you thinking about? The child's sudden voice startled Shan Xiaomei. A secret, she replied. How about I trade you one of my secrets for one of yours? He proposed, his ice blue eyes shimmering brilliantly in the water's reflection. Under his enchanting gaze, Shan Xiaomei found herself nodding in agreement. All right. The child hopped back onto the boat, his fishtail disappearing as he landed on his feet. He approached Shan Xiaomei, standing side by side with her. The wind whipped past them, necessitating loud voices to communicate. Huazi remained quietly seated at the back of the boat, appearing like an innocent girl unaware of the world around her. The drug was given by the shark folk, and it seems that Lan Shui and the others were likely betrayed by our own kin. The child leaned close to Shan Xiaomei, whispering softly. Shan Xiaomei's ears and neck tingled at the warmth of his breath, causing her to shudder. She began to question whether the child was truly sharing a secret or intentionally seducing her. Flustered, she blurted out, "What drug?" The child, seemingly intent on keeping their conversation hidden from Huazi, leaned in even closer. It's a drug that forces sharkfolk to undergo transformation. Shan Xiaomei recoiled slightly. Puzzled as she asked, how do you know it must be from the sharkfolk? Could it not have been concocted by other beastmen? Because that drug is a secret concoction of the sharkfolk. If two undifferentiated merfolk fall in love, they will, in the presence of their elders, consume a potion that enables them to differentiate into genders. The young one appears deeply troubled, his voice wavering as he speaks, becoming hoarse. Shan Xiaomei quietly remains by his side, waiting for him to regain his composure. The young one covers his mouth with a fist and coughs a few times, his voice regaining its clarity as he continues. The potion that allows pure-blooded merfolk to become female is called Yin Yu, while the potion for becoming male is called Yang Xing. The essential ingredient for concocting these two potions is the blood of naturally differentiated merfolk. Only the blood of pure-blooded merfolk who have naturally differentiated can be used to create these potions. After a brief pause, he struggles to articulate. Moreover, the potency of the potion lasts only 5 days. Shan Xiaomei understands the source of his sorrow. He is grieving the betrayal by their own kin. Have you not considered that someone may have kidnapped the adult merfolk to produce Yin Yu and Yang Xing? I have pondered this possibility. Yet Lan Shui and the others were taken directly from the Sangming Sea, along with the potion that enables their differentiation. Time is limited. They could not conceal the truth. So they ceased their masquerade. The young one has been deducing various possibilities these past few days. He does not believe merfolk would betray their own. But in such a short time frame, if it were not a betrayal from within, outsiders could not possibly capture pure-blooded merfolk in the treacherous terrain of the Sangming Sea. It is even more improbable that they would concoct Yin Yu and Yang Xing at such a fortuitous moment. Such potions are not something outsiders would know how to create. Even among the merfolk, only the descendants of the ancient patriarch possess the knowledge to brew them. Why would they betray their own kin? To ingratiate themselves with these outsiders using undifferentiated merfolk? The young one can only conceive one possibility. It is the doing of the merfolk queen. Only she could so effortlessly capture undifferentiated pure-blooded merfolk and compel the descendants of the ancient patriarch to concoct Yin Yu and Yang Xing. She had promised herself otherwise. A pang of pain strikes the young one's heart. Speaking such a heart-wrenching secret alleviates his burden significantly. However, there are more secrets he cannot share with Shan Xiaomei. Shan Xiaomei glances at him, sensing that he has more to say, something undoubtedly of greater significance. Yet he suddenly falls silent, after waiting for a moment without hearing him speak. She realizes that the part he conceals must be a secret even she, as his wife, cannot be privy to. She refrains from pressing him. Some truths, once known too well, can lead to unnecessary troubles, and she currently lacks the ability to handle any complications. I shall share a secret of my own. Perhaps I am nearing death. Shan Xiaomei smiles as she speaks to the young one. Her eyes sparkle with mirth, causing him to initially dismiss her words as a jest. Do not jest. I'm not jesting. The atmosphere suddenly grows heavy, and the young one's heart races. He stubbornly counters Shan Xiaomei, but you are unhurt. I am different from you. One may die without injury or incident. Why? Is there a way to prevent your death? Yes. What is it? If you naturally differentiate for my sake, I shall gladly reveal it to you, she states, half jokingly, half seriously. Naturally differentiate, the young one murmurs softly. A blush creeping onto his cheeks. Suddenly, he leaps into the water, disappearing beneath the surface for an extended period. Jizi, Shan Xiaomei calls out his name anxiously. Leaning over the side of the boat, he suddenly resurfaces, droplets cascading down his prominent nose, vanishing into his slightly parted lips. He appears parched. His gaze hazy as he fixes it upon Shan Xiaomei, his Adam's apple bobbing. Shan Xiaomei leans closer, their proximity allowing her to kiss him with the slightest movement. What should she do? Is this an invitation? Unsure of herself, she stands, reluctant, torn between kissing him and fearing it may offend him. Naturally differentiating is quite difficult. The young one's voice is low, his warm breath brushing against Shan Xiaomei's face. How difficult? It requires stimulation. As soon as he finishes speaking, he tightly wraps his arms around her neck, causing her to stumble onto the boat. Leaning over the side, he cradles her head, planting a gentle kiss on her lips through the mask. His gaze remains fixed upon her, gauging her reaction. Seeing her lack of resistance, he pulls off her mask and seals her lips with fervor. When the young one's tongue entwines with hers, Shan Xiaomei truly comprehends the sensitivity and strength of a tongue capable of peeling grapes. The intensity of the kiss seems to extract her very soul. The sensation of their bodies melding together sends shivers down her spine, all her awareness focusing on her ravished lips. It turns out that even a simple kiss can be so exhilarating. Shan Xiaomei unconsciously clutches the boat's railing, her body limp and yielding, as if she were being thoroughly ravished, devoid of any strength. She despises her own lack of fortitude. Merely kissing him has elicited such a profound reaction. If they were to go further, she cannot fathom the extent of her embarrassment. Would she truly crave more? That would be utterly humiliating. As the kiss concludes, Shan Xiaomei finds herself inexplicably yearning for more, her lips involuntarily pursing. Yet, she is aware of her own bashfulness, unable to meet the young one's gaze. Attempting to rise as though nothing had transpired. However, her legs betray her, lacking any strength, and she nearly tumbles into the sea. The young one promptly leaps onto the deck, steadying her. What's wrong? Are your legs weak? He teases, feigning innocence. Shan Xiaomei shoots him an annoyed glance, only to find herself pressed against the bow, lost in the throes of passion, her waist nearly crushed by him. The heat of his body pressed against her is acutely felt. Her legs give way further, her waist unable to support her. Are you not undifferentiated? Shan Xiaomei asks, her voice soft. Soon, the young one replies, as long as you are willing to cooperate, I shall be able to take you in no time. You. Shan Xiaomei is taken aback. She never expected him to harbor such thoughts, appearing innocent and harmless, yet possessing such vulgarity within. I know what you desire. I shall take you in the sea, on your bed, beneath the moonlight, on the grass, and upon this very boat. Chapter 36. I fell in love with my wife first. In a haze of passion, Shan Xiaomei allows the speedboat to drift across the sea. Huazi has long retreated into the cabin. As they draw closer to the sealed island, Shan Xiaomei initially believed her return to health was assured, as it seemed the young one would undoubtedly differentiate for her. However, the sea suddenly stirs with winds and waves, colossal swells crashing toward them one after another, flooding the deck of the speedboat repeatedly. Though her speedboat is sturdy enough to withstand ordinary tempests, when the vessel is lifted high by the waves, tilting at nearly 60 degrees, Shan Xiaomei is drenched in cold sweat. She harbors a foreboding feeling that, in the next moment, her speedboat might capsize. Moreover, she senses something even stranger. The waves seem to be deliberately targeting her, as if conveying a threat or intimidation. These waves are truly eerie. How could such high swells arise on an otherwise calm sea? Struggling to navigate the speedboat, Shan Xiaomei never anticipated that her return to the island would involve such a severe test of survival. Now, she and Jizi, along with Huazi, are aboard the speedboat. If the vessel capsizes, she and Jizi might have a chance to escape, but Huazi will surely be swept into the sea. Since she has decided to bring Huazi back to the island, she must ensure to escort her safely to Hua Ying's side. No matter what happens, she cannot abandon the speedboat to flee alone. Shan Xiaomei, don't you possess the art of teleportation? You should escape now, Jizi said, standing anxiously behind her. His tone laden with an unprecedented tension, as if a terrifying enemy lurked in the void, one that even Shan Xiaomei could not vanquish. All of Shan Xiaomei's attention was consumed by the tumultuous waves ahead in the cockpit, leaving her oblivious to the pleading expression on Jizi's face. She merely replied, Huazi is still here. I cannot leave. Jizi gazed at her profile in a daze, as the towering waves crashed relentlessly ahead. After a moment, he seemed to reach a significant decision, stepping out of the cockpit with a heavy gait. Meanwhile, Huazi, anxiously watching from the side, saw Jizi kneel at the stern of the boat, facing the surging waves. His shimmering fish tail soon emerged, and Jizi submerged it into the sea, rhythmically stirring the water with his tail fin. Before long, the storm abated, and Shizi appeared to lose all strength, his complexion turning pale as he sat vacantly in the cabin. To prevent further complications, Shang Xiaomei seized the opportunity while the winds calmed and steered the speedboat back to the dusty island with determination. Upon reaching the shore, Jizi succumbed to a high fever, a troubling sign of imminent transformation. His wooden hut, perched by the sea, was imbued with a profound ambience, however. It was divided into 2 levels, the lower of which was directly immersed in water, a dwelling only he could tolerate. Shang Xiaomei wished to accompany him, but as a merman, Zizi preferred to remain in the water during illness. Furthermore, she knew nothing about the mermanesh transformation. The only person on the island knowledgeable about it was Hua Ying. As soon as they landed, Hua Ying, who awaited them on the shore, recognized Hua Zi with evident surprise. Elder brother. Hua Zi immediately called out to Hua Ying. Hua Ying responded succinctly, younger sister. Their recognition as siblings unfolded smoothly and naturally, with heartfelt embraces and tears marking every step of the reunion. Yet, an incongruous thought flickered in Shang Xiaomei's mind. If Hua Zi had not called out first, would Hua Ying have addressed her as younger sister? However, speculation remained mere conjecture, unworthy of consideration. Shaking her head to dispel the distracting thoughts, she implored Hua Ying. Hua Ying, GZ's condition is dire. Could you assist me in watching over him? Of course, madam. Please do not hesitate to ask for my help in the future. I shall do my utmost, Hua Ying replied, his words as comforting and agreeable as ever. He possessed an enchanting allure, a kind temperament, and exceptional emotional intelligence. How could one not feel drawn to such a man? Yet, to Shang Xiaomei, he resembled an alluring, addictive poppy flower, exquisite and mesmerizing, once encountered, impossible to forsake. Thank you, she expressed politely, maintaining her distance and treating him as a trusted friend, resolute in not entertaining any other thoughts. Such a man was beyond her reach. After Jizi returned to his room, he remained submerged underwater. Shang Xiaomei took Hua Ying to see him. He struggled painfully at the surface for a brief moment before sinking back down. Hua Ying, seemingly understanding the situation, turned to Shang Xiaomei and said, Madam, you should return to your room. His condition is rather grave. I need to examine him thoroughly. Nodding with concern, she departed. Once alone with Jizi, Hua Ying initiated the conversation. At this point, why do you still resist transformation? Are you seeking death? Although Jizi's brief struggle above water was fleeting, Hua Ying perceived his condition with clarity. Jizi was indeed seeking his assistance. He was at the brink of transformation yet desperately trying to suppress it, acting against his own nature, a peculiar contradiction. I cannot transform. I beg you to help me. Jizi strained to approach the shore, his once ice blue eyes now ablaze with fiery hues. Hua Ying scoffed, his demeanor starkly less accommodating in front of Jizi and his companions, even appearing ruthless. What do you take me for? Do you think I am at your beck and call? I know you have a way. I have my reasons. If you assist me this time, I shall repay you doubly in the future, Jizi implored, diving back into the water, where he felt far more comfortable. And what if I refuse to help? Hua Ying challenged. Should I fail to achieve my desires, you shall find no peace either. I have my own constraints, just as you harbor your secrets, do you not? Are you attempting to threaten me? Hua Ying inquired, aware of the cunning reputation of the Fox King, who could command the Red Sleeve Alliance to protect his clan and influence the Heavenly Pavilion's intrigues. If I am not mistaken, you were sent by the Heavenly Pavilion to investigate the supernatural, were you not, Fox King Een? It was widely known that the Fox King was referred to simply as Een. Yet few would have imagined that such a formidable figure would find himself wed to Dusty Island. Clearly, the supernatural had a substantial impact on the various factions within the Kingdom of Beasts, and these lurking forces were cautiously probing the depths of the supernatural for new opportunities, whether to ally or oppose, requiring careful deliberation before making decisions. The Fox King, blessed with remarkable intelligence, extraordinary talent, and unparalleled capabilities, was indeed the most suitable individual for this operation. Upon hearing Jizi mention the Heavenly Pavilion directly, Hua Ying immediately recognized the significance of his background. Otherwise, he would not have access to such sensitive information. As a member of the aquatic race, his loyalty was easy to deduce. What is the purpose of your current demeanor? Are you serving the Merman Queen and hoping to preserve your integrity? Hua Ying bluntly pierced through Jizi's identity. Jizi did not take offense. Instead, he spoke with a tone of supplication. You are undoubtedly aware of the Merman Queen's origins. Her backing is the entire Sea Phoenix clan. I cannot disregard her directives. What does that have to do with your transformation? Does she have feelings for you? Or do you share some secret with her? Hua Ying asked directly. Purebred mermen, when enamored with someone sincerely, could become blindly passionate, exhibiting behavior that starkly contrasted with their previous selves. Moreover, post-transformation, they would only cherish what their hearts truly desired. If Jizi truly had romantic entanglements with the Merman Queen, he would not be distressed about transforming into a supernatural being. His current predicament clearly indicated that his heart had already been swayed by the supernatural. The Merman Queen could not interfere with his transformation. What was he truly afraid of? Because I am not only beholden to the Merman Queen, but have also made a deal with the Sea Phoenix clan. Jizi finally unveiled his secret. The Sea Phoenix clan, the legendary sea deity, only manifested during times of dynasty decline and widespread suffering. No one had ever seen the true form of a sea phoenix, as they never revealed their true selves. Those of marriageable age within the clan, should they wish to marry outside, must sever all ties with the sea phoenix clan and never return. Their rules were absolute. No one could defy them. GZ had entered into a pact with them, a transaction undoubtedly linked to the supernatural. They could not accept GZ transforming for the sake of the supernatural. Thus, he could not transform. It was as simple as that. Huaying, being acutely aware of the situation, realized he could not afford to offend the Sea Phoenix clan. If he helped GZ now, the Sea Phoenix clan would owe him a favor, making future requests easier to fulfill. Furthermore, given the Sea Phoenix clan's influence, the affairs of the Heavenly Pavilion would be impossible to conceal from them. By assisting GZ, he was ultimately helping himself. How may I assist you? Huayang pondered for a moment before swiftly altering his response. I require a plausible reason that does not involve differentiation, preferably one that will not raise her suspicions. The child's demands are quite high. Furrowing his brow, Huayang comprehended the child's intentions. He wished to avoid differentiation at this moment and did not want to create any discord with Shang Xiaomei over this matter. Thus, he decided to attribute the situation to another party. Do you possess the suppressant for differentiation? Huayang inquired, his tone implying that it was a foregone conclusion. He had no doubt that the child had access to such medication. The mermen on their mission, particularly those of pure bloodlines, would undoubtedly carry those suppressants. The child tossed the vial to Huayang, asking with concern, do you have a plan? Huayang replied, just wait. After exiting, he noticed Shang Xiaomei waiting nearby. How is the child? Upon seeing Huayang emerge, Shang Xiaomei immediately approached him. Rest assured, my lady, he is unharmed, Huayang assured her. Hearing his words, Shang Xiaomei sighed in relief. When will he complete the differentiation? My lady need only be patient. After tonight, he shall become a true man. Huayang responded with a sincerity that was strangely convincing. Shang Xiaomei's demeanor relaxed, her features brightening as if she were receiving a favorable diagnosis for a beloved family member. Grateful. She bowed to Huayang and sincerely expressed her thanks. She was always so polite, as she had consistently been. Behind her courtesy lay a profound respect for Huayang. He had always stubbornly believed that such intangible notions as respect held little value, and that he had no need for it. Yet, when one is genuinely respected from the heart, the sensation is remarkably distinct, a feeling that can become quite addictive. If the child were to truly differentiate, he would undoubtedly become the first man of the specters. Contemplating this, Huayang felt a sudden wave of agitation. He had concocted numerous justifications to persuade himself to assist the child, yet he understood that these reasons held no weight for him. A fox king backed by the Heavenly Pavilion. Nevertheless, he had acquiesced to the child's plea. At that moment, he even felt a sense of mission, a compelling need to resolve this matter. After parting ways with Shang Xiaomei, Huayang swiftly found Yin Qi. As he expected, Yin Qi was in his room, drowning his sorrows in drink. His wooden cabin, recently constructed, boasted a floor of neatly laid stones and a table adorned with flowers. Huayang was certain that a male beastman would not have the inclination to make his quarters so romantic unless he held affections for someone he wished to invite into his space. Upon entering Yin Qi's room, Huayang was met with indifference. Pour me a glass as well, he requested. Yin Qi, already somewhat inebriated, did not hesitate and poured Huayang a drink. Huayang tilted his head back and consumed the liquor, forcefully placing the cup on the table before saying, pour me another. Yin Qi obliged once more. Huayang finished the second cup and, not waiting for Yin Qi's assistance, took the jug for himself and began to serve himself. Observing Huayang's expression, Yin Qi appeared to understand the source of his sorrow. It seemed he was not alone in his heartache. The sight of Shang Xiaomei and the child being affectionate pained him as well. The two shared a silent toast for quite some time until Huayang, intoxicated, pulled a vial from his pocket, his eyes reddened with sorrow, and lamented to Yin Qi. It has been a timeless truth that males vie for females. I wish I could force this medication down the child's throat, rendering him unable to differentiate, thus preventing him from competing with us for my lady. However, the rules of Dusty Island dictate. Huayang's voice trailed off as he collapsed onto the table, succumbing to slumber. Yin Qi, motionless, fixed his gaze on the vial beside Huayang. Suddenly, he grasped the vial, rising with a menacing air and departing the room. No sooner had he stepped outside than Huayang awakened. The Fox King was known for his resilience against alcohol, a fact well known in the Beast Kingdom. Yet, in this moment, he truly felt the effects of intoxication as he found himself envying Yin Qi for his audacity to love so fiercely. By the time Shang Xiaomei learned of the incident, it was already too late. Yin Qi had taken advantage of the child's weakened state to forcibly administer the suppressant, resulting in the child's failed differentiation and subsequent frailty. When Shang Xiaomei arrived, she found the child weakly sprawled on the shore, blood at the corners of his mouth. Yin Qi, reeking of alcohol, stood motionless, clutching a small ceramic vial, his smile twisted and heartbroken. I loved my lady first. No one can take her from me. Yin Qi's ash-colored eyes brimmed with tears, his figure swaying, a perpetrator yet appearing more like a victim of injustice. Chapter 37. Sister, I will be good. Yin Qi, do you know what you are doing? Shang Xiaomei gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. The child, barely clinging to life on the shore, while Yin Qi gripped the ceramic vial tightly, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked at her. This was intentional harm. If the child did not survive, it would be tantamount to premeditated murder. Shan Xiaomei could not allow such malice to fester on Dusty Island. Sister, I do not wish to harm him, but I cannot bear it. Your eyes are only for him, Yanqi lamented to Shang Xiaomei. Today, Yanqi had also gone to the shore to meet Shang Xiaomei and the others. Yet she had shown no regard for him, only concern for the child. He waited daily for his sister's return, but now that she was back, her gaze did not include him. Shang Xiaomei could not forgive Yanqi's actions and was about to chastise him when the child seized the moment, weakly tugging at her skirt and saying, "My lady, I feel so unwell. It seems I am dying. It is my fault for obstructing your path with Yanqi. I was wrong." Blood stained his lips, his voice hoarse and ragged, his once innocent visage now marred by a sense of impending doom. Shang Xiaomei, filled with guilt, knelt and embraced the child. In just a short time, the child, forced to ingest the suppressant, had lost significant weight, resembling a frail youth rather than the robust man he was meant to become. This transformation was difficult for Shang Xiaomei to accept, let alone the sorrow it brought her. "You will not die. It is all right. Do not fear. I am here, and I will find a way to restore your health." Overwhelmed with guilt, Shang Xiaomei silently vowed to help the child regain his strength. The child had once been so valiant on the ship, yet now he resembled a delicate beauty stricken by illness, devoid of any strength. Seizing the moment while Shang Xiaomei was filled with compassion, the child once again broached the subject of Yanqi. "I believe Yanqi only acted out of carelessness, driven by intoxication to commit such an unjust act. Please do not be too harsh on him, my lady." The more the child mentioned Yanqi at this moment, the more he hoped Shang Xiaomei would spare him. How could she not perceive this subtlety? Even without the child's prompting, Shang Xiaomei intended to impose severe consequences on Yanqi. If such egregious behavior went unpunished, others would follow suit, and chaos would ensue on Dusty Island. "Sister, you may punish me as you see fit, but please do not cast me away. I have no one but you now," Yanqi pleaded, sensing the growing frost in Shang Xiaomei's expression and the severity in her gaze. Shang Xiaomei, filled with disappointment, shot him a withering look and retorted, "What use are your words now? One must take responsibility for their actions. I have long asserted that Dusty Island harbors no room for those who harm their companions." Sister Yanqi anxiously sought to grasp Shang Xiaomei's hand, only to be rebuffed. Shang Xiaomei personally assisted the child to rise from the ground. Desiring to ensure his comfort, she led him back to her chamber. Yanqi followed closely, but Shang Xiaomei shut the door firmly against her. After settling the child, Shang Xiaomei emerged, her countenance still grim, and handed Yanqi a parcel, uttering merely 3 words, "You should leave." In a state of terror, Yanqi fell to her knees before Shang Xiaomei, clutching her leg and weeping heart-wrenchingly. "I won't go. Sister, I won't leave you. I only wish to stay by your side. Dusty Island has its own rules. You have violated them, and henceforth, there will be no refuge for you here." Shang Xiaomei remained resolute, regardless of Yanqi's pleas. She was unwilling to relent. Her firmness stemmed from careful deliberation. Allowing Yanqi to remain, while being unable to reciprocate her feelings, could lead to further turmoil. It was better to seize this opportunity to send her away, to end their past entanglement. This way, Yanqi would not suffer because of her, and she could provide an explanation to the child. "Sister, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I will not provoke you anymore. I will behave. Please do not cast me away." Yanqi was genuinely frightened. In a moment of drunken impulse, she acted recklessly, but now, sober and aware, she realized her actions had thoroughly enraged Shang Xiaomei. Regret consumed her. Had someone forewarned her that preventing the child's divergence would result in never seeing Shang Xiaomei again, she would have never acted thus. All she desired was to see her sister daily. Even if Shang Xiaomei did not look at her, she wished to be in her presence. The thought of eternal separation from Shang Xiaomei hollowed her heart. Without Shang Xiaomei, what meaning was there in her existence? Yanqi clung desperately to Shang Xiaomei's leg, rendering her immovable. In frustration, Shang Xiaomei struck her face, seething. "Had I known it would come to this, why did I not act differently?" Yanqi sobbed as she pleaded. Unable to endure any longer, Shang Xiaomei, at the cost of some vitality, activated a spatial transition skill and returned to her room, unwilling to venture out again. The rest of the matters were entrusted to Huayang. It remains unknown what Huayang conveyed to Yanqi, but she ceased her relentless pursuit, picked up the belongings prepared by Shang Xiaomei, and headed toward the seaside. In addition to Shang Xiaomei's speedboat, there were several small wooden boats, crafted by Shirley and Gui Qing during this time. Just as Yanqi was about to board the vessel to depart, Huayang caught up with her. Huayang held out a small, pitch-black leather box, presenting it to Yanqi. "This is from the lady. She wishes for you to take care." With tear-streaked cheeks, Yanqi's expression transformed into one of unwavering resolve. Accepting the box from Huayang, she instructed him to convey a message to Shang Xiaomei. "Tell her she will regret this." Huayang remained non-committal, and after witnessing her departure, turned back to report to Shang Xiaomei. "He has left?" Shang Xiaomei stifled her sorrow, though her choked voice betrayed her. "Yes," Huayang affirmed. Accustomed to the cycles of joy and sorrow, he felt no grief for anyone's departure. Thus, when he observed Shang Xiaomei shedding tears over the departure of a companion she had known for but a short while, he silently mocked her for her softness, for her foolishness. Yet, that amusement, unbidden, transformed into an overwhelming compassion. Before his numbed heart could react, He instinctively knelt beside Shang Xiaomei and grasped her hand. Do not be disheartened. We are still here with you. His words shattered the last remnant of Shang Xiaomei's fortitude. Unable to contain herself, she broke down in tears. Yanqi is still so young. What if he encounters danger alone? I do not know if the money I gave him is sufficient. What if he runs into robbers? Have I made a grave mistake? Shang Xiaomei wrestled with regret and helplessness. Yanqi had been sincere to her, yet she had been compelled to send him away. She wept on Huayang's shoulder, her tears imbuing his heart with a touch of humanity. Do not cry. He will surely be fine. After a moment of lamentation, Shang Xiaomei inquired, did he leave any message for me? Huayang recounted Yanqi's words verbatim. He said to tell the lady that she will surely regret it. Good. As long as he remains safe, I shall await his return to exact revenge on me. Shang Xiaomei felt somewhat relieved, raising her hand to cover her reddened eyes. Slowly rising from Huayang's shoulder. As she noticed her tears had dampened Huayang's clothing, she quickly, albeit shamefully, patted his shoulder. Attempting to make amends, shall I find you a change of clothes? No need. It will dry soon, Huayang replied, not wishing to prolong the pleasantries. Shang Xiaomei pondered before asking, what did you say to Yanqi that made him agree to leave so suddenly? I told him that you have always regarded him as a brother and never as a man. Shang Xiaomei realized why Yanqi had claimed she would regret it. Was Huayang not inviting trouble for her? She had once believed Huayang capable and reliable, able to resolve any issues. What was the last item you had me give him? Huayang inquired curiously. A life-saving artifact, Shang Xiaomei replied. She had given Yanqi her only gun. Should she fail to recover her vitality, there would never be another firearm in the beast realm. Reluctant to part with Yanqi, as he was about to leave, she not only entrusted him with her gun but also expended 2 points of vitality to provide him with ample ammunition, all packed into the box for Huayang to deliver. As a result, Shang Xiaomei was left with merely 2 points of vitality. She was perilously close to death. Originally, she thought 2 points would suffice for a while. But when her vitality dwindled to that point, the system unexpectedly activated a low health mode. This so-called low health mode, while sounding benign, meant that all skills were frozen. And even stamina was conserved as much as possible. Thus, the seemingly omnipotent and elusive demon lord became a frail beauty who frequently complained of fatigue and coughed blood at the slightest breeze. Upon witnessing her condition, the child recalled her ominous statement about being close to death, which frightened him greatly, prompting him to press Huayang for a solution. Huayang attempted to diagnose Shang Xiaomei. Brew medicine. After consuming several doses, there was no sign of improvement. Meanwhile, the unwilling child, the scheming Huayang and Guqing, and the simple-minded Shirley all grew anxious. They each relied on their skills and connections to procure medicine for Shang Xiaomei. In no time, rumors of the demon lord succumbing to a strange poison spread, with whispers of her impending demise echoing everywhere. Excluding her frequent fatigue, Shang Xiaomei had been living quite comfortably during this period. Since her health had declined, she had grown averse to venturing outside, preferring to stay indoors, reading and following her favorite shows. When her vitality was sufficient, she could trade it for internet access, enjoying games and movies without hindrance, conveniently using both her phone and computer. However, the internet was costly. Utilizing 3 points of vitality or 2,000 exchange tickets for a month was beyond her means. With the child unable to diverge, she could no longer find anyone to assist her in recovering her vitality. Nevertheless, enduring in this manner was not so bad after all. Unfortunately, fate does not always align with human desires. One night, Shang Xiaomei was peacefully sleeping at home when her house suddenly caught fire. Although the blaze was quickly controlled and did not escalate, Shang Xiaomei was nonetheless profoundly frightened. While she could be erased by the system, thereby suffering little pain, the thought of perishing in flames was excruciating, a fate she was unwilling to endure. To uncover the cause of the fire, she discreetly accessed the surveillance footage she had placed around her home. What she discovered was startling. The fire had been set by a shadowy figure. This ephemeral entity, existing for mere seconds, had nearly incinerated Shang Xiaomei. If they continued to infiltrate the sealed island, it was highly plausible that she could be assassinated by them before the system had a chance to eliminate her. Following this harrowing incident, Huayang suggested that a consort should be assigned to keep vigil over Shang Xiaomei every night. Shang Xiaomei had no objections, nor did the consorts. After deliberation, it was decided that the first to stand guard would be Guqing. Recently, Guqing had been avoiding Shang Xiaomei, and after all she had endured, she had nearly forgotten the grievances between them. Guqing requested Huayang to retrieve the long-end sword for him. Huayang had mentioned this to Shang Xiaomei before, to which she had replied that he should fetch it himself. The timing was opportune, and after much hesitation, Guqing finally knocked on Shang Xiaomei's door. Her door appeared extraordinarily enchanting, and the sound of the knock was remarkably loud, akin to any ordinary door. Dressed in a loose nightgown with a facial mask adorning her face, Shang Xiaomei lethargically opened the door, startling Guqing with her new appearance. What brings you here? In truth, Shang Xiaomei had not seen much of her consorts lately. Their interactions resembled those of neighbors who respected each other's space, aware of one another's circumstances, yet not entwined in constant companionship. Weak and indolent, she had been reluctant to step outside, even for the door, and Guqing's sudden visit surprised her. Guqing's tall figure loomed at the door, appearing almost as tall as the door itself, with a hint of shyness. He clasped his hands together, his cheeks faintly flushed. I would like to reclaim my longing sword. Go ahead, Shan Xiaomei replied, pushing the door open. Feeling weak in her waist and knees, she returned to her rocking chair, curling up like a weary cat, unwilling to emerge. Guiqing ascended the stairs alone, gauging his surroundings. Just as he was about to open the bathroom door, he caught sight of a half-dragon egg shell placed on the bedside of the ghostly bed. This shell was characteristic of the dragonkin's young, as its extraordinary hardness made it a coveted material. Many wealthy families would spare no expense to obtain a small piece for crafting protective armor. Thus, dragon egg shells held significant value in the beast world. The intact half-shell before him, however, was being used by Shan Xiaomei to store miscellaneous items, which even Guiqing deemed extravagant. Unfamiliar with the customs of the dragonkin, Shan Xiaomei had either acquired this half-shell through force or had received it as a gift from a young dragon. Intrigued, Guiqing approached the shell and traced its intricate patterns with his hand. Moments later, his expression changed dramatically as he hastily retrieved the longing sword from Shan Xiaomei's bathroom. Before exiting, he cast a fierce glance at Shan Xiaomei, an uncontrollable murderous intent radiating from his golden slit-like pupils. Chapter 38. Does the Fox King also experience longing? Shan Xiaomei remained haunted by the shadowy figure's assault, realizing that Pusing from Rongqing posed a far greater challenge than the likes of Chuandao. Before Shan Xiaomei could act, Pusing took the initiative to launch an offensive, deploying shadow pearls onto the sealed island without her awareness. Even knowing that Pusing's influence had penetrated the island, Shan Xiaomei felt helpless. She had lost even the ability to teleport, and the two-dimensional space was closed to her. What could she possibly do? Dealing with shadowy figures was not particularly difficult. As long as one remained in well-lit areas, they could not survive. The challenge lay in the fact that these entities lurked everywhere, emerging from the most unimaginable places to kill whenever darkness fell. The only safe haven on the sealed island was Shan Xiaomei's room, illuminated by ghostly flames that could sustain brightness throughout the night, preventing shadows from surviving within her sanctuary. Yet, in her current state of extreme weakness, she could barely walk 2 steps without coughing up blood, having ceased taking her medication and confined herself to her room. Thus, Huayang and the others had to devise their own strategies for dealing with the shadowy figures. During this period, Zizi's health had also deteriorated significantly. He spent his time immersed in seawater to aid his recovery. His frailty was undoubtedly a consequence of the medication administered by Yan Qi. However, that medication was clearly what Huayang had given to Yan Qi, and Huayang's medicine was the very same he had formulated for Huayang. Zizi was acutely aware of the efficacy of his own medication. It merely suppressed differentiation temporarily, lacking the potency to induce such drastic effects. That medicine had nearly caused him to transition into a male form, regressing to an undeveloped youth. Zizi felt a profound sense of despair, chiding himself for being foolish and naive to seek assistance from the cunning male fox spirit. The medication Yan Qi had taken was certainly not the same as what he had given to Huayang. Huayang, feigning indifference, had simultaneously ensnared both of Shan Xiaomei's men. Zizi believed he was focused solely on grand ambitions, unaware of Huayang's insatiable greed. Once Zizi's health improved, the first thing he did was stealthily enter Huayang's room at midnight, wrapping the bloodied fish spine whip he had wielded in battle around Huayang's throat. However, just as he succeeded, a cold dagger pressed against his lower back. Casting a glance behind him, he found himself facing Huazi, the girl who claimed to be Huayang's younger sister. "Release His Majesty, or I shall kill you," she threatened. Advancing the blade several inches, blood beginning to seep from the tip, Zizi did not heed her warning. Instead, he tightened his grip on the fish spine whip. Huayang's slender neck began to distort under the pressure, his exquisite visage flushing red. "Let go. We can talk this out," Huazi urged, no longer willing to gamble. As she loosened her grip, hoping to persuade Zizi to release his hold, Zizi was deaf to her pleas. He was now a desperate man, intent only on taking Huayang's life. As Zizi tightened his grip once more, Huayang raised his hand to reveal what he held. A medical book detailing various ancient and contemporary ailments. Huayang was currently flipping through the section on fatigue, photophobia, and hypersomnia. These symptoms were precisely what Shan Xiaomei had recently exhibited. She wore an eye mask both day and night, lying in bed, and would declare exhaustion after walking just a few steps. The moment he recalled Shan Xiaomei's condition, Zizi's murderous intent evaporated. He released the fish spine whip, glaring fiercely at Huayang. "If you fail to save the lady, I shall certainly take your life." Barely escaping, Huayang leaned against the table, coughing violently for several moments before regaining his breath to inquire, "Why did you do this? That question should be directed at you. What medication did you give me? What intentions do you harbor?" Zizi retorted angrily. Typically composed, Huayang now appeared flustered. He turned to face the wall, concealing his expression in the shadows. "I only wish to assist you better. Your medication is too weak to last long. Mine can ensure your safety for the coming year." "Who desires a year of safety? I merely wish to navigate through this ordeal. Once I complete my transaction with Hai Wang, I shall." Zizi left the rest unsaid. But his meaning was unmistakable. Huayang had ruined everything for him and Shan Xiaomei. At this moment, Huayang turned to the young one with a pained expression, urging, "Please, awaken to reality. The individuals favored by the Haifeng clan would never truly allow you to become entangled with demons." To Huayang's astonishment, the young one not only rejected his goodwill, but coldly retorted, What about you? Do the members of the Hongxiu Alliance truly have the freedom to choose whom to love? Besides, you are already involved with Tingtian Pavilion. Hua Ying, anxious, interrupted, I harbor no ulterior motives. My intent in changing your medicine was solely for your benefit. The young one scoffed, her disbelief evident on her face. Yet Hua Ying continued, you know I belong to the Hongxiu Alliance, where true feelings are scarce. Before he could finish, the young one climbed through the window and departed. Hua Ying's explanations felt as superfluous as his unsolicited alteration of the young one's medicine. No one had asked him to take such actions. Knowing it was a thankless endeavor, a person as astute as he was inexplicably drawn into the fray. He professed it was for the young one's sake, yet how could someone so calculating, who never acted without personal gain, suddenly become so altruistic? Once the young one left, Huazi approached Hua Ying, her face etched with concern. Your Majesty, if you wish to assist him, why would you change his medicine without consent? Hua Ying, unwilling to engage further on this matter, gestured for her to remain silent. However, Huazi persisted, Your Majesty, you bear the fate of our entire Fox clan. The lords of Tingtian Pavilion would never permit you to love another. Huazi, depart. Hua Ying's anger flared. After all his explanations, why did no one believe him? He was one of the most esteemed members of the Hongxiu Alliance. How could he possibly be swayed by love? A mere demon. And one on the brink of death at that. What could he possibly find appealing? It was nothing but a fleeting dalliance. Should she perish, he would shed not a single tear. To him, the demon was merely an assignment, and once this assignment was completed, another would follow. Shan Xiaomei was indeed nearing death. Before her demise, in an effort to alleviate the trouble she caused, she repurposed leftover electrical wires and lights to construct a safe house for everyone. Situated in Yin Qi's former room, she adorned the walls with light strips. Once illuminated, the shadow beings would inevitably meet their doom. During the second assault by the shadow beings, both Hua Ying and Shirley suffered injuries. To avoid further harm, they opted to stay in the safe house at night. The young one and Guiqing continued to reside in their original wooden house, remarkably unscathed. It seemed their martial prowess rendered them impervious to danger. Huazi, being a woman, could not cohabit with men. Concerned for her safety, Hua Ying contemplated requesting Shan Xiaomei to allow Huazi to stay with her. Yet he feared Huazi's lowly Fox clan status might be met with disdain. It was commonplace for outsiders to look down upon those of Fox lineage, especially since Shan Xiaomei belonged to the noble human race. Humanity was considered the pinnacle of evolution, and it was precisely because of their superiority that the Dragon Beast royal family once honored them as esteemed guests. After much hesitation, Hua Ying summoned the courage to knock on Shan Xiaomei's door. Before he could utter a word, Shan Xiaomei, leaning weakly against the door frame, remarked, It's unsafe for a little girl like Huazi to stay outside. Let her come and stay in my room. Hua Ying was taken aback, his heartfelt plea stifled, transforming into a profound sense of gratitude. In Shan Xiaomei, he sensed respect and equality. The way she regarded Huazi and Hua Ying mirrored her treatment of others, free from prejudice. What did this mean? It was but a small gesture, yet it gradually began to touch Hua Ying's heart. All right, I will fetch her. Though Huazi was Hua Ying's subordinate, in Shan Xiaomei's eyes, she was merely a child in need of a guardian. Upon arriving at Shan Xiaomei's door, Huazi timidly hesitated to enter. Brother, won't you come in with me? Hua Ying replied in a tone neither loud nor soft, deliberately audible to Shan Xiaomei. Without an invitation from the lady, we cannot enter freely. You may go in by yourself. But brother, I'm scared, Huazi murmured weakly. Shan Xiaomei, nestled in her cradle, could no longer contain herself, saying, just accompany her inside. Don't linger at the door. Her own health was failing, and her spirits were low. A person on the brink of death perceives everything through a lens of regret. The weight of her impending demise was unbearable, especially as she had unexpectedly found herself betrothed to 5 handsome men, a fortune most could only dream of. Yet, she would die without ever savoring it. How could she accept such a fate? Once inside, Hua Ying first ensured Huazi was settled before approaching Shan Xiaomei. She lay in her cradle, gazing longingly at the moon above. She wore a mask perpetually, even now not having removed it, although Hua Ying had seen her true face before. Observing her so closely now felt unfamiliar, as if she belonged to another realm and might vanish at any moment. Madam, what do you gaze upon? Hua Ying inquired, attempting to strike up a conversation. Without turning, Shan Xiaomei replied, I'm watching the moon. Once I close my eyes in death, I shall never see it again. Hua Ying felt a sudden tightening in his chest, tears spilling forth. No, madam, you will not die. Shan Xiaomei chuckled lightly. Everyone must die. Why would I be exempt? But you are still so young. Shan Xiaomei wished to steer clear of the heavy topic of death. Since time was short, it would be better to converse about happier matters. Hua Ying, are you not the most handsome male of your Fox clan? Those who admire you must be weeping over your impending marriage to Chinfeng Island. Shan Xiaomei teased Hua Ying with genuine interest. She was well aware of Yin Qi's background, but the other 4 suitors remained strangers to her. Before she could grow familiar with them, she was facing death. The spectre of mortality loomed over Shan Xiaomei, and just as she felt a flicker of hope, despair washed over her once more. Noticing her downcast mood, Hua Ying took the initiative to lighten the atmosphere, hoping to cheer her. Madam, you are indeed correct. I am recognized as the most handsome male of the Fox clan. The number of females who adore me is beyond counting. You have struck quite the jackpot. Is that so? Indeed. If you doubt it, You may ask Huazi. She will surely attest to my popularity. I want to ask, for Huazi is your little sister and will undoubtedly speak in your favor. She is indeed your little sister now. During my studies in the Fox clan, many female classmates would press their faces against the windows after class, unable to be shooed away. Eventually, the teacher became irritated and installed curtains, which were drawn every time class ended. Shang Xiaomei burst into laughter, thoroughly entertained. Seeing her joy, Hua Ying continued with his jesting. In class, they would often bump into me. I would be jostled 7 or 8 times a day. Eventually, I could bear it no longer and posted a sign forbidding contact. Shang Xiaomei laughed even harder, eagerly asking, and then? I received countless love letters. I would read each one and even correct their spelling mistakes, offering critiques on their writing. Shang Xiaomei laughed until her cheeks hurt. Hua Ying pressed on, eventually. The volume of letters became overwhelming, and I had to impose a limit, accepting only 5 per day. They began to take numbers, and whoever S number was called could submit their letter. Before Hua Ying could finish, Shang Xiaomei was doubled over with laughter, unable to straighten up. His exaggerated tales were clearly meant as jokes, and she listened with amusement. However, as she sat quietly at the door of the guest room, listening to their conversation, Huazi knew that Hua Yang was not exaggerating. Their majestic Fox King was not only immensely popular in the academy, but also the most sought-after male in the renowned Hongxiu alliance. Known for its cultivation of human temperament, Hongzhu, who was trained alongside him, and is now the most cherished Wan Fei of the Dragon Emperor, once faced punishment for developing feelings for the Fox King. Members of the Hongxiu alliance are driven solely by profit, devoid of emotions. Despite enduring numerous trials within the alliance, the Fox King remained emotionally unperturbed, leading many to label him as the most heartless of individuals. Now, as Hua Zi gazed anxiously at Hua Yang's silhouette, she pondered when the Fox King had ever gone to such lengths to win someone's favor. He was recounting his own disconcerting experiences, and with his eloquent tongue, he filled the air with humor, leaving Shang Xiaomei in a drowsy stupor. Before gently carrying her to the bed on the 2nd floor, he lingered by her side, whispering tales from far and wide until she finally succumbed to sleep, allowing him to depart quietly from her bedside. When he had carried Shang Xiaomei upstairs, she had felt warm and her delicate form pressed against him, enveloped in an alluring fragrance, with soft strands of hair entwining around his arm, creating an inexplicable intimacy. Strangely, Hua Yang hesitated to remove her mask or to smooth her hair, even avoiding lingering too long near her. His restless heart and heated body warned him to distance himself from this perilous figure as much as possible. Chapter 39. A hand slipped beneath the garment. Hua Yang stealthily descended the stairs, but was promptly intercepted by Hua Zi at the staircase. With a face full of concern, she inquired, "Your Majesty, have you developed feelings for the mysterious lady?" "Absolutely not," Hua Yang vehemently denied. Yet, Hua Zi was not convinced by his response, noting, "But your concern for her is evident, and you even jest about matters that once vexed you." Hua Yang furrowed his brow slightly but maintained his composure as he explained, "I do these things to win her over. As long as she lives, she remains my responsibility, and I must devote my attention to her." "Is that so?" Hua Zi replied, half convinced, ultimately allowing herself to be swayed by Hua Yang's words. The following day, Shang Xiaomei did not rise until noon. She felt dizzy and weak, and upon sitting up, warmth flooded her nostrils as a stream of blood flowed from them. She hastily dabbed at her nose. Her hands quickly stained crimson. The nosebleed was severe, and panic surged within her as she pressed tissue against her nostrils, only to see it soaked through in moments. In silent contemplation, she wondered if this incessant bleeding could lead to her demise. What a tragic fate that would be. Soon, the trash bin beside her bed overflowed with bloodied tissues. Perhaps due to the excessive blood loss, the system suddenly notified her that her health bar had plummeted to 1. Staring blankly at the ominous red number, she felt as helpless as someone staring at their phone battery dwindling to its last percentage without a charger in sight. Never had she felt death so close. Perhaps today, tomorrow, or the day after, each passing day could herald her end. Furthermore, the health bar, akin to a phone's battery, would not remain stable simply by activating a low health mode. As time wore on, that meager health would eventually be depleted, and regardless of her actions, death would be inevitable. Shang Xiaomei wobbled to her feet, and a flurry of bizarre thoughts invaded her mind. Like a bear preparing for hibernation, she began to consider what attire and hairstyle she would don for her final farewell. Just as the elderly prepare their burial garments, she too resolved to find a beautiful dress, stifling her nose and rummaging through her belongings until she unearthed a stunning gown. She even curled her hair meticulously. Due to her blood loss, her complexion was notably pale, yet she applied vibrant makeup, accentuating her cheeks to appear lively. Additionally, she adorned herself with her most cherished and valuable jewelry, including a tiara encrusted with diamonds. She intended to depart with dignity. Once attired, the nosebleed finally ceased. Supporting herself against the staircase, she descended slowly, where Hua Zi awaited her at the bottom. As she opened the door, she found not only the diligent Tian Li but also several other suitors present, dressed in a strapless gown that revealed her creamy shoulders and ample bosom. She captivated the attention of the men, especially Gui Qing, whose stoic facade turned crimson with embarrassment as he cursed his own weakness and discreetly pinched his thigh to avert his gaze. In that moment, GZ lamented having fallen for Hua Yang's tricks, realizing he was no different from Yin Qi. Both had been cast aside by Hua Yang. With beauty at hand yet feeling utterly powerless, they hovered near Shang Xiaomei's door out of concern. Though Gui Qing feigned worry, deep down, he secretly wished for her demise to avenge his father's death. "I'm fine. You may all disperse," she declared, accustomed to their daily vigil at her door. She shooed them away as usual and slowly made her way outside, selecting a sunny spot to serve as her intended resting place. Not wanting to stray far from her cherished abode, she chose a spot adjacent to the villa, feeling satisfied with her decision. With her burial site chosen, all that remained was to procure a satisfactory coffin. As she had activated low health mode, the two-dimensional space was inaccessible. To exchange for items, she had to temporarily disable low health mode. Upon review, she discovered that her exchange tickets had accumulated to over 1,000 in recent days, an astonishingly rapid increase. In pursuit of a coffin she favored, she bravely disabled low health mode, promptly exhausting her tickets to purchase a double coffin. Fearing confinement, she opted for a more spacious model for comfort. After securing the coffin, she reactivated low health mode, for the fear of death is intrinsic to all beings. The mere thought of not being able to gaze upon the azure sky or hear the crashing waves, of savoring delectable food, and instead fading silently into oblivion, caused her to weep uncontrollably. It seemed she was engulfed in sorrow without reason. Yet, what could weigh heavier on one's heart than the imminent approach of death? Just as Shang Xiaomei lay in her coffin, quietly shedding tears, a shadow suddenly loomed above her. "Madam, what are you doing?" Upon opening her eyes, she first beheld a cascade of long hair, silvery blue strands interlaced with exquisite hues, and artistry no modern hairstylist could replicate. As her gaze traveled upward, she was met with captivating raven-hued eyes that ensnared her very soul, finally resting on his plump, crimson lips. It was Hua Yang. After being awestruck on their wedding day, she had never again scrutinized him closely. His beauty was almost otherworldly, lacking in approachability, and with his astuteness, Shang Xiaomei dared not engage him in matters of the heart. Those who played with their emotions would inevitably find themselves facing demise. However, she is on the brink of death. It matters not whether he is intelligent, whether there are ulterior motives, or if his intentions are insincere. If she could indulge in this handsome visage, it would be worth it even in death. Shang Xiaomei's gaze unabashedly fixated on Hua Yang's ruby lips. Standing by the coffin, Hua Yang felt somewhat flustered under her intense scrutiny. Crouched down, Shang Xiaomei weakly turned her head, wanting a clearer view, compelling Hua Yang to lower himself. Obediently, Hua Yang crouched beside her, one hand resting on the edge of the coffin as he leaned in to observe Shang Xiaomei. She noted that his lips were the most luscious and alluring among the 5 men, so full and vibrant, reminiscent of dew-kissed rose petals. And she wondered if a gentle press would make them quiver. A dying person has no shame left. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her hand reached out. Under Hua Yang's bewildered gaze, she pressed her thumb against his lower lip, applying pressure before releasing it. As she anticipated, his lips were indeed soft and supple, a delightful sensation. A mischievous smile crept onto Shang Xiaomei's face, filling her with joy. Her behavior was so audacious, yet her expression was endearing enough to evoke no anger. Like a playful little princess, sweet and soft, eliciting affection. Hua Yang instantly lost his temper, gently inquiring, as if afraid to startle her, "What are you doing in there?" Shang Xiaomei replied, "I was just testing if it's comfortable." Hua Yang was filled with concern, that ass rather ominous. Shang Xiaomei shook her head. "I feel weak and don't wish to move." "I'll carry you," Hua Yang said, wrapping his arms around her delicate form with ease, lifting her from the coffin. He intended to take her back to the room, but Shang Xiaomei warned him in a tone laced with danger, "Do not carry me back. My mind is unclear, and I might do something detrimental to you." Hua Yang feigned shock. "Really? Are you that frightening?" "Of course, I am no saint. Don't scare me. I am a pure and innocent person, and you mustn't think of doing anything bad to me." Shang Xiaomei chuckled at his jest, laughing longer than before. Hua Yang feigned a hurt expression. "Is it that amusing that I'm a good person? Well, you hardly seem to fit the mold of a virtuous individual. Then what do I resemble? A seductress who brings ruin. But I cannot even bring ruin to you." Suddenly, Shang Xiaomei fell silent, her cheeks flushed. When she bickered with Yin Qi and GZ, she could still hold her ground. It was they who blushed and had racing hearts when she teased them. Yet, with Hua Yang, she found herself at a disadvantage in every aspect. This feeling of being led by another's rhythm was quite uncomfortable, leaving her feeling insecure. She could easily discern his thoughts, but Hua Yang's remained a mystery to her. "Madam, your well-being." Hua Yang inexplicably grew concerned for Shang Xiaomei's health. She composed herself, her tone flat. "As you can see, I am nearing death." Hua Yang suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He stood there, foolishly cradling Shang Xiaomei, unsure whether to enter the house or what to do with her. He wished to take her to the seaside, but the winds there were fierce. Fearing she might catch a chill, he wanted to stroll around the island with her, yet worried about jostling her. He considered placing her on the ground but feared she would tire. Holding her delicately, he was afraid of dropping her. Keeping her close felt like a melting treasure. This sentiment aptly described his feelings toward Shang Xiaomei. What should he do next? What would bring her joy? How could he help her recover? She cannot die. He does not want her to die. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and the apprehensive notions at last surfaced. Shang Xiaomei spoke for only a short while before wearily closing her eyes to sleep. Her breaths were so faint that Huayang occasionally placed his fingers beneath her nostrils, checking for signs of life. Suddenly, footsteps approached. It was Ji making his way over. Hand her over to me. Ji glared at Huayang. Typically amiable. Huayang was unwilling to comply, tightly cradling Shang Xiaomei in his arms. Fearing Ji might attempt to take her, he swiftly carried her indoors, shutting the door behind him. Left outside, Ji stared incredulously at the closed door, unable to believe Huayang had dared to act so defiantly. A mere fox beast, who could not fight, had the audacity to refuse him to his face? He truly had no fear of repercussions? In the eyes of other beast clans, the male foxes were akin to ornamental pillows, pleasing to the eye, but of little use. Their lowly status stemmed from their lack of strength compared to other beasts. Even the males of the merfolk could easily overpower a male fox. This was why Ji and his companions, despite knowing Huayang's cleverness, still sought his assistance. They believed themselves stronger. Ji had previously been outsmarted and thought Huayang would never dare to cross him again, yet he could not fathom Huayang's newfound boldness. You're asking for trouble. You better not show your face again. Ji's chest heaved with anger as he punched a nearby old tree, causing it to splinter, while blood trickled from his knuckles. The door remained still. Huayang paid no heed to Ji. He carried Shang Xiaomei upstairs, gently laying her on her grand bed. Huazi followed them up, noting Huayang's tender and careful demeanor toward Shang Xiaomei, and discreetly left the room. At the bedside, Huayang, overwhelmed by fear, held his breath as he reached out to check Shang Xiaomei's breath. Though he feigned calmness, his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Disturbed, Shang Xiaomei suddenly spoke with her eyes still closed. Not dead yet? Huayang quickly withdrew his hand, his heart finally at ease. Shang Xiaomei fluttered her long lashes, wearily opening her eyes to gaze blankly at Huayang. He felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutiny. Madam, do you have feelings for me? Shang Xiaomei abruptly asked without preamble. This question left Huayang, a top member of the Red Sleeve Alliance, at a loss for words. Despite having 100 ways to respond that would surely delight her, he attempted to speak several times but could only manage silence. It seems you do not care for me, Shang Xiaomei said, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she lowered her eyelids, feeling drowsy again. She had briefly thought there was a glimmer of hope for her survival, but now, seeing Huayang unwilling to even lie to her, her last shred of hope dissipated. I do care, Huayang finally managed to utter after she closed her eyes. Shang Xiaomei slowly reopened her eyes, her expression unreadable. She contemplated that regardless of whether his affection was genuine or feigned, she should seize the moment. She did not wish to be a ghostly virgin. That would be too tragic. Such an enticing man, with his collar pulled so high, was he intentionally inviting her to tear it open? Shang Xiaomei's gaze grew bold once more, and this time, she did not merely look, but reached out her hand. The hand delved into the delicate fabric of Huayang's attire. In Chapter 40, The Tainted Huayang, Huayang sat frozen in astonishment, paralyzed by Shang Xiaomei's audacious actions. As Shang Xiaomei's hand slipped beneath the intricate layers of clothing, she anticipated the sensation of smooth skin, yet encountered only the even more elaborate inner garments. The individuals donned multiple layers, making any attempt at mischief an arduous endeavor. With the spectre of death looming, every action seemed justified. Shang Xiaomei showed no inclination to relent, resolutely refusing to compromise her desires. Lady Huayang awkwardly retreated slightly, skillfully evading Shang Xiaomei's relentless grasp. Undeterred, Shang Xiaomei reclined on the bed, inching forward to target Huayang's belt. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, Huayang possessed an elegant stature, the luxurious, glass-like belt cinching his taut waist tightly. The mechanism of that belt remained a mystery. After a futile tug, Shang Xiaomei muttered in frustration, "How is this supposed to be undone?" Huayang hastily protected her waist, saying, "Madam, please do not cause a commotion." Shang Xiaomei replied, "I merely wish to touch your abdominal muscles. I feel as though I am on the verge of death. Surely, you would not deny me such a modest desire, would you?" The fair visage of Huayang flushed a brilliant crimson in an instant. No matter how hard he tried to maintain his composure, anxiety overwhelmed him, rendering him incapable of gazing at the alluring form of Shang Xiaomei, gracefully sprawled upon the bed. He appeared to suffer far more than she did, restless and fidgeting, uncertain of what exactly was causing his distress. "Hurry and unfasten it." Xiaomei gently tapped Huayang's shoulder, her tone playfully fierce. Gazing into Huayang's eyes, one would find no trace of intimidating anger, but rather a playful petulance. With such a delicate and seemingly powerless demeanor, who could she possibly intimidate? The gaze of Huayang lingered upon her, as she reclined in her strapless gown, revealing even more of her alluring décolletage, which undulated enticingly, as though yearning to emerge. The breath of the fox-like figure became unsteady, yet some remained oblivious to the need for restraint. "Madam, I shall take my leave," he declared. "Do you dare?" Xiaomei Shang clung persistently to Huayang's waistband, finally locating the hidden clasp and deftly unfastening it. Flustered, Huayang scrambled to gather his garments. But Xiaomei seized the opportunity to slip her hand beneath the hem of his inner robe, her fingers tracing the contours of his sculpted abdomen with evident satisfaction. "Your physique is unexpectedly exquisite," she murmured, her fingertips gliding over the defined ridges of his abdominal muscles. "No wonder they all adore touching you." Her exploration continued upward, brushing against the firm planes of his pectorals. A mischievous grin curved her lips. "How impressive. Show me, what shade are they?" Xiaomei playfully squeezed Huayang's muscular chest. enchanted by its delightful texture, and pressed her entire palm against it. Yet, her curiosity was not satiated. She abruptly tugged at Huayang's undergarment, eager to glimpse the exquisite contours that she had often heard described. Indeed, a delicate pink hue met her gaze, prompting an audacious remark from her. At that moment, Huayang's face flushed a crimson red, and he helplessly grasped Xiao Mei's wrist to curtail her wandering hands. However, Xiao Mei, incensed, protested, "Let go. I haven't had my fill yet." Huayang's timid refusals did little to deter her. With a gaze full of longing, she implored, "I feel as though I might perish." The weight of her words was profound, causing Huayang's grip to loosen, allowing Xiao Mei to reclaim her hand and once again press it against his alluring chest. Reluctantly, Huayang yielded, gritting his teeth as he endured Xiao Mei's playful exploration, resembling a toy that possessed a will of its own, devoid of any desire to resist its master. It was only when her hands began to wander lower that Huayang, in a state of alarm, seized Xiao Mei's hand anew. "No," he stammered, his cheeks aflame. "I cannot allow this." Xiao Mei sighed with wistfulness. "If you won't let me touch, surely you can grant me a kiss?" Huayang stared at her in disbelief. If touching was prohibited, could kissing still be allowed? These two matters are increasingly excessive. I merely wish to gently graze my lips against him, which is hardly impertinent. Xiao Mei swayed Huayang's wrist, speaking softly to implore him. Though Huayang's mind knew he ought not to acquiesce, his lips found themselves incapable of uttering a refusal. Xiao Mei tugged at his hand, drawing him down, and as he lowered himself, she wrapped her arms around his neck, unwilling to release him. Huayang's garments hung loosely, the lapels cascading down at his sides, leaving his bare upper body exposed before Xiao Mei. She pulled him down a little further, and at that moment, Huayang's lips were tightly pressed together, akin to a meditative monk, his eyes filled with the essence of spring, yet reluctant to succumb to the depths of desire. Reason and longing waged a silent battle, with reason firmly prevailing. Were at any other time, Xiao Mei would surely question her allure. How could it be that despite her overt advances, he remained unmoved? However, at this moment, her mind was utterly devoid of distractions. She simply yearned to touch Huayang. She wished to be a free-spirited seducer. Xiao Mei's soft, moist lips first brushed against Huayang's Adam's apple. In her previous moments spent watching short videos, she had witnessed countless girls kissing boys' throats, leaving her consumed with envy. It turned out that a handsome man's Adam's apple was not only incredibly alluring, but also offered an intoxicating sensation when kissed. At the very moment Xiao Mei's lips met Huayang's throat, an involuntary low moan escaped from him. He immediately bit down on his own lip, desperately suppressing the urge to claim Xiao Mei. Fearless, she continued her descent, kissing her way down Huayang's body, true to her word. Each kiss was brief and without excessive entanglement. Huayang trembled uncontrollably, as if enduring some form of torment, on the verge of losing his composure. Xiao Mei, undeterred, audaciously kissed her way to the very bottom. Huayang suddenly shot upright, turning away and striding toward the door. "I feel as though I'm dying." Xiao Mei lamented sorrowfully from behind him. Huayang halted, rooted to the spot, unable to take another step. "I feel as though I'm dying. I have grown up without ever seeing a man's body, and to perish like this is unacceptable," she uttered with deep melancholy. Slowly, Huayang turned around, disheartened, and asked her, "Is that your only wish?" "Yes, indeed. Let me have a glimpse. Just a fleeting sight will suffice to bring me peace," exclaimed Xiao Mei, her excitement palpable, akin to one unable to temper their impatience. Huayang stood there, at a loss, torn between the desire not to abandon her and the uncertainty of what course of action to take. Was it truly necessary to grant her a view? "Please hurry. I can't hold on much longer," urged Xiao Mei anxiously. With a resigned sigh, Huayang closed his eyes and swiftly removed his outer robe. Noticing the look of discontent on Xiao Mei's face, he steeled himself and took off his inner garment as well. Yet, even in this state, Xiao Mei remained unsatisfied, declaring, "I want to see all of you. I've encountered many boys clad only in their undergarments before. Where have you seen such sights?" Huayang's expression suddenly changed. Filled with a surge of anger, Xiao Mei promptly attempted to explain, it was just a dream. Although Huayang was reluctant to believe her fanciful words, she refrained from confronting her directly. In her frail state, even her anger had to be suppressed. Observing Huayang standing there in a daze, her emotions fluctuating like the weather, Xiao Mei lamented, "I might not survive today. My life is so fleeting, brimming with regrets." Unable to endure her words any longer, Huayang resolved within herself and swiftly discarded her undergarments. Even without a stitch of clothing, her figure was exquisite, more alluring than any European nude sculpture. Xiao Mei gazed intently, her eyes fixated in curiosity, lingering for an extended period, until Huayang's face flushed a deep crimson. Only then did she exclaim, "So that is how it looks. Is this satisfactory now?" Huayang hastily crouched down, attempting to pull his pants back on, when he heard Xiao Mei utter an utterly inappropriate remark. Stunned, he considered pretending he hadn't heard her, but she shamelessly repeated, "Can you indulge me?" Remaining motionless in his crouch, he offered no reply. Xiao Mei murmured to herself, "I don't want to die like this. I want to experience pleasure before I go." After a prolonged silence, she assumed Huayang would not respond, but to her surprise, he spoke. "What I said earlier about liking you is a lie. I am a member of the Red Sleeve Alliance, and I cannot harbor feelings for anyone. His words were devoid of significance to Shang Xiaomei, and she couldn't fathom his reasoning for uttering such nonsense at that moment. Your body may not align with your thoughts. It seems quite responsive, she pointedly remarked. Having observed his reaction, though she had never been with a man, she was well versed in the literature and anime that depicted such scenarios. She understood the signs of anticipation. With wanting in this state, she could not let him escape. Otherwise, she would feel utterly ineffectual. A woman of action. She thought it foolish to remain reserved when death loomed. With a swift motion, she unzipped her gown and let it slide off her shoulders. The atmosphere in the room had grown so heated that it felt as though a potent aphrodisiac hung in the air, rendering even the most rational mind incapable of retreating unscathed. Come here, open your eyes and look at me. Shang Xiaomei lay on the bed, her voice sultry and beguiling as she beckoned Huaying. He kept his gaze averted. Suddenly, she coughed violently, blood spewing forth. Alarmed, Huaying rushed to her side. Madam. Shang Xiaomei seized his neck, blood still staining her lips, and kissed him. This time, Huaying had no opportunity to flee, although he claimed not to like her. Shang Xiaomei had long been aware of his indifference. Yet, facing imminent death, the distinction of affection became inconsequential. All she sought was a fleeting moment of ecstasy. Their lips intertwined, her soft form pinned beneath him, leaving her utterly powerless. In her mind, she mused on the strength of men, feeling her wrist redden beneath his grip. Would she be crushed beneath him? A sudden fear gripped her, awakening a slumbering beast. She now recognized her peril too late. Huaying, perhaps we should stop, she pleaded as the unease washed over her. Yet, with fiery eyes, he bit down on her delicate collarbone, a muffled groan escaping him as he tore through her defenses. Ah! Shang Xiaomei cried out in pain, yet gradually, her voice shifted to breathy gasps of pleasure. The lights in her room burned throughout the night, and her enticing moans echoed until the early hours. The other men, except for Shirley Bai, who was exhausted from the day's exertions, slept soundly. Gui Qing and Ji Zi endured torment until the night wore on. Ji Zi, enraged, smashed all the ornaments in his room, his hands bloodied yet indifferent. Gui Qing, full of youthful fervor, found sleep elusive, and in the dead of night, plunged into the sea, cursing Huaying, the shameless seducer, while dousing himself with water. The next day, as the sun reached its zenith, Shang Xiaomei struggled to open her eyes. Upon seeing the disheveled state of her bed, it took her a moment to recall the events of the previous night. Damn, she gasped, attempting to sit up, only to be struck by a sharp pain in her lower back that forced her back down. Hadn't Huaying held her legs over his shoulders for an eternity? How could she not be sore? Yet, after all that, she was still alive? Astonished, she glanced at her health bar, then again. It was so surreal she rubbed her eyes. She was not mistaken. The bar indeed displayed a full 100. She had resurrected. How could this be? Huaying had claimed not to like her. In disbelief, she questioned herself, yet the evidence was irrefutable. The system would not lie. Thus, Huaying must have been deceiving her. How delightful. Regardless of whether he had lied, Shang Xiaomei felt ecstatic, reveling in the joy of having escaped death. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and her spirits soared higher than the radiant sky. Huaying had vanished, his belongings gone from the room. She felt refreshed, having been cleaned up by him, and the discomfort in her back seemed more bearable. She donned a loose-fitting tracksuit and stepped outside, filled with joy as she twirled in front of her door. Spotting Huaying approaching from a distance, she disregarded the gazes of others and dashed toward him, leaping into his embrace. Huaying, I don't have to die. Thank you so much. She jumped up and planted a kiss on his forehead. He held her waist tightly, his eyes filled with warmth. However, she soon noticed something amiss. Tugging at his collar, she pointed to a bruise beneath his collarbone and asked, What happened to you? I wasn't that rough, was I? Huaying quickly pulled his shirt up, attempting to mislead her. How can you say that? Look at what you've done to me. I remember who was exhausting whom, Shang Xiaomei retorted, insisting she lacked the strength to cause such marks. That night, eager to remove Huaying's clothing and engage in unrestrained activities, she found him resistant to shedding his garments. After much coaxing and a few threats, she finally managed to strip him down, only to discover his body marred by ghastly bruises. What on earth happened? She asked, gently tracing the scars, already suspecting the truth. It was evident he had been beaten, and with deliberate intent, his face had been spared. Chapter 41. Falling for the unattainable Huaying refused to divulge anything. But as he turned to dress, he inadvertently revealed the whip marks across his back. Was it Ji Zi? Shang Xiaomei quickly deduced, realizing that only Ji Zi wielded a whip on the island. The welts on his back, along with the bruises on his arms, legs, and abdomen, clearly indicated that Ji Zi had not only lashed him, but had also pummeled him thoroughly. Why did he strike you? Shang Xiaomei's expression darkened. She had long warned that the inhabitants of the island were forbidden from harming their companions. Ji Zi's actions showed utter disregard for her words. If she did not intervene, allowing them to bully the weak, then Huaying and Huazi would inevitably sink to the bottom of the food chain. And whatever. If she lost her protective skills, would she not also become their prey? Under her persistent questioning, Huaying shook his head, muttering, I don't know why he hit me. Perhaps it was because of last night. How could he not understand the real reason Ji Zi had beaten him? The primary motive was certainly due to his tampering with Ji Zi's medication, with the events of the previous night being a secondary factor. However, he believed Ji Zi would not dare speak the truth and thus attributed all blame to last night's occurrences. since Dusty Island has already welcomed 5 suitors. The lady must certainly find it intolerable for someone like GZ to resort to desperate measures for affection. Indeed, before Shang Xiaomei could finish her words, she stormed out in a fit of rage. Sitting beside Shang Xiaomei's bed, Huang gazed at her swaying silhouette with her dark azure eyes, slowly adjusting her clothing. The striking beauty of her visage was tinged with a newfound gravity, and her eyes deepened with contemplation. Thoughts swirled in her mind as she recalled how Shang Xiaomei had been on the brink of death the previous night, yet today, she appeared vibrant and full of life, throwing herself into Hua Ying's embrace and expressing her gratitude. Gratitude? For what? Was it for her having taken her virginity the night before? Such a reaction was hardly typical for a woman who had lost her first night. Was she thanking herself for saving her? As Huang pondered this, she began to suspect that Shang Xiaomei's sudden illness and miraculous recovery were intimately linked to their encounter. With a mysterious identity and extraordinary skills, Shang Xiaomei's circumstances defied conventional reasoning. If her affliction was merely linked to intimacy, she could easily find a man to prolong her life, given her beauty. Why then? Had she been in such despair when her life hung by a thread? It seemed the matter was far more complex. The man she required must meet certain criteria. What could those criteria be? Hua Ying's thoughts drifted to Yin Qi and Zhi, and then to herself. Previously, Shang Xiaomei had nearly engaged with Yin Qi, only to later settle on Zhi, who almost diverged for her sake. In the presence of the two, Shang Xiaomei exhibited no despair. It was only when neither could consummate their union that her hopelessness emerged. Thus, it appeared Shang Xiaomei's initial intentions were directed solely towards Yin Qi and Zhi, never considering anyone else, including herself. What commonality did Yin Qi and Zhi share that rendered them suitable? And why was she not contemplating her own connection with Gui Qing and Shirley? The answer was painfully obvious. The only distinction between Yin Qi and Zhi and the others was their genuine affection for Shang Xiaomei. It became clear that the man who fulfilled her needs could not only be of age, but must also possess sincere love for her. Upon reaching this conclusion, Huang suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, engulfed by an inexplicable panic. Impossible. He could not possibly harbor genuine feelings for Shang Xiaomei. Like a calamity had befallen her, Huang clutched her head tightly, curling into herself, unwilling to confront the reality. She was terrified. As the most exceptional member of the Red Sleeve Alliance, the teachings of her mentors echoed in her ears. How could she have committed such a grievous error? She understood all too well what sacrifices the Fox clan had made to preserve their lineage and safeguard the ancestral lands. The old Fox King had entrusted her with the throne, recognizing her intellect and emotional detachment. How could she fail so drastically? Huang struck her chest in frustration, wishing she could extract her troublesome heart. What was she to do? How could she face that esteemed individual from the Listening Sky Pavilion? What lay ahead? The last time she had unilaterally altered Zhi's medicine, she had thoroughly offended him. It was one of the most foolish things she had ever done. Such a mistake was one she could not afford to repeat. Yet, how could she control her own heart? Huang dared not dwell further on this. She sat motionless by Shang Xiaomei's bed, her spirits dwindling as she observed the novel objects in the room, lacking the slightest curiosity to investigate. Last night, she had explored Shang Xiaomei's bathing supplies, and while amazed, she had come to realize that Shang Xiaomei was no ordinary person, nor a mere spectre. She resembled an otherworldly visitor, someone who did not belong to this realm. To fall for such a person was akin to surrendering oneself to the unknown, which was precisely what Huang detested: an absence of control. She could not accept the reality of having developed feelings for Shang Xiaomei. While she languished in turmoil within the confines of her room, Shang Xiaomei boldly intruded upon Zhi's quarters. Zhi, come out. As soon as she stepped through the door, she called out furiously. With a splash, Zhi emerged, his long hair cascading, the flickering candlelight casting a tender glow upon him. Even the water droplets rolling off him seemed enchanting. Lady, he said, his brow furrowed, exuding an air of deep grievance. Shang Xiaomei was determined not to be swayed by his pitiable demeanor. She turned away, closing her eyes to suppress the stirrings in her heart, repeating her intentions to herself thrice, before turning back to glare at Zhi, commanding, "You come here." With a flick of his tail, Zhi swiftly reached the shore. As his tail transformed into 2 long legs, standing on the bank, Shang Xiaomei's assertiveness was instantly subdued by his towering height. Standing before him, she felt as diminutive as a rabbit before a wolf. With a cold expression, she lifted her chin and, before he could approach, demanded, "Did you hurt Huang? Did he tell you?" Zhi's face darkened with ire at the mention of Huang. "He did not report to me. I witnessed it myself." "Why did you harm him? Was it because of my intimate encounter with him?" Shang Xiaomei wished to clarify that she had nearly perished the day before, and that now was not the time for disputes over who shared intimacy with whom. Upon hearing her mention intimacy, Zhi's resentment bubbled to the surface. Though the Sea Phoenix clan had prevented him from engaging with Shang Xiaomei, Huang had also played a significant role. He had initially planned to wait until his dealings with the Sea Phoenix clan concluded, regaining his freedom, to be with her. Yet, who could have anticipated that Huang, that despicable vixen, would scheme against him so? "What do you think, lady?" Unable to disclose details about the medicine, Zhi hesitated, deferring the question back to Shang Xiaomei. With a stern expression, she gravely warned him, "If your actions against Hua Ying stemmed from last night, You may direct your ire at me. I alone am responsible for any grievances, and Huang bears no fault. You protect him so? He is of the Fox clan, and his appearance will undoubtedly lead him to join the Red Sleeve Alliance, where no one is virtuous. Before Ji could finish his sentence, Shang Xiaomei interrupted. I know he is a member of the Red Sleeve Alliance. He has already informed me. Then he possesses genuine affection. Ji suddenly fell silent, his heart aching with confusion as he struggled to comprehend why Shang Xiaomei would favor that cunning vixen. Does she not see who is truly sincere and who is feigning affection? Having said all this, there was nothing more to discuss. If you intend to confront Hua Ying because of last night, I hope you will personally apologize to him. If he is willing to forgive you, there may be a chance for reconciliation. Furthermore, you must assure that such an incident will never occur again. What if I refuse? Shang Xiaomei sighed deeply, unable to bear the sorrow etched on Ji's face. Turning her back to him, she declared, if you refuse, Yin Qi serves as your precedent. I will not apologize to him. If you wish to expel me, then break my legs and cast me into the sea, so I may never return to shore. Ji's despairing smile lingered, fixated on Shang Xiaomei's back as he spoke each word with conviction. You, Shang Xiaomei, incensed, turned around to scold him, but was silenced by the tears that cascaded down his face. Tears shed by mermaids transform into pearls, which is indeed a truth. Yet, why are the pearls beneath his feet stained crimson as if weeping blood? We pure-blooded mermaids, once we fall in love, find ourselves unable to turn back. If outsiders wish to abandon a pure-blooded mermaid, the most effective means is to shatter their legs, rendering them forever unable to return to the shore. Forever unable to seek their beloved. This method has been employed by many. My dear, would you consider it? The child inquired once, receiving no reply, and then asked again. Shang Xiaomei found herself at a loss for words. How could she possibly break his legs? Wasn't it he who was putting himself in a predicament? When one errs, they should apologize, yet he preferred to relinquish his limbs rather than admit fault. Child, have you forgotten the rules of the enshrined island? Do you not recall why Yin Qi departed? I once punished Yin Qi for your sake, and today, I shall not let you evade responsibility. I will grant you time to ponder before we continue. If you are a man, you must bear the weight of your actions and not attempt to resolve matters with tears. Shang Xiaomei spoke with an unsettling calmness, her words devoid of any emotion. The child finally conceded, her merciless words leaving him too wounded to continue the argument. He wiped away the traces of tears from his face. His eyes reddened as he watched Shang Xiaomei depart. After she left, he chuckled at his own folly, painfully closed his eyes, and fell backward into the depths of the water. With a splash, his body plunged heavily into the sea, and soon, he was engulfed by the waves. He had believed Shang Xiaomei to be different, yet she was no different from any other female. Before encountering Shang Xiaomei, he had met another extraordinary woman, the Mermaid Queen. Ye Tianyin, a descendant of both mermaids and sea phoenixes, had never been accepted by either her kind or the sea phoenix tribe due to her mixed blood. She faced ostracism from both groups throughout her childhood, yet she never abandoned her identity. Not only did she secretly learn the sea phoenix's arcane arts, but she also allied with islanders and ultimately united all the mixed-blood mermaids to form a formidable mermaid army, subjugating the pure-blooded mermaid tribes and becoming the reigning queen of the Songming Sea. It was she who made others realize that impure bloodlines could be advantageous for mermaids, granting them the benefits of both lineages. For instance, the mermaid queen could transform her tail into legs and sprout wings to soar through the skies. Unlike those of the sea phoenix tribe, she had a fixed identity from a young age, unencumbered by the need to conform to anyone else's desires. Nor did she lose herself in infatuation. However, despite her strength, she relied on the power of the sea phoenix tribe and islanders to contest for greater dominion over the seas against the dragon beast royal family. The child, favored by her, became a general under her command. Yet, he soon realized that the mermaid queen regarded pure-blooded mermaids not as kin but as commodities to barter with outsiders for profit. Her disdain for pure-blooded mermaids stemmed not only from her own childhood experiences of exclusion, but also from their ignorance and romantic folly. Despite his outward disdain for his kin, the child could not bear to abandon them. Aside from the irredeemably pure-blooded Qingli, he had clear-headed peers like Lan Yu and Ly whom he sought to protect. He had long been in search of someone who could offer them refuge. Before arriving at the enshrined island, the Sea Phoenix tribe approached him with a proposition. If he divulged the secrets of the enshrined island, they would safeguard his kin. The task assigned by the Mermaid Queen was also to relay the secrets of the enshrined island. He found himself serving two masters, and the Mermaid Queen lavished her favor upon him, promising him the position of royal consort upon his triumphant return. Yet, a mishap occurred. He had never felt attraction toward the Mermaid Queen. Why then did he fall for Shang Xiaomei? However, upon reflection, he realized that the Mermaid Queen was willing to sacrifice her kin for power, treating pure-blooded mermaids as mere goods to be sold to outsiders. Shang Xiaomei, on the other hand, had committed no wrong. The Mermaid Queen sought to win him over with promises of the royal consort position, while Shang Xiaomei had offered him nothing as bait. Did she comprehend that mermaids loathe bait? Once, he could return to the ocean and forget all troubles. Yet now, he found himself unable to calm his restless thoughts. No matter how he pondered, he felt that the Mermaid Queen's promises held greater allure. While Shang Xiaomei had offered him nothing in return, he ought to fall for the Mermaid Queen instead. Moreover, the Queen had declared him her most beloved. The The child scoffed, surfacing suddenly from the depths. What sort of female would gift her most cherished man to another woman? Chapter 42, pressed against the window after much contemplation. The child reluctantly acknowledged that his affection for Shang Xiaomei was well-founded. She possessed one crucial trait that Ye Tianyin lacked, kindness. Without her, he would never have rescued Lan Yu and Ly, who had been betrayed by Ye Tianyin. She had harmed no one in pursuit of her ambitions. When she established her rules, she showed no favoritism. As she stated, when Yin Qi harmed her, she expelled him, and now that he had harmed Huayang, Shang Xiaomei would not spare him either. Yin Qi's expulsion was a result of their machinations. Now, as he attacked Huayang, it was driven by personal vendetta. No one was innocent. Everyone deserved their fate. Yet the cunning vixen had proven too shrewd for them to outmaneuver. Ultimately, the lady had committed no wrongdoing. After much deliberation, the child successfully persuaded himself. He was not devoid of intellect, nor did he wish to meet the same fate as Yin Qi. However, he could not bring himself to apologize to Huayang, an act that would betray his true feelings. Thus, he opted for another method to soften Shang Xiaomei's heart. He stepped outside, approached her door, and knelt upon the grass before her abode. Whether it was a ruse or a plea, regardless of others' opinions, he was willing to kneel for 3 days and nights if it meant winning her compassion. Meanwhile, Shang Xiaomei, back on the second floor, was seething with anger at the child's obstinacy and lamenting to Huayang. That child, when Yin Qi had administered the drug, I had dealt with him fairly. Yet now, he behaves so, showing no remorse. Huayang replied, the child is not inherently malevolent. He simply cannot accept this moment. My lady, grant him a bit more time. Even I would struggle to accept such a situation. Huayang's words were sincere, and his autumn-like eyes brimmed with deep emotion, seemingly advocating for the child. He subtly expressed his innermost feelings to Shang Xiaomei. He was adept at stirring emotions, and the once ordinary atmosphere shifted dramatically due to his suggestive remarks and glances. Shang Xiaomei gazed at his tall and graceful figure, her hands itching to reach out. Taking a few steps closer, she boldly pressed her hand against Huayang's firm chest, squeezing and kneading. Huayang helplessly grasped her wrist. Her hands were delicate and frail, her waist so soft it seemed it could bend at will. She did not withdraw as he held her wrist, her bosom pressing closely against him. With a gentle sway of her slender waist, she revealed her soft curves unabashedly before Huayang's gaze, her bare feet playfully entwining with his shins. Do you wish to see me dance? Xiaomei's sudden enthusiasm was reminiscent of her days as an idol, where she had learned many flirtatious dances, each movement imbued with fiery passion. Regrettably, she had always performed before an audience of thousands, with rehearsals under constant scrutiny. Despite the sultriness of the choreography, there was a palpable restraint, a fear of genuinely expressing emotion. However, now she could unleash these skills upon Huayang. Observing Huayang's restrained expressions gradually transform into overwhelming desire was an exhilarating triumph for her. The heat of Huayang's breath washed over her face, and his gaze lingered unabashedly on her exquisite curves. With a playful smile, she said, wait for me while I change. When she emerged, clad in black stockings and ultra-short shorts, topped with a form-fitting shirt that accentuated her figure, the perfect ratio of her waist and hips was undeniably alluring. Her rounded hips exuded an irresistible sexual magnetism. Merely standing before Huayang in such attire shattered his composed faade. He felt an overwhelming urge to flee. You plan to dance like that? He stammered, standing frozen. Although he had witnessed many extravagant performances before, none had ever been as scandalous as this. Of course. She pressed play on the music she had long downloaded, the familiar tune that flirtatious streamers often used, and began to sway provocatively in front of Huayang. These dance moves had been validated by millions online, and her rhythm was intoxicatingly sensual. The one-way mirrored glass in her room was only effective during the day. At night, the bright lights obscured the view from outside, making her unaware that her performance was being observed by the envious GZ below and the hidden Gui Qings. Both transfixed by the scene, GZ, unable to contain his rage, tore at the grass beneath him, while Gui Qing, captivated, dropped his sword in frustration, chastising himself for his lack of control. The ensuing events grew increasingly scandalous as Huayang, consumed by desire, pressed Xiaomei against the window, kissing her deeply. Unbeknownst to her, Huayang's eyes caught sight of GZ watching from below, and with a devilish smirk, he shredded her stockings, succumbing to temptation. Though he was no match for GZ in physical prowess, he believed himself slightly more cunning. He had previously resolved not to act foolishly and provoke his rival unnecessarily. Yet, in this moment, he had irrevocably crossed a line with GZ. The latter, kneeling on the grass, glared at the entwined figures in the window, trembling with fury. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his palms, his icy blue eyes igniting with a fiery rage. He vowed to kill Huayang. Gui Qing, too, was tormented by what he had witnessed. Having just slapped himself awake, the provocative scene before him caused his sword to clatter to the ground once more. And he felt an overwhelming, throbbing discomfort. The pure-hearted dragon prince found himself once again plunging into icy waters, desperately splashing his face in an attempt to quell the turmoil within. From that moment on, Xiaomei's sultry gasps and uninhibited movements became a recurring nightmare, haunting him nightly and robbing him of peace. He was a dragon with lofty aspirations, yet he felt as if he had been possessed by a lewd spirit, his thoughts consumed by visions of Xiaomei's uninhibited allure. She was a temptress, A fairy, a wretched creature. He swore to eliminate her. Only then would he find solace. As Gui Qin grappled with his inability to wield his sword, he came to understand the magnitude of his predicament. If this continued, he would forget his own identity, lost in the thrall of that seductress. Meanwhile, Jizi remained kneeling through the night, as Huaying refrained from revealing his presence to Xiaomei. The following morning, when Xiaomei finally spotted Jizi's disheveled figure, she was taken aback to see him so battered and weary from the night's rain. When had he been kneeling there? After washing up, she rushed to the window, startled by his appearance. Huang enveloped her from behind, inhaling her scent and whispering enticingly. I have no idea when he arrived. Xiaomei anxiously inquired. It couldn't have been last night, could it? Recalling the playful antics she had shared with Huang, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at the thought of Jizi witnessing their intimacy. Surely not. I didn't see him last night, Huang replied. His expression unchanging. She sighed in relief. That's a relief. Turning, she planted a passionate kiss on him, murmuring, I'll go check on him. Huang displayed no sign of displeasure, his demeanor always comforting. Go ahead. Do you want me to accompany you? No need, you wash up first. Feel free to use anything in my room. With that, Xiaomei hurried downstairs. Once she departed, Huang approached the table. Fixated on Xiaomei's phone, the most astonishing object he had ever encountered, so extraordinary that he struggled to articulate it. Last night, he had watched Xiaomei manipulate it, filled with bizarre images and animated figures that spoke and sang. It was utterly uncanny, their attire so different from the beastly realm, yet strikingly similar to Xiaomei's. Fearful of what might emerge from the device, he refrained from touching it. However, time was of the essence. Xiaomei had only revealed it the night before. If he didn't decipher its secrets quickly, such an opportunity might not arise again. Gathering his courage, he mimicked Xiaomei's actions, swiping his finger across the screen. The device illuminated, revealing a breathtaking image, far beyond what mere brushstrokes could achieve. Unsure of how to proceed, he touched the screen again, and this time, bizarre symbols appeared alongside a small glowing dot. None of it made sense to him. After several futile attempts, he was met with failure. The screen displaying a message he could not comprehend. He classified the device as a top-secret enigma, vowing to report it to the elders of the ghostly pavilion. Downstairs, Xiaomei donned casual attire, her face obscured by a mask and sunglasses as she approached Jizi. Her extensive concealment was solely due to her embarrassment. Although Huang claimed he hadn't seen Jizi the previous night, one could never be too cautious. Jizi, weary, looked up at her as she approached, her legs hidden beneath loose-fitting pants. Last night, her bent legs and rounded, pert bottom were invaded, leaving her skin flushed. How long have you been kneeling? Xiaomei nearly bit her tongue. The entire night. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaomei wished she could burrow into the ground. This must be social death, right? How could she face her beloved? Stop coughing, you might cough up along. The beloved had changed. He had once spoken to her gently, but now his tone was harsh. Xiaomei understood, truly understood. When did it happen last night? She stubbornly asked, hoping to clarify. Although the beloved was kneeling, his gaze was filled with anger and reproach. You had an intimate encounter last night, and I observed the entire process. Cough, cough, cough. This time, she nearly coughed up her lungs. Did this man not know how to spare each other as feelings? Can you forgive me now? I hit him, and he humiliated me. The beloved asked. Before Xiaomei could respond about the humiliation, he stood up and left, his back straight, never once looking back at her. Her cheeks burned with shame, and she dared not pursue him for clarification. The boldness she had felt last night was now replaced with profound guilt. As for the humiliation the beloved mentioned, she had asked Huayong, who had clearly stated he had not seen the beloved last night. How could it be humiliation? Did the beloved mistakenly believe Huang had seen him and misunderstood? Could it be so? Xiaomei could not be certain. The thoughts of these men were elusive. Despite her best efforts to understand, she found it difficult to decipher. If Huang had been lost in passion with her last night, only to use it to humiliate the beloved, that would be truly terrifying. And what should be done about the beloved now? Must the incident of him hitting Huang conclude so inexplicably? Xiaomei felt like a lawbreaker unable to speak in front of the beloved. She covered her face and rushed back to her room, upstairs, and cautiously asked Huang, I don't doubt you. I just want to confirm you really didn't see the beloved last night? Huang's expression remained unchanged. His eyes filled with just the right amount of confusion and bewilderment. No, why? Nothing much. It seems the beloved misunderstood. What did he misunderstand? He thought you saw him last night and intentionally humiliated him. Huang feigned realization. He was kneeling outside last night? Yes, Xiaomei saw no flaws. With Huang's acting skills, even if the King of Heaven were present, he would not reveal any hint. In her mind, she had already dismissed the incident as a misunderstanding. Now, the task was to persuade Huayong to forgive the beloved. Huayong, I know the beloved was wrong to hit you. I should seek justice for you. However, the beloved knelt all night and witnessed our moment. He assumed we were deliberately humiliating him, which for him was more embarrassing than being hit. Xiaomei stammered, attempting to persuade Huayong to forgive the beloved, thinking he would not easily agree. Unfortunately, she did not understand that Huayong's guiding principle was his attitude. Since he had softened, Huayong would not hold on to the matter any longer. Madam, I'm fine as long as you understand my grievances. I can endure any hardships. Chapter 43, The Fox's Deception. Suddenly, Shang Xiaomei felt a pang of guilt. Rest assured, I will never let you suffer any grievances again. I trust you. Huiyang was easily appeased, flashing a sweet smile and even offering to help Shang Xiaomei with her laundry. Shang Xiaomei stopped him. My clothes don't need to be hand-washed. Huiyang looked puzzled. Not hand-washed? Foot-washed? Ha. Shang Xiaomei burst into laughter at a serious joke. She took Huiyang's hand and led him to the washing machine, placing their dirty clothes inside before starting it up. Huiyang stared in wonder at the running washing machine. Stammering, what is this? A washing machine used specifically for washing clothes. It's convenient. This model even has a drying function. So the clothes can be worn immediately after washing, Shang Xiaomei explained. The more Huiyang listened, the wider his eyes grew, and he asked incredulously, can it really dry the clothes? Yes, Shang Xiaomei replied with a smile. Amazing. Huiyang sat down in front of the machine, fixated on its operation. Seeing him so curious, Shang Xiaomei was unsure whether to laugh or not. She composed herself and, using a token in the dimensional space, exchanged for instant milk tea, preparing a cup of coconut milk tea for Huiyang. Huiyang held the milk tea, marveling, why is this beautiful cup soft? Shang Xiaomei explained, because it's made of paper. Made of paper? Huiyang's enchanting fox-like eyes widened again, his pupils bright. How can paper be made into a cup? Paper can't touch water. It can be processed. Shang Xiaomei replied, preparing herself a cup of milk tea, raising it to clink with Huiyang's cup, then bringing the straw to her lips for a gentle sip. Go ahead, drink up. The temperature is just right, not hot at all. Yet Huiyang remained fixated on the paper cup issue. Why use paper for cups? Is a paper cup better than a ceramic cup? Not better, but more hygienic. Paper cups are disposable. Once used, they are thrown away. Ceramic cups are certainly better, but they must be washed after each use, which is cumbersome. Shang Xiaomei earnestly explained the differences between the two types of cups. The more Huiyang listened, the tighter his brow furrowed. Such a beautiful cup. And it can only be used once? What a waste. Shang Xiaomei smiled silently, watching with interest as Huiyang turned the cup in his hands, inspecting it from every angle. He even opened the lid to study the cover and straw, sipping the milk tea slowly, as if savoring some exquisite tea. His current demeanor appeared carefree, his gaze clear, and his expression pure, resembling a stunning yet vacuous doll, devoid of any guile. Shang Xiaomei refrained from mentioning the red sleeve alliance in front of him, as his proactive honesty and sincerity towards her fostered her trust. He had given his heart to her, and she would reciprocate with sincerity. With their physical intimacy, the bond between Shang Xiaomei and Huiyang deepened, resembling a honeymoon phase filled with affection. The beloved, unwilling to witness their fondness, spent his days submerged in the sea, avoiding them. Gui Qing also often kept his distance. Shirley was even busier, barely making an appearance. The last time Shang Xiaomei fell ill, he worried for 2 days. But his way of caring was to check with other husbands about her condition during his busy farming hours. Upon hearing she had recovered, he returned to the fields, working tirelessly even at night. After some time apart, the vegetables he had planted flourished abundantly, and the rice grew promisingly. In a few months, he would harvest the first batch of rice. Once the vegetables ripened, Shirley would rise before dawn each day to pick fresh produce for Shang Xiaomei. He acted like a neighbor living next to her, always thinking of her first when he had something good to share. Each time he brought her vegetables, he would not enter her home, carefully placing the produce in a basket at her doorstep. He then shouted up to the floor above, "Sister, I've picked some vegetables for you and left them at your door. Remember to eat them." His voice was loud and boisterous, revealing his rough and hearty nature. Each time, Shang Xiaomei would be startled awake, unable to muster any anger, and would respond from her bed, "All right, thank you." Shirley would then leave with satisfaction. Occasionally, when they crossed paths outside, he would hurriedly chat with Shang Xiaomei, asking, "Sister, do you have seeds for peas, broad beans, or cowpeas?" "Yes, sister, my vegetables have pests. Is there any way to eliminate them?" "There is pesticide." "Sister, I need fertilizer. Do you have any?" "Stop. I'll get you fertilizer." Shang Xiaomei wished she could shut his mouth and open his eyes. How could he not see the beauty of a maiden standing before him? The thought of providing him with fertilizer was utterly beyond her. In truth, Shirley was not oblivious to Shang Xiaomei's transformation. He had seen her in casual attire, but he had yet to see her face. Whenever he encountered her in casual dress and a mask, he assumed she was a subordinate of a spectre. It was entirely reasonable for a spectre to have a capable aide, he thought. However, as time passed, Shang Xiaomei donned the guise of the spectre less frequently, and Shirley thought little of it, believing she was simply out on a mission. His own days were filled with busyness, more so than Shang Xiaomei's, which led him to become the island's most uncomplicated individual, steering clear of the tumult of interpersonal conflicts. Aside from Shang Xiaomei, he paid little heed to the island's inhabitants and never shared the vegetables he cultivated with Gui Qing and the others. If he had surplus produce, he would pickle it or dry it, planning to bring it back to the wolf clan for his siblings and kin to enjoy. Shirley was unpretentious and led a simple life. Jizi, Gui Qing, and Huiying, however, were his polar opposites. The three harbored secrets unknown to others. For the moment, Huiying and Gui Qing faced no risk of exposure, but Jizi was different. It seemed that the Songming Sea was recently displeased with his actions. The previously agreed means of communication had been unilaterally breached by the Merman Emperor's people, who refused to use the conch to communicate and instead approached the sealed island, forcing GZ to reveal himself. He had not anticipated their audacity and, in a fit of anger late at night, sought them out. The individuals who arrived were none other than Qiu Wuji, the leader of Xintong Bay, and Xuan, the most trusted female official of the Merman Emperor. The Songming Sea was rife with various factions, all nominally under the Merman Emperor's rule, yet they were often in competition or even at odds with one another. The Mermen of Xintong Bay had diluted bloodlines. In the past, they would have been considered lower-class citizens in front of Chunyuji. However, since the Merman Emperor's control over the entire Songming Sea, their status had risen to that of pure-blood mermen, and under the Emperor's indulgence, they had even grown more arrogant and haughty than their pure-blood counterparts. The most audacious among them was Qiu Wuji, who was constantly compared to Chunyuji by the people of Songming Sea. Chunyuji was a youthful general of renown, commanding the great army of Yanba Gorge, and had once single-handedly slain a rampaging dragon beast. Qiu Wuji, unable to kill a dragon beast himself, spread rumors that the dragon she had slain was merely an aging old dragon, and that even if she had not intervened, the old dragon was nearing death. He also claimed that the military strength of Yanba Gorge was not significantly superior to his own forces in Xintong Bay, despite Yanba Gorge's army being recognized by the Merman Emperor as the strongest among the Merman tribe, stationed at the treacherous Yanba Gorge to prevent dragon beasts from invading the Songming Sea. In Qiu Wuji's words, the valiant soldiers of Yanba Gorge were reduced to mere pretenders of courage. The defamatory rumors about the Yanba Gorge army were well known throughout the Songming Sea, and GZ could not possibly be unaware of them, yet he felt powerless to act. He understood that this was a tactic employed by the Merman Emperor to suppress his influence, deliberately supporting Qiu Wuji to weaken his power and stature. He comprehended the art of imperial manipulation, and thus he could not resist, merely allowing Qiu Wuji to prance around him like a foolish clown. Recently, GZ had been in a foul mood, and at that moment, he felt a surge of anger. With a fierce flick of the fish spine whip, he strode toward Qiu Wuji and his entourage, his expression dark. "What brings you here? What if your recklessness exposes my whereabouts?" He coldly queried Xuan, unwilling to even spare a glance for Qiu Wuji. However, Qiu Wuji did not wait for Xuan to respond and arrogantly interjected, "Do you think you're that important? We can gather information about the spectre without you." His arrogance was palpable, showing no respect for Xuan, the trusted aide of the Merman Emperor. He stood in front of her, treating her like a servant and interrupting her. Xuan had followed the Merman Emperor for many years and was exceptionally astute, revealing no sign of displeasure at that moment. GZ shifted his gaze to Qiu Wuji. "What do you mean by that? Chunyuji, stop pretending. We know exactly what you've been doing in the spectre domain. We are here to hold you accountable for your crimes." As soon as Qiu Wuji's words fell, numerous Merman soldiers emerged from the previously empty deck, brandishing glinting blades and moving heavily toward GZ. "My crimes? What crimes have I committed?" GZ asked, bewildered, though his mind raced, pondering whether Qiu Wuji had planted more spies on the sealed island. Yet, aside from Huazi, no one else had appeared on the sealed island. So where had they obtained their information? "You first colluded with the Haifeng tribe, then planned to betray His Majesty and ally with the spectre, nearly causing a rift for the spectre. Each of these offenses is enough to sentence you to death." Qiu Wuji smirked, relishing GZ's predicament. Signaling his subordinates to seize him, GZ was unwilling to fall into their hands. He wielded his fish spine whip, striking with precision and speed like a thunderclap, sending the Merman soldiers tumbling into the sea. "Chunyuji, how dare you betray His Majesty? Confess your crimes." Qiu Wuji, emboldened by the Merman Emperor's authority, barked orders at GZ. However, GZ turned a deaf ear, swinging his whip even faster and with greater force, causing the Merman soldiers he struck to scream in agony, none able to approach him. Xuan stood by silently, allowing the standoff to continue. GZ quickly assessed the situation in his mind, since Qiu Wuji could bring Xuan to confront him. It indicated that he had already informed the Merman Emperor of what he knew, regardless of how he learned about the sealed island's affairs. It confirmed that there were indeed spies he had planted on the island. However, Xuan's neutral stance suggested that the Merman Emperor had yet to make a definitive statement regarding whether she believed Qiu Wuji or him. Having analyzed the current situation, GZ swiftly devised a countermeasure. "Qiu Wuji, the spectre domain is perilous and intricate. I have spent considerable time there and have yet to uncover its secrets. How dare you mislead His Majesty? What malicious intent do you harbor?" Qiu Wuji, undeterred by GZ's words, retorted firmly, "My sources are absolutely reliable. The spectre domain is nothing but a paper tiger. Aside from a peculiar house, there is nothing to fear. Do you still intend to deceive His Majesty?" GZ felt an ominous premonition rise within him as he pondered, who exactly conveyed such information to you? Do you dare to propagate hearsay? You know best whether I have misrepresented the truth, do you not? Qiu Wuji, feeling confident that he has grasped the weakness of the youth, no longer regards him with any respect. At this moment, Xuan finally spoke. "General Chunyu, the confidential information you have relayed in recent days diverges significantly from the intelligence gathered by General Qiu Wuji. His Majesty has sent me to inquire. Have you truly betrayed the Emperor?" "I have not. My loyalty to His Majesty is unwavering, as the heavens can attest." The youth fervently denied. You depict the ghostly abyss as perilous and portray the specters as possessing omnipotent capabilities. However, General Chiowuji's informants have informed His Majesty that the spectre is merely a frail woman, incapable of any action. They assert that the ghostly abyss is not dangerous at all. Rather, it is you who, through negligence, has been preoccupied with the spectre, showing her unwarranted affection. Shuayin laid bare all the facts before the youth, awaiting his rebuttal. Even with the youth's commendable mental fortitude, his countenance inevitably shifted. Only those on the island were privy to such details. Who leaked this information? Who provided him with this intelligence? The youth's current concern was not for his own safety, but rather for the identity of the infiltrator sent by Chiowuji and whether they might pose a threat to Shan Xiaomei. So, you acknowledge that General Wuji's assertions hold merit? Shuayin pressed, refraining from directly answering the youth's question. What he speaks of is merely superficial. The specter's tricks are of no consequence to us. Chiowuji suddenly interrupted the youth with a loud exclamation. I told you, what you have uncovered is but a facade. The youth glared at Chiowuji, grinding his teeth as he retorted, to be fair, how strong is Shan Xiaomei really? What background does she hail from? Even after so long on Dusty Island, I have been unable to ascertain the truth. Chiowuji, in his eagerness to gain favor before the Sea King, was willing to sully his own name, yet he dared to underestimate the spectre? Are you so protective of her? Are you concerned that we might harm her? Chiowuji dismissed the youth's words, instead steering the conversation toward the relationship between the youth and Shan Xiaomei. This tactic aroused the youth's suspicions. If Chiowuji was so eager to condemn him, why not confront him directly, instead of repeatedly mentioning his wife? The youth would not be foolish enough to admit his feelings for Shan Xiaomei in front of them. Such an admission would imply his betrayal of the Sea King. The only solace he found was in having secretly contacted Chuha of the Haiwan clan, securing 2 pills that could prevent the division of the merfolk. He meticulously guarded against the Sea King. Reflecting on it now, the Sea King's provision of the pills might have been a test. As long as he firmly denied any affection for Shan Xiaomei, he could assert that his intelligence was genuine, no matter how vociferously Chiowuji protested. The Sea King had no reason to accept only his word and doubt him. I am safeguarding the entirety of the Tsangming Sea. The specter's tricks are indeed formidable. Even the full might of the merfolk would be no match for her. The youth steadfastly maintained his stance. Whether or not he currently had confidence in Shan Xiaomei was irrelevant. This was not the time for hesitance. If he were branded a traitor, both he and his kin would face brutal slaughter. The Sea King would not tolerate betrayal. What tricks could be so powerful? The spectre possesses no real strength, merely capable of conjuring a few deceptive illusions. Chiowuji's contempt for the spectre was palpable. As the youth remained unyielding, Chiowuji's impatience began to surface. Do you realize that the entity you disdain could easily obliterate the entire Tsangming Sea? The youth gradually seized the initiative, shifting from being questioned by Chiowuji to interrogating him instead. With sufficient audacity and resolve, either party could emerge victorious in this exchange of conflicting claims. A ruler must not be swayed by partiality. A suspicious figure like the Sea King would never rely solely on one account. The youth believed that as long as he remained resolute, he could navigate this crisis. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sudden entrance of another figure in the cabin. A striking crimson feather crown caught the eye, and enormous wings cascaded like a cloak behind her. Her dark eyes bore a chilling gaze, reminiscent of frost and sharp as a blade. It was the Sea King, Tianxing. She had arrived, but why had she remained hidden at first? The youth broke into a cold sweat. The illustrious Sea King lurking in the shadows was akin to eavesdropping on their conversation. Was she attempting to lower her guard to expose a flaw in him? Your Majesty. The youth, along with Chiowuji, knelt on one knee in deference to the Sea King. Her voice was frosty, yet when her gaze fell upon the youth, it was tinged with warmth. He was the most captivating of the merfolk, and his seemingly innocent appearance could easily transform into an alluring visage with the slightest hint of seduction. The beauty mark on his petal-shaped lower lip only heightened his allure, prompting an irresistible urge to caress or kiss it, curious if the blush of that mark remained unfaded. The Sea King nodded, signaling them to rise. Upon standing, the Sea King's gaze remained fixed upon the youth, evoking a twisted jealousy in Chiowuji. He resented the youth's pure lineage, for only a pure-blood merfolk could possess such exquisite beauty. The youth's indigo hair, ice-blue eyes, and snow-white skin were gifts of the ocean, characteristics that could not be imitated. Those like Chiowuji, with diluted bloodlines, were acutely aware of their inferiority, their appearances far from desirable. Even the Sea King herself bore a mismatched appearance, her red crown resembling a rooster's comb, her black wings trailing on the ground, and her figure was flat with long limbs. While it was true that in the beastly realm, females need not overly concern themselves with beauty, who would not appreciate an attractive opposite sex? The Sea King was too powerful for anyone to dare comment on her looks. Yet, if she were merely an ordinary female, she would never have had the opportunity to captivate over 30 handsome males. On the surface, Chiowuji and his ilk looked down upon pure-blood merfolk, while secretly seeking ways to dye their hair indigo. Alas, no matter how well they dyed it, the original color would soon resurface. Their eye color and skin tone were immutable, leaving no room for alteration. The youth understood that his appearance was an advantage in earning the Sea King's trust. Yet, for reasons unknown, the prowess he once wielded from his looks now seemed to have vanished. When the Sea King gazed at him with possessiveness, he felt an overwhelming aversion. Uncontrollably, he recalled the charming smile and sparkling eyes of Shan Xiaomei, contrasting sharply with the cold, serpentine gaze of the Sea King, leaving him with an unsettling sensation. General Chunyu, you have arrived. The Sea King's demeanor towards the youth was far more amicable than that of Qiu Wuji and Shuiyin. As though she had never doubted him, she allowed Qiu Wuji to assume the role of the antagonist while she herself took on the role of the benevolent figure. The youth was far from naive. He understood that the matter was not unrelated to the Sea King. Without her authorization, Qiu Wuji would not have dared to approach these waters. Your Majesty, the youth bowed once more, clasping his fists in salute. A delicate smile graced the face of Tanyan as she firmly held onto his arm. General Chunyu, do not misunderstand. I brought them here to personally demonstrate that you would never betray me. Her gaze, sharp and scrutinizing, bore down on GZ. Exuding an air of authority even when her demeanor turned brazenly flirtatious, transforming her essence into something more sordid. Perhaps this was merely GZ's personal impression. For Qiu Wuji's eyes remained filled with adoration whenever they fell upon Tanyan. Your Majesty, do you truly distrust me to this extent? Have you even placed other spies within the ghostly abyss? GZ sidestepped Tanyan's hand with a composed demeanor, his tone laced with discontent. This was the advantage of his unparalleled beauty. A sulking beauty was a tantalizing allure for those with lascivious tendencies. True to form, Tanyan showed no signs of anger, instead reveling in GZ's little display of temper. General Chunyu, you misinterpret my intentions. You are the one I trust most in the entire Songming Sea. Why else would I entrust you with such a vital task? And what of General Wuji's actions? Listen to me. General Wuji's information comes solely from the Hongri gang. The Hongri gang? Have they also infiltrated the ghostly abyss with spies? Not spies, but shadows. The shadow master of the Hongri gang, Pa Xing, has dispatched shadow pearls into the ghostly abyss, which transform into shadows that relay all the happenings back to him. Shadows. I see, Jizi responded, realization dawning upon him. Yes, you were on the island, so you were certainly aware of the shadows, Tanyan remarked, as if she were only just grasping Jizi's knowledge of them. Given Qiu Wuji's nature, he would have surely relayed any findings about the shadows to Tanyan long ago. It was evident that she had grown suspicious of Jizi, deliberately bringing others to test him, all while feigning ignorance. Your Majesty, shadows do not lie. The one who lies must be him. Qiu Wuji suddenly interjected, accusing Jizi. Tanyan smiled, attempting to mediate. This matter will be clarified by General Chunyu. She then turned to Jizi and inquired, what say you, General Chunyu? Jizi replied calmly. While shadows do not deceive, they merely observe the surface of things and do not engage in contemplation. You are twisting words to mislead the emperor. Qiu Wuji lost his composure, disregarding basic decorum, pointing an accusatory finger at Jizi. Before Jizi could respond, Tanyan interjected sharply, stand down. You shall not be disrespectful to General Chunyu. Qiu Wuji glared at Jizi with resentment, silenced by Tanyan's command. Having played the benevolent role long enough, Tanyan suddenly inquired. By the way, General Chunyu, do you still have the 5 pills I once gave you to suppress differentiation? Jizi, unfazed, produced the small vial from his pocket, pouring out 5 crimson pills. His expression remained unchanged, yet his heart surged with relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped the trap. He had not been mistaken. These pills were indeed a test set by the Merfolk Emperor. If any were missing, it would signify his wavering resolve against the supernatural. Such cunning was indeed terrifying. See, I told you General Chunyu is steadfast and would not be swayed by the supernatural. Yet, you still doubted. Tanyan placed the blame squarely on Qiu Wuji and his companions. Qiu Wuji seethed with frustration, unable to restrain himself as he reminded Tanyan, Your Majesty, do not forget that he is still working for the Haiwang clan. Whoever the Haiwang clan wishes to find, no one can evade them. Even I must serve them. Surely General Chunyu is also under duress, is he not? Jizi conceded. I appreciate your understanding, Your Majesty. They threatened my life and the lives of the entire Merfolk clan to compel my cooperation. What do they want you to do? Tanyan inquired immediately. Like Your Majesty, they have tasked me with gathering intelligence on the ghostly abyss. And how did you convey this to them? The information I provided to Your Majesty is identical to what I shared with them. 2 copies, not a single difference. Upon hearing this, Tanyan finally nodded, seeming to comprehend that even if Jizi dared to deceive her, he would not risk lying to the Haiwang clan. Wuji, what do you propose we do now? Tanyan feigned trust in Jizi while simultaneously seeking Qiu Wuji's advice. It appeared Qiu Wuji had been waiting for this opportunity, eagerly responding. Our soldiers at Xintong Bay are fully prepared. I, Qiu Wuji, am willing to lead the charge directly into the ghostly abyss. To capture those fiends and present a grand gift to the Haiwang clan. Jizi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Qiu Wuji's intention to invade the hidden island directly. It seemed their visit was merely a ruse to confront him, while their true aim was to assault Hidden Island. Their lengthy discussions, ostensibly to provide him with an opportunity to clear his name, were in fact a ploy to keep him from returning to warn Hidden Island. Clearly, Tanyan had begun to suspect him, and she had no faith in his defenses. She had already resolved to attack Hidden Island. This sensation of being toyed with left Jizi both embarrassed and furious. He understood now why he had never fallen for Tanyan, but rather for Shang Xiaomei. for she possessed a quality that Tanyan lacked: sincerity. She would never present one facade while harboring another, nor would she profess love while plotting his demise. One must not compare. Once, GZ had regarded Tanyan with a modicum of awe, but now he only found her repugnant. Go ahead. If you succeed in capturing the ghostly abyss, it will confirm the accuracy of your intelligence, and I shall promote you to general, granting you command over the army. Tanyan concluded her orders to Chiowuji before shifting her gaze back to GZ. If you fail and misreport military intelligence, you are well aware of the consequences. Her words were directed at GZ, and should Chiowuji effortlessly conquer the ghostly abyss, GZ's fate would surely be lamentable. I shall obey. Chiowuji proudly raised his chin, fully aware that Tanyan's remarks were intended for GZ. Even now, he did not believe he would fail. The merfolk excelled in water warfare. The merfolk legions of Xintong Bay numbered in the hundreds. The ocean was their domain, where they maneuvered with ease and breathed freely. On land, they were swift and agile, rivaling any beast's men. They were also adept in combat techniques, easily capable of engaging in lethal encounters. With so many merfolk soldiers launching an assault on Hidden Island, how could the few inhabitants there hope to withstand them? As GZ envisioned Shang Xiaomei's frail form alongside the meager defenders on the island, concern washed over him. Would they not realize the threat until the merfolk soldiers had already invaded the island? General Chunyu, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Had Tanyan not inquired. GZ himself might not have recognized that he was sweating profusely within mere seconds. I am worried for the safety of so many soldiers from Xintong Bay. Over 300 lives stand on the precipice of oblivion. GZ's pretense was cut short by Chiowuji's interruption. Spare us the act. Who among us does not know you are concerned for the denizens of the ghostly abyss? Chiowuji's remark struck true. Yet as long as GZ refrained from admitting it, none could hold him accountable. Tanyan remained attentively focused on GZ's every move. Despite having experienced the company of over 30 males, she remained unable to shed her infatuation with him. Beauty, indeed, has always led nations astray. Chapter 45, the ladies' might as Chiowuji led the Merman Legion from Xintong Bay to invade the Enshrouded Island. Shang Xiaomei remained deep in slumber. The Enshrouded Island was designated as her safe zone by the system, with a security monitoring system established within a 20-kilometer radius offshore. Any person or object entering the island was subject to thorough system checks. Clearly, Chiowuji's Merman Legion could not bypass the security measures surrounding Enshrouded Island. In her dreams, Shang Xiaomei reveled in boundless vitality, vanquishing the emperor of the islanders beneath her feet. Suddenly, the entire island's security alarm blared a shrill warning, assuming her house was ablaze. She jolted awake, sitting upright in bed. Beside her, Huyang had awoken even earlier. Upon seeing the flickering red lights illuminating the island, his first instinct was to roll over and shield Shang Xiaomei beneath him, an action driven purely by instinct. Only after this reflexive act did he comprehend what he had done. Do not panic. It is nothing, Shang Xiaomei reassured him. Her heart stirred as he held her tightly. It softened her. As if melting away, she gently placed her hand on his arm, patiently soothing his anxiety. My lady, what is happening? Huyang, though entirely composed, could not mask the tension in his voice, startled by the scale of the alert. Someone has triggered the security alarm, Shang Xiaomei stated, deliberately avoiding evasion as she activated her light screen in front of him. It was her first time revealing her light screen before an orc. Entering the system to assess the security threat. Level 1 alarm. Level 1 alarm. The system's warnings flooded the screen as she entered. Quickly, she accessed the alarm page, discovering issues in the waters surrounding Enshrouded Island. The screen displayed a massive horde of large fish advancing towards the island. Accompanied by a system prompt, the system has detected large schools of fish invading Enshrouded Island. Would you like to activate the defense system? Shang Xiaomei's reaction remained subdued as she surveyed the screen, but Huyang was aghast, as if he had encountered a ghost. Despite his typically composed demeanor, he struggled to maintain his calm. My lady, what is this? His finger trembled as he pointed at the screen, betraying his inner turmoil. This is the monitoring feed, Shang Xiaomei explained. It allows us to observe the situation in the sea. Can we see it at all times? Indeed. We can monitor not just the surrounding waters, but every corner of the island as well. Shang Xiaomei's gaze remained fixed on the screen as she contemplated whether to activate the defense system, unaware of the sudden pallor that washed over Huyang's face. In this moment, he began to feel apprehensive, recalling how he, along with Guiqing and Zizi, had been covertly contacting the terrestrial powers behind Shang Xiaomei's back, believing they had remained undetected. Little did they know, everything had been under her watchful eye, with clarity that left no room for denial. Why have I never seen you monitor this before? Huyang inquired, his breath growing unsteady, his guilt surfacing. What is there to see? I am not a guard, constantly staring at the surveillance, Shang Xiaomei replied nonchalantly. The system continuously monitors the security of Enshrouded Island. It is only when the system falters that I have cause for concern. The last incident with the shadow beings was due to a lapse in the system, but shadows, being as small as the shadow pearls, were difficult for the system to detect. Regardless, Shang Xiaomei could not afford to spend her days fixated on surveillance, wasting her time worrying about personal safety. After all, as long as she had vitality, she could not perish. Most security issues did not weigh upon her mind. Now, despite the imminent threat of numerous large fish invading, she found herself hesitating over the option to activate the defense system. Engaging it would cost her 10 vitality points, a considerable expense for her. She pondered whether there might be an alternative method to frighten away these formidable fish without resorting to activating the defense system. As she deliberated, the invading merman legion advanced several hundred meters closer. Hundreds of large fish surged toward Enshrouded Island. "My lady, those orcs are merman soldiers." Huayong pointed at the screen, his finger causing the image to magnify, startling him enough to withdraw his hand. "Yes, I see that too," Shangshame acknowledged. The merman legion was numerous, with significant factional divisions. Although the merman emperor had reclaimed many legions over the years, he had not restructured them. The composition of the legions under his command remained as it had been, and Shan Xiaomei magnified the image, directing her inquiry at Huayong regarding Qiu Wuji. "This orc appears to be their leader. Do you recognize him?" Huayong, familiar with the merman legion, knew that Qiu Wuji was not of pure merman blood but had gained the favor of the merman emperor over the years. Thus, the merman soldiers of the Xintong Bei Legion donned armor bestowed upon them, their weaponry adorned with the insignia of the official military. He dared not feign ignorance before Shang Xiaomei. Instead, he continued to magnify the image, pointing to Qiu Wuji's weapon. "My lady, observe here," he indicated, then pointed to the armor Qiu Wuji wore. "And here, these bear the legitimate insignia of the merman legion. They must be one of the 7 legions reclaimed by the merman emperor." Shang Xiaomei nodded in agreement. "Their numbers are fewer than 1,000. They should belong to one of the coastal legions." Next, Huanong indicated the emblem adorning Qiu Wuji's attire. "My lady, look at this. The golden emblem can only be possessed by the most exceptional generals of the merman clan." As he magnified the emblem further, he continued, "These emblems bear the date of attainment. This one was awarded 2 years ago. The merman clan selects only one most valiant general each year. As far as I know, the most valiant general chosen by the merman clan 2 years ago was Qiu Wuji." Huayong did not explicitly state Qiu Wuji's identity. Instead, he deduced it from the clues at hand. His words and actions could impact the safety of the entire Fox clan, and he dared not recklessly expose his own identity. To Huayong, Shang Xiaomei remained an enigma. Every event surrounding her felt astonishing, although he had invested genuine feelings in her. He could not afford to slacken his vigilance regarding the safety of his kin. Shang Xiaomei harbored no unwarranted suspicions towards him and nodded in understanding. "So it is him. Since it is Qiu Wuji's legion from Xintong Bei, we must annihilate them. They have committed numerous wrongdoings." "Annihilate them?" Huayong glanced at Shang Xiaomei, who was clad in her loose, lazy nightgown, skeptical of her assertion. "How can they be defeated when you have not even left your bed?" "Then it seems we must activate the defense system," Shang Xiaomei declared, moving her finger toward the activation button on the light screen. Above the button, a prompt read, "Activate. Annihilate the invading fish horde. Do not activate. The fish horde will invade your homeland and consume your brains." It sounded akin to a zombie invasion. Shang Xiaomei hesitated no longer and pressed the crimson activation button. Soon, the screen trembled, revealing 2 underwater machine guns and a torpedo remote control. The screen now resembled a fishing game. She could control the weaponry and torpedoes to obliterate the invading merman legion. The underwater machine guns and torpedoes displayed on the screen are indeed real. Shan Xiaomei controls these weapons from the screen, and in the depths of the ocean, machine gunfire rains down upon the vast army of merfolk led by Qiu Wuji. Thus, as Shan Xiaomei's fingers lightly tapped the screen, the pre-positioned underwater machine guns commence their relentless assault on the targets. Chaos erupts within the merfolk ranks on the screen. Blood disperses like mist, staining the waters extensively. The firepower of the machine guns is overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the leading merfolk soldiers are gravely injured and plunge into the inky depths. Qiu Wuji, possessing formidable willpower, drags his wounded form, urging the remaining soldiers to retreat desperately. During their previous advance, they had wisely dispersed, yet under attack, they huddled together in panic. Seizing the opportune moment, Shang Xiaomei decisively activates the torpedo launcher. With a thunderous explosion, the entire Qinfeng Island trembles violently. The remaining merfolk forces of Xintong Bei suffer catastrophic losses from a single torpedo strike, with countless soldiers plummeting into the depths like falling raindrops. Subsequently, a green alert box illuminates the screen. Crisis averted, crisis averted. Yawning, Shang Xiaomei waves her hand, causing the screen to vanish. And she buries her head into the soft pillow, drifting back into slumber. Awakened so early, fatigue overwhelms her. As soon as her head touches the pillow, her eyelids flutter shut. In her hazy consciousness, she senses Huayong has yet to lie down, and with her eyes still closed, she pulls at his arm, urging him to sleep, for all is well now. Huayong, dazed, allows her to pull him back under the covers. Habitually, Shang Xiaomei rests her hand on Huayong's waist, affectionately caressing his abdominal muscles, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Huayong gazes at her delicate arm and exquisite face, feeling a strange sense of fear for the first time. At this moment, he entertains a peculiar thought. Perhaps Shang Xiaomei truly is a supernatural being, albeit one of remarkable beauty. Her extraordinary abilities are profoundly intimidating. Huayong lies rigid on the bed, his sleepiness entirely gone. Upon seeing the scene displayed on the screen, he instantly recognizes Qiu Wuji as the leader of the merfolk army. Though not widely renowned, Qiu Wuji's Xintong Bei forces are a formidable naval contingent, capable of withstanding even the might of dragon beasts. Yet Shang Xiaomei, without stepping out of her room or even leaving her bed, has repelled the Xintong Bay merfolk army. This enigmatic and fearsome power leaves him utterly bewildered. This incident tilts the scales of Huayang's heart. He begins to wonder if the esteemed figure from the Listening Sky Pavilion is, in fact, no match for Shan Xiaomei. Perhaps he can love her more boldly, for she possesses the strength to protect him and his kin. The mere sight of the merfolk soldiers being vanquished on the screen leaves him profoundly shaken. One can only imagine the terror experienced by the witnesses of such an event. In this confrontation, they saw not even a shadow of their foes, they only beheld a few upright columns in the water. As they swam closer, those columns remained unresponsive. But soon, something stirred atop them. Following a series of mechanical sounds, strange objects extended long rods toward them, leading to a devastating assault that would haunt them for a lifetime. The weapons were unlike anything they had ever encountered, and those columns were not any known creatures. Yet they moved with dreadful intent. The bombings were far more terrifying than any earthquake, representing a calamity they could scarcely conceive. In an instant, their comrades fell around them, their bodies erupting in clouds of blood as they sank helplessly into the abyss. The survivors, gripped by fear, had no thoughts of escape. They fled as if pursued by vengeful spirits, knowing that a moment's hesitation would lead to their demise. It was utterly horrifying, surreal, and chilling. Even those who had truly experienced the slaughter could scarcely articulate the terror of such a devastating blow. They resembled fish ensnared in a net. As the fishermen pulled it tight, they were met with a singular path to death. This annihilation was wrought by an overwhelmingly powerful force, one they could not withstand for even a few seconds, leading to their swift defeat. The Xintong Bay army, numbering in the hundreds, went from offense to defeat in a mere span of 10 minutes. Over 300 had set forth towards Chinfeng Island, yet upon their return, fewer than 50 remained, all bearing various injuries. More tragically, not only had their bodies been harmed, but their spirits had sustained irreparable wounds. The fortunate few who survived stammered incoherently, attempting to convey their experience to inquirers. The tale spoke of monstrous might, unmatched power, and a merciless slaughter that ensued in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wuji, with his tail blown off, was paralyzed by fear, trembling amidst the injured soldiers, refusing to emerge despite the calls of the merfolk king's subordinates. When the king, in a fit of rage, kicked him out from the crowd, he fervently bowed towards Chinfeng Island, pleading, "I dare not offend the divine might again." The merfolk king, Watersound, and the juvenile stood in stunned silence. If this defeat were merely a setback for Xiao Wuji, they could deliberate on future strategies. However, the current situation felt like they had invoked divine wrath. A shadow of death hung over each of them. The merfolk king spoke with difficulty, a tremor of fear in her voice. Will she continue to pursue the entire merfolk race? The juvenile, overwhelmed by confusion, momentarily dropped his facade and candidly replied, "She enjoys sleeping in. She won't rise until the sun is high. She should return to sleep now and won't pursue us for the time being." Chapter 46. Why she appears more adorable each time. General Chunyu, could you intercede on our behalf? The merfolk king, who usually looked down upon others, spoke to the juvenile with unprecedented courtesy, her lustful gaze completely vanishing. The juvenile perceived a newfound respect and trepidation within her eyes. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission." The juvenile reined in his thoughts. He must not display any arrogance before the merfolk king. The uncertainties of the world made it unwise to offend any faction. He surmised that with his lady displaying such formidable prowess, the various beast factions eyeing Chinfeng Island would likely retreat for a considerable time. For now, none would dare to intrude upon Chinfeng Island again. "General Chunyu, will your absence arouse her suspicion?" The merfolk king began to fret over this matter. The juvenile inwardly cursed their penchant for trouble, yet lamenting the situation was futile. He would have to face the consequences alone. The merfolk king's interference could complicate matters further, and he replied, "Your Majesty need not worry. I have ways to earn her trust. Does she not seem to hold a certain fondness for you?" The merfolk king exhibited a hint of jealousy. The juvenile sighed in exasperation, thinking that even now, when their lives were at stake, she would concern herself with matters of affection. "Perhaps, but I am not entirely certain." "Then you should return." The merfolk king appeared particularly frustrated, as if she realized that once Chunyu left, he would no longer belong to her. The first time she let him go, she believed that he would return at her beckon. Now she is acutely aware of the formidable power of the spectre. Even if she willingly offered herself as a spy, should the spectre choose to retain someone who would dare utter a word against it? A devastating blow has shattered the dignity and confidence that the Sea King, a figure of myth within the merman tribe, had cultivated over decades. The once mighty spirit of the merman has been crushed, making it nearly impossible to reconstruct. In the final moment before the youth leapt into the Sea King, in a sudden rush, exclaimed, "What about you, General Chunyu? Do you have feelings for her? Would you change for her?" The youth, with his resplendent azure tail, turned to gaze at the Sea King, yet uttered not a word. Before his patience waned, the Sea King added, "I regret it. I should not have sent you to that spectre's lair." The youth remained silent. Whether the Sea King regretted or not was of no concern to him. All he desired was to return, to hasten back to their home. With a swift motion, he plunged into the ocean, his tail propelling him swiftly into the vastness of the sea. The Sea King stood at the bow, watching him depart. As the youth's figure disappeared into the depths, Watersound approached the Sea King, a grave tone in her voice. Your Majesty, with our first battle lost, what shall we do next? The Sea King gazed out at the boundless ocean, sighing. This deep sea has nurtured countless aquatic beings. Ultimately, our merman tribe is only renowned for the beauty of our kin. The truly powerful water beings have long concealed themselves in the ocean's depths. Are you referring to the Sea Phoenix tribe? For millennia, they have been the sovereigns of myriad aquatic beings. The Sea Phoenix commands all water creatures. The sea belongs to them, and none but the Sea Phoenix can dominate these waters. The Sea King continued. The commotion caused by the spectre today may seem like our defeat, yet it is merely the beginning of her nightmare. For the Sea Phoenix has surely set its sights upon her. A cruel smile spread across the Sea King's face, mirrored by Water Sound, who grinned maliciously. The vast and unfathomable depths of the ocean are the most terrifying existence, and the spectre's tricks pale in comparison to the Sea Phoenix. The more brazen she becomes, the more disastrous her end will be. The merman tribe may not handle her, but there are plenty of water beings that can, at the command of the Sea Phoenix. Her lair could be obliterated in an instant. Let us depart, the Sea King commanded, and the dark warship immediately turned its bow towards the other side of the horizon. Soon, the sea regained its tranquility, as if the fierce battle had never occurred. On his journey back to the island, the youth could not suppress his curiosity. He detected the scent of blood in the water and swam to the spot where Autumn had met his demise. It was roughly a dozen miles from the sealed island, appearing no different from other oceanic areas. Having traversed this route countless times, he had never discerned any distinction, given the myriad of perilous creatures in the sea. This place seemed far less dangerous than those. Mermen possess a keen intuition towards hazardous life forms, yet these columns, devoid of life, neither swim nor move, could hardly be deemed a threat. It was like passing through the gates of hell countless times, only to realize their peril for the first time, driven by curiosity. He approached those pillars. They appeared to have grown from the abyss, unfathomably deep. Strangely, they seemed to be capable of stretching. What had truly slain the merman soldiers of autumn? The youth dared not draw too close. Within his line of sight, he swam downward, hoping to glimpse the terrifying weapon. Eventually, he spotted a black object enveloped in a mass of seaweed, resembling a perfectly square box. Gathering his courage, he touched the box, which remained unresponsive. However, above him, a beam of red light suddenly enveloped him. The youth felt a chill run down his spine, akin to being struck by a ray of death, and slowly looked up. There was a peculiar circular object. In its center, a colossal eye, fixated upon him. After scanning him, the circular object deemed him safe and retracted its lens with a crackling sound. The youth, shaken, refrained from further interaction with these strange artifacts. His heart raced violently. The scent of blood in the water seemed even more intense now, as if the slain mermen were watching him from the ocean floor. With a flick of his tail, he hastened towards the sealed island. His absence had only lasted a couple of hours. The island remained as tranquil as ever, and the ambush he had envisioned had not transpired. His lady was not waiting on the shore. Not spotting Shang Xiaomei, he let out a long sigh of relief. However, as he swam back to his chamber, he encountered an unexpected visitor, Gui Qing. Gui Qing exuded an overwhelming aura, commanding respect without anger. Leaning against the wall, he appeared to have waited for quite some time. The outside sky had not yet brightened. If the youth's eyes lacked night vision, he would have been unable to discern his presence upon entering. Where have you been? Gui Qing's golden slit pupils glimmered with menace. The dragon's roar sword gleaming in his arms. His lineage was undoubtedly tied to the dragon beast royal family, and the royals were not individuals the youth dared to offend. For over a millennium, the mermen and dragon beasts had contended for territory, their relations fraught with animosity. The youth certainly did not believe that Gui Qing was here out of concern for him. I merely swam a bit in the ocean. Not daring to offend did not mean he would shy away from deceit. He had no obligation to disclose his whereabouts to Gui Qing. Besides, they were on the sealed island, and no matter how formidable Gui Qing was, he would not dare disregard its regulations. Did you see how those merman soldiers perished? Gui Qing, ever straightforward, directly posed his inquiry. I did not see. If you wish to know, why not go and see for yourself? The youth floated in the water, feigning nonchalance. They were merely merman soldiers. I need not concern myself too much, he added. Yet Gui Qing's words struck sharply in the youth's ears. Had it not been them, it would have certainly been your dragon beastkin seeking their demise. Of course. Our dragon beast tribe has long sought to assault the spectre's lair. This time, we owe you our gratitude. If it were not for you, we would remain oblivious to the dangers lurking within. Gui Qing genuinely expressed his gratitude towards the youth. The youth, enraged, struggled to catch his breath, falling silent. Yet Gui Qing remained curious about the terrifying weapons beneath the sea. You must have seen those weapons. What exactly are they? Why do you not go and see for yourself? I fear exposure. And I do not. You have already been exposed. You know well that she is not foolish. If I were exposed, why would she not seek me out? You know her. She enjoys her slumber. With no further questions yielding answers, Gui Qing stifled a yawn and prepared to leave. As he reached the doorway, the youth suddenly remarked, those weapons possess no life. Yet they can distinguish between enemies and allies, as if they have eyes. It is exceedingly strange. Being lifeless means they know not fear, nor do they retreat. And they cannot be killed. Such foes are the most terrifying. Gui Qing did not turn back, striding out of the youth's chamber. His departing steps slightly heavier than before. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Shang Xiaomei finally awoke. As soon as she opened her eyes, Hua Ying presented a handsome face, offering a warm towel before her. Would you like to wash yourself, or shall I assist you? Shang Xiaomei blinked in surprise. Such attentive service? Indeed, I am willing to serve my little princess. In recent days, Hua Ying had been sleeping beside Shang Xiaomei and watching videos on her phone, clearly having been influenced. Shang Xiaomei's phone was unable to connect to the outside world, limited only to a network controlled by the system. Most of the videos were previously saved, watched countless times. Yet she could not resist revisiting them during moments of boredom. It was only while watching those videos that she could remember where she came from. She feared that one day, she might be engulfed by this world and forget everything from her past. Then help me wash, Shang Xiaomei smiled, leaning her face closer to Hua Ying. He gently placed the warm towel on her face, tenderly wiping her porcelain skin again and again, until a layer of mist covered her visage. Just as she was about to open her eyes, she felt a kiss from Hua Ying on her cheek, the moisture there whisked away by his lips. Is Jizi back? After washing her face and cleansing her hands, Shang Xiaomei remembered her business and looked up at Hua Ying. He selected a long dress embroidered with camellias from the wardrobe and placed it beside her. He has returned. Then ask him to see me. All right, I'll go right away. Hua Ying swiftly descended the stairs, and soon, Shang Xiaomei saw Jizi's figure appear below. After changing her clothes, she followed him downstairs. Jizi's complexion was pale. His eyes reddened, and before Shang Xiaomei could inquire, he spoke with a hint of grievance. You finally remembered me? He preempted her with a playful jab. The events of that night were still fresh in Shang Xiaomei's memory, and she felt a twinge of guilt. Did you just go out? Yes, she asked. And Jizi answered. What were you doing? I went to meet the Sea King. He was surprisingly honest, leaving Shang Xiaomei at a loss for words. What did you meet her for? Though she did not restrict their freedom, she would not prevent Jizi from meeting whoever he wished. However, while you were absent from the island, a legion of sea people invaded Dusty Island. Does the lady suspect me? Jizi countered. Shang Xiaomei was caught off guard by the question, replying awkwardly, I didn't mean it that way. As she struggled to extract more information, Hua Ying interjected. The leader of the sea people was Qiu Wuji, who serves the Sea King. You also serve her, so you are in cahoots. Since Jizi had responded to the Sea King's summons, Hua Ying's assumption of his allegiance was entirely reasonable. Jizi, wishing to avoid unnecessary arguments, gazed steadily at Shang Xiaomei and stated, We were allies before, but we are not now. Why? Do not try to wriggle out of this. Both Shang Xiaomei and Hua Ying spoke in unison. Jizi replied, I have fallen in love with my lady and will only act for her. The Sea King summoned me to be her legitimate husband. Had you lost earlier, I would not have returned. Shang Xiaomei frowned deeply at the implication that the Sea King had designs on Jizi. Yet, something felt amiss. How do you know the Sea King? Finally, she discerned a flaw in his story. Before I entered Dusty Island, I personally selected the most beautiful sea people to act as spies. And I am the one you chose. Jizi's ability to weave truth and deception left no room for contradiction. After hearing this, Shang Xiaomei found herself at a loss for further questions, casting a pleading glance at Hua Ying. Hua Ying regarded Jizi with deep suspicion. What is your status among the sea people? A pureblood sea person of noble lineage, nothing more. Jizi returned Hua Ying's gaze with a hint of menace. Regardless of Hua Ying's intentions, he was unafraid of a mutually destructive confrontation. Hua Ying, sensing the tension, chose not to press further, and Shang Xiaomei found herself lacking other inquiries. Angrily, she warned Jizi, do not leave Dusty Island without my permission in the future. When did you become so concerned about me? Jizi retorted with a hint of melancholy. I have always cared, Shang Xiaomei replied. You know, I hesitated to act earlier because I was worried you might be among those invaders. I feared for your safety. Hua Ying, overhearing, was taken aback. Finally understanding why Shang Xiaomei had been so fixated on the screen before deciding to confront the Sea Legion. It turned out she had been searching for Jizi among them. A wave of jealousy surged within him, despite having claimed a lady's first night. Jizi remained of greater importance in her heart. Is that true? Jizi asked, suddenly dropping his previous demeanor, incredulity in his eyes. Of course it is true. If they had threatened me with you, I wouldn't have known what to do. Shang Xiaomei shot him a reproachful glance. You are not allowed to run off again. Do you hear me? Jizi finally acquiesced. I understand. Thus concluded the intense interrogation that Jizi, Gui Qing, and Hua Ying had anticipated. It was only at the end that they realized Shang Xiaomei had never doubted Jizi. She was merely concerned for his well-being, like a family member. Jizi had worried for nothing. Hua Ying experienced jealousy for the first time. Hidden in the shadows, Gui Qing observed Shang Xiaomei cheerfully descending the stairs, softly questioning Jizi before adopting a stern demeanor that failed to intimidate anyone. She appeared as soft as a little rabbit while attempting to act like a big bad wolf. How could she grow ever more endearing? The more he looked at her, the more he wished to embrace her and tease her playfully. Chapter 47. Gui Qing holds the lady with one arm. Shang Xiaomei disliked solitude. And during this time spent together, she had evidently come to regard Jizi and Gui Qing as her family. Her previous remarks had not been made with much thought. Yet Hua Ying and the others had keenly picked up on the underlying nuances. The matter was overwhelmingly shocking for them, and they were deeply invested in every detail. Now, with ample vitality, Shang Xiaomei felt radiant, believing she had resolved the issue with Xi Zi, and she began to earnestly investigate the Shadow People on Dusty Island. The fact that the Shadow People could successfully evade the island's security monitoring indicated that the Shadow Pearls enabling their transformation were likely brought onto the island by creatures deemed safe by the system. Shang Xiaomei did not conceal her investigation into the Shadow People from anyone. On the contrary, she actively encouraged Gui Qing and the others to join her in the inquiry. The four of them strategized, each selecting a different direction to search for the origins of the Shadow People. Shang Xiaomei chose to head north, where there were vast fields of pear trees. The lush crops basked in sunlight, presenting a scene bursting with life. She hoped to enjoy the pastoral scenery while investigating the origins of the Shadow People, thus opting to go north. She assumed the other three men would, like her, be heading off in different directions. Unfortunately, they did the exact opposite. As soon as Shang Xiaomei set off, Xi Zi and Gui Qing, feigning to head in other directions, quickly circled around to confront Hua Ying, blocking his path midway. Gui Qing moved swiftly, intercepting Hua Ying's path and inquiring, "Did you witness Madame's resounding defeat of the Merman Legion today?" In terms of martial prowess, Hua Ying was no match for Gui Qing. However, endowed with exceptional intelligence, Hua Ying sensed the ominous intent of her interlocutor. Instead of showing any resistance, she responded with remarkable composure, "Indeed, I did. How was she able to perceive such events?" She conjured a transparent panel seemingly out of thin air, a wondrous artifact that revealed the happenings beneath the sea. As Hua Ying spoke, Xi Zi approached from another direction. Moreover, Madame claimed that the panel could also unveil all occurrences on the island. Hua Ying disclosed this crucial secret, hoping to ease the tension in her strained relationship with Xi Zi and Gui Qing, and to brainstorm solutions together in case Madame discovered their communications with the outside world. Does this mean that all our clandestine actions are visible to Madame? Even a formidable beast like Gui Qing broke into a cold sweat at the thought. Absolutely, replied Hua Ying. Xi Zi and Gui Qing exchanged incredulous glances and simultaneously turned to Hua Ying, asking, then why did she not react? Although it seemed that nothing on the island could escape her gaze, she appeared disinterested, not fixating on the panel throughout the day. Upon hearing this, both Xi Zi and Gui Qing simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. What could be the reason? Gui Qing furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend Shang Xiaomei's rationale. Given the existence of such a powerful tool, why did she not utilize it? She mentioned she is not a security guard. Why should she constantly monitor surveillance footage? She further asserted that it was essential to respect everyone's privacy. These new terms, security guard, surveillance footage, privacy, left Gui Qing pondering their meanings, each word a puzzle. Xi Zi was equally perplexed. Both turned to Hua Ying, who, with her superior intellect and first-hand experience of Madame's words, surely had her interpretations. Before they could inquire further, Hua Ying candidly explained, from my understanding, a security guard is akin to a person tasked with guarding. Surveillance footage refers to the images displayed on that panel. As for privacy, it pertains to our personal affairs. While Xi Zi and Gui Qing found her explanations of the first two terms reasonable, the implication of privacy shocked them profoundly. How could someone respect personal matters? What did that entail? She was Madame, the sovereign of the entire Dusty Island. She could act as she pleased. Whether expelling Xi Zi and Gui Qing or executing them was merely a matter of her decree. Yet, she insisted on upholding respect. Respecting others was one thing, but respecting their privacy? Gui Qing and Xi Zi exchanged glances of astonishment, realizing this was indeed something Shang Xiaomei could do. What happened next? What did she do? Xi Zi curiously pressed on, eager to learn how Shang Xiaomei executed her strike. With a mere flick of her finger, peculiar weapons materialized on the screen. Wherever her finger pointed, those weapons unleashed fire. The Merman Legion was caught completely off guard. With each tap on the screen, 2 or 3 Merman soldiers were sunk. Hua Ying recounted the scene she had witnessed in meticulous detail. After all, such events were utterly unfathomable. She had never encountered anything like it before. She had never anticipated that one day she would voluntarily share secrets with her fellow beast kin, solely to glean even the slightest insight into potential solutions. Are you suggesting that she eliminated those Merman soldiers without even leaving her room? Gui Qi asked incredulously. Indeed, she did not even rise from her bed. With just a flick of her fingers, the Merman soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Had she desired, she could have effortlessly annihilated them all. Both Xi Zi and Gui Qing were left speechless. After a considerable pause, Xi Zi finally inquired, did she ascertain your presence among the Merman Legion solely by observing the panel? Yes, she initially refrained from firing, instead searching for your figure, Hua Ying replied, seemingly unperturbed by the revelation. Xi Zi and Gui Qing began to grasp the unfolding events. Despite only hearing Hua Ying's account, they were equally shaken by her reactions. This was their first genuine encounter with Shang Xiaomei's enigmatic and terrifying nature since arriving on the island. She truly possessed an angelic visage, yet her strength was as fearsome as that of Yama. You must depart at once. Our gathering cannot be known to her. She has expressed her trust in us, Hua Ying urged, evidently anxious to avoid attracting unwarranted attention. After ensuring the matter was clearly conveyed, she hurriedly took her leave. Xi Zi and Gui Qing followed suit, retracing their steps. Meanwhile, Shang Xiaomei remained oblivious to this encounter, feeling somewhat apprehensive. She diligently observed every creature on the island from a distance: crabs, seagulls, wild boars, none of which seemed connected to Ingzhu. Since Shirley's arrival on the island, he had been engrossed in agricultural tasks, leading her to speculate whether Ingzhu was linked to him, given his daily comings and goings, shrouded in mystery. With this thought in mind, Shan Xiaomei could not resist approaching Shirley's work area. Shirley, hoeing the fields, was bare-chested, clad in loose-fitting lantern pants that tightly cinched at his lean waist, his long legs strong and well-defined, and his pert backside noticeable. His silver-haired wolf tail was tied up in a small bun at the back of his head, the strands slightly long, partially obscuring his chilling gaze. Shan Xiaomei had heard numerous stories about farmers and seen many illustrations of them in books, yet she had never encountered such a young and strikingly handsome farmer as Shirley. The scene before her felt incongruous, akin to witnessing an international supermodel tilling the soil. However, Shirley's focused dedication to his task rendered the spectacle somewhat ordinary. It felt almost wasteful to have such a handsome man laboring in the fields. With this thought, Shan Xiaomei approached him. As soon as she stepped into the field, Shirley noticed her presence and turned to her with evident displeasure, stating, "You've trampled on my vegetable patch." "Oh, my apologies," Shan Xiaomei responded, dressed in her everyday attire, devoid of any disguise. It was her first experience being so candidly rebuked by a man. She quickly retreated to the edge of the field. When she attempted to say something further, she noticed Shirley had returned to his task, seemingly disinterested in continuing their conversation. Feeling uncharacteristically ignored by a man for the first time, Shan Xiaomei hesitated, unwilling to leave without resolution. Taking a deep breath, she walked along the edge of the field until she stood before Shirley, adopting a businesslike tone to inquire, "Are you aware of the shadowy figures? They have proliferated on the island, and we must trace their origins." To her surprise, before she could extract the answer she sought, Shirley countered with a question that left her momentarily speechless. "You are one of the subordinates of the eldest sister, are you not? What is your name?" "I am Mei Xiaoshang," she replied with a resigned smile, bemused by how absorbed he seemed in his agricultural pursuits, utterly oblivious to the happenings on the island. When had she acquired any subordinates? She was completely unaware. "In fact, I have long been aware of the situation regarding the shadowy figures. I simply have been too busy these past few days to inform the eldest sister." Shirley finally paused his work, leaning on his hoe as he addressed Shan Xiaomei. Xiaomei's eyes widened suddenly. "What do you mean?" "When I was composting, I collected bird droppings by the seaside. Recently, I discovered some strange beads within those droppings. Initially, I paid no mind to them, until one night, I saw the beads ignite in the darkness, and a shadowy figure appeared amidst the flames. And then, I was startled at that moment. The figure was holding a knife. Without a second thought, I grabbed the nearby compost bucket and splashed the contents towards the figure." Xiaomei chuckled softly. "I didn't expect it to be effective." That splash extinguished the flames, and the figure vanished. Xiaomei nodded. "The figures appear in the light of the fire, and once the light is extinguished, they disappear." I pondered. Those beads must have been brought by the birds from the seaside. Shirley was not without intellect. His analytical skills were quite sharp. He simply devoted all his time and energy to farming. "You're right. It must be so," Xiaomei exclaimed, feeling enlightened. She had been contemplating how the shadow beads arrived on Dusty Island. Although she had considered that Pu Sheng might have utilized birds to bring the shadow beads to the island, she never thought they were ingested and expelled in such a manner. To her surprise, a question that had troubled her for days was resolved so simply. Xiaomei, unable to hide her joy, said to Shirley, "You truly are my lucky star." The honest Shirley replied bashfully, "I just happen to know. When you tell your sister about this, don't forget to ask her if I can return to see my younger siblings after the autumn harvest." Xiaomei countered, "Why don't you ask her yourself? It's been a while since I last saw her. Haven't you been handling affairs on the island all this time?" Shirley scratched his head, responding earnestly. Xiaomei wanted to ask him if he couldn't recognize her voice, but then remembered that when she first encountered Shirley, she was entirely disguised in a ghostly attire, which obscured her face and likely altered her voice. It was understandable that he couldn't recognize her. "Rest assured, I will certainly inquire on your behalf." Xiaomei agreed to Shirley's request. Just as she was about to leave, Shirley suddenly rushed out, cradling several muddy sweet potatoes in his hands. "These sweet potatoes are freshly dug. They're for you." Xiaomei, taken aback, opened her hands, and Shirley promptly placed the muddy sweet potatoes into her palms. Though he said nothing, Xiaomei understood that he was typically frugal, only gifting his homegrown produce to those he favored. Carefully cradling the sweet potatoes, Xiaomei walked back, fretting over the mud possibly staining her clothes while pondering how to roast the sweet potatoes. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt her foot give way, as if stepping on something. Looking down, she saw a large, squeaking rat beneath her foot. "Ah!" Startled, Xiaomei trembled, a wave of chills spreading from her soles to her entire body. She tossed the sweet potatoes aside, screaming in terror and running forward with trembling legs. Just a few steps ahead, a tall figure appeared suddenly. Without thinking, Xiaomei leaped onto the person, clinging to their neck and wrapping her legs around their waist. Unwilling to let go, overcome with fright, her body shook uncontrollably. Upon hearing her scream, Gui Qing rushed over, bewildered until Xiaomei jumped onto him. "What happened?" he asked, awkwardly holding her knees, securing her with one arm. His tone was stiff, despite his efforts to soften it, sounding cold and unyielding, like a strong man forced to comfort a child. "There's a rat. A rat." At the mere mention of the rodent, Xiaomei trembled even more, breaking out in cold sweat. The sensation of stepping on the rat felt akin to stepping on a snake to her. "Are you afraid of rats?" Gui Qing questioned, feeling the absurdity of his inquiry. As beast men, they thrived on absolute strength, with a clear food chain and their own rules. The weak feared the strong, while the strong never feared the weak. How could a beast man possibly fear a rat? To his surprise, Xiaomei admitted without hesitation, "I am afraid." After saying this, she instinctively pulled her feet closer, her gaze fixed on the ground, fearful that the rat might scurry back beneath her feet. Gui Qing effortlessly held her, as if cradling a child, but his expression was quite intriguing, lips pressed tightly together, a hint of amusement lingering at the corners of his mouth. Wanting to laugh, but unable to. During his time on Dusty Island, he had been searching for the weaknesses of the creatures but never expected such an effortless discovery. She was indeed terrified of rats. No wonder she had vomited after eating rat meat last time. Gui Qing contemplated how to use the rat to frighten her. But upon observing her pale face and her grip tightening on his clothing, he felt a pang of compassion. He chastised himself inwardly for being so smitten. Noticing a rat hole at his feet, he kicked it, maliciously collapsing the entrance. The next moment, 7 or 8 gray rats of various sizes scurried out, squeaking in chaos. Xiaomei squealed, leaping up, clinging tightly to Gui Qing's neck, her soft body pressing against his side, creating an ambiguous posture of intimacy. Oblivious to the implications, Gui Qing turned his head away to catch his breath, forcing himself to refrain from looking around. With another kick, he sent the largest rat flying, which Xiaomei watched as it collided with a tree trunk before collapsing to the ground, motionless, having been effectively killed by Gui Qing's kick. "What is there to be afraid of with rats?" Gui Qing remarked, noticing that Xiaomei trembled even more than before, his tone stern. "Let us go, hurry." Xiaomei clung to Gui Qing's waist, her body pressing against him intimately. Though she seemed unaffected, Gui Qing felt a rush of heat from her close embrace, his expression souring. Yet, strangely, he did not rush to leave, speaking and moving slower than usual. "Don't you want your sweet potatoes?" Gui Qing, concerned she might fall, wrapped his arm around her waist, his gesture seemingly gentlemanly, but his golden slit pupils widened, unusually transforming into round shapes, his demeanor becoming significantly more approachable. "Yes." Xiaomei hesitated before finally responding. Gui Qing, still holding her with one arm, bent down to retrieve the sweet potatoes. As he leaned, Xiaomei gripped him tighter to avoid falling. After several bends to gather 4 or 5 sweet potatoes, he resumed walking for a considerable distance before Xiaomei gradually shook off her fear and finally spoke, "Let me down." In the next moment, Gui Qing kicked down a snake hole beside the path. As the slender, green snake made its appearance, Xiaomei was startled into a piercing scream. "Ah!" Gui Qing cast a mischievous glance at her, tightening his embrace around her arm. As beings of the beast tribe, they possessed an innate sensitivity to the presence of various creatures. Any animal lair was instantly discernible to them. With his considerable strength, Gui Qing could easily crush small animal burrows. Before he kicked the snake's den, he merely intended to ascertain whether Xiaomei harbored a fear of snakes. When the serpent stirred, her fright nearly propelled her to the back of his head, and he found himself secretly reveling in having discovered yet another of her vulnerabilities. "Were you doing this on purpose?" Xiaomei, trembling and on the verge of tears, questioned Gui Qing in a voice that was soft and delicate. It was at this moment that Gui Qing finally understood why the younger ones were so captivated by her. Even in her inquiries, her voice was sweetly alluring, almost seductive. "No," he retorted, maintaining a serious demeanor. Xiaomei glared at him in anger, too frightened to set foot on the ground again. She pondered internally whether she had offended Gui Qing in some way. However, their interactions had been minimal. The last time he had caught a glimpse of her while she was bathing, it had been she who had suffered embarrassment. Why then? Was he deliberately trying to scare her now? Unable to fathom his intentions, she remained vigilant. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Gui Qing was known for his integrity. He could not have climbed through the window merely to spy on her. But what was his purpose? Moreover, his expression at that moment was sour and unyielding, as if he found her distasteful. There must be some ulterior motive, Xiaomei thought, adjusting her position as she sat on Gui Qing's arm, contemplating him. As they neared home, Gui Qing unconsciously tightened his grip, wishing to draw her closer, to bask in the exquisite sensation of her warmth against him. It was utterly intoxicating. Xiaomei's abode was surrounded by expansive concrete, adorned with wooden flooring. For her, it was an absolute sanctuary. Upon stepping onto the wooden floor, she anticipated that Gui Qing would immediately set her down. To her surprise, he continued to hold her with one arm, carrying her beneath the eaves of the house. The most awkward part was that Ji and Huang were waiting for her just outside. "Madam, what is the matter?" Huang approached with concern, inquiring about her well-being. "It's nothing," Xiaomei began, but was interrupted by Gui Qing. Startled, he stated curtly. "Startled? How could that be?" Ji questioned, approaching with worry etched on his face. Gui Qing, unwilling to divulge the secret he had uncovered, silently placed Xiaomei onto a nearby lounge chair and went to gather firewood. In his other hand, he held the sweet potatoes that Xiaomei had given him. His hands were large, with long, powerful fingers and distinct knuckles, rivaling those of a comic book hero. Yet, those beautiful hands were occupied with the muddy sweet potatoes she had handed him. After preparing the firewood, Guiqing arranged it and ignited the flames before skewering the sweet potatoes on a stick to roast them. As a dragon prince, he had never roasted sweet potatoes himself. And after a considerable effort, Shan Xiaomei suddenly corrected him that that's not how you roast sweet potatoes. They should be buried in the fire to taste good. Roasting them like this won't cook them through. Guiqing turned back, bewildered, clearly at a loss regarding her method. Huang promptly stepped forward, deftly burying the sweet potatoes in the fire. Shan Xiaomei smiled with satisfaction, though her sweet smile was directed at Huang. Guiqing felt a twinge of frustration. He retreated to a corner, half concealed behind a stone table, sulking alone. The sweet potatoes were his find, and so was she. Yet, in the end, the credit was entirely claimed by that vixen. Vixens certainly knew how to curry favor. Their methods were numerous. Madam, it's chilly outside. You mustn't catch a cold. Huang thought of Shan Xiaomei's recent fright and hurriedly removed his luxurious cloak to drape it over her. Shan Xiaomei, accustomed to comfort, found herself feeling somewhat cold despite the loungers available both outside and inside the house. She hadn't anticipated Huang to be so considerate. His attentive care touched her deeply. As he covered her with the cloak, she playfully tugged at his collar, smiling affectionately, her voice sweet as honey. Thank you. Brother Huang. Huang's composed demeanor shifted slightly, his gaze darkening momentarily. Realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, he restrained himself, gently ruffling her hair without crossing any boundaries. Their interaction was brief, eyes meeting only to quickly part. However, Jizi and Guiqing reacted strongly. Jizi, in particular, inhaled sharply in frustration, nearly ready to confront Huang right in front of Shan Xiaomei. Amidst the crackling firelight, Shan Xiaomei shared her findings regarding the shadow people with Huang and the others. Jizi was the first to respond. The shadow people truly infiltrate everywhere. We cannot possibly eliminate all the birds on the island. How can we prevent this? It's clear that the birds cannot have ingested the shadow pearls without some manipulation from Pu Sheng, Huang pointed out, highlighting the core issue. Jizi shot a resentful glare at Huang. Typically, Huang's cleverness was inconsequential, but now, in front of the madam, his clarity only served to accentuate Jizi's own ineptitude, stirring feelings of jealousy and resentment within him. What should we do then? With Huang being so astute and resourceful, even Shan Xiaomei frequently found herself relying on him when she was at a loss for solutions. With the shadow pearls rampant, the only way to resolve the issue was at its source. As soon as Huang began to articulate this, Jizi immediately interjected, "We should kill Pu Sheng. That would solve everything." His suggestion was indeed feasible. As long as Pu Sheng lived, the shadow pearls would proliferate, and the shadow people would multiply, posing a threat to Shan Xiaomei and her companions. When Jizi finished speaking, silence enveloped the group, as everyone seemed to agree that his proposal was the most effective. Unable to devise a better plan, they had to set aside the matter of the shadow people for the time being. After a while, Shan Xiaomei suddenly suggested, "How about we have a drink together?" "Drink what?" Jizi asked, momentarily caught off guard. "Of course, we should drink alcohol," Shan Xiaomei exclaimed eagerly. In the past, she had enjoyed indulging in a few drinks, and during her time as an idol, she had often found herself tipsy on stage, much to the amusement of her fans who affectionately called her a drunken fool. However, since arriving in the beast realm, she had been forced to abstain from alcohol, a necessity that pained her deeply. She often felt that the data-driven system was conspiring against her, knowing her fondness for drinking and the ease with which she became inebriated, yet imposing a rule that she would lose all her skills if she drank too much. Was this not a forced prohibition? But abstaining from alcohol was no simple task. After a long period without it, Shan Xiaomei felt a sense of discomfort. Now, comfortably lounging in her chair with a bonfire crackling before her and several handsome men gathered around, it was a moment too delightful to resist indulging in a drink. "You all haven't had dinner yet, have you? Since we're all together, let us have a barbecue," Shan Xiaomei proposed, and her suggestion met with unanimous agreement. Typically, they ate separately, living like neighbors, gathered together for a meal, reminiscent of the occasions when Yin Shi was present. Guiqing and Jizi could easily venture into the sea, where food abounded. Since Huayang's arrival, every meal had been prepared for him by Huazi. Now, he diligently devised ways to cook for Shan Xiaomei each day. The island was rich in resources, and Shan Xiaomei occasionally produced curious delicacies from her spatial realm. They had never been troubled by food scarcity. However, when Shan Xiaomei suddenly suggested a communal feast, the men felt a sense of discomfort, particularly Guiqing and his discerning companions, who were reluctant to settle for dishes they did not favor. Yet, none dared to oppose Shan Xiaomei. They may not have enjoyed communal dining, but they relished the prospect of sharing a meal with her. Glancing at her exchange tickets, which had accumulated to over 1,000 after several days without use, Shan Xiaomei realized she had enough to redeem a lavish barbecue feast. She retrieved several bags of frozen skewers and seasonings from her spatial realm, hesitated for a moment, and then exchanged some of her blood points for a barbecue grill. Setting it up, she skillfully arranged a few pieces of firewood in the grill and placed the skewers on top. Within 3 minutes, she was engulfed in thick smoke. her eyes stinging and tears streaming down her face. "Allow me," Huayang said, gently supporting Shang Xiaomei's waist and guiding her to sit aside. He then adjusted the firewood in the grill, which promptly ceased to produce smoke. "You are truly remarkable," Shang Xiaomei admired him, her gaze filled with adoration. Zizi's expression darkened at the sight of Huayang assisting Shang Xiaomei. Hearing her praise, Huayang further unsettled him. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and brusquely displaced Huayang, proclaiming, "Let me take over. Roasting meat is a skill every merman possesses, and I assure you it will be delectable." Skeptical, Shang Xiaomei inquired, "Is that so?" "Absolutely. Allow me to showcase my talents today," Zizi exclaimed, deftly arranging the skewers on the grill with a fluidity that spoke of his expertise. As Shang Xiaomei watched with keen interest, Huayang's voice suddenly interrupted, "Madam, the sweet potatoes are ready." "Really? I'm coming," Shang Xiaomei exclaimed, salivating as she rushed toward Huayang. Leaving Zizi to tend to the grill. From his cloak, Huayang retrieved a soft, smooth silk cloth, wrapping the largest sweet potato within. He then skillfully split the sweet potato open and, procuring a wooden spoon from an unknown source, offered the wrapped sweet potato to Shang Xiaomei but withheld the spoon. Once she accepted the sweet potato, he promptly scooped a fragrant bite and held it to her lips. Obediently, she opened her mouth for him, and after savoring the morsel, she playfully smiled at him, her charming demeanor melting the hearts of the watching men. Here, Huayang, undeterred by Zizi's resentful glances, not only monopolized Shang Xiaomei but also helped her wipe her mouth. Zizi, incensed, contemplated skewering Huayang with the skewer in his hand but merely entertained the thought. Meanwhile, Guiqing, unable to contain his frustration, slammed his longing sword onto the stone table before him. Chapter 49. The struggle for affection. The noise Guiqing created caught the attention of both Shang Xiaomei and Huayang, who turned to regard him. Embarrassed, he seized his sword and strode away with haste. Alone by the sea, Guiqing gazed into the dark abyss of the ocean, lost in thought. He was uncertain of his own turmoil. Before arriving at the sealed island, his uncle had repeatedly advised him to maintain his composure and act accordingly. Yet, his heart was in disarray, easily swayed by emotions, anger, and frustration that seemed beyond his control. How could he bring himself to harm her? She was a delicate, enchanting female, more beautiful than the most exquisite flower when she smiled. Her form so fragile it seemed a mere touch could shatter her. The sensation of holding her was unforgettable. Enveloped in her warmth, he found himself reluctant to let go, longing to embrace her forever. He felt himself losing his sanity. Prior to his arrival, his uncle had discovered that it was the spirits who had slain his parents and the unborn child. Yet here he was, entranced by the very beings he sought vengeance against. His behavior around her became increasingly unhinged, his possessiveness intensifying. He could not allow this to continue. He must regain his senses and not fall prey to the spirit's enchantment. In an effort to calm his restless heart, Guiqing plunged into the sea once more. Meanwhile, on the terrace before the courtyard, Shang Xiaomei looked up toward Guiqing's direction, perplexed, and asked Huayang and the others, "What is wrong with him?" Regarding Guiqing, Huayang chose to remain silent. However, Zizi, adhering to the principle of equality, seized the opportunity to answer, "Madam, do not worry about him. The dragon beast, like the merman, is an amphibious creature. Dragon beasts enjoy the water. He bathes in the sea daily, so there is nothing to be concerned about." "Is that so?" Shang Xiaomei, who had only a modicum of concern for Guiqing, set aside her worries and immersed herself in the pleasures of food and drink. With the absence of Guiqing, the interactions between Shang Xiaomei and Zizi naturally increased, as only the three of them remained, and Zizi was far more vivacious than Huayang. He not only vied for Shang Xiaomei's attention, but also subtly threatened Huayang with his gaze, forbidding him from overshadowing him. He was more formidable than Huayang. In the outside world, Huayang would not dare compete for a female against him. The beast world was a savage realm, outside the sealed island. If a female was coveted by a stronger male and refused to yield or lower herself, she could be brutally slain. Huayang's ability to stand before Zizi and compete for Shang Xiaomei's favor was entirely due to the rules she had established. Nevertheless, while Zizi and the others appeared to adhere to these rules, they often cast disapproving glances at Huayang. Huayang endured this silently, preferring not to stir trouble despite being less robust than the mermen and dragon beasts. Once the skewers were ready, Zizi successfully captured all of Shang Xiaomei's attention. She adored squid, both large and small, including squid tentacles and slices. She relished them all. "Madam, do you enjoy this?" Zizi asked, noticing her preference, and offered her all the grilled squid skewers, then placed the remaining ungrilled squid on the barbecue grill to prepare for her. "Add more cumin. It will taste even better," Shang Xiaomei suggested as she enjoyed her meal, urging Zizi to sprinkle cumin powder liberally on the skewers. Zizi was even more eager than a vendor, promptly applying the cumin powder evenly over the skewers. The sizzling skewers released fragrant oil, their aroma wafting through the air. Shang Xiaomei savored her feast with delight. With 3 skewers in her left hand and a handful of freshly grilled skewers in her right, her hands were full. Yet Zizi continued to offer her more grilled squid. Not a single skewer was bestowed upon Huayang, who stood nearby, nor did she even think to share. Noticing that Huayang had not a single skewer in hand, Shang Xiaomei generously divided one of her skewers, offering half to him. Come, eat, it's delicious. Huayang raised an eyebrow and smiled, his smile meticulously crafted, particularly captivating. Thank you, madam, he replied. Huayang exuded an aura of grace, remaining unflustered in all his actions, embodying the poise of a refined gentleman in every gesture. Xiaomei was often captivated by his subtle gestures and expressions, and when she beheld his calm and graceful demeanor, her gaze was inevitably drawn to him. No need to thank me, she chuckled, observing the twinkle of amusement in Hua Ying's eyes. She couldn't help but join in the laughter. Standing before the barbecue grill, the juvenile, who was oblivious to their sweet interactions, turned away to cough loudly. Casting a sidelong glance at Hua Ying and asking, "Aren't you going to thank me?" "I did all the grilling." "Thank you," Hua Ying replied politely. Though the smile had faded from her face, Xiaomei was elated, surrounded by delicious food and her handsome companion. There was little to find fault with in life. "Juvenile, you should eat too." Noticing he was busy grilling without taking a moment to eat, Xiaomei held a skewer to his lips. Due to their noticeable height difference, she had to tilt her head back to feed him. The juvenile, who had just been sulking, was easily appeased with the skewer. He lowered his gaze, fixated on Xiaomei's enchanting features, biting into the skewer without shifting his head, allowing her to help him remove the meat. His eyes remained glued to Xiaomei, leaving one to ponder whether he was indulging in the skewer or in her presence. After his failed transformation, he had reverted to the appearance of a youthful lad. And combined with his inherently pure and clean look, his gaze was imbued with both innocence and desire. Xiaomei found it increasingly difficult to withstand the intensity of his stare, which seemed to undress her entirely. Why did this merman, even after a failed transformation, still revel in teasing? It was all in vain. Blushing, Xiaomei thought, unexpectedly revealing her bashful side, which the juvenile seized upon. "What are you thinking?" he inquired. "I was wondering what you were thinking," she replied. "And did you figure out what I was thinking?" "I did," she answered. "What was it?" "That you miss me." "Wrong." "Then what are you thinking?" "I want you," he murmured, leaning down to her neck, his voice low and sultry. Xiaomei felt a rush of warmth at his words. Recalling the day he was on the boat, on the brink of transformation, his shoulders had broadened, his muscles had grown robust and powerful. The most evident change was below, where it seemed something was about to sprout. Memories are often tinged with beauty. Xiaomei sighed, casting a wistful glance at the juvenile's lower half. Her sigh, though seemingly unspoken, conveyed everything that needed to be said. The juvenile's expression shifted dramatically, struck at his most vulnerable point. He now felt that Xiaomei regarded him as a mere eunuch, devoid of any masculine recognition. He glared at Hua Ying with a fierce look, then turned back to Xiaomei, his voice low. "Even if I don't transform, I can still have you." Xiaomei, not being an innocent child, realized that without the necessary tools, little could be accomplished. "It's all right. You'll have what you need in the future," she consoled him, patting his back. At that moment, Hua Ying glanced over at the juvenile, his expression neutral, devoid of mockery, yet to the juvenile, it brimmed with derision. He felt that Hua Ying not only mocked him but reveled in his discomfort. It dawned on him that no matter how he vied for attention in Xiaomei's eyes, he was merely a pitiable eunuch. The once lively juvenile suddenly withdrew into himself, silently roasting skewers, no longer initiating playful banter with Xiaomei. When Xiaomei once again offered him a skewer, he mechanically bit into it, the taste lost on him, consumed by bitterness. With the juvenile's withdrawal, the focus shifted to Hua Ying and Xiaomei, who sat across from each other at the stone table, engaged in lively conversation, their eyes locked upon one another, hands occasionally brushing. Xiaomei's delicate foot even found its way beneath the table, teasingly brushing against Hua Ying's leg. Noticing the change in Hua Ying's countenance, darkening like a storm cloud, Xiaomei remained oblivious, playfully glaring at him and shaking her head in delight. She even dared to slip her foot beneath his clothing. Inching upwards, Hua Ying sat rigidly, casting a pleading gaze toward her. "Stop it. Are you begging me?" Xiaomei teased, tilting her head with pride. Hua Ying pursed his lips, choosing silence, unwilling to plead. Yet Xiaomei was determined to provoke him further, pressing her foot forward, the warmth of her touch sending tingles through her. Initially intending to tease Hua Ying, she now found herself igniting a fire within. Sensing his change, Xiaomei feigned innocence, adopting a childlike demeanor to jest with him. "How boring. If you won't let me step on you, why does it still hurt my feet?" Hua Ying chuckled, capturing her mischievous foot, threatening, "You started this. You must deal with the consequences." He pressed her foot down, compelling her to soothe him with her soft touch. Xiaomei laughed, attempting to escape, but her foot was firmly held by Hua Ying. Her soles were extremely ticklish, and as he grasped her foot, it rubbed against the fabric, sending waves of ticklish sensations surging up her legs, causing her to writhe. In a moment of distraction, she fell off the stone bench. The impact was jarring, and it felt as though she had hurt herself. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, immediately covering her rear. Seeing the trouble he had caused, Hua Ying quickly knelt to help her up. The juvenile, who had endured their antics silently, finally showed a hint of relief in his expression. After the initial pain, Xiaomei resumed her feasting, though she had been sipping beer for quite some time. Originally planning to limit herself to 1 can, she had unwittingly downed 3. With a meager tolerance for alcohol, she was clearly tipsy now. In her drunken state, Xiaomei became uninhibited, her words spilling forth without restraint, leaving Hua Ying unable to intervene. "This beastly world. I shall rule it all. I will soon trample the Red Sun gang and make their emperor wash my feet. She raised a finger, gesturing animatedly before Huaying. The juvenile, overhearing Xiao Mei's drunken ramblings, initially found joy in her words. However, upon hearing her disrespectful mention of the Sea Phoenix clan, he was immediately alarmed, rushing forth to press her bold finger back down. Madam, you are drunk. I am not drunk. I want to eat lobsters. Big lobsters. The bigger, the better. In her intoxicated state, Xiao Mei's thoughts flitted about chaotically, moving from aspirations of domination to cravings for seafood. All right, I'll fetch you some lobsters, the juvenile replied eagerly, not wanting to miss an opportunity to please Xiao Mei. He dashed to the shore and leaped into the water. Moments later, he emerged, each hand clutching a large, clawed lobster. He held them up before Xiao Mei, maintaining a safe distance to ensure she wouldn't get pinched. Are these big enough? Xiao Mei, her vision blurred from the drink, gazed at the lobsters, which were larger than her head, and excitedly lunged towards them. What enormous lobsters. They look marvelous. I want to give them a hug. The child, startled, promptly withdrew her hand, narrowly avoiding being pinched by the lobster. Displeased at not being able to embrace the lobster, she powdered her delicate face into a frown, demanding, "Hug me." The child replied, "I will go and prepare some grilled lobster for you. Is that all right?" The girl, still pouting, retorted, "But I want a hug." "You can't hug it. A lobster that has been held loses its flavor." The child patiently soothed the inebriated girl. Upon hearing this, she quickly changed her tune, declaring, "Then I want to hug it. I want to eat delicious grilled lobster." Drunk, she seemed to possess the intellect of a mere 3-year-old, needing constant coaxing, and became momentarily immobile at the sight of food. While the child grilled the lobster, she tiptoed and rested her head on his shoulder. Her soft form pressed against his back, bringing him immense joy. In this tender moment, she continuously gulped, resembling a greedy kitten. Meanwhile, Huayong had become an outsider, called over by Huazi, whispering about something unknown. Just as the child skillfully divided the lobster into sizable pieces and placed them on the grill, Guiqing suddenly returned. With his hands hidden behind his back, he approached the girl and revealed a beautifully colored blue lobster, which was more than twice the size of the one the child held. The most considerate part was that Guiqing had even bound the lobster's massive claws with twine. Wow. Due to her intoxication, the girl's reaction was sluggish. She stared wide-eyed at the blue lobster in Guiqing's hands, instinctively gasping in awe but failing to say anything further. Guiqing awkwardly held the lobster, unsure whether to retract it. Earlier, he had heard her cry out for a lobster to hug at the beach, and he had caught the gentlest one from the deep sea. Binding its claws, Guiqing mused that he had never been so thoughtful towards anyone before. Why was she not accepting it? Wasn't she asking for a hug? Why was she hesitating? How long must he endure this awkwardness? Guiqing felt akin to the lobster in the child's hands, being roasted over a fire. The sensation was excruciating. This proud man, having lowered himself to present a gift, was met with indifference from the girl. What a humiliation. If the brothers from Longxiang found out, they would mock him for a lifetime. Here, Guiqing said stiffly, pushing the lobster forward. The girl slowly waved her hand. No, why not? Guiqing, slightly agitated, reflected that he must have been out of his mind to dive into the sea for her sake. Previously, he had looked down on Huayong's attempts to flatter the girl, feeling ashamed for him. Now, he realized that such gestures were far more challenging than he had anticipated. It wasn't merely about disregarding one's pride. One had to master timing and employ sweet words to coax the other into acceptance. Guiqing was at a loss, and upon hearing the girl's refusal, he felt a surge of embarrassment and frustration, thinking if she dared to reject it, he would simply grill it for himself, letting its enticing aroma tempt her. Just as Guiqing was consumed with frustration and about to withdraw, the girl, in her tipsy state, declared, "A lobster that has been hugged isn't tasty. This one is different. It tastes better after being hugged." Guiqing realized she wasn't averse, but merely hesitant, and forcefully pushed the large lobster into her embrace. The blue lobster weighed around 4 to 5 pounds, its claws nearly the size of her face, making it a challenge for her to hold. Initially apprehensive, she was soon captivated by its stunning patterns and vibrant orange-green eyes. "It's so beautiful. Why did it turn red?" While speaking, she suddenly noticed the lobster's head turning red in her arms. Guiqing, the child, and Huayong were drawn to her astonishment. Lobsters turn red only when cooked. The child initially thought she was mistaken due to her inebriation, but upon approaching, he realized she was indeed correct. The lobster had genuinely turned red, specifically its head. Guiqing had carried it, and it hadn't blushed then. "It seems it possesses awareness, and it's male," Huayong concluded. "In the beast world, beasts evolve their minds before their bodies. It seems this deep-sea blue lobster is also a species with cognitive abilities." Guiqing, skeptical, took the blue lobster from the girl's arms and, under everyone's gaze, watched as its red head swiftly reverted to blue. He returned it to her once more. Holding it like a child, she lifted it again, and within 5 seconds, its head turned red again. "Ha ha, how amusing. It's a lobster that blushes." The girl was thoroughly entertained, placing the lobster on the ground and lifting it again, watching it change from blue to red and back, as if witnessing a chameleon in action. "Are we not grilling anymore?" The child gritted his teeth, observing the lobster that had captured the girl's full attention. The girl quickly waved her hands. No grilling, no grilling. I want to keep it. I want to raise it. Before she could finish, Guiqing's powerful hand suddenly clasped the lobster's neck, and with a swift motion, he effortlessly tossed the blue lobster back into the sea from a distance of over 100 meters. The girl chased after a few steps, realizing her lobster was irretrievable, and turned to glare at Guiqing, asking, "What are you doing? It possesses intelligence. It cannot be eaten. I never said I would eat it. I want to raise it." Guiqing looked down at her, watching her chest heave with indignation. Her delicate face flushed red with anger, and he thought wickedly, her anger is truly captivating. In such moments, Guiqing forgave himself for being entranced by her beauty. Who could resist such a stunning female? Even those revered as goddesses by all males could not compare to her allure. With her petite waist, smooth skin, enchanting bosom, and curvaceous hips, each attribute alone would drive countless males to madness. Yet, she singularly embodied all qualities that captivated masculine attention. Guiqing, a general skilled only in combat, viewed females through a rather pedestrian lens, prioritizing their bosoms and backsides before their faces. In truth, it was her bunny-like bosom that first seized his attention. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of relief. He was merely infatuated with her exterior. A natural inclination of males, it was universal. Following the blue lobster's expulsion into the sea, the girl was exceedingly upset, but intimidated by Guiqing's formidable presence. She refrained from expressing her anger. For the remainder of the time, she sulked alone, losing her appetite, and reluctantly consumed a few bites of the grilled lobster prepared by the child before retreating indoors in a huff. Huyang attempted to follow, but was intercepted midway by Huazi, who advised, "Your Majesty, perhaps you should return and check on her." As soon as Shang Xiaomei departed, the young child naturally ceased to offer food to others. He carefully stored away Shang Xiaomei's barbecue grill and concealed the remaining skewers in his usual food storage place, before returning indoors to rest. At that very moment, Guiqing also retreated to his own room. Unbeknownst to them, this night would eventually become a cherished memory, for the tranquility of Dusty Island would soon be irrevocably shattered. Upon the gentle persuasion of Huazi, Huaying returned to her room, where she discovered a sealed letter resting upon her desk, adorned with drawing paper. The yellow envelope was unmistakably imbued with the faint fragrance of winter sweet, a signature of the esteemed figure from the listening sky pavilion. This elegant woman was known for her exquisite taste. Even her letters bore a uniqueness of their own. In a previous encounter, she had inquired about Huaying's preferred floral scents, to which Huaying had casually replied with wintersweet. Ever since, the alluring scent accompanied her whenever they met, and even the letters she sent were crafted from delicate yellow paper, embossed with wintersweet patterns and infused with its fragrance. Beneath the letter lay an unfinished painting depicting a youthful woman reclining in a wicker chair, engrossed in reading. Huaying had initially anticipated completing this artwork swiftly, but in recent days, he found himself unable to focus. Thoughts of her consumed him, compelling him to seek her presence across the island. Sometimes he found her by the sea, other times in the garden behind the house, yet more often than not, she lazily lounged in her chair, either lost in slumber or deeply engrossed in a book filled with peculiar script. Huaying had once asked her about the nature of her reading, to which she replied, "A domineering CEO." Huaying did not quite grasp the meaning of CEO, but he understood the essence of being overbearing. He quickly inquired of Shang Xiaomei, "Do you favor domineering men?" Her eyes sparkled with joy as she raised her gaze, her smile deepening. "Indeed, especially if they are handsome and exude masculinity. That is my utmost preference." Though Huaying possessed an unmatched beauty, he had never felt discontent with his appearance until that moment. When Shang Xiaomei made her assertion, he could not help but think of her attraction to men like Guiqing, and he quietly cast a glance at his own physique, realizing it paled in comparison. It was the first time he felt inferior because he did not embody the qualities she admired. He lacked the capacity for dominance. Before he could fully process these hidden sentiments, the letter from the esteemed figure arrived. Standing at the doorway, Huaying remained frozen, reluctant to confront the reality that awaited him within the envelope, one that threatened to disrupt the current peace. "Your Majesty?" Huazi's voice broke the silence, subtly urging him. Huaying gripped the doorframe tightly, lacking the courage to open the letter. "You look, I have no desire to," he retorted stubbornly, turning away to gaze vacantly at the light emanating from Shang Xiaomei's room. Huazi, with a tone of exasperation, replied, "Your Majesty, this letter is from the esteemed one. How can I dare to intervene?" Huaying, agitated, snapped. How did this letter even arrive? Were they not instructed to cease all communication? It was delivered by a shadowy figure. "The spirits will remain unaware," Huazi explained, yet she struggled to comprehend Huaying's frustration. Had he not always proclaimed that his actions regarding the spirits were merely a facade, intended to please her? Why now was he so vexed? Shadowy figures? They truly are elusive, Huaying muttered, his tone tinged with irritation, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Huazi reiterated, "Your Majesty, the esteemed one must indeed have pressing matters to discuss." "Do not remind me." "Depart," he interrupted, dismissing her. Huazi cast a worried glance at Huaying before departing, burdened with her own thoughts. Once she left, silence enveloped the room. Huaying continued to linger at the doorway, lost in contemplation for what felt like an eternity, before finally turning towards the desk where the letter lay. He did not reach for the letter immediately. Instead, He extended his slender, pale fingers, gently gliding them over the drawing of Shang Xiaomei's delicate visage, filled with deep longing, as if bidding farewell. After a prolonged moment, Hua Ying closed his eyes tightly, forcefully suppressing the infatuation that clouded his mind. Upon reopening his eyes, clarity washed over him. He grasped the letter and swiftly tore it open. The thin sheet bore a succinct message. I think of you. Do you think of me? I desire an illustration of the spirit's true visage. I beseech you to draw it. She sought to unveil the spirit's real appearance, for once it was made public, her safety would be greatly jeopardized. Was she plotting to hunt the spirit? Trembling uncontrollably, Hua Ying clutched the letter, torn between his desires and the obligation to comply. As the night deepened, he sat motionless at his desk, ultimately taking up the paintbrush. Meanwhile, the young child, upon returning to his room, encountered a similar fate. A letter had been affixed to his wooden bed, its contents even more succinct, inscribed in ancient Sanskrit, distribution map of the demon's defensive weapons. Without a doubt, he recognized the command behind it, Haiwan, the ruler capable of commanding thousands of sea folk, whose true visage remained a mystery to all beast men, instilled fear and trepidation in their hearts. The young child had no choice. Haiwan could annihilate all merfolk in an instant, and he had to obey. Yet, as he ventured into the depths of the sea late at night, knowing he had no alternative, he could not help but feel that any lack of precision in his drawing was not entirely his fault. The darkness hampered his vision. At that moment, the most tormented soul was Gui Qing. Earlier, in an attempt to absolve himself, he returned to his room only to confront the harsh reality. Overwhelmed with regret, he drew the tip of his longing sword across his own hand, the pain surging throughout his body as he punished himself for failing to uphold his principles. He had not received a letter, but rather a piece of dragon bone, marked with bullet holes, accompanied by an empty copper shell. This was the weapon wielded by the spirit. His uncle was using the remains of Gui Qing's father to remind him not to forget his vengeance. The tragic deaths of his parents were the spirit's doing, and what of his unborn brother? A life extinguished, a life lost, both were the spirit's handiwork. The longing sword quivered with blood, yet Gui Qing's tumultuous heart remained unsettled. He laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his face as his gaze grew icy, his golden slit pupils narrowing. The long-dormant urge to kill rekindling within him. While the shadowy figures bestowed gifts upon them, Shang Xiaomei, sulking in her room, received an unexpected offering. Previously feeling glum as she reclined on the sofa, she was suddenly alerted by a series of sharp beeping sounds at her door, accompanied by the scraping of something pointed against the wood. Cautiously, she checked the surveillance video, finding no one outside. Curiosity piqued, she opened the door, only to be met with the astonishing sight of the blue shrimp, thrown back into the sea by Gui Qing, now standing at her threshold, wielding its claws as it knocked on the door. It was indeed a shrimp delivering its own package, a sight Shang Xiaomei had never witnessed before. How did you return on your own? Shang Xiaomei noticed that the creature's pincers had loosened, leaving her hesitant to embrace it. The door was ajar, just a narrow crack, allowing her to swiftly shut it should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Curiously, it seemed that the blue shrimp was aware of her wariness. It curled up, appearing dejected, and tears glistened in its eyes. Observing that Shang Xiaomei remained motionless, it boldly positioned itself against the wall, extending its large pincers towards her as if seeking an embrace. Shang Xiaomei, in disbelief, gradually widened the gap of the door,